Okay, guys, so I have made the character. He's sort of a ranger type in this kind of low to mid fantasy world. He uses a bow, he's good in the woods, that kind of stuff. He has some hindrances, though. He tends to be cautious about things. I'll have to remember to play that. Also, he has an enemy, a minor enemy. I'm an outsider, which means that I have a penalty to my charisma. What we're going to do now, we are going to use some random generation tables for background from this book, Xanathar's Guide to Everything. So let's see what's going on with his parents. I do know who my parents are or were. Birthplace, another D100 roll, and we have 12. Home. Okay, he was born at home. Who raised you? Yeah, who raised you? So who did raise you? We've got 18, so which means the paternal grandparents. Which leads to a question. Maybe something happened to his father or both his parents. Well, here we go. Let's determine what happened to the parents with a roll of D4. 4 is your parent disappeared to an unknown fate. Personal decisions. It's a D6 roll, and I've got a 4. My people lived on the edges of civilization, and I learned the methods of survival from my family. What that means to me is that my grandparents lived basically in a small cottage at the edge of civilization. Woodsmen or hunters, trappers, that kind of thing. So I obviously learned my craft from them. Which leads us to, we don't really have class training so much because there's no classes in Savage Worlds, but I'm basically a ranger, so I'm gonna roll on that. And that leaves 4. I have seen what happens when the monsters come out from the dark. I took it upon myself to become the first line of defense against the evils that lie beyond civilization's borders. I saw my parents get taken by some sort of monstrous evil. So, life events. 26 on the Xanathar's Guide gives us 1d4 life events. So I'm gonna roll, and I've got 2 life events. You made a friend of an adventurer. Well, let's see. We have the supplemental tables here. Let's just roll on... He's an adventurer, so we're going to use the D&D class. So we're going to roll percentiles here. 40. And it was a fighter. Okay, friend, adventurer, fighter. This could be good because this might mean that I have an ally coming out of the gate, and since it's just me, sort of alone in the woods or wherever I wind up, it's probably good to have an ally, so let's determine his race. 86 is a half-orc. Ooh. A half-orc is not going to be accepted by the majority of civilization, the same as my character. So a couple of kind of outcasts moving along is a great thing to play with here. The next life event is going to be a 66. Ooh. You had a supernatural experience. Roll on the supernatural events table to find out what it was. You witnessed a minor miracle. So that would lead me to the assumption that this character has some level of extraordinary faith. Although I always find it interesting. It's not really faith if you've got, like, evidence, is it? So, don't really know. In a world where there are gods doing miracles, not really hard to believe in their existence, is it? Whatever. Anyway, so what do we know about this guy? His parents disappeared to an unknown fate. He saw his parents get taken away by some sort of monstrous evil. Not necessarily killed. We don't know what happened to the parents. It's an unknown fate. So I think that could be a thread, actually, for our character when we look at the Mythic GM Emulator. We know that I have a half-orc fighter friend, and we also know that I witnessed a supernatural event, a minor miracle. What that is, we'll discover what that is in a second. So we're gonna use Xanathar's once again to determine the name, because hey, why not? Let's get the half-orc name of my buddy, Vilborg. Vilborg? He's Vilborg, my half-orc. Vilborg sounds like he might be in a Woody Allen movie somewhere. Vilborg, Sharp Tusk. That's a bit lame, isn't it? My name. Human names, I could do Celtic. You know what, I'm just gonna go with tried and true English male names, because it'll be easier for me to pronounce. It's going to be 87, which means we have Simon. You know what, I think the Perilous Wilds book has some names in here as well. Ooh, Argoston. Okay, well this is good. Simon of Argoston with Vilborg Sharptusk, his half-orc fighter ally, are going to be starting out somewhere. So the first thing we know is that we have a thread, and the thread is find out the fate of my parents. We automatically have a thread from that, which is great. Good place to start. The next one we have characters. Well, we have me, Simon, but we also have Vilborg. So the first thing we're going to do is come up with the scene setup. So with Mythic GM Emulator, So we're going to generate a random event to determine what our setup is. So to determine a random event, the first thing we do is determine the event focus, okay? This is a percentile roll, so I'm going to roll here, and it's 24, which means NPC action. So one of the NPCs, the half-orc is the good choice right now, take some sort of surprise action. And what is that action? We have action and subject on our chart. We wind up with, 95. Punish, I like the sound of that, and 82, dispute. It's that he's just been found guilty of a crime in a small town. We're far away from home, a couple of outsiders. He's been found guilty of a crime he didn't commit. I am on the outside of that village. I should say Simon of Argoston, and I believe we'll make him sound a little like this. He's 26. He has a bit of a British accent. Yes, why not? Until I decide to change my mind to do something different, this will be Simon of Argoston's voice. So Simon of Argoston is outside this village. They're marching Vilborg, Simon's friend, to the gallows just on the outskirts of town. Okay, so this is scene number 1. So then what we do is we roll 1d10 against the chaos factor. Chaos factor starts at 5 to see if the setup is modified as an altered scene or an interrupt. So I roll a 10. So no, the scene progresses as normal. We play out the scene and we go right into the action. So here's my first question on the fate chart. Since Vilborg is being marched out to the gallows to suffer a terrible fate for a crime he did not commit, my first question as Simon is, okay, how many guards are there? Are there more than 5 guards? I think that's fairly unlikely. The chaos rank is currently 5, and I roll percentiles, and 13. Do they have more than, or do they have 5 guards or more? And the answer is yes. This is a problem. So here's what I think this means. This means that while Vilborg is being marched to the gallows, he's surrounded by 5 guards. So they obviously think he's a big threat. So he must have done something, or he must have been accused of doing something quite gruesome, quite awful, maybe killed somebody. Let's find out. Let's find out what the crime was. Was he arrested and convicted of murder? I have no idea, so I'm going to call it 50-50. Chaos rank 5, and the answer is 83. So no, it was not. He was not convicted of murder, so he didn't kill anybody. So there's 5 guards. They still think he's very dangerous, even though he didn't actually kill anybody. So what did he steal something? You know, again, 50-50, I'm not exactly sure. Did he steal something valuable from the town? 95, extraordinary no. So he absolutely did not steal something. That's not the crime they convicted him of. So it has nothing to do with theft. It has nothing to do with murder. Oh, here's an idea. There's a bounty on orcs. We were outside. He goes in to buy supplies. They see him. They mistake him for a full orc. They arrest him. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is full on, like, racial badness. This is them going after him simply because he is an orc, even though he's not an orc. He's a half-orc, and he tried to tell them that, but they didn't seem to want to listen. That's the reason why there are 5 guards, because they are extremely paranoid about orcs. This is going to be him for now. These are the guards surrounding him. They're obviously very wary of him. It's safe to assume that I keep saying Wilhelm. Vilborg is tied up. He doesn't have any weapons or armor or anything like that, so it's just him. These guys, these guards in a small town, seems reasonable to assume that they don't have a lot of armor or weapons, and frankly, if they do, I'm dead, because I can't really take out 5 of them. So here's the thing. The first thing we have to do, as you can see over here, this is where I've put myself. So I've decided that I'm sort of hiding behind the rocks there as they are moving up to the gallows, which is going to be over here, okay? So here's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I'm successfully stealthed. So I've got my 3 bennies here. In case I need them, I hope I don't. I look at my stealth, which is a d8, and I roll my d8 and my wild die as well, and I'm looking for 4 or more, basically. 7, no problem. It's not quite a raise, but it's okay. These guys are going to be taken completely unawares, which is excellent. So, here's a question. Did Simon get a chance? He knew this was happening. He was watching from afar, so did he get a chance to lay a trap? I think that's likely. He has survival, so let's say that Simon decided, as this was happening in town, he realized what's happening, that Vilborg was being found guilty, and that he overheard, the people in the village square saying, "We will take him to the gallows." So he ran out here to intercept them, to beat them to the punch, and he decided to set up a couple of, snares and stuff. So here's the thing. He's going to make a survival check to see if he successfully made enough snares. And if so, we'll say he makes 1 snare on a success and then 1 for every raise he gets. Okay, and we have a failure, 0 snares. He was unable to make any snares before they showed up. That's not good. So what's the other thing that he can try? Well, what does he have? He doesn't have a whole lot. He's got a torch, flint and steel, not a whole lot of things. Okay, well here's the thing. So Simon is waiting in the rocks, and he's seeing his friend Vilborg being marched towards the gallows. The men around him are far more interested in the half-orc. They're far more afraid of him than anything else. However, that said, there is a chance. There is a chance, I think, probably a decent chance, that at least one of them is wary. I'm gonna say it's probably unlikely at this point. So the answer is 72. No. So they are not paying any attention, which is good. That means that Simon can get the drop on them. So he is going to draw back with his bow and take a bead on the lead guy, fully within close range, no penalties for range there. So he's going to roll his shooting skill, but he's going to be rolling with his wild die as always, and he's going to be rolling with a +4 to hit and damage. Brutal. So these guys are all just normal guards. They're wearing probably leather armor. They've got short swords, maybe even spears. Short swords and spears. That seems, maybe not even short swords. Actually, no, they've just got spears. It just makes more sense that they've got spears, except for the lead guy. Let's say the main guy actually has like a battle axe, okay? He's the sergeant that's leading this small troop of soldiers. So, so Simon, from his perch in the rocks, draws back. Takes his time, he waits for it. He tracks the leader, and then let's fly! He does hit with the +4, thank God. He will hit, bang! Oh, but he will take him completely by surprise. The longbow does 2d6 damage, +4 because he's got the drop on him. Oh wow, 8. So 8 damage against his toughness. His normal toughness is going to be 5, and he has 1 point of leather armor, so 6. That means it's enough to shake him, basically. But that's about it. That was the drop round. Not particularly great. We're gonna deal out the cards now. So Simon is on Jack, and he's quick, so he actually can discard 5 or less. The guards now go on 2. Well, that's great. Half-orc goes on Simon's turn because he's an ally of mine. So Simon, who has now revealed his position in the rocks, is going to fire again. This time he's going to fire at the closest guard here with the spear. He draws back and fires. That's 2 ammo as well. He's expended. So he fires. There's no bonus this time. It's just a straight up. He does hit. So he'll 2d6 damage. Now +4. 8 over a toughness of 6 will shake him as well. The arrow buries itself into the guard. He drops to the ground onto one knee, really. At this point, Simon shouts to I'm going to get this name right eventually. I'm sure of it. Vilborg. Vilborg! Simon shouts to Vilborg. Vilborg, you must... Vilborg, is that the voice I picked? That's the voice. Vilborg, you must free yourself and aid me to aid you in your escape. Vilborg looks back, sees Simon in the rocks, grunts, in agreement, and proceeds to try and break his rope bonds. So he's going to do a strength test. I'm going to call this just a straight up strength roll. He is not a wild card. He does not get the wild die. He's looking for 4. He does it. Bang! That's his action though. And as soon as that happens, he runs his 6 inches towards the rocks. They now act. Let's deal with these 2 shaken guys. These guys are all straight up D6s. There's nothing special about them. So they're looking for 4s here to see if they can get up. One of them does. That was him. So he bursts off his shaken, but that's his total action. This guy is still like, he's kind of like shuddering from the arrow. He cries out, God, stop them! Stop them! They're escaping! Or something like that. So that was them. These 3, however, so he's just gotten up. This guy's gonna chase after Vilborg and try and stab him. There's a good chance that these guys are gonna do the exact same thing. This is not looking good. They've just been issued a direct order by their captain. They will do that. This guy will not be able to attack because he's more than 6 inches away. Or he will be able to attack. He's gonna run another 3 inches. So he gets up to him, but he's going to do a multi-action penalty because he's running and attacking at the same time, which means he's going to attack with a -2. No. So he rolled a 1, so he fails. Yes, so just so we know what's going on over here, Simon is still in the rocks. The leader is still shaken. This guy has just gotten to his feet, and these two are now stabbing at the fleeing half-orc with their spears. Normal hits. Ooh, exploding die is not looking good. 7. His parry is 6, so he will be hit. So 2d6 damage against his toughness of 6. Oh my god. 10. 13 versus toughness of 6 is not good. 6 shakes him. 10 wounds him. So he will be down by that. Ooh, that's bad news. That's really bad news. He gets... So Vilborg, this could be the end of Vilborg already. Vilborg is running towards Simon in the rocks when one of the guards comes up, jabs a spear in his back. Roar! He cries out in pain and collapses, blood pouring from his wound. He's writhing on the ground. Is he dead? Is he alive? Who can say? Not I, certainly, for I am but a player. In any event, it's all bad news. They've all acted, and now it is time to go back to initiative. He's on 9. Oh, God, and they're on ace. Okay, well, this is not good. So first of all, the leader's going to try and recover from shaken with a spear roll. He does not. He's still gasping. The arrow sort of sticking out of his left shoulder. They can all act. So I'm going to say that 2 of them throw the spears, these 2 guys in the back, throw their spears, and these guys clamber up the rocks to try and get at him. So we'll do the thrown spears first. They have to hit on 4s. Oh my god, it's a hit and explode. So that's 8. That's a hit with a raise. Oh my god, this could be over real quick. So a hit and a hit with the raise. Wow. This is brutal. So the normal hit is going to be 5 damage. His toughness is 6, so that first spear does nothing. Doesn't pierce the armor. The second one is a hit with the raise, unfortunately. Oh my god, this is against toughness of 6. 10 versus 6. Yeah, that's gonna shake and wound him, unfortunately. He's gonna do a vigor check to soak the wound. He's exploding 6. 10. He needed 4, so he soaks 1, 2, which means he eliminates all the wounds. He is not wounded, and he is not shaken, which is very important. So he can actually attack. So he cost him a Benny to do that soak roll when he got hit. But right now, dude's in front of him. He must, unfortunately, either try and disengage and get the hell out of here, basically abandoning his half-orc friend. This is a disaster. Or he's going to try and fight this guy off. I think he's going to fight this guy off. He drops his bow for free, pulls his sword, which is an action, unfortunately, and attacks. So he's going to be attacking at -2. He's not particularly good. These guys' parries are all at 5. This is not, he basically has to explode. He did. 6 plus 5 is 11, -2 is 9. That is definitely a hit with a raise. So his damage with his longsword, D6, D8, and the extra raise, the damage is going to be 10 versus his toughness of 5. He skewers him, which is good. Great news. Okay, and that brings us back to initiative. Boom. They get a queen. Simon gets an 8. Oh, this is all bad. This guy moves. Actually, let's deal with the shaken dudes first. So the leader's trying to shake or recover from shaken. Yes, he'll do it. 6 and 9 is a success with a raise, so he gets out and he can act. So they can all act right now. So he has an axe. Here's a question: Is he just a total bastard? Is he gonna run up and end the half-orc who he sees as the real threat? I think there's a pretty good chance, actually. I'm going to call it likely and ask our fate chart here. 44, yeah. I don't know why I do this to myself, but there it is. The dice don't lie. He runs up, the half-orc squirming on the ground, and he comes up and he buries his axe in his skull, performing a coup de grace and killing Vilborg of the strange name. Simon sees this, having just felled his one foe, and cries out, "No! Vilborg!" Meanwhile, this guy moves his 6 up to him on the rocks and will attack. This guy, these two have both thrown their spears. So they don't actually have their spears right now. So they're gonna run up to their spears basically and recover them, and that'll be their action. So this guy runs up and he stabs his spear with a 4, and he will miss. Which finally brings us back to Simon. Simon knows all is lost at this point. This is really bad. His friend has just been murdered. He's still hopelessly outnumbered. So I think he's gotta get out of here. Okay, so he moves down the hill, which is going to provoke an attack of opportunity, which is a 4, which will miss, thank goodness. He is then going to roll his d6 for his running, which is going to be 2, so he's going to roll 8 inches this way. At this point, it's fair to say that these guys are going to chase him, so I'm going to give them a group roll of, what shall we call this? He has a distinct advantage because he's in the deep woods. He's sort of a ranger guy, so I'm going to give him, this is going to be opposed survival rolls. So, opposed survival rolls. So what do we have here? We have Simon who's going to roll. Oh my God, I'm gonna spend a Benny to re-roll the whole thing because I have to make this or else I'm pretty much dead. Still failed. Do you spend your last Benny on it? Do you spend your last Benny on another re-roll? Have to, and I'm out of Bennies. Oh boy. 5, okay, well that's that. And then these guys as a group are rolling, they've got to beat 5. It's a tie, which means that they all run through the woods, nothing done. They keep crashing through the brush. Simon still has the advantage here in the woods, so it's an opposed survival roll as he's sort of like ducking between trees, trying to double back on them, trying to lose them, trying to cover up his trail, all that kind of stuff. Okay, what happens here? His survival roll is a 4, and theirs is a 3, so he is able to outrun them. Finally, he loses his pursuers in the woods, but his friend, his childhood friend, his old friend, Vilborg the fighter, has been killed, has been executed, but not in the way that we all thought. We thought he was going to be led to the gallows, but in fact he was axed in the head, which leaves Simon alone in the woods, outside of a hostile town, whose guards now know that he is there somewhere. They'll be on a hunt for him, a posse, if you will. But for the moment, he is safe, and I believe that closes our scene. Vilborg is dead. We know that the threads, so escape, we'll give the name of this town, this village on the edge of the woods, we're gonna call it Karpsburg. And I'll add that as a character as well. Yeah, so he's got to escape Karpsburg Forest. Now here's the other thing, we have characters as well as the Karpsburg posse. I think that the leader here deserves, we'll call him Garrick. Garrick, the sergeant of the guards, who killed Vilborg. So Simon has lost his friend. He has taken some bad licks. That was disastrous. That was a disastrous way to open. He's being chased by an angry posse of the soldiers of Karpsburg, as well as their Sergeant Garrick. He will have to escape the situation next time in Scene 2. Hey, welcome back to Me, Myself, and I. I am Trevor DeVal, your intrepid host, your intrepid player, your intrepid GM. When last we left Simon of Argoston, he had just fled a bunch of angry town guards who were trying to lead his friend Vilborg to the gallows for a crime he did not commit. After an abortive attempt to try and save Vilborg, Simon, well, it was abortive, so he failed, didn't he? So it was bad. It was quite awful, let's just admit it. So, yeah, Vilborg is dead, is the long and the short of it, and Simon has now been forced to flee into the woods, being chased by the posse. So we're gonna pick it up there, with our scene setup being in the forest, evading the Karpsburg posse. Posse makes it sound like it's sort of a rootin' tootin' kind of setting, and I do not mean to imply that that is what we are going for, because we are not. This is still very bog standard, Lord of the Rings sort of setting. So let's not get too, riled up over the word posse, okay? I don't want to make this a Western, because it is not. Let's see what happens with the Mythic GM emulator. The first thing we got to do is come up with the scene setup. Well, we already know what that is, which is Simon alone in the forest, evading the posse, trying to escape them. So that's the scene setup. So the first thing we're gonna do is we roll a 1d10. A 1d10. Where is our 1d10? I've really cut back on the amount of dice I had here before because it was just, it's too much, man, too many dice. So we're gonna roll a 1d10 and see if the scene is modified or altered. So basically right now the chaos factor is set at 6. It was at 5 in the first episode, but it's gone up now because things were basically out of Simon's control at the end of the scene. So that means that now the chaos factor is 6. 1d10, we're rolling against the chaos factor to see 2. 2! Yes, that means something happens. So that means it is an interrupt scene. This is an entirely different and unexpected scene than the scene setup. The characters were on their way to the scene setup, but the interrupt scene preempts it. So basically what we're going to do is create a random event that interrupts the scene of Simon trying to escape the posse. We're going to roll percentiles to determine the event focus, which is going to be 29. And over here, that means introduce a new NPC. Very interesting. And now we roll on the table for action and subject. So we are going to be rolling here. And the event meaning is going to be 6, which is triumph over 83, triumph of riches. The first thing I can think of is a bounty hunter. So we've established last time in scene 1, when last we saw Simon and Vilborg, we saw that there was a bounty on orcs. So Vilborg was being led off to the gallows. Simon tried to rescue him but failed. He runs away into the woods and stumbles across a bounty hunter who was coming after Vilborg himself before the law got him. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Okay, so he comes, triumph of riches. You know what also that implies? I think that this bounty hunter has been tracking Vilborg and Simon for a number of days. Vilborg because he's an orc, and Simon because he's a friend to an orc. The bounty was not only on orcs, the bounty was also on those who comport with orcs. It's not comport, what is it? Those who cavort? Those who cavort with orcs! Yes, so there's a bounty on orc cavorters. And orcs. So this guy shows up, this bounty hunter shows up, Simon runs into him in the woods. So let's find out a little about this guy, because we know nothing about him. In order to do that, we are going to go to another really cool little thing that I have right here. This is the UNE Universal NPC Emulator, and I will of course provide a new link to that in the doobly-doo. Thanks, buddy. The first thing we do is determine what the NPC is. We roll a modifier and a noun. Revolting. Revolting, that's a good start. Revolting expert. Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. Revolting expert. So right away, this bounty hunter, he is Joe antisocial. He's got like wild hair, but he's got like big like scars and warts on his face. He's just awful. He's rude, he's physically repulsive, he stinks to high heaven, lordy Lou. His power level's the next thing we determine. So what I do is I roll percentiles to determine the comparative power level of this bounty hunter. Is he weaker than me? Is he the same strength as me? Or is he much tougher? So rolling on 3, 39 is gonna give us comparable. So he's comparable. You know, I went through my whole life not knowing which that was. Comparable, comparable. Anyway, whatever, he's the same as me. Now his motivations. Well, we've got a pretty good sense of what the guy's motivations is. He's coming after Vilborg and Simon. But here's the thing. He already knows that Vilborg has been found guilty. So why is he still going after Vilborg and or Simon? Is he looking for Simon just because he perceives Simon as being as guilty as Vilborg because Simon is a orc collaborator? Collaborator, that's the word I was looking for. Yay! So we determine his motivations. So this is a lot like determining a random event from Mythic. This revolting expert, this hideous revolting bounty hunter. First motivation is going to be 86. Refine the wealthy. Refine the wealthy. He is working for a patron. He is specifically working for someone who, oh, I know what this is. He is working for Simon's minor enemy that we determined in the first session from his background. Great. The bounty hunter is working for the minor enemy. I want a name for this bounty hunter. So once again, we're gonna go to the good old Xanathar's guide here. Arn. I like that, Arn. Arn what? Arn, let's go to the old Perilous Worlds book to get another name. Arn 11. Kalapunki. Arn Kalapunki, the revolting expert who is working for the minor enemy, which we don't know anything about yet. We haven't determined that. Let's do that. A name for the minor enemy. Well, Simon is sort of English, has the English name. Let's do the English name there. Let's determine if the enemy is a male or female. So equal chance of each, 1 to 5, it's a male. Okay, so it's a guy. English male names, Manfred. I'm gonna give him just arbitrarily gonna decide he's sort of a noble. Manfred of Wainscoting. That's an old Monty Python reference. Manfred of Dovedane. Manfred of Dovedane has hired Arn Kalapunki to track down Simon, specifically. Great. So that's what we know. He's coming after him, but I want a little more detail, because maybe it's not quite as cut and dried as, well, he's coming after him, he's gonna take him in. You know, maybe there's something else going on here, so let's find out what that is. 21, Shepherd. Ooh. Shepherd the downtrodden. Okay, what that means to me is that Arn Kalapunki is revolting, but he's not necessarily revolting in terms of his motivations. I think the reason why he's decided to work for Manfred of Dovedane and go after Simon is because Arn believes that Simon did something horrible to like a bunch of downtrodden folks. For whatever reason, Arn believes that Simon is like a really bad dude, and that much like Vilborg, you know, has been misaligned by the town people, Simon has also been misaligned by the people that he comes from, and maybe that's part of the reason why he's an outsider. Oh, look at that, the little connection right there. For some reason, something terrible happened to the bigger population there, and Simon was to blame. We don't know any details about this yet, but that's fine. We might find that out as we go. So my first question for the Mythic GM emulator, is Arn actively hunting Simon? I think it's very likely he's hunting Simon, actually, so we're gonna roll here and get a 0-1. Yeah, well, he's most definitely hunting Simon, and so much so that I think he's laying a trap for Simon. So here's the thing. Let's set the scene. Simon, running through the woods. He's being chased by the posse. He takes shelter under a tree, a large spruce tree, and wipes his brow, mops the sweat off his brow. He looks behind him. He doesn't see the posse. He thinks he's put a lot of distance between him and them. He sits. He pulls out a dagger that Vilborg had given him when they had first met. And Vilborg had said to him, you know, "This is a sign of my eternal friendship. Take this knife, and this will always show that you and I are inseparable." So he pulls that knife now as he's underneath the afternoon sun coming down to the trees, creating sort of a dappled, shadowy light, and he pulls the knife out. Vilborg, my old friend, I have failed you. I have failed you. I will avenge you. Somehow, I will avenge you. He puts the knife away and gets back to his feet and goes through the trees. Now, that as we push through the trees and we see in the trees there is Arn looking at him. Has Arn set a trap? Absolutely. The real question now for Savage Worlds is, does Simon become aware of it? So he's going to do a perception check, or a notice check as it's called. Unfortunately, his notice sucks. It's only D4. And here we go. He gets a 4. So, a 4. He gets a 4, which means that is successful. So he's moving through the woods, still casting a glance over his shoulder to make sure he's not being followed, when he stops and he senses something. Here's a question for the fate chart. What kind of trap is it? Is it one of those classic like man traps with the rope? You step on the rope and you get all hoisted up in the trees? Let's find out. I have no idea. I'll say it's 50-50, chaos factor 6. Is it that kind of trap? Yes, it is that kind of trap. So Simon puts his foot down. He stops. He looks down. He sees, very carefully disguised under the branches and the deadfall, he can see just this thick rope in a telltale formation that says it's a trap. He's a ranger, he knows these things, and he realizes, uh-oh, something's about to go down here. So we know that Arn is closely following him. right? We got a 0-1. He's definitely tracking him. He sees Simon through the woods. Simon stops. Realizes the trap's there. Arn realizes, uh-oh. He is on to me. So what's Arn gonna do? Does Arn attack? Does he try and compel him to surrender? Here's the thing. I think that's a good question. I don't think that Arn wants to kill Simon. Arn is a bounty hunter, after all. He wants to bring Simon in. I think he's gonna try and intimidate him. How does he do that? By firing an arrow right into the tree right beside Simon's head. So he's comparable skill, which means that he's gonna have the exact same skill levels as Simon. Simon's shooting his D8. So I think Arn is also a wild card. In Savage Worlds parlance, that means that he is just like a PC. He has bennies, he rolls a wild die, all that kind of stuff. So he's trying to shoot beside Simon's head. Does he do it? Oh God, exploding 8, boom. 8 and 9, success with a raise. So Simon, he freezes as this arrow, right there. He turns, he sees Arn. Arn there with his bow, who's already pulled another arrow from it. And Arn shouts out, "That is far enough, my old friend. Don't make me shoot you. I wish to bring you in, not to slay you, but make no mistake, I will slay you if I have to."
What a strange voice he has. Let's go with that one.
Simon stops and sees him. Now, does Simon know that he's being followed? I have no idea. Let's go to the fate chart. Does Simon know he's being followed? I think it's unlikely, actually. So we're gonna roll our dice here. 45. Yes, he actually does. So he knows he's being followed and he knows who this is. So he stops and he turns and he says, "Well, Arn, I see you finally caught up with me. I suppose you think you're going to turn me into the authorities. That is what you bounty hunters do, isn't it? You know precisely what I am doing here. You will be made to pay for your crimes. Manfred of Dovedane has seen that this will be so." Manfred of Dovedane. You're wasting your time working for him. Arn, he's still got his bow, drawn, and he moves towards Simon. Just slowly, carefully. I'm going to throw down some manacles in front of you. You will pick those up and put them on. If you do not, I will feather you where you stand. You know I can do it. I don't think Simon's gonna just allow himself to be captured, though. So he still had his bow in his hand. Arn, I make you a counter proposal. Why don't you throw the manacles on the ground, put them on yourself, and I will let you walk out of here? Arn laughs. There will be no bartering right now. Or will there? Let's see. I'm gonna do a persuasion roll. This is a long shot. This is a total long shot. So he's gonna roll a persuade, but because he's an outsider, his persuade is -2 to his roll, which really sucks, because he doesn't have persuasion. So what that means is he's rolling a d4 and a d6. -2 for the fact he doesn't have the skill, and then another -2 because of the fact that he's an outsider. His charisma sucks. So basically, if he doesn't explode on this, he's gonna fail. And Arn is going to have to take more drastic measures. So Simon says, "What do you say to my proposal, Arn?" Intimidation, here we go. Oh, it's an exploder. This could work. Okay, exploded an ad. 10 -2, -4 is 6. It's not a success with a raise, but it is a success. Amazing. So he says this. Arn kind of looks at him. "How do I know you have the balls to do what you say you will do?" Simon just smiles at him. "Come now, Arn. You know as well as I do the supposed crimes I'm guilty of. Do you think if I was to do all of those terrible things to that group of beggars back in the city, that I wouldn't do such things to you as well?" Arn stops, looks around, thinks better of it. Perhaps, he thinks, Simon isn't alone out here. Perhaps he has other allies. Why is Simon so confident when clearly he shouldn't be? He's caught dead to rights. Arn, however, is persuaded or intimidated. He steps back, still training the bow on Simon.
This isn't over. Not by a long shot. You may have won this round, Simon of Argoston. No, he definitely does not say that. This is not over, Simon of Argoston. You and I will meet again. And when we do, you will be coming back with me to face judgment. And with that, he fades into the woods. Wow! Wow! Well, that was very interesting, and I think that basically brings us to the end of scene 2, which is kind of cool. So we had an interrupt scene. We've updated our character list. We've got Arn Kalapunki, the bounty hunter who is working for Manfred of Dovedane. We add a new thread as well. Arn is hunting Simon for Manfred. Manfred, he sounds like a vampire. Manfred von Karstein. And now the chaos factor. The question is, did the chaos factor go up or down? Well, Simon was largely in control of this. He started off not in control, but he ended up in control. So the chaos factor goes back down to 5. So now we go back to scene 3. Simon is still in the forest trying to outrun the posse. So as usual, we roll a 1d10 against the chaos factor, which is now 5. Does it play out? Ah, it is, in fact, an altered scene. He just can't seem to escape. He can't seem to get to the scene where he's escaping the posse. Let's ask the chart. Does Simon come across a lone scout who is looking for him? I'm gonna call that likely. Chaos factor back down to 5, and it's 99. Extraordinary no. So either he doesn't come across anybody, or he encounters a whole bunch of them. You know what? If he encounters a whole bunch of them, we're just gonna go to a big combat scene that he's probably gonna have to flee again anyway. So I think the more interesting option is not only does he not run into a single scout, something happens to alter the course of his escape. And you know what that something is? He's just finished his conversation with Arn. Arn has melted in the woods. Simon, in the distance behind him, hears, oh no, I think he's over here. He hears the posse coming back. So Simon, oh no, he picks up his bow again and hightails it as fast as he can away from the sound as well as away from where Arn had disappeared to. And he trips and falls into a ravine, which was completely hidden by a bunch of like bracken and fallen logs and stuff. Ah! He falls and collapses into a ravine. Where does this lead? Let's find out. 50-50. Chaos rank 5, 50-50. Does he fall into this ravine, and at the bottom of the ravine, does he find like a cave entrance? 60. No. So there's no cave entrance. So he falls at the bottom of this ravine, smashing himself on either side as he goes bang, 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 bang. Does he get injured from this? Is there water at the bottom of the ravine? Let's call it likely. 21. On chaos factor 5. Yes, there is water. So it's not a big giant raging river, because that would have been an exceptional yes. But this is just a yes. So there is water. So he falls into water, which is going to help reduce the number of damage dice rolled by half. Well, let's see how far. I'm going to say it's 10 to 40 feet. And it's 40 feet. Luckily, he falls into water, however. Oh my God. He's going to roll 46 plus 4. But it's actually halved because he falls into water. Thank God. 2d6 plus 2 is going to be 5 plus 2 is 7 versus his toughness. Ugh. You know when you fall on water on your back, that's just like hitting concrete, man. Like, pow! That's what happens. Not enough to actually do any real damage to him, but it's enough to shake him a bit. So here's the thing. He's in this water. It's deep enough to have broken his fall, but it's not a raging river or anything like that. So I don't think he's in danger of drowning right now, but he is shaken. So as he kind of, his head comes up from the water, he's gasping for breath. He's got to do a spirit roll to come out of shaken, which is D6 and the wild die, and it's going to be 5. So yes, he succeeds, thankfully. He kind of struggles a bit, but he's able to sort of, steel himself. Maybe he grabs onto a fallen log that's floating along beside him, grabs it, he's able to kind of hang on to it. The water carries him down this twisting ravine, flanked on either side with forested cliffs. And as he looks back behind him, he can just see the posse at the far edge of the cliff. They see him, they shout, ah, ah. Now they don't have bows, remember, they have spears. And I think he is way, way, way too far by this time. He's fallen 40 feet down. He's already moved for a full round this way. at probably like 30 feet around. He's moving pretty quick. So there's no way they can hit with the spears. Eventually, Simon sees them recede around the corner as he gets carried down this water. Wow, okay. So that was scene 3. We had an altered scene where he fell into a ravine. So he has successfully sort of outrun the posse, although not in a way that we expected. And he managed to survive it. So that's actually the end of scene 3. We've got no new characters, but we have completed a thread. We have escaped the Karpsburg forest at this point, so we're gonna cross that off just like that. Just like that. The chaos factor, was he in control or not? I think it was out of control, because that was unexpected. So we're gonna put the chaos factor back up to 6. This leaves us with Simon in a river twisting through a mountainous ravine. I guess Karpsburg is a mountain town. Great, now we know that. A thick pines and spruce forest outside of a mountain town. Now what does he do at the beginning of scene 4? I think the setup here is he wants revenge. He knows that Arn is after him. He wants revenge, but he knows that he can't do this by himself. He is going to have to find allies. That's the scene setup for scene 4. So as we go into scene 4, we roll the chaos factor and we roll 7. So it's above the chaos factor of 6, so nothing changes the scene. So we go to our fate chart now, because the question is, maybe there is somewhere he's gonna stumble across. I'm gonna call it unlikely, actually, at this point. It's gonna be 34, which is a yes answer. So there is a hunter's cabin that he stumbles across. So he's soaked to the bone. He's achy, he's got massive bruises, maybe, a rib got displaced as he was banging down the ravine wall. So he's walking through the woods when he comes across a hunter's cabin. He sees it. He's exhausted, he's looking for allies. We need to know who's in the cabin, so we go to the fate chart. Is there someone dangerous in the cabin right now? I have no idea. 50-50 chance. Chaos factor 6. 95. Extraordinarily no. There is not someone dangerous. I think an extraordinary no result means there's someone friendly, which is great, because that's what he's looking for. So he makes his way up to the cabin, carefully. He's got his arrow knocked, but he doesn't want to draw it. He doesn't want to look like he's some, attacker. I keep looking at the screen beside the camera. I should be looking at you, camera. Hello, camera. So he's moving up towards the cabin. He's gonna try and stalk. He's gonna try and sneak up there. D8 and a D6. Well, really good for like a first level character. 4, success. So he's able to stalk quietly up to the cabin. Are there windows? Well, that's the fate chart. Why not? That's what it's for. Chaos factor 6. I think it's a near sure thing. There's gonna be windows. Yeah. 50. Yeah, definitely windows that he can actually see in. So he sneaks up around and he kind of peers inside. We know that there's someone friendly in there, but we know nothing about this person. So let's go to our handy dandy Une NPC generator. And who is this NPC? 76. Needy. I'm gonna write these notes down here. Needy. That's a good start. Needy 11. Needy drifter. I love it. He's a friendly, needy drifter. What's his comparative power level? Oh, he's slightly weaker. And what else do we know about him? Motivation. Over here, motivation is going to be 01, advise. Advise freedom. Motivation is to advise freedom, and let's do another one here. Persecute. Slavery. Oh, this is great. Advise freedom, persecute slavery. This is great. You know what I think this is? I love this. He's a needy drifter. So, this is not his cabin. This is not his cabin at all. I know enough about this guy already. It's awesome. He has come across this cabin, and do you know why? Well, let me tell you. Don't you why? Let me tell you why. He's come across this cabin, this needy drifter, who is slightly weaker. You know why he's slightly weaker? Because he's wounded. He's wounded. Why is he wounded? Because he's an orc. Advise freedom and persecute slavery. He is an escaped orc from the jail cells of Karpsburg, who was on decked to be tried and executed like any other, but he's not a half-orc, he's a real orc. So Simon sees this wounded orc who's clearly suffering from like a big gash in his side. And he's lying on one of the, it's like a simple one-room hunter's cabin, like a hunter's lodge, right? Really, really simple. And he is in a cot, and he's sort of lying in the cot over here. That's the door. He's come up to the window. He sees the orcs lying there. Let's get the orc's name. Because why not? Maybe that's gonna be my signature move. Why not? Orc names. Ooh, Morde. Awesome. Morde. So we're adding an NPC. Morde, the orc. Simon sees him. He very carefully stealths his way over to the door. Is there a lock on this door? That's really the question, Jimmy. That's the question, Jimmy. On a hunter's cabin? In the woods? Probably not. Very unlikely. Chaos factor 6. 32. Oh, yes, there is a lock on the door. So it's locked. So he can't just go in. He can't really pick the lock. He knocks on the door. That makes perfect sense. The orc. Simon immediately says, my friend, I see you are wounded. I am not your enemy. I am in need of rest myself. My name is Simon of Argoston. I have recently ran afoul of the soldiers of Karpsburg. To at which point the orc's ears kind of perk up. Karpsburg. Yes. Please, let me in. I can help you. I can try and heal your wound. This is a persuasion test. So normally I would give the outsider penalty, but in this case, there's a couple of outsiders. So I don't think it applies to the orc in this case. So Simon is gonna make a persuasion test, which he sucks at, which he definitely sucks at. So he gets a -2 from not having this skill. Oh, exploding 4. Oh, exploding 4, 8. Exploding 4, 8, 12. 16. 20! 21 -2 is all the raises in the world. 60. So 3 raises on this persuade roll. So the orc nods enthusiastically. His wound is in bad shape. He gets up. He goes over, opens the door. He's got a knife in his hand. A shiv, actually. It's not even really a knife. He's an escaped prisoner. He doesn't have any armor or anything like that, but he's got this shiv. Simon puts his bow on his back, his hands up, like this. It's all right, my friend. It's all right. Let me help you. What is your name? He looks at him. My name is Morde. I am orc kind. Yes, Morde, I can see that. I was dear friends with a half-orc. May I come in and help you? Yes, please. Please, it hurts. 3 raises, oh my god. So he comes in, locks the door behind him. It kind of collapses, the Morde collapses on the bed. Simon comes over. Let me see if I can tend your wound with my healing, which I actually have. Good thing I took the skill. He tries to do a healing check on him. He's not able to do anything with him right now. So he applies some poultices and bandages the wound as best he can, but you know, Morde's still in bad shape. He says, how long have you been here in this cabin, Morde? Not long, says Morde. Well, is he recently escaped? I think that's a sure thing. Is he recently escaped? 49? Yes, he's recently escaped. Did he kill somebody on the way out? I think it's likely. Did Morde kill someone on the way out? Yes, he did. I had to dispatch one of the humans. I took a terrible wound in doing so. But now they will surely try and capture me. Yes, Morde, well, I understand. But I myself am being chased by a group of soldiers who murdered my friend. Perhaps together we can fight them and take revenge on them. Yes, Morde wishes to escape this place. But since you have made an unbelievable persuasion roll, Morde will help you do this thing. But first, I must rest. I am in no condition to fight. Don't worry, Morde. I will tend your wounds as best I can. Rest now. I will go into the wilderness and hunt and try and bring back some food. And together, Together, we will take our vengeance upon the Karpsburg militia. And that, I think, is a great place to end Scene 4. So what happened here? Well, we added an NPC, Morde, the orc ally, who is definitely an ally now, which is fantastic. The new thread is going to be take vengeance on the militia, who are just doing their jobs. Why do you have to be so mean? We're just guards. And then the chaos factor. Well, I think the chaos factor goes down because he was largely in control of the scene with that unbelievable roll of the persuasion, which was awesome. That's good. So that brings us to the end of Scene 4, which will bring us to Scene 5, and I'm not sure what happens in Scene 5 yet, but I'm going to expect that it's going to be sometime later when Simon and Morde have crept up to the town by night and are preparing to take their revenge on the Karpsburg town militia. We will have to come back for that next time for Scene 5. Hey everybody, it's Trevor DeVal here. Welcome to Me, Myself, and Die. Thank you so much for tuning in. And remember, if you like the show, hit like and subscribe. It really helps me out. This is episode 3, moving into Scene 5. When last we left Simon of Argoston, he had recently escaped his encounter with the Karpsburg militia, only to meet a bounty hunter who was paid to come after him for perceived crimes in his past, and then falling down a ravine into a river, which he barely escaped. He encountered a wounded orc in a hunter's cabin in the woods. This orc, whose name was Morde, this orc had recently escaped the prisons of Karpsburg. Prisons, that's a strong word for it. Karpsburg's a tiny little mountain village, so the prisons is probably nothing more than just one single cage. Basically, they put suspected criminals in until they can deal with them. Nonetheless, Morde had escaped, but he had taken a wound and killed a soldier on his way out, and so he was convinced that the Karpsburg militia was coming after him. They both decided that they could help each other get revenge on the Karpsburg militia, specifically on Sergeant Garrick, who was the one responsible for killing Vilborg, Simon's old friend and ally. And so what we're going to do is we are going to pick it up on the evening of a few days later. It's a new moon. There's no stars. It's a very dark night, and Simon and Morde have crept up to the very edge of the village of Karpsburg. Now, what these particular buildings are, I'm not entirely sure. They'll sort of reveal themselves as they go. So, to begin, they are creeping along, and they have kind of scouted the area a little bit. What they're trying to determine is, where is Sergeant Garrick's residence? Because really that's what Simon is interested in. He wants to get in and get Sergeant Garrick. He's not particularly interested in getting the rest of the militia. They're just soldiers, just doing their jobs after all. Morde, on the other hand, is a bestial orc, and he's a little more savage and bloodthirsty than Simon is. So Simon had would have had a conversation with him, basically saying, Morde, remember, we are not here to slay innocent people. We are here for Garrick, Sergeant Garrick alone. Brr, Morde will kill anyone in his way. Morde, that is not my way. Now, if we're going to do this, we're going to do this properly. You and I sneak into that town. We find Garrick, and we administer justice to him, and then we get out without anyone else getting killed. We shall see, human. So we shall see. Now they are here on the edge of Karpsburg on a crisp summer's night. It is a crisp summer's night as opposed to a warm summer's night. Why? Because it's in the mountains, and at night in the mountains things can get a little chilly. It is a crisp summer's night. Morde and Simon have crept up the rock center, now overlooking the village of Karpsburg. They do not yet know where Sergeant Garrick's residence is. Or do they? Is it possible that while Morde was healing and recovering from his wounds, that Simon was doing a little reconnaissance work, a little reconnaissance work to just observe the village from afar and try and get a sense of the lay of the land kind of thing, try and determine where Sergeant Garrick's residence would be. So, you know what? We can quickly expedite this with a roll on the fate chart, I think, rather than going through a bunch of rolls with the Savage World system. That will happen soon enough. Let's ask the fate chart. Did Simon get a chance over the past couple days to suss out the village and get a basic sense of its layout? Because remember, he's never actually been there before. That was Vilborg who went in, not Simon. And if so, was he able to determine the residence of Garrick? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a stealth roll for Simon. The better he does on his stealth roll, the easier it's gonna be on this chart. Let's do that though. Yeah, that'll be cool. That'll be awesome. He's rolling a d8 for his stealth, and 7. So that's a success. It's not a success with a raise. So instead of 50-50, which is what I was gonna make it,
I'm gonna make it somewhat likely. Chaos factor 5, we go in here, gives us a 65% chance, 50. So yes, he was able to suss out the area and he was able to determine that one of these buildings was in fact Garrick's residence. Well, this is sort of the largest building over here, this one. So I'm gonna assume that that is in fact the one. I'm gonna call this very likely. Is this building Sergeant Garrick's residence? Extreme yes. So Simon was able to see Sergeant Garrick coming out over the course of the day, talking to his men, talking to the soldiers of Karpsburg, giving orders, that kind of stuff. Also interacting with some of the merchants and taking back basically his shopping, to his home, which is most definitely there. So if we have a look over here, we can see that this is a bit of a farmstead with the main door being actually way over here by the tavern. So they creep up the rocks and their goal is to get into Sergeant Garrick's house and infiltrate it without being seen. They begin to slowly make their way down the rocks, creeping as quietly as they can go, ducking over this low wall and stalking up to these barrels. Is there anybody around? Well, actually, let's do a perception first. Let's do a notice roll. So Simon's notice is terrible. Terrible. Does he see anything in the street? Oh my God, look at that. A 6 and a 4. He's exploding. A 4, so that's 8, 9, 10, 11. 11, that's a success with a raise, almost 2 raises. So Simon will definitely see somebody if there's somebody there. Is there somebody there? I have no idea. So it's late at night, so there's probably not anybody out because it's late at night. They're coming into the town at this hour for a particular reason. They don't want to be spotted. So I think it's going to be unlikely that there's somebody out, but there might be, right? Unlikely. 100. Ooh, wow. Well, obviously that's extreme no. Extreme no. There's nobody out here at all. Nobody around. Okay. They creep up to the barrels here, and they look around and they can see nothing. There is nothing going on. The town is eerily quiet. In fact, there aren't even any lights on in the tavern. There's no lights on in this house. There's not even any lights on in Sergeant Garrick's place. This is extremely weird. And now Morde turns to Simon and says,
"Tell me, human, isn't it normal for your kind who cannot see in the dark to keep lights on in their homes?"
"Yes, there are no lights on in any of these buildings. That is most unusual. We must investigate further." So they begin to sneak their way, being very, very cautious, up to the edge of the cistern. Simon is a little freaked out by this whole development. He's going to again sneak up to the window and he peers inside. There's no lights on, so he can't see anything, and there's no starlight, there's no moonlight, so he really, really can't see anything. Is the window latched? I think that's probably very likely. I'm gonna roll on this. 21. Yes, so the window is latched, so he tries to open the window, but it is latched. He looks around here at the rest of the square. Still nobody around. I need to know what this is all about, because this is very strange. So here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to basically roll a random event, okay? And we're gonna determine what the source or what the cause of this whole weirdness is. So I'm gonna roll on my event focus table, and we get 62, which is PC negative. Something bad happens to Simon. And abuse 100. Abuse information. Something has happened. I think this whole town is under some sort of spell. I think something has happened, and the something is in Garrick's house, and abusive information. Simon turns, motions to Morde, and Simon makes his way all the way around here to the door. Morde follows. Is the door locked? Probably likely. Still chaos factor 5 here. Yes, the door is locked.
Are any of the windows around the house open? I'm gonna say probably unlikely for this. 22. Oh, yes. So one of the windows is in fact open. I'm just gonna determine it randomly. We know that one's latched, so it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll just roll a d8 and determine which one it is. 6. It's this one. So they go around, the door's locked, they go all the way around, they hop the fence here, they open the window and pop inside. Ka-dunk, ka-dunk. Now, what is inside? Here's where we can go to our handy dandy Perilous Wilds book, because this is great for like random stuff. I'm going to roll on the danger table here, and the danger table splits it up into all different kinds of things. So let's roll a d12 and see what comes up on the danger table on page 48 of Perilous Wilds. It is a creature. Okay, and what kind of creature? What kind of creature is responsible for casting a spell over the entire town? This is really weird. Is it it's a 3, so it is a beast of some sort. Oh, some sort of like centipede. Some sort of weird-ass centipede. Activity. Exploring. This big, giant, weird, quasi-magic centipede thing is exploring, which leads me to believe that there is, in fact, a big hole in the ground where this thing is burrowed up from underneath. That's probably the source of where all this weirdness has come. Woo, this is weird. Weird, weird, weird. And cool. Disposition of the beast. Attacking. Well, that makes sense. We're about to have a fight. What else have we got here? Number appearing in size. Okay, so there's a group of these things, and there's gonna be 6 of them in total, okay? We don't know if we're gonna encounter 6 of them, but there are 6 of them in total. And finally, their size, they're medium-sized. So they're basically the size of a man. That's creepy. These giant centipede-looking man-sized things with some kind of ability. We're presuming it's some sort of sleep. So there's 2 things I'm thinking about these 6 sort of man-sized centipede things. One is that they have the power to emit some sort of like sleep gas, which can take out large groups of people. Or the other option is the 6 of them have sort of split up and are in each of these places and have, actually I think it's a combination of both. I think its power is some sort of like, it can like emit this sleep venom gas stuff that causes people to go out, and then they eat them. It's pretty gross. This is bad. So there's a big giant hole in the floor when Simon and Morde come creeping in. These creatures, these centipedes, are gonna have like big claws and pincers and things like this. They're gonna be pretty brutal, but they also have the ability to emit this sleep gas as well. So I'm just gonna quickly stat these guys up. I'm just making this up as I go, based on my knowledge of Savage Worlds and based on my knowledge of what we've determined from the Perilous Wilds supplement. So yes, Simon and Morde have snuck around the house, have found an open window, and have snuck inside. They've see, as they crawl inside the window, they see there's a big hole in the ground right there. And they're like, what? And they hear this hideous, like chittering and munching sound. So here's a question. As they move forward, have these things killed Sergeant Garrick? That's the question that I'm interested in. I'm gonna say it's very unlikely, because he's pretty tough. 79, the answer is no. So they have not killed Sergeant Garrick. But the thing is attacking, so I think it's very obvious that they come in and they hear the sounds of combat as Sergeant Garrick is battling with this thing from just the other side of the room. They leap over the hole, and as they run around the side to see what's going on, there they can see Sergeant Garrick, and he is locked in combat with some hideous centipede thing. Are there more than one here? That's likely. There are 6 of them. 5, chaos factor, 43. Yes, there are more than one. He is locked in combat. Another one is sort of on the bed right there with him. He is fighting away. At this point, they burst in. Simon grabs his bow, knocks an arrow, and draws it towards it. Morde, I think, puts a hand on his shoulder and says,
No, let them take him. Let them take him.
Oh, that's a tempting offer that Morde makes, to let these creatures take Sergeant Garrick. So, Simon is cautious. This is a flaw of his. Cautious in this case, is he going to allow his cautious nature to affect him and basically walk out of here thinking that his enemy is about to be eaten by these hideous creatures? If he was
to allow this cautious nature to basically rob him of his vengeance, then I would give him an extra penny. But he's not going to do that. He's going to overcome his cautious nature because he can't let he can't let this guy, murderer of his friend as he is, he can't let this guy be eaten by these monsters, by these creatures. He is going to open up. For this fight alone, Sergeant Garrick is going to be on the same initiative as Simon and Morde. Interesting development. Did not see this coming. So we're gonna roll initiative. Roll initiative. Listen to me. Like it's D&D or something. No, it's not D&D. It's Savage Wilds where we use the cards. Simon is going to be on the queen, and the creatures are going to be on the 4. That is excellent and good, and it is right. Let's deal with Sergeant Garrick. Yes, so he's really good. He's got a D10 fighting, and he's got, in this case, he's not using his axe, he's using a longsword. He is a wild card as well, so he gets his D6. He's gonna attack the closest one to me, the one on the bed. He is going to hit, bang, and he's going to do 2d8 against their toughness of 7. And he rolled, oh my God, 14, 19 versus toughness of 7. He splats it, brings his longsword down, and bug guts spatter across the room like so much green paste. Gross. Simon draws back. Now here's the thing, he is firing into melee, so there's a chance he could hit Garrick. Hey, he doesn't really care though, because Garrick, he's gonna kill him anyway. So he's gonna fire. So if he rolls a 1 on the shooting die, he's gonna hit Garrick instead. The shooting die is the 8. Oh, haha, almost. He misses, unfortunately. Morde leaps in, drawing his dagger. Did we determine that Morde had a dagger? I can't remember if we did or not, but we should have, because it's a foregone conclusion that Simon would have given Morde something to fight with, and the only thing he has that he can spare is Vilborg's dagger, the dagger that Vilborg gave him to remember him by. Morde leaps in with his dagger. Morde has a fighting of D6 he do. He's not a wild card, so 2, he will not hit it. And now it's this thing's turn. I think it's gonna turn and blast the 2 newcomers with its sleep gas. On a 1 to 2, it does that. And it does. From these like sacs underneath its jaw, venom, like from 2 different sacs, 2 different colors of venom kind of spray together and kind of ignite into this gaseous substance that fills the room entirely. Whoosh. So with sleep gas, basically how this is going to work, how this is going to work, I'm not sure what that voice is supposed to be there. The sleep cloud attack of these creatures, these centipede-looking things, is a pretty good weapon. It's a D8. If they get a raise, then the save against it is at minus, minus 2. 7, so it's a success, so that everybody except for Garrick has to make a vigor save. Let's do Morde first. He's gonna get 4 more. He does, so he does not knock himself out. That is great. And the vigor of our good friend Simon. Simon, as he's choking away. There we go, the wild egg. Oh, look at that, double 6s, boom. 6, 12, he succeeds with it, he's perfectly fine. So the gas fills the room. Everyone kind of chokes a bit, but nothing done. Next round, here we are, next round. Pow, that's us, the good guys, or the bad guys, again on 4. So I'm gonna let Simon go first this time. He is gonna once again, he's gonna fire. This is even more dangerous now because of course he's firing into a combat with his friend Morde. Well, his friend. Is he really a friend? I guess we'll find out. I'm not entirely certain if he is a friend. It's hard to tell. Anyway, so he fires at Morde. At Morde, what am I saying? He fires at the centipede. He's rolling D8 and D6 and he wants 4 more. He does hit, but not with anything special. It's 2d6 damage versus the thing's toughness of 7. So he rolls 6, nothing done. Glances off the carapace armor. That brings us to Garrick. Garrick with his massive sword. Garrick with his massive sword, swing, bada. Pow! He's gonna do 2d8 damage against a toughness of 7, and he is going to do 7 on 7, which will shake this thing, like that. Leaving Morde the chance to leap in and attack the thing, and he completely misses. With the knife just cannot get past the armor of this hideous centipede type creature. Here's a question now, there's been a couple of rounds, one of them is dead. Does another one come up behind them from the hole? I mean, these we have determined there's 6 of them, so there's going to be at least one in each of these buildings. So that leaves one unaccounted for. Let's call it somewhat likely that actually happens. Somewhat likely. 88. No, it does not. Okay, so the other one is definitely not around. That's good for our heroes. Our heroes, they might be meat sacks. They might be dead bodies by the end of this. It's go. So it's got to get out of shaken. So it's going to do a spirit roll, which is a d6. And it's got to get out of shaken. It does not get out of shaken. That's good because the new round is coming up. Boom. Pow. Our guys are on 7. It's on 5. This is really good. So Simon once again fires his bow. Come on, Simon. Hit something for once, would you, pal? Hit something for once. Yeah, there we go. 6 and 2 is 8. That is a hit with the raise, which means he's going to do 3d6 damage. That arrow cracks into the carapace of this thing. Gonna do 5, 8, 9 against toughness. It's already shaken, so it takes a wounded. Because it's an extra, boom, he slays it just like that. So this thing be dead. This bug be dead. Now, here's the interesting thing. Garrick looks up, he sees Morde, he sees the ranger. It's confusing, it's late at night. I think there's a very good chance he knows exactly who these people are. I'm gonna call it near sure thing. But it is dark. It's dark in the room. We'll make it very likely. Does he know who these two are? Does he recognize them? The answer is 32. Yes, he does. So he knows, he recognizes them. He stops, he puts his sword up. He says, wait a minute. I know you. You, Orc. You were the one that escaped our clutches only a few days ago, and you, woodsman. You tried to rescue the half-orc that we were legally going to execute. Simon is furious by this. You murdered an innocent man. Whatever you accuse him of, he did not do it. There's no time for this right now. These creatures have attacked this village. And I know that there are other creatures about in the other buildings. Now step aside. I'm going to go stop them, and then I'll deal with you. Morde says, very well, human. We will help you. But as Garrick pushes past him, does Morde stab him in the back? Fate chart. He's a pretty hateful dude. He is a pretty hateful dude, and he is here to get vengeance after all. I'm gonna say it's likely that Morde attacks him in the back. Yes, he does. Does Simon see it in time? Notice. Oh, Simon, your notice sucks. D4. Does he notice this in time? Oh, look at that. Look at that. A 6 and a 4. He's definitely going to see it like a god. He sees it with 7. It's actually not a raise. It's not a raise. He just does see it before time. So here's the thing. He moves past him. Garrick moves past Morde. Morde makes eye contact with Simon and then puts the knife up to stab Garrick in the back. Does Simon stop him? He is here for vengeance, and this guy killed his friend in cold blood. Does he take this moment to ambush this guy and kill him? Ooh, you know, I don't know. I don't know what he would do. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna leave it up to the fate chart. Does Simon indulge his vengeance on Garrick, the guy who murdered his friend, right now when he has the opportunity? Does he let him go by and then attack with Morde? I think it's unlikely. Simon's not that kind of guy. It was likely for Morde. I don't think it's likely for Simon. 83. No, he does not. So Garrick moves past him. Morde moves up to try and, stab him in the back, and Simon says, "No, Morde, no!" Garrick spins around and sees Morde with his knife up like this. I mean, come on. If you saw that happening, wouldn't you immediately attack the guy that just burst into your house? It's a sure thing. Does he attack Morde, and is the fight back on? 81. Yes, he does. We go back into combat now. Okie dokie. We still haven't rolled any doubles, which is interesting, because when you roll doubles of your chaos factor digit or under, you get an automatic random event, but that hasn't happened yet. I'm kind of waiting for that to happen, because that's when things really get crazy, when all kinds of wrenches get thrown in the works, but hasn't happened yet, so we'll see what goes on soon. All right, so now it's a battle. Simon's quick, so he's on 10. And Garrick. Oh no, Garrick is first. Well, this could be the end of Morde. Garrick, he spins around. Now, Garrick is not in his armor. That's the crucial thing. Garrick is not in his armor. He wouldn't have had a chance. He basically got a chance to grab his sword. He attacks first, so he spins and stabs at Morde. He's got to get a 5 or more. Oh yeah, no problem. He hits with a raise, as a matter of fact. Pow! 2d8 plus d6 is the damage he's gonna do. 11. Oh no. Morde is an extra, which means that he goes down. Is he dead? We don't know, but he definitely goes down. Oh, we're not sure what his status is yet right now. It is up to Simon. He steps back, sort of leaps up on this table, leaps backwards and fires as he does. Oh no, here's the thing. Does he try and talk sense to this guy? Oh, you know what? This dude has just killed 2 of his friends. He's killed Vilborg, and now he's killed Morde. Now, Morde was asking for it. Let's face it, Morde was asking for it, but... Oh, no, Simon came here to get revenge on this guy. So no, he shoots him. Shoot him! Come on, buddy! Shoot him! Yay! Exploding 6. 7. So he hits normal hit, 2d6 damage. And nothing at all. The arrow basically just ricochets off of his rippling muscles. Ting! Terrible. We go to new round. Simon can't win this fight. Garrick is way too good. Simon might have to run again. Initiative time. Joker for Simon, yes! And 2. 2 for Garrick. Okay. Joker's great, because in Savage Worlds, Joker means that you act pretty much whenever you want. You get +2 to everything you do, which is very, very, very necessary right at this moment. So Simon is going to, again, leap off the table, onto the chair, just because it's cool. Firing as he goes. I really wish that I would have taken some combat edges for Simon right now. Combat edges would have been good, because combat edges now could really put that sucker Garrick down, but he didn't take it. He fires with a +2. +2 shooting is an 8. That's a hit with a raise. I will take it. Hit with a raise is basically 3d6 damage against this guy's toughness of 6. Come on, exploders! Exploders! We have 9 against 6. We'll shake him. We'll shake him. My question now is, as the GM, would I have Garrick spend a Benny? He does have 2 bennies. He is a wild card. If he spends a Benny, he can do it anytime he wants. He can get rid of that shaken. 1 to 3, he does. He does not! He does not. He's not gonna spend that Benny. Whew! Okay, because you spend the Benny and just shake is gone. Shake is gone like it never happened. So he does shake Garrick, which is great. Oh, we did +2 damage. Right. I forgot about that. So actually, that's shaken and a wound. In that case, he is gonna spend a Benny to try and soak, because he doesn't want to be wounded. Forgot about the +2 damage from the Joker. So, but that does push him over the edge into a wound. He's gonna roll a vigor, spend a Benny and roll a vigor check to soak the wound. He does it once, so he does not take the wound, but he is still shaken. It's his turn now. Garrick has been shaken, but he has combat reflexes, which allows him +2 on a spirit roll. And he's a wild card, so he's gonna get +2 to this. I'm sure he's gonna, 7. It's not with the raise, so it takes his whole round to get up, which is fine. We go back now to initiative. But I've dealt the Joker, so I have to reshuffle the deck. That's how it works here with Savage Worlds. How's my ankles, I wonder? It's really hard for me to see. I don't have a crew, you know. It's just me, myself, and die. Yeah, right there. Little shuffle of the deck. New round, initiative. Simon gets an ace, and Garrick gets an ace. In descending order, hearts go before clubs. Woo! Simon, he's shaking this guy, but he can't really hurt him. He's gonna try again. He's gonna try and shoot one more time. This time he leaps back and over the hole. 6. plus 5 is 11. That is a hit with a raise. I will take that faux show. 2d6 damage. Give me some exploders. 14, 19 damage against his toughness of 6. Wow. So 6 shakes him. 10, 14, 18. 3 wounds. Great. Sergeant Garrick takes an arrow right in his left breast. 3 wounds. He has to spend his last Benny to try and soak this. Oh, exploding 8 and 4 is 12. That unbelievable hit hits Garrick, but he just shrugs it off. Oh, and now goes after Simon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's gonna leap over here. He's gonna have to leap and attack with the sword. And oh my God, with a 10 and a 7. Definitely hits with a raise with his longsword. This is bad for Simon. 6, 7. His toughness of 6, so he'll be shaken from that. Garrick comes in, leaps over the hole and slashes at Simon, cuts him across the neck. Doesn't cut deep, but cuts painful. New round. What have we got here? We've got for Simon 8. Oh, this is bad. Again, Garrick, who is like just yelling bloody murder right now. You tried to attack my men. You tried to release criminals from their just deserts. And now you invade my home in the midst of an attack. And he hits him. This is bad. I think maybe Simon is unable to fight this dude because he's so tough. However, he's not that tough. He will miss, thankfully. Simon's round now. He's gonna do a spirit roll to see if he can get up. Get up, Simon. You've got to give up. Not give up. Get up. You know what? I'm just gonna spend the Benny and come out of shaken immediately because I want to act this round. Now he's in combat, so he is going to drop the bow, pull his sword, and attack. 4 against his parry of ungodliness. It's not gonna work. So we go into new round. But before we do, I think there's a very good chance that this whole thing gets interrupted by another creature. Wouldn't that be interesting? Because they're still around, and I don't know what's going on with the rest of the centipede things in town. So here's the thing, we're gonna call it, it's been a while now. Ooh, let's call it likely that one of these creatures pops out of the hole. 0, 1. Oh yes, not 1, but 2. Bursting from the hole. Okay, this is a problem now. They get their own action card. So Simon is going to be, well, you know, my name is Simon and my initiative card is Jack. Garrick, 7, and the creatures are on 9. Okay, so Simon goes first. Well, he hacks at Garrick. Urgh! Bang with his mighty D6. He really sucks. He's really not a good fighter. 5, he will not hit. Bang, he cannot get past Garrick's parry. Just too much. And now it's the creatures. They both are going after Garrick. Well, let's say 1 to 2. One of them goes out. Okay, so they both go after Garrick. And they are going to, one of them is going to just fill the room with sleep gas. So the first one attacks with sleep clouds with a 6. So it's not a raise, it's just a straight up vigor roll for both these guys. So first of all, Garrick, no problem, with a raise. He's fine. And wouldn't that be funny if Simon went down to this? Yes, no problem as well. Also with a raise. So he's fine with that. The other one though, comes in with its pincers to attack Garrick. Now Garrick is now flanked, even though the enemies are on different sides, so he has to split his attention against the 2 enemies. So that means that the enemies are gonna have a +1 to attack. Fighting D6, and he gets +1. Oh, there's an explode. So +1 is 9. His parry is 8. Yeah, but he does hit him. Imagine that. And the pincers are doing a D6 and a D8 against his toughness of 6. The damage, 9. Boom, that's gonna shake Garrick. Great, thanks, buddy. All right, and now it's Garrick. He's gonna spend his spirit roll with his +2 to get up. This guy's way too tough. 6, he succeeds, but not with a raise, so he spends his whole round getting up from that. We go to a new round. Simon, another Jack. Garrick on a 2. And the creatures on a Jack of clubs, but hearts go before clubs. So Thankfully. He is no longer shaken, but he is going to attack with his sword, but at +1 because of the end. Oh, come on. You know what? I'm spending a Benny to re-roll the whole thing because I'm quite sick of this, let me tell you. Come on, stab Garrick, won't you? 6, that's a little better. +9 is a regular hit. D6 and D8 damage against toughness of 6. Okay, come on. 6 against 6 will shake him. Ugh. Good. Garrick's on 2. The creatures, again, I think there's a good chance one of them goes after Simon. 1 to 3, it does. It does not! The creatures pounce on the fallen. Well, he's not the fallen. When you're shaking a savage world, that could mean a lot of things. Basically, Garrick is kind of like stumbling against a wall, suffering the death of 1,000 cuts, as they used to say. So lots of blood everywhere. The 2 things come in on him and attack. Both of them attacking with D6s. Now, each of them gets a +2 because they're all attacking the same guy. Ooh, exploding. 9, 10, 11, 8. One of them gets a regular hit. It's going to do a D6 and a D8 damage. Gets toughness 6, and it's going to do... There we go. That's going to be 12 +7, 19 versus 6. This is good because Garrick is out of pennies. 19 against 6, so 6 shakes him, 10 wounds him, 14, 18... He's already shaken. Oh, he's already shaken. So that means it turns into woo. He is incapacitated by that. Oh, that's great. So these things swarm on Garrick and begin to feed on him as their pincers are I think it's time. Well, Garrick is incapacitated, and I don't think he's going to make it. However, Simon is stuck in this area with these creatures. He's got to get the hell out of Dodge. Simon, he's on 7. The creatures are on 9. Well, do they continue to feed or do they attack the guy standing? They are pretty savage, and Perilous Wilds said that they were attacking. So I'm going to say it's likely they go after Simon. Chaos rank 5, 43. Yes, one of them, at least one of them does. If it was an extraordinary yes, I would have had both of them abandon their meal. But one of them here immediately launches at Simon and attacks him with a D6 fighting and rolls a 2, so he will miss. Simon, so he's going to move his 6 and go on the defensive. So he defends himself as he leaps backwards, making a fighting tactical withdrawal back through the window. The creature will attack. Against him, oh no, 6, 9. He's gonna hit him as he goes, but not with a raise. Come on, roll low. 7. Oh, he's gonna shake Simon. And you know, my name is Simon, and the card I draw is 6 versus 10. That's no good. This thing attacks him again. This thing's of course gonna come after Simon. It's now. Because this thing is quite busily feeding on Garrick. As he's trying desperately to get out of the wall, he will miss this time. Simon does a spirit roll in order to break free of the shaken. Simon will once again do a fighting withdrawal, which will provoke an attack of opportunity as he leaps back through the open window, and the thing will miss. He leaps back to the window, which is 2, and then he's going to go 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's ask the fate chart. Does it pursue Simon, or does it take the meal right there? 14. Yes, it does pursue Simon. There's no escape for this poor guy. This thing, it leaps down the hole, and it's gonna burst forth somewhere out here. I'm just gonna say like 2d10 yards away, because it moves super fast underground. 4 yards away, so it basically bursts up there. Bang! So Simon sees this on 6. He's going to run. He's trying to get to Morde. 6, great, so he can move 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Leaps defense. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on the other side, basically. The thing doesn't see him, but it is going to pursue. Again, the initiative is Simon on king. It's on king. Diamonds before clubs. So he runs up to Morde, and let's see what happened to Morde. Oh my god. Okay, buddy, this is for all the marbles. 7, so it's a success. He's not dead. He's incapacitated. Whew. Now we need to know if he can get out of here. Simon runs up, Morde, on your feet. Morde's like, he suffered a terrible, terrible wound. So Morde now makes a second vigor roll. If he makes it, he's the walking wounded and he can get out of here. He doesn't make it. Those who don't make the roll can be moved, but risk aggravating their injuries. They must make another vigor roll for each and every hour of movement. Should they fail, they begin to die. So, okay, Morde's in bad shape. It's the old wound, sire. But Morde stumbles to his feet. I can't go on. Simon says, we've got to get out of here now. He grabs Morde and they flee into the night, which brings us to the end of the scene. Centipede creatures attack and kill Garrick. Morde is walking wounded. Well, that's the end of that scene. Scene 5. Oh boy. It's such chaos, man. It never goes nicely. Let's update our list here. Chaos factor definitely goes up to 6. That was crazy and totally unexpected. That was really, really not at all what anybody expected. Let's deal with our threads. Take vengeance on the Karpsburg militia. Yeah, I think that thread is definitely closed because Garrick has been eaten alive. And characters, there were no new characters. Yeah, that was a brutal, brutal situation. And it leaves Morde and Simon stumbling through the wilderness with Morde taking what could be a mortal wound. Morde, oh, aha. It's really not a laughing matter. Morde is about to die, and in another hour he's gonna have to make a vigor check, and if he fails, he's dead. So Simon is going to desperately be trying to get Morde back to a safe place where he can tend to his wounds. Will he be able to do that in time? What will happen on the way? As something always seems to happen on the way for Simon, he can't seem to get anything done. I have no idea, and neither do you. But if you tune in next week, and remember to hit like and subscribe, then you will find out just like I will, and at the same time. Thanks for watching. We will see you next time. Hello once again and welcome back to Me, Myself, and Die. I am your intrepid host, Trevor DeVal. And if you like the show today, don't forget to hit subscribe and like and make a comment or share it on your various social medias. That would be good. Let's just do a tiny little recap on the events of last time. Simon and Morde crept up on the village of Karpsburg by night to try and locate Sergeant Garrick and exact their vengeance upon him. But things didn't quite turn out the way that they thought it would. And it turns out that the entire town was under attack by a group of hideous centipede creatures that had infiltrated all the various buildings. Simon and Morde came across Garrick's home, and he was currently under attack. They worked together to fight off these creatures and slew them, but then there was a confrontation as Morde tried to stab Sergeant Garrick in the back. There was a big fight, and Sergeant Garrick wound up getting eaten by 2 more centipede creatures that appeared out of nowhere. They munched on its head. So Simon fled with Morde out into the wilderness. Morde is currently suffering from a terrible wound that he is dying from. And in another hour, he's going to have to make another vigor check. And if he fails that, he is going to die. So currently, Simon's thread is, or his most immediate thread, is to get Morde to the cabin safely. So let us go back now to our actual scene setup. Simon and Morde are stumbling to the woods. It's the middle of the night. Simon is trying to get Morde back to the cabin. Our chaos factor, as we know right now, is at 6 because things went quite haywire last time. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna roll a d10 against the chaos factor of 6 to see if the scene is altered or changed at all. And in fact it is. So we have an interrupt scene. First of all, the event focus is going to be 84. Which is NPC negative. That's great. That's a good start. 1 to 2, it's Manfred. 3 to 4, it's Arn. And 5 to 6, it's Morde. And it's going to be 6, of course it's gonna be Morde. What is the action and subject? The action of this is 60, which is abuse. You know, we had that last time, abuse. Interesting. Abuse what? If it's information again, we're probably gonna be attacked by a giant centipede. Don't want that. 46 this time is food. Abuse food. Oh, I know. Last time Simon had gone hunting and he had, I don't know, presumably brought down a deer or something, so they had some rations. So as Simon and Morde is stumbling through the woods, and it's like after midnight. Remember I said last time it was a new moon, no stars, so it's quite dark. Morde could see in the dark, but Morde is too busy coming in and out of consciousness right now. And they're moving along, and suddenly Morde
clutches his stomach and drops to his knees. Simon goes up to him. Morde, what is it? Is it the wound? And he begins to check the wound, but the bandages that he's put on there seems to be intact. He hasn't ripped open the wound or anything like this. But Morde says, no, I cannot. And he begins to clutch his belly. It was bad meat. And he doubles over in pain. He can't even move now. And Simon thinks, uh-oh, did I not cook that venison properly? Wow, that's gonna screw things up. He says to him, Morde, I know you're in pain for whatever reason, but there is no time. We have to get up. We have to get up. I cannot move, Simon. I think as an orc he would say something like, just kill me. End this now. No, I will not kill you. Come, on your feet. We must keep going. Is he unable to continue? On a 54, yes, he is unable. So he's lying there clutching his stomach, and I think he begins to vomit. Ooh, gross. What's Simon gonna do? He knows that unless he gets Morde to a place of safety to be able to properly treat his wounds, that he's gonna die. And I think as Morde begins to throw up as well, his wound does open up and blood slowly begins to seep to the bandage again. Simon's gonna have to try and find something around, like a herb or something he can quickly grab, maybe something that's gonna settle the stomach. He's got D6 survival, so I'm gonna make a survival check. If he successfully finds something to settle Morde's stomach enough to get him back on his feet, okay? So D6 survival check. Oh yeah, there we go, beautiful. Exploding 6. Success with the raise. So he says, Morde, just stay there. Just stay here, don't move. And he runs off through the night, and he's looking, and he sees a particular herb that he knows can be chewed up, and it basically acts as like a sedative almost in a way. So he snips it. Here's a question. Does anything happen in those few minutes that Simon is out looking for this herb? Does he come across anything in the darkness? Let's call it 50-50 because I'm not entirely sure. The answer is 90. He does not. That's actually good in this case. So he finds the herb, he clips it off, he comes back to Morde, who's lying there clutching his gut, like saliva still dribbling off of his lower jaw, of his lower tusks, He says, here, eat this, and he crumbles it up, and he begins to chew it up. And Morde says to him, that is better. And then he says something that I think would be an appropriate question at this time. He says, Simon, human, why are you helping me? I am an orc. Your people and mine are enemies. Why do you not leave me to die? Morde, I, among my own people, am an outcast for crimes that I was accused of, crimes of which I am not guilty. When I was cast out of my own society, the only friend I had in the world was the half-orc whose dagger you now hold. If it was not for him, well, it is very possible I would have died alone in the woods. And though your people have been treacherous to mine over the years, I do not judge you for this. You have already proven yourself a loyal ally, and the very least I can do is try and get you to safety. I do not admire or like your people, Simon of Argoston, but you have proven yourself a friend to my people this day. And if I survive, I will make it known to my tribe that you are not to be touched. He gets him on his feet, and they begin to make their way back towards the cabin. Is he going to be able to get Morde to that cabin before Morde has to make his vigor roll to see if he survives? Is the cabin within a half an hour's walk? No, it is not. He can't really hustle Morde along any faster because Morde is stumbling as it is, blood seeping from the wound. As he's moving along, Morde has got to do his vigor roll. You've got to do your vigor roll, Morde. Morde, his vigor is D8. Does he succeed? He does, with a raise even, 11, almost 2 raises. So he is able to get to the cabin alive. Great. Stumbling in. They stumble into the cabin. Over this. This is a different cabin that I was using before, for those of you who are paying attention. Bursts into the bedroom, Morde, slumps down on the bed, which is good, because it means that he's probably going to survive this. Whew! Finally, some good news for Simon. This reminds me of that old movie Enemy Mine for some reason. For those of you who aren't too young to remember that old movie from the 80s. Anyway, so Simon is now exhausted, and I think that he is just going to get some sleep. Does anything happen to disturb them in the night? I'm gonna say it's probably very unlikely that they're disturbed. They're kind of in the middle of nowhere. They're not really being chased or anything right now, so very unlikely that anything disturbs them. 95. Extreme no. So not only does anything disturb them in the night, nothing disturbs them for the whole rest of the day, which means that Morde recovers pretty much fully from this wound. The next morning, as they're sitting there sort of eating their meager rations, their meager breakfast, maybe Simon has gone out to pick some, berries and find some roots or tubers or anything like that, kind of boiled them up in this little tiny hunter's cabin of very limited means. So here's a question. I think that he's going to try and get back to his people. Yeah, let's call that very likely. 20. Yes. So he says to Simon,
"The time has come for me to return to my tribe. You cannot come with me. My people would kill you on sight, even if I did try to explain. It will take some time for me to see our chief and tell him that you are not to be killed. This dagger you gave me, this is not mine to wield. Take it back, and remember your half-orc friend. And until we meet again, Simon of Argoston, I bid you the best of luck in these wild lands."
I am pleased that I was able to make a friend of you, Morde. It is rare that humans and orcs can find such friendship in these dark times.
Perhaps we will meet again.
And with that, Morde finishes his breakfast, stands up, and walks out into the woods and walks out of Simon's life forever. Well, we don't know if it's forever. He's still around, he's still on the NPC chart, but that is a lovely little way to end the scene. Okay, so we update the list. The threads, we've got more to the cabin, so we can cross that off as a thread. And the chaos factor, well, he was largely in control, so it goes back down to 5. This leaves Simon without an immediate thing to do, except, of course, for still continuing to try and find out the fate of his parents, because if you recall, that was sort of the big thing. So, how does the new scene start? I have no idea. So what we're going to do is, scene 7, we are going to roll a random event to start off the scene. So the event focus of scene 7, event focus is 60, which is, oh boy, PC negative. That's great. That's great. That's just what we want, dear. 12. Increase 64. Increase a burden. Ooh. He has left the cabin behind and he is walking through the woods. What's the temperature out? What's the day like? I'm just gonna roll a d20, and the higher I get, the better the weather is. It is a 19. It is a beautiful summer's day. It's warm, it's pleasant, not too hot, not too cold, and that is the irony as he is walking along and he's scaling sort of this large rock. When he looks up at this rock, and it's, as I said, it's just he's climbing this rock. He looks out over the mountain valley that he can see spread out before him now. The high snow-covered peaks on the far side of the valley thrust up like white fingers, sort of caressing the blue sky. And he's so engaged, he's so sort of taken back, and it's a breathtaking sight, and he's so taken back for just a second that he steps forward and loses his footing and falls down and twists his ankle. There's a sickening wrenching sound. Is it broken? I hope not. Let's find out. Does he break his ankle? Because that would really suck. I think that's going to be very unlikely. He's a pretty experienced guy in the wilderness. We are back down to Chaos Factor 5 now. Very unlikely. Did he break the ankle, or is it just a temporary sprain? 07 is a yes. It's not an extreme yes. Okay. So the sickening sound he hears is in fact a snap. Oh boy. He cries out in pain. cries out in pain, clutching his right ankle. This is really bad. He needs to find a place to hole up. Is he gonna go back to the cabin? He knows it's safe. He's only like 6 hours out. I think he's gotta go back. I think he's gotta try and go back. So he gets himself up, and he's gonna try and fashion a crutch of some sort. He kind of pulls himself up the rock face, looking for some deadfall. He does have survival, so I think that's an appropriate use of that skill. If he fashions this crutch, it's gonna make things much more easy for him to get back to that cabin. If he doesn't, it's gonna be much harder. Okay, does he fashion a crutch? He does. Yes, he does. So he's able to fashion a crutch. It's not a raise, so it's an okay crutch. It's not the best crutch in the world, but it is a crutch nonetheless that will do the job. And he will be able to get back. It's a beautiful day. He knows the way. He's not gonna get lost or anything. But here's the thing. Does anything happen to him on the way back? If he had not been able to make the crutch, I'd make this far more likely that he does encounter something, because it's probably gonna be bad. But because he made the crutch, I'm just gonna make it a 50-50 roll. Chaos factor 5, 50-50. Does he encounter anything on the way back? So the answer is no, he does not encounter anything. So he makes it back to the cabin after 6 hours, which puts us back at the end of the day now. Here's a thing. Has anybody come to the cabin? Is the cabin occupied? I'm gonna say it's probably unlikely. Chaos factor 5, unlikely. 96, definitely not. So this cabin is like abandoned. Whoever owned it is clearly dead, or, you know, it's long gone. So there's no chance that the owner of the cabin is going to come back and find him here. He is perfectly safe. So he comes back to this cabin. How's he doing for food? I think I've been keeping track of his provisions, haven't I? So he's down to 3 days rations. He's okay for now. He's got lots of water. Everything's fine. But oh boy, he's broken his foot. I think that it's going to take at least several days for this thing to set. Normally in real life, obviously, if you had a broken ankle, you'd be hobbled for, well, at least a month, but that's kind of boring. So we're just going to assume that it wasn't like completely broken, but it's a really bad sprain. He's temporarily lame, which in game terms means his basic pace is reduced by 2 and he rolls only a D4 for running rolls. So he's super slow. That makes perfect sense. I'm going to say it's going to be 2d12 days. 2d12 days he's going to be holed up. Well, of course, 10 days. 10 days he's gonna be holed up. Fascinating, because he's only got 3 days of food left. 10 days could pass and everything would be fine. We know that the owner isn't coming back to the cabin, but we don't know if something else is going to come along the cabin. But I think the most pressing concern right now is food, because after 3 days he's gonna run out. He is going to have to go hunting, and that's gonna be difficult to do. Lame. You're such a lame-o. Such a lame leg, Simon. So, here's what happens. 3 days go by, and he's not he's not interfered with in this cabin. There's nobody around. There's nobody coming back to this cabin. But 3 days later, the last of his rations runs out. So he's gonna have to make a survival roll once per day. Successful roll finds sustenance for 1 person. A raise on the roll finds food and water for 5 adults. So here's the thing, because he is lame, and I have to be fair about this, it's going to be much harder for him to do this. So he is going to roll a -2 survival, because he's hobbling around on this crutch, and he can't hunt, he can't shoot a bow because he can't stand up. I mean, good luck trying to shoot a bow with one arm, buddy. One arm, buddy, good luck. So he's gonna make survival rolls. He doesn't have to worry about the first 3 days, he's fine. And then on the 4th day, he makes a survival roll, and of course he fails. Great. Humans need approximately 1 pound of food every 24 hours. Is that all? My God. If sufficient sustenance isn't available, a character begins to suffer from severe hunger, starting the first day after the meal was missed. So this first day, he's out there in the wilderness. He's looking, he's not straying too far from the cabin. He's trying to gather food. He gets like a few little sort of bitter berries off of various bushes and stuff, but it's not enough to satisfy his hunger. So he hobbles back to the cabin that night, collapsing into the bed. He starts to get quite hungry now. As the summer sun sets in the west and the chill evening night here in the mountains comes pressing in. So it's 10 days until he's recovered from this thing. It's been 3, and that was 4. Days without food is 1. So the next day, he is going to get a chance to see if he can go out. He's super hungry. He wakes up so hungry, but he hobbles back out into the woods. He's looking for food. He's gonna do another survival roll here, but he's still at -2 because of that leg. 6 exploding, 2 is a total of 6, so that's a success. So he's able to find food for 1 day. Okay. Oh, just enough to keep him satiated, and he crawls back in the. Ugh. It's been 5 days now in the cabin. I think it's appropriate to see if anything wanders across him. You know, we have to see. We're on Chaos Rank 5. I'm gonna say it's unlikely that something comes across him, but it is always possible with a 98. No! Extreme no! There is nothing around here that's going to come across him. So no worries about any kind of random encounters, no worries about being attacked, nothing like that. There is nobody around here at all for the duration of these 10 days. Thank goodness, finally some good news. The 6th day he goes out again, hobbling along. Now by the 6th day, he's starting to feel a little better. You know, it's been half the amount of time that he needs to heal. So I'm gonna say that his penalty now is reduced to 1. He's got a little more mobility. So this is all about survival now. We know he's not gonna be attacked. We've got the extreme no, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He doesn't know that, but we do. We know that, you and I. But he is going to see if he can find some food. For 5 days, this would be great, but he's at -1. 4 minus 1 is 3. He does not. So the 6th day, he's out in the wilderness again, searching. He stumbles back. Ugh. He's not dehydrated. Speaking of dehydrated, let's see what the weather's doing overall over the next 5 days. The higher the better. 9, it's not great, but it's not terrible. So it does rain a little bit. It gets a little chilly at night, but he's able to collect deadfall from the woods and keep a fire going and collect rainwater as well. So he's not going to die of dehydration, which is actually okay. On the 7th day, if he doesn't find food, he's going to start to accumulate fatigue. So he goes out, hobbling again, looking for food. 5 minus 1 is 4. He succeeds for that day, which is enough. The next day, 8 days, he's going along. He's just getting a little better. He's running out of food big time. 4 minus 1 is 3. He fails this time. He has scoured the whole area for any kind of berries, and he's finding it harder and harder to find more food. So on the 9th day, he's gonna have to start taking a fatigue test. Yeah, I'm gonna give him a fatigue test on this 9th day, because he's had a couple days with no food there, and I think that it just makes sense he's gonna have to make a fatigue test now. Vigor roll with a D6 with the wild die. Oh boy, double ones. Double ones is like a bad critical failure. He gains a fatigue level. Fatigue in this game means that everything he does is going to be at a -1 while he's at that level. This is the 9th day now, but he's just becoming like delirious with hunger, and he's hobbling along. You know, he has to use the crutch less and less because his foot is getting better, but he's like, oh, he's starting to see things, you know, he almost hallucinate a little bit. He's seeing things in the wood that aren't there, but making it harder for him to try and find anything. He's like digging in the dirt, trying to find truffles. Let's see if he can find some food. He does a -1 and a -1 from his ailing foot, so he's still at -2 to his survival roll. That's another failure. You know what? I'm gonna have to spend the first Benny of the game to see if I can re-roll this, because I really need to. Here on the 9th day, does he find any food? 6, exploding 6. In 6 is 12. 6, 12, 17, -2 is 15. That is a success with 8, 12, with 2 raises. He comes across an old hunter's stash. He's delirious. He's stumbling through the woods. He's starting to hallucinate, as I said. He's becoming despairing, and he sees just the lip of an old cave, and he kind of cautiously stumbles into it. You know, he pulls his sword in his left hand, which he's not very good with, and he's stumbling towards it because who knows what could be in this cave. But what's inside is in fact this cache of old hunter supplies, dried meat, this kind of stuff. He sets to, eating almost too much, but he's wise enough to know not to eat too much. He grabs the rest and brings it back to the cabin, and he will be fine for the 10th day. And after the next day, he has healed his foot. And on the 11th day, he is ready to set out once again. We're gonna end that scene there. So now we're going to determine what happens next. He's trying to ultimately find out the fate of his parents. Any clues as to where they might be. So he leaves the cabin behind. As always, we're going to create a random event. The event focus is going to be 90, which is NPC negative. 74, divide, 19. New ideas. This is Arn. Okay, here's the scene. This scene doesn't have anything to do with Simon at all. And Arn Kalapunki comes across a lone orc in the wilderness. An orc with a freshly bandaged wound on his side. This, of course, is Morde. Arn Kalapunki has cornered Morde and interrogated him. And in that interrogation, he learns of Simon's kindness to a fellow outcast, another orc, a creature that is just a monster to be slain as far as Arn is concerned. But Simon showed compassion to this creature. He healed him. He helped him. He provided him shelter and food and nursed him back to health. Morde, this orc, this savage feral beast, speaks very highly of Simon under duress, under interrogation, but he speaks very highly of Simon, and Arn Kalapunki now begins to wonder. A seed of doubt is planted in Arn Kalapunki's mind. Perhaps this Simon is not the villain that Manfred of Dovedane has made him out to be. Perhaps Manfred of Dovedane is trying to smear Simon's character for some nefarious purpose.
Well, that can't possibly be, thinks Arn. Why would Manfred have cause to lie about this person?
Still, it shakes him, and it begins to challenge his resolve. Perhaps next time he encounters Simon, he may have a different outlook. Well, that's a quick little scene. I think there's a new thread of Arn wants to test Simon's character. Moving on, let's go back and determine another random event to see what happens with Simon here. The event focus is going to be 80. Ambiguous event. This could be anything at all. 62. Inspect. And the subject, 09. Evil. I think that he comes across like an evil temple. Is it the ruins of an evil temple? 50-50, KS rank 6. 10. Extreme yes. Is this a ruined temple of necromantic power? 50-50 again. Could really go either way. 17. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Obviously, Simon is going to be stupid enough to investigate. Because why not? So it's an overgrown building, like thick stone building that's completely overgrown with weeds and vines and, there's big cracks in it. Old. Well, there's a number of ways we can handle this. The Perilous Wild has these dungeon charts for creating dungeons. So we can, let's do that. Who built this thing? A religious or a cult? Well, that makes sense. It is a temple. How did it come to ruin? This is an interesting question. Ooh, overrun by monsters. Okay. I wonder if they were overrun by monsters of their own making. The dungeon themes, there's 2 themes we've determined for this. Forbidden knowledge. Well, that makes perfect sense, as necromancy would most definitely be forbidden knowledge. The other theme in here is going to be rot decay. Well, that makes sense too. It is a necromancer's temple. Big gray walls of a building built into the side of a rocky cliff face. They're completely covered in vines. Some of the trees have started to grow into the cracks of the rocks, further splitting some of the walls out. But he can definitely see one particular entrance. I'm picturing like a main stone door. Now we know this place was overrun by monsters, so is the door standing open? 64, yes, the door is open. So the big stone doors are standing slightly ajar, and there's a smell of rot and decay that's coming out, like a wafting on the air in front of Simon as he looks inside. He draws his bow, strings his bow, and knocks an arrow. What does he find? We roll a little d12. It's a unique area and a danger. So he finds the main temple. Look, I found a danger. Danger, unique and a danger. A creature. Makes sense, the whole place was overrun by creatures. There is a danger in here, we know it's a creature, but what I want to do is I want to ask the fate chart. Was it the undead themselves that overran the temple? Yes, it was in fact the necromancer's own creations that overran the temple. It's a fairly large room, a large stone room with a number of dark archways leading off to various passages. He can only see by the little bit of afternoon light that's filtering in. There's a large altar at the far end of the room. Several pews, broken, rotted wood pews. It looks like there was a big fight here because it was overrun by monsters, so I think that the pews, a lot of them are smashed and stuff like this. There's probably also the remains of many dead acolytes and possibly servants of the temple here, so there's skeletons lying everywhere. Is the danger in this room, we know it's a creature, it seems obvious to me, is the danger skeletons? I'd say that's likely. Boom, 85, that's exactly what it is. So, he moves up. The door is ajar, and he can see the remains of pews
There's the bodies of dead acolytes, sort of clad in these dark black robes. At the far end, there's also a altar with passageways leading off various directions, and he can't really see in the gloom. But as he walks in, he steps in, his arrow drawn. The skeletons, animated by some fell necromantic power, they stand up, and we go to initiative. Simon, boom, is on 7, and the skeletons are, of course, on the Joker. Wow, we're off to a great start for Simon already. So the skeletons, the skin is already rotted from these risen dead. They recover from shaken very easily. They get up and they do everything with +2 this round. I'm gonna say it takes the majority of their first turn, their move action, to basically rise. They're gonna take a few steps forward maybe here. But these ones, this one gets up and comes at Simon and attacks him with a fighting of D6. These are just extras, and he will not hit Simon. So Simon's able to kind of, just step back out of the way as this thing comes. These two also begin to move forward, past the, clambering over the wreckage of the destroyed pews and moving forward, and that's all they'll do for now. Hold on a sec, I forgot. They're attacking on jokers, so that actually means it's a 6, so they do hit, this guy does hit Simon, bang, which is just awesome. It's gonna do D6 and a D4 damage, but these are both +2 because of the Joker. Oh my God, comes in here. 4, his toughness, his 6 with his armor. So it basically, the claws rake on Simon's leather armor. He's freaking out by this, but he sees this thing in front of him. He's in combat with this. He drops his bow, pulls his sword and attacks, unfortunately -2 because drawing a weapon and attacking is a multi-action penalty. He's rolling his 2d6s and his wild die. He will miss, unfortunately, as he basically is fumbling for his sword, and he's unable to strike true, which we go back to a new round. What was the purpose of this place? Who was the high priest? What other horrors await Simon in the depths of the temple? We will find out, perhaps momentarily, or perhaps Simon will die here. Who can say? That's the beauty of a role-playing game. This is not a movie. This is not a TV show. So there's no script. Who can say? Simon might not make it. That's the joy of adventure. Here we go. Boom, 9, and they're on 5. So he goes first, so he's going to strike at the zombie, and he will unfortunately miss the zombie, the skeleton, I should say. He will miss, because he sucks. Have I mentioned that he sucks? His hand-to-hand sucks. This one is going to attack him. This one, they move 7. That's going to put him within striking range. That one is going to be just shy of striking range. So these two are going to attack. I'm going to roll them both at the same time. They both strike on D6s. One will hit. Bang. He's going to do D6 and D4 damage against Simon's toughness of 6. 5 against 6 does nothing. So again, the claws scrape along Simon's armor. He managed to fend off some of the attack with his sword. And now it is again a new round. Simon is going on 9 again, and they're going on 10. Of course they are. This is bad. This one leaps over the wreckage. All 3 of them rake at him with their claws. Oh, they're all ganging up now, so they each get +2. This is great, because the gang up bonus. Bad news. 4 will miss, 5 will hit, 3 will miss, so 1 hit. D6 and D4 is oh God. Oh God. So he gets hit for 16. His toughness is 6. He's definitely gonna have to spend one of his 2 remaining bennies to soak for sure. Okay, well, he'll soak one of the wounds. So he is shaken and wounded, which means that everything he does from now on is at -1. Oy, 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 oy. He's in some trouble. Again, what a surprise. Simon's in some trouble. He's attacked by these 3 skeletons. He's got to get out of here. He cannot take these. Not by himself. There's no way. He needs to get help or just flee. So he's going to go into a fighting withdrawal. They are all going to get a free attack on him as he runs backwards through the door. They will all miss, thankfully. Here's a question. As he leaps back through the entrance, are they able to actually leave this temple? I think it's very, very likely, actually, that they are unable to leave this temple. They cannot pursue him. Can they leave? 25. Of course they can, because it's Simon, and he's going to die. The skeletons that have overrun the temple have decided they're going to leave the temple behind as they go after Simon, but that will be a new round. If Simon doesn't get initiative on this, they're going to come through that doorway
where he maybe thinks that he's safe. He's on queen, they're on 2, which means he go first. He's gonna roll a d6 for running, which is 3, so he's gonna move at 9, which will basically put him at the edge of this table here as he turns tail and runs. Their pace is 7, they are faster than him. So they are going to catch up to him at the edge of the woods. And they will run, but that was their whole action to get to him, but that locks him back in combat now. Is there a chance? I'm gonna ask the fate chart this. Is there a chance, however slight, someone comes along to help him? It is possible. I'm gonna ask the fate chart because I'm desperate here. Is there someone, anyone in the world that can come along at this exact moment to help Simon? I'm gonna say no way, but we gotta ask. Boom. Extreme yes! He got an extreme yes! Someone very helpful is going to come along. Let's find out who it is using Une. That's what I love about this system, is that it just, you never know it's going to come. So the modifier is 98. A dependable, well, so far so good. Dependable 27. Chieftain. Oh, I know what's going on here. Simon trying desperately to run from these skeletons and cannot seem to get there, just too fast. He knows there's no way he can fight off these 3 when at that moment there is a growl and a roar from behind him as he turns, and coming crashing through the trees is a massive orc chieftain. And beside him is Morde. And Morde sees Simon and bellows to his chieftain, "That is the human I was telling you about! He is in danger! We must help him!" The chieftain grunts and comes charging into the fray. Simon goes on. King, that's better. The orcs are on 10 and the skeletons are on 3. So Simon, feeling much more invigorated by this, smashes at the skeleton in front of him. With his sword, he slashes at him. Parry of the skeletons is 5, so he will hit. And he does 8. That'll shake him. And the orc chieftain is going to be a little stronger. Yeah, he is a wild card as well. Unbelievably tough. He's a wild card. He rolls D12 for fighting. And he's going to hit with a raise. Boom, which means he does 2d10. 18 damage against a toughness 7, smashes that skeleton to pieces. Morde over here attacks with his d6, explodes with a 6. This is against toughness 7. He smashes, oh, look at that, 10, 16. 16 to 22. 23 damage with his scimitar, just hacks through the central spine of the skeleton and just shatters it. It goes careening down to the ground into dust. There was one left. It is going to do a vigor roll +2, 5, so it will succeed, but it cannot act this round. New round. Simon, Jack, orcs, Joker, and ace. Well, the Jokers go first. These 2 orcs, Morde and the chieftain, step in. They're all going to get a gang up bonus. The chieftain with his battle axe and his wild die +2 because of the gang up bonus. He's going to roll 5, 7, so he will hit, but it's not with the raise. Pow! He does 2d10 damage, and he's going to do 11 damage. Bang! He gets destroyed. I think this orc is someone we want to keep around. Now the skeleton is destroyed. Simon turns. Morde! How is it that you are here?
That is a good question, Simon. I believe it's because the player got really damn lucky. I told my chieftain here all about what had happened to me, that you saved my life, and he's told me that if we ever encountered you in the wilderness, we would help.
The chieftain's name, boom, Dinch.
Dinch, we do not like your kind. You're lucky I don't cave your skull in right now just because.
Morde says,
Chief Dinch, please, remember he saved me. My debt to you, Simon, is done. A life for a life.
Yes, that is only fair. Although, it would be very handy to have the 2 of you enter yonder temple with me. I have a feeling it could be filled with vast riches. Does the orc chieftain have any desire to help Simon further. So I think that they're on some sort of orky mission, and I don't think that they're gonna actually want to take the time to help Simon any further. 59, no.
Thou press your luck, human.
Very well, I suppose that would have been far too lucky to have the two of you come into that place with me. And the chief backs away. Morde looks at Simon.
I did not expect to see you again so soon, human. Perhaps we will meet again in the future.
And Morde leaves with the chief, leaving Simon alone in front of the temple. Simon is not fool enough to go into that temple again by himself, but he is intrigued. Perhaps there's something in this temple that has something to do with the evil in the forest that took his parents. Now his interest is piqued. He wants to go into that temple and he wants to find out more because it could be related. It could be related to the evil that took his parents. Or maybe it's not. But there's only one way to find out, and that's to go in. But he's not going to do it alone, and he's not going to do it today. That is where we're going to end the scene. Chaos factor is now at 7. So characters, we have Dench. So the threads. Explore the necromantic temple, but also find allies. He needs to hire henchmen or something. He's gonna have to roll on his knowledge of wilderness to see if there is any towns nearby where he could hire mercenaries or hirelings to help him go into this, because he's definitely not gonna do this alone. The good thing about Savage Worlds is that if he has a bunch of hirelings that go in with him, they'll all be extras and they're all very easy to run. So it's not like I have to have a whole bunch of like fully developed NPCs. It'll be very, very basic, but he's gotta find them. He's gotta find them first, and that is going to be the subject of the next scene. So join us next time to see what happens to Simon. And remember, if you like the show, by all means, like, subscribe, comment, share on Facebook and the Twitter and all of the various interweb sort of things. Thanks so much for watching. We will see you next time on Me, Myself, and Die. Hello again, and welcome back to Me, Myself, and Die. I am your intrepid player, your intrepid game master, Trevor Duval. When last we left Simon of Argoston, he had stumbled across an old necromantic temple, and he was curious about going inside because he thought maybe there would be some information about the fate of his parents within. Remember, we know nothing about the fate of his parents. We know that they were taken by a great evil in the woods. That's all we know. So there is a possibility that what he finds out in this temple could in fact have something to do with the fate of his parents. So he will have to go in. But before he does that, he has to go and find allies in what we hope is a nearby town, because the last time he tried to go in by himself, he got his butt kicked by the undead that were in the main temple area just in the in the front door. Luckily, he was saved at the very last minute by the surprise appearance of Morde. Once again, Morde is becoming a very, very primary character. It turns out Morde and his chieftain, whose name was Chief Deitch, the two of them had been, by crazy coincidence, stumbling through the woods and encountered Simon as he was blasting backwards, trying not to be chopped alive by these skeletons. They destroyed the skeletons and went on their merry way, which left Simon wounded. He took a wound from the skeleton, so he doesn't have to deal with that first of all, but he's going to have to find a settlement and hopefully be able to hire somebody that he can bring with him to explore this strange necromantic temple, which, as I said, he believes has something to do with the death of his parents. So the first thing he's going to need to do is to deal with this wound. Like a lot of things in life, Simon sucks at the healing. Someone in the comments said that Simon really should try a different profession because he's terrible at being an adventurer. True words never spoken, my friend. Nonetheless, he is the adventurer we have, so he's the one we're going to go with. So let's see how Simon manages to heal himself. So he's rolling his skill die, the D4, and the D6 wild die as well. However, he is wounded, which gives him a -1 penalty, and unfortunately, when you were trying to heal yourself, you also take penalties as well. So he's basically rolling -2. So essentially he has to explode on this. And does he do it? He does not. I'm gonna have to spend a Benny. Wow, look at that. First Benny of the game right out of the gate, because this is kind of important for him. He needs to get out of this situation, and look at that. We do in fact explode with a 4, thank goodness. A 4, another explode is 8. So 9 -2 is 7. That is a success. Each success gets rid of a wound. He is no longer wounded. Whew, thank goodness. So he basically takes a few minutes. It takes about 10 minutes per healing attempt at Savage World. He takes his cloak, he rips off some strips, he goes down to a nearby stream, a babbling brook with nice, clear, fresh running water. He dips his makeshift bandages into the water and begins to clean up the wound and ties off the bandages on his wound, and after a few minutes is able to get back on his feet. Now, the question is, where is this settlement and what is this settlement and how far is it? So the first thing we were gonna do from last time was make a knowledge wilderness roll to see if he knows of any settlements in the area that are near enough that he can get to and hopefully find some hirelings. So he's gonna do, once again, this is a Savage Worlds roll, so his knowledge wilderness is also D4. He does have skills that are better than D4. His shooting is D8, his stealth is D8. But everything else kind of sucks. So he is going to make a knowledge wilderness roll. Look at that, exploders, both of them, 6 and 4. He does know of a nearby settlement. I will ask the fate chart this. Is it less than a day's travel? Is it like just a few hours away? We're at Chaos rank 7 now. I'm gonna say it's probably unlikely it's just a few hours away. That would be a little too convenient. And the answer is 79, no it's not. So it is gonna take him the full rest of the day to get to this settlement, which he does know is there. He also does not have any money, so this could be difficult. No money, no food, no hope, no friends. What a guy. Our scene is going to open up with Simon making his way through the woods, arriving at this settlement as night has fallen. It's going to take him the whole rest of the day to do it. We know nothing about the settlement, but I do think it's a good opportunity to ask the fate chart some questions about the settlement. So is the settlement big? Like, is it a major town? I doubt it. We've sort of established we're kind of on the frontier here, so I'm going to say that's very unlikely that it's a big town. 25. In fact, it is a big town. Okay, so it's a large town. I'm gonna go to the Perilous Wilds supplement here now, because they have a lot of interesting things to deal with what they call steadings, which are villages, towns, keeps, and cities. So the town, it is booming. Okay, interesting. Which is good. That means he'll probably have a much easier time finding someone to help him. What is the name of the town? So I'm going to go to a new supplement for the show. This is called The Book of Random Tables by Matt Davids, and I will put the link in the information section of the show just underneath. I like to just go back and forth between a whole bunch of different supplements because I think it's just kind of, I've got years and years and years worth of stuff I've accumulated from all of the games that I've played and ran over the years. So I'm just kind of grabbing stuff at random and going, yeah, like this, I'm gonna use this. This is Random Tables 2. He has a whole bunch of stuff in here, one of which is a list of town names. Hundatora, interesting name. Simon comes across this large town. Is it walled? It is a frontier town, so I'd say there's a pretty good chance it is in fact walled. We're gonna call that likely. Is it a walled town? 60, yes it is. And because there's walls and because it is at night, there's a gatehouse, of course there is, and of course there's gonna be guards at the gate. That just makes perfect sense. So Simon comes up to the gatehouse, and the guard immediately hails him. "We close the gates at nightfall, stranger. What is your business here?" "Hello, good man. I merely seek a room for the night. You have an inn, I trust?" "Yes, of course we do. It's just off the main square, you can't miss it." "I thank you." The guards open up the gates, and Simon goes in. It's a large, booming town, so there's a lot of people, although it is towards the end of the evening. So he makes his way through the cobblestone streets. Makes sense, the booming town, they would have the money for such things. He makes his way through the cobblestone streets. There's a lot of people going in and out of closing shops, this sort of thing. And up ahead on the very end of the square, he can see the large inn and tavern. It's a foregone conclusion a large, booming town is gonna have a big, bustling inn and tavern. The name of which is... We're going to the Book of Random Tables 3. The Sailor's Mess. I think that there's a good chance that this is in fact the edge of a sea. Ooh, cool. Potential opportunity for maritime adventures here. Let's ask the fate chart. Is this town of Hundatora, is this on the ocean? Well, the inn is called Sailor's Mess, so I'm gonna say it's somewhat likely that it is in fact on the ocean. And the answer is 50, so yes, it is on the ocean. Wow, well, we just opened up a whole new section of geography here. So Simon comes in, he can smell the salty brine of the sea air coming in off the wharf, and he makes his way down to the docks where the Sailor's Mess is standing perched. Now, this is a booming town, so that means that there's gonna be a lot of trade here. Presumably the economy is going to be doing very well. I mean, that's what booming technically means after all. I think it's a very, very high quality inn. Probably can't afford to stay here. So he strolls into the Sailor's Mess. It's a well-kept place, although it is by the docks. And so there is going to be the element of the ruffian about it. So he comes in, smoke hanging in the air. Right away, the sound of a band of sort, maybe playing on the lyre or playing on the drums. Off in the corner on a small stage, a roaring fire in the hearth. Busy, busy, busy. Lots of people. There's the din of the crowd as he comes in and makes his way up to the bar, orders himself a drink, and pushes his way through the crowd, sitting down, looking to see if there's anybody in the room who might obviously be sort of the persons of ill repute, adventurer types. Scum, like him. Is there going to be anybody in the bar that fits the description of people he might be looking for that he could entice to come along with him on this mad, mad venture to go inside the temple? Let's find out. I think it's somewhat likely that there is, in fact, someone here. And we roll a 39. So there is. It's not an extreme, yes, so it's not obvious. Oh, look, yeah, there's the guy I want to hire. But there are people definitely here. He sees one such person and goes up to them. Let's find out who they are. Let's use Une for this. This person is 23. A logical 84. A logical brute. Okay. A logical brute. Okay. What else do we know about this person? A helpful. Well, that's good news. Merchant. A logical brute, helpful merchant. This is a big, 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 brutish-looking guy, but he's exquisitely dressed. He's clearly a well-to-do merchant. He's sitting there, he's eating the finest foods, he's drinking the finest wines from across the sea, but he sees Simon sort of coming through the room, and right away, because he's helpful, he says, my friend, won't you, Actually, that's a weird voice for a big, brutish guy, isn't it? Actually, it's an interesting idea. Yeah, he's a big, brutish guy, but he's a high talker. He's got the high voice. It's bizarre. It's a very strange thing. My friend, won't you come and join me? Simon stops and sees this guy there, and he's like, yes, of course. I would gladly share a table with you. Yeah, do sit down. Would you care for some wine? Yes, thank you very much, Mr. And his name is going to be 97. North. So what's this guy all about? He introduces himself as North the merchant. He's going to be helpful, so I don't know if this is actually going to be a guy that's going to go with Simon, but he might be able to point Simon in the right direction. Let's find out a little bit about North's motivation here. So the motivation, he wants to pursue, 69, dude, moderation. Pursue moderation? Well, I think that basically then this guy is in fact not drinking the finest wine. I think he's drinking tea. It's very expensive tea. Perhaps tea is expensive in this part of the world because it comes from across the sea. The tea from across the sea. Yeah, so he's actually not he's not drinking wine. Nonetheless, Simon sits down to him. Listen, my friend, I'll come right to the point. I am here because I am looking to furnish an expedition. I'm looking for people that I could hire to come with me on, a bit of an adventure, actually. An adventure? Well, I confess I know very little about such things, but, I do know of some people around here, some people in this very establishment that, might be willing to help you. Ah, if you could put a word in for me with them, that would be very helpful. I do not possess much persuasive abilities, you see. My abilities are more confined to the wilderness. Yes, well, that seems apparent. You seem dressed for the part. I mean no disrespect. No, none taken. You're absolutely right. But tell me, if you do know someone in this very establishment, as you say, I would pay for the information. Well, who does he point out? He's helpful, and he's already said that he knows somebody here. Let's go back to Une and find out. Ah, yes. Well, if you look over there, right by the fire, you shall see a 29. You shall see a solemn, a very solemn person. You shall see a solemn 75 soldier. Ooh. If you look over there, that solemn-looking fighting man over there, you'll see his name is Edbert. Ah, yes, I do see him. He looks like he could handle a blade. Yes, he is a soldier by trade, or an ex-soldier in any event. The wars have passed him on, it seems. Well, what is he looking for? What is he doing here? What does he want? What is his motivation, you might ask? Yes, Edbert the soldier. Well, he's looking to operate ghosts. Interesting. Well, to tell you the truth, my friend Simon, Edbert, what's Edbert all about? He's trying to operate ghosts. What that means to me is that he's trying to control a ghost. He's being haunted. Edbert is a soldier who's being haunted by someone that he killed in battle, and his goal is to purge himself of this haunting. So the reason why Edbert looks so solemn is because he almost never sleeps, and he's sitting there looking very solemn, staring into the fire, long drawn features, large deep circles under his eyes, and he's sitting there staring, and every now and then he seems to notice something around him, or maybe he even whispers something. He's looking a little sketched out, and he's definitely sitting alone. So Edbert the solemn soldier sitting staring into the fire with the large dark circles under his eyes, every now and then speaking to something that clearly isn't there. Simon thinks, why not add this particular lunatic to my cadre of experiences? Edbert, it is said, is haunted by the ghost of someone who he slew in combat. I'm not entirely certain what the particulars are, but he is at the moment, as you can see, quite friendless, and as so are you, you might find some common ground with him.
Yes, well, I thank you for that. Do you mind if you introduce me to him?
Well, Edbert is a bit of a strange one, and he doesn't particularly like to speak to people. Begs the question what he's doing here in the inn. Nonetheless, please, my friend North, I would very much appreciate an introduction, if there's anything you could do at all. Well, I suppose I could be convinced, or persuaded, you might say. But not by Simon, because he's terrible at everything he does. Remember? Okay, so Simon is going to try and persuade him to make the introduction on his behalf, but Simon sucks. He's rolling at a -2 because he doesn't have the skill. No, I'm afraid North says, yes, I would normally help you, my outsider friend, my travel-stained companion. However, Edbert is somewhat on edge, and if you speak to him the wrong way, he's somewhat volatile. I would just say, be very careful when you approach him. Well, that's good advice. I will do just that. So Simon makes his way over to Edbert. You can see Edbert sitting there sort of twitching a little bit every now and then. Weird. So what I want to know is, before we go too much farther with this encounter with Edbert, I just want to know what his basic power level is. Is he as strong as Simon? Is he less strong than Simon? That whole thing. 56. So he's comparable to Simon. So he's going to be fairly decent at what he does, but not awesome at virtually anything else. So he's a soldier, so his fighting is going to be really great. I'm just going to give him sort of a fighting of D8. He's not bad at all. Simon pushes his way through the crowd, going up to Edbert, who's sitting there staring at the fire. Hello, my friend. Might I join you? Edbert looks up to him. Now, Edbert, we know already, is not particularly liable to speak to somebody here. He's not very social. And Simon also has -2 charisma because he sucks so bad because he's an outsider, so he failed that role even worse. So Edbert kind of looks up at him. He's strong, he's vigorous, but he's really quite sleepless. I'm going to give him a different accent just to differentiate him. I think it might be fine if he's Irish. Why not? Sleepless Irish bugger. Excuse me, my friend. Might I join you? You might. But I don't know why you'd want to do that. Well, to tell you the truth, I have a bit of a business proposition. The merchant over there north, he has pointed out that you are in need of certain services that deal with the undead. That merchant best watch the next time he runs his tongue like that. Yes, well, I bring this up because, as it turns out, I am in the midst of exploring an ancient ruin in the woods. A ruin that might directly have something to do with your particular issue, your haunting. I don't think there's anything you could do for me, my friend. Yes, well, I'm not entirely sure about that either. But the place I'm going to was an ancient temple to a necromancer. It's possible that we could find information there that might help you rid yourself of this ghost, whoever it is. What do you say to that? I think that Simon has probably hit upon the one thing that Edbert would actually listen to, because his sort of eyes perk up, you know, at the prospect. He's trying to get rid of this ghost. So I think that this crazy long shot of this outsider, this wilderness dude walking in and saying, hey, I'm going to this place where there might be a chance of finding some way to rid you of this haunting. I think it's a long shot, but I think Edbert might actually be willing to take that long shot. So let's find out. What's the odds that Edbert is even going to be amenable to this at all? Originally, I was going to say it's probably unlikely because he's kind of antisocial, but because Simon has said the specific thing that deals with the ghost that's haunting him, I'm going to increase that to very likely. So it's very likely that Edbert 08. Extreme yes. Okay. I'll do it. I'll go with you. What was your name again? Forgive me, Simon of Argoston. Simon. I'm Edbert. You don't need to know my last name. Right. When are we going? Well, I was hoping to procure some other mercenaries before we set out. I don't think that's necessary. You and I can do it. I think Edbert might be really driven now. Is he super driven to do this? I think it's somewhat likely, but he's super driven to go. Yes. There's no need for anybody else. You and I can take care of this. You should know, Edbert, that the temple itself is guarded by the very denizens that the necromancer was experimenting with. I myself was driven out by 3 animated skeletons, probably acolytes of the priesthood that used to serve there. That, I'm guessing, will definitely be more dangers within, and it could behoove us to have some sort of priest, someone with the powers who could turn such creatures away. Well, are you a man of faith? We've sort of established that Simon is sort of a man of faith himself. Yes, I accept the gods into my heart, all of them, and strive to do their will when I can, but I cannot call upon their powers. I think he's just got to try and convince him. Edbert wants to go. Edbert wants to go, like, now. I think his interest is perked. He wants to get up and go, pack his stuff, and get out of here first thing in the morning. But Simon's trying to convince him. Otherwise, does Simon convince him to stay? This is going to be another persuade roll, which he sucks at. Persuade is at -2. Listen, if you know something about how to get rid of hauntings, then I don't want to wait around for any priests. We should go, the 2 of us, first light. Very well, Edbert. We will set out in the morning. I assure you, we will go. But just give me the evening to try and find someone else. You can spend your last evening here however you like. I'm going to finish this drink and go to bed. And in the morning, I will see you outside the front door. Right? Yes. Right. I assure you. And then Edbert goes back to staring into the flames, twitching. So Simon now does not have a lot of time to find somebody else to try and help him. What are the odds that there is a priest who is able to help him here in the tavern? Let's ask the fate chart. I'm going to say it's very unlikely that there happens to be a priest available. 60, there is not. So, I think he's going to have to try and find a temple in town and try and procure the services of someone there. So, is there a temple in town? It's a booming town on the sea, trade town. There's definitely going to be some sort of temple. I've established kind of in the background a little bit that this world that we're in here is a polytheistic world, so there are many deities. I don't know anything about them at this point, but we're going to assume that there are a handful of temples in this booming town. Probably there's a god of the sea. There'd definitely be a god of trade here, but there might be a god of something else here. But the point is, there's going to be a temple that he can go to try and see if he can hire one of their priests or even one of their acolytes to come with him. Yes, there is definitely a temple in town. So we know that there is a temple to the sea god and that there's a temple to the merchant god, but is there a temple maybe to like a warrior god of some sort? That would be really helpful if there was. Is there a temple to a warrior god? I'm going to say it's probably unlikely. We've already got 2 temples in a booming town. It makes sense. A warrior god in this town, it's possible, but I'm going to say it's unlikely. Is there a temple to that? And we roll 57. It was 55, so no. So he's going to have to make do with one of the acolytes from the merchant god or from the sea god. So he goes to the temple of the sea god. Well, what do we know about the sea god? First of all, is it a god or a goddess? 1 to 3, it's a god. It is, in fact, a god. The sea god is a god of maritime trade, the weather. That's going to be a big thing for a sea god, and like protection of sailors. So, because this is called the Sailor's Mess, and because it's right on the docks, it's a very good chance that the Temple of the Sea God is right there. In fact, I'm not even gonna roll, because it just makes sense. That's where the Temple of the Sea God would be, is right at the edge of the sea. So, Simon makes his way out into the night. There's a chill wind blowing in off of the ocean. He doesn't have any time to do this, because he's already failed his persuasion roll to Edbert, so they have to leave first thing in the morning. Simon walks into the temple, and I'm picturing a large blue-green stone altar at the end of a large hall. The hall is sort of a dome. Actually, it's not an altar exactly, it's a pool. It's a rippling aquamarine pool carved out of a blue-green stone, and there's a couple of junior priests tending the pool right now, saying prayers over it. I think there's a good chance there is a handful of sailors who are also there, sort of kneeling in a circle all around this large pool. There is a couple of priests who are leading individual prayers for these sailors, and this is the scene that Simon walks in on. As he comes up, is there a priest who is currently unoccupied with one of the sailors? I'd say that's somewhat likely. 91, there is not. So all of the priests are currently with the sailors. So he has to sit there and wait. Very, he kneels down. He is a bit of a pious guy. We established that in the introduction to the series. So he kneels down beside the sailors. He doesn't have any particular connection with the sea, but he does, as we've just determined, he does hold and respect all of the gods in his heart. So he observes the various religious rituals that the priests and the sailors are doing. The crucial thing here is, does he get a chance to speak to one of these priests that he can hopefully hire before they basically close up for the night? Let's find out. I think it's 50-50 here. 04, extreme yes, perfect. As it turns out, the priests quite quickly wrap up their various one-on-one ministrations to their flock, or their school, I guess. It wouldn't be a flock of sheep, school of fish. And yeah, the sailors get up and make their way out into the night, leaving Simon alone with a couple of the priests, actually, and he stands up.
Excuse me, my name is Simon of Argoston. I am not an adherent of your sea god here.
Whose name? What is the name of the sea god? That's a good question. Let's get something interesting. Morgus, god of the sea.
Forgive me, Father, I am not intimately familiar with the worship of Morgus, but I was hoping that one of your priests, perhaps a junior priest, would be available for hire to come with me on a mission of some import. It deals with the purging of the undead.
Well, do they have anyone available? Perhaps a junior acolyte that is looking for experience to get out there? It's probably unlikely, frankly. I think that they have other things to tend to besides like hiring out their junior priest to whatever adventurer comes along. But there's a chance. So do they have anybody available? 74? They do not, unfortunately. So after a brief conversation with the priests kind of look at him and shake their head. I am sorry, my friend, but there is no one available for such a mission at this time, but I wish you the best of luck. And unfortunately, he's got to leave empty-handed. He goes back to the inn, secures rooms for the night that allows him to sleep, and the next morning he wakes up. He and Edbert, who is sitting there outside the inn, sort of still kind of twitching to himself every now and then, still dark circles under his eyes. He clearly hasn't slept at all. He sits there, and as soon as Simon comes down the stairs through the common room and out the door into the street, Edbert stands. Right, are you ready to go? Because I am.
Yes, unfortunately I was not able to procure the services of a holy man, so we'll be going in on our own. Are you certain you want to do this?
Yes, as I said, I am eager to find out what these necromancers might have known. If that can help me, maybe can help you. Why are we wasting time?
Right. Well, I would have preferred to have some more time to find some other hirelings, but since you seem adamant, very well, let us get on our way.
And that will conclude this scene. He goes to the town of Hundatora and hires Edbert, Haunted Soldier. Characters: Edbert the Haunted Soldier. And we know that there is a merchant, a helpful merchant named North. There is a new thread as well, so he's found allies for his exploration, although not the ones he wanted to. I'm going to add the thread as well of exorcise Edbert's ghost. And the chaos factor, Simon was, I think he was largely in control that time. He didn't get everything he wanted, but he did get some, so I'm just going to have it come back down to 6.
So he is now, the next morning, with Edbert, setting out from the town of Hundatora, and they are going back into the mountain wilderness to go back to the Temple of Thuazan, I just gave it that name, in order to plunder it and seek answers for both Edbert and Simon. What will they find? We shall find out together next time on Me, Myself, and Die. Hello again, and welcome back to Me, Myself, and Die. I am your intrepid host, game master, and player, Trevor DeVal. Just a reminder, if you like the show today, don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment. I do read them, believe it or not. I do read them. Also, if you want to talk about the show on the Twitters, with the Facebooks, or the Instagrams, or all that stuff, every little bit helps to get the news out. So, thanks for watching, by the way. I really appreciate you guys keep tuning in and subscribing it. It's pretty cool to see those numbers go up. So, just know that I'm enjoying this as much as hopefully you are. So when we last left off with Simon of Argoston, he had just left the town of Hundatora, the walled seaside town of Hundatora, the walled, booming seaside town of Hundatora, and we discovered a few things about the world. We discovered that there's a large ocean, we discovered that there are a couple of temples to a sea god and a trade god, and we discovered that there's a friendly merchant in town at the Sailor's Mess, who is now an NPC by the name of North, who may or may not be a help for Simon again in the future. Also, interestingly enough, Simon did manage to find a hireling, someone who's mad enough to go back to the necromantic temple with him, a soldier, an ex-soldier by the name of Edbert, who was haunted by the ghost of someone who he slew. So, these two have left Hundatora behind and are now making their way back up the mountain to find the necromantic temple, go inside, and discover what secrets it holds, besides a quick and horrible death. Let's hope that's not the case. So the first thing we do is determine the next morning. It's going to take them a full day to get there. We know what happens there. Let's just determine the weather. Let's just see what the weather's doing, just so we know. 17 is beautiful day, beautiful summer's day, leading into a beautiful summer's evening by the time they get there. Or do they get there? Maybe there's something that interrupts or amends their scene in some way. The chaos factor is 6. 10. So no, it does not get interrupted or altered, so they arrive at the temple at the end of the day, just as the sun is setting, and they move up to the temple, and they can see the shattered remains of the skeletons out here. Now, I don't know what's in this room. I'm gonna ask the Perilous Wilds. So in keeping with the forbidden knowledge theme of this discovery that we made, or this room that we made last time. So what is forbidden knowledge about this? I think that it has something to do with the altar. I think the altar here has like necromantic runes inscribed on it. Simon and Edbert make their way up to the altar. Okay, what do we know about this place from last time? We know the place has been abandoned for a couple hundred years. We know it was overrun by monsters. We know it was overrun by the undead. So the question is this altar, has this altar been used at all recently? I think that's probably unlikely, but it's, I'm gonna say very unlikely. Has this altar been used recently? 09. That is an extreme yes. Ooh, so they get up to that altar, and Simon hasn't had a chance to examine the altar. This is the first chance he's got to examine the altar. And they spread out, and they see that the runes, the strange necromantic runes that are carved in the side of this stone altar, are covered in blood. Simon reaches out and he touches his finger to the altar. It's fresh blood. Something has recently used this altar. Well, has the altar been used by one of the denizens of the temple? I think that's pretty likely. Gonna call that likely. Factor 6, 76. Yes, correct. So the altar has been recently used and it is covered in blood. Simon looks to Edbert. Well, it seems that the dead do not rest quietly in this place. I think we should press on. There's nothing to find here, is there? Simon can't read these runes. He has no idea what this means. He has no knowledge of any kind of like magical rituals, anything like this. This is a total mystery to him. I suppose there's a tiny chance that maybe Edbert knows something about this. He was a soldier. Maybe he fought in some weird places. You know, maybe we fought against the undead at one place. I'm gonna call that it's no way. There's no way he knows anything about this. 09. He does. He actually knows something about this. Edbert goes up to the runes carved on the altar and he looks at them and he says, I can read this. Simon's incredulous. You know what this means? I'm no necromancer, but I know what this ritual is. Well,
I don't. I don't know what the ritual is, so I'm just going to randomly determine what the ritual is by rolling on the fate chart, rolling an event, action, and subject. So what is this ritual all about? This ritual is about oppress, 13, war, oppress, war. So against war, to stop war from happening. That's how I interpret that. So the creature that is responsible, presumably the undead creature that's using this temple, is using it to stop a war. Well, that's really odd. The master of this temple, whoever that is, has recently awakened and is using the power of this temple to call upon their god, their dark god, whatever that is, whoever that is, to stop a war from happening. A war on this place? Yeah, I think that's probably a good bet that there's some other group that's trying to wipe out this group of undead, maybe. Sure. Let's find out. 50-50 on that. 18. The answer is yes. You know what I think it is? I think it's a group of undead hunters. I think it's a group of like paladins, clerics, this kind of thing. I think it's a holy group of people that are on their way even now to wipe this place out. Now, Simon knows nothing about this. That the Temple of Thurzen is about to be cleansed by the order of the purifying flame. So it's some sort of clerical order that's coming to destroy this place, and the creature, whatever, I keep wanting to call it a lich. I don't know if it's a lich. I hope it's not a lich, because if it's a lich, these guys are probably dead. Well, let's find out. Let's just get this out of the way. Is it some sort of powerful lich that is actually at the heart of this temple that's doing this? I'm gonna say there's no way. No, in fact, I'm gonna say it's impossible that that's the case. I'm gonna give myself a break here, 41. No, it is not a spell-casting lich that's gonna kill Simon and Edbert immediately like that, which is good, gives us a fighting chance. But whatever is the master of this place is currently trying to bolster the defenses because it knows somehow, perhaps through some oracular device, that this order of the purifying flame is en route. Now, I don't know if they're gonna get here while Simon is still here, but I'm gonna keep that in mind. So, Edbert looks at these necromantic runes and he says to Simon, "This is a warding spell of some sort. I've seen this before. Someone here is trying to create a protective shell around this place so that it cannot be entered. I don't know who they're thinking of protecting this place from, but it's recent, as you can see." Yes. We best press on. They decide to leave through the center chamber. What do they find in the center chamber? We're gonna go to our book and we're gonna see. So they walk down a corridor for some time. Simon lights a torch because it's pitch black in here. There's a terrible smell of rot and decay coming through this whole area. We roll our d12 to see what they find when they leave the area. 11. Unique, discovery, and a danger, and it is also a themed area. Well, like to keep things interesting, that's for sure. Forbidden knowledge, once again, it's one of the unique areas. The kitchens. What's forbidden about the necromancer's kitchens? The discovery is going to be, and this is all stuff you can find right here in the Perilous Wilds. Again, this supplement is designed for Dungeon World, but I use it for this because it works just as well. All right, the discovery is going to be a feature, an altar, a dais, or platform. So there's another altar in the kitchens. Interesting. Maybe there's little altars all throughout this area. What is the danger, though? It's a creature, of course. And what is the creature doing? The creature is sleeping. Is this an undead creature? It says sleeping, but undead don't sleep. So I don't think it is undead. Let's say there's no way it's undead. How could an undead be asleep? Right? 48? No, so it's definitely not undead. So this is something else that's gone into the temple and is sleeping. Humanoid, what are they? They are hobgoblin. What's a hobgoblin doing in an undead temple that is clearly active and sleeping? Has it been put to sleep? Has it been ensorcelled? Is it a sorcerer's sleep? Yes. So, how many hobgoblins are there, by the way? How many hobgoblins are asleep? There are 6 sleeping hobgoblins in this area, in the kitchens. So Simon and Edbert creep into what is obviously an old rundown kitchen. Weirdly, in the center of the kitchen, there is also another altar, very much like the altar that they found in the main temple, smaller this time, but still the same construction, and Edbert even points out the exact same necromantic runes around it. But in the kitchen, clearly slumped over tables, slumped over countertops, are a group of hobgoblins. Big, burly, regular goblins like bigger, tougher, tuskier cousin. And there's 6 of them, and they're clearly down for the count. Was it a trap that put them asleep? I have no idea. 50-50. 09. Yes! Exceptionally yes, which means the trap is still active. So, Edbert and Simon creep into the room, into the kitchen. It's a fairly large area, but again, old. Everything's covered in cobwebs. There's a layer of thick dust on everything. I think there's basically skeletons everywhere in this place because it was overrun by monsters. So the undead creations did sort of break free and kill their priestly masters. So there's the remains of a bunch of priests who look like they were slaughtered while they were at supper, basically. But among them are these sleeping goblins. One of them is slumped over a table, another one's right in front of them by the doorway. What kind of trap is it? Like a pressure plate? I don't think it's a pressure plate, but it might be. I'm gonna call that very unlikely. 30. Yes, it is. It is a pressure plate. Okay, so as they walk in, again, the floor of the kitchen covered in grime, mildew, the whole place reeks of this decay scent. And now the smell of hobgoblins as well. But as Simon and Edbert walk in, the question now is, do they see the pressure plate before they... This is going to be notice rolls. Ugh, he sucks. I say that a lot in this show. Simon sucks. I think I've noticed that. He's got a notice of D4. Does he see it? 4, he will succeed. So yes, he does see it. Edbert's notice is D6. He explodes, of course. 9, so he succeeds with a raise. Edbert suddenly puts his hand out in front of Simon, and Simon stops and looks down. And Edbert kind of very quietly points out on the floor. And there's a section of the floor. There's a big flagstone in the floor that's just higher than the rest of the flagstones, almost like it's some sort of, well, pressure plate. Edbert looks at that and he whispers to Simon, I've seen things like this before. I think this is some sort of trap. It may be the trap that put these creatures asleep. They gingerly step around the pressure plate. Now the question is, do they dispatch these hobgoblins? I think there's a good chance that Edbert's definitely going to want to do that. He's encountered these creatures before as a soldier, and he knows that if these things come running up behind him, it's going to be bad news. I think it's very likely he wants to do that. Chaos Factor 6, 08, absolutely yes. In fact, he doesn't even wait to tell Simon. He just pulls out his knife and goes up and cuts one's throat. Simon looks. Here's the thing. If they blow it and wake one of them up before the job is done. So here's what we're gonna do. These things are asleep, but sleep in Savage Worlds means that if you make any kind of noise, normal noise, that could rouse them from their slumber. So, can they murder these creatures in their sleep? They're monsters, they're hobgoblins, they're evil, they gotta go. Can they do it quietly? We're gonna do a stealth roll. Simon's really good at this. He's gonna roll D8 and a D6. If he fails on this, one or more of those hobgoblins are gonna wake up. Boom. He rolls a success with a 7. Edbert has a D6, so he's an extra. He doesn't roll a wild die. He also succeeds. So they are able to dispatch all 6 hobgoblins, adding their blood to the altar. That can't be good. Here's the thing. Actually, that's a good question. Does taking a life in this necromantic temple, especially around an altar, does taking a life in this necromantic temple, does that somehow feed the fell magics that are here? Does this somehow increase the power of the ritual? I think that's probably pretty likely. I'm gonna say that's very likely on Chaos Factor 6, and we roll a 70. Yeah, so, okay. So little do they know that they're active dispatching these sleeping hobgoblins as the blood pours freely from the dispatched creatures. The blood mingles with the other blood that was on the altar, and as Simon and Edbert are walking out of the room, out of the kitchens to the north, we'll say, they see what they don't see. Only we see, only the viewers, all of you, get to see the blood sort of like dribble down and sort of make its way into the grooves of those necromantic runes that are carved in the altar. And there's a bit of a hellish red glow that pulses up and fades behind them as they leave. Ooh, that can't be good. All right, what do they find as they continue their exploration through the north door? So they find a common area. One of the common areas on our list is going to be 11, which is equipment storage, but there's a discovery and
a danger. There's going to be 1d4 discoveries, as a matter of fact. There's going to be 4. The first one, a pit shaft chasm. I think that there's been some sort of earthquake or some sort of rent in the earth that has split the wall asunder and created a rent in this room, maybe like splitting it in 2. The next thing is bridge, stairs, and a ramp. I think that there's actually like makeshift bridge, like a couple of planks, maybe an old table from the kitchens, acting as a bridge across the chasm. And the other discovery in this room is a find. Coins, gems, jewelry. Well, it's about time. And the other discovery is going to be magic pool, statue, or idol. So this is an equipment storage room that has been rent asunder by some cataclysm in the mountains, which has split the room in 2. Someone has put down a temporary bridge, a wooden bridge. There is an idol amongst the equipment storage. There's going to be some type of gear here. I don't know whether it's going to be useful or not. We'll find that out in a second. But there's some sort of idol, and this was a temple after all, so it makes sense that in little depressions in the wall and little like alcoves and such, maybe there's little skeleton-headed statues or skulls or something like that. Some sort of magic idol. But what's the danger? A creature. What is the creature doing? Dying. Oh, well, I know what this is. This is the creature whose blood has been smeared on all of the other altars. But what is the creature? Is a human. So it's going to be a hunter of some sort. Oh, wouldn't it be interesting if that was the hunter that owned the cabin? The reason why the cabin that Simon stayed in was unoccupied is because the hunter who used it had accidentally wandered into this temple some time ago, but not that long ago, because he's lying here dying, so he is still alive. But that's a danger, though. Oh, I know why. I know why this hunter represents a danger. We're about to find out. So, Simon and Edbert. I want to say Egbert, but that's a silly name, isn't it? Simon and Edbert make their way down the hideous-smelling hallway. Again, the stench of rot and decay everywhere. And they come across to a room, which is basically a dead end. It's a rather large room, and they can see all kinds of storage racks everywhere, all kinds of gear, devices, mostly for the running of a temple. So there's going to be lots of like urns and vials and like robes and things like this. The room itself has been rent in half, and there's this chasm, but someone has slammed this old table from the kitchens, presumably, or the remains of the table, across the chasm, and at the far end of the room are a series of little alcoves, and in the center in the middle alcove is a idol, which is sitting there with a death's head skull on it. At the base of the idol, blood still trailing across that bridge, across that table, leading up to the entrance of the room where Simon and Edbert now stand, is a man, is a human man. Well, I don't know if he's a man, actually, 1 to 3, maybe he's a man. Yes, he's a man. Clearly a hunter of some sort. He has all the trappings one would expect on a typical hunter. So he's got like an empty arrow quiver at his side. He's wearing, some animal skins, things like this. But they walk in, they can see across this chasm. There he is, he's lying. Now he has several cuts. He is dying, so I think he's got big slashes on his forearms like this, and I think that he's got a big cut, and I think he's like sitting there, choking like this. His blood is pouring out of his wounds. Now, he does represent a danger, but I'll show you why in a second. Right away, Simon's like, we have to help him. Edbert puts his hand. No, I think it's a trap. I think it's a trap, mate. No, we have to help him. Simon moves across the planks. Simon gets up to him and attempts to heal him. He attempts to stabilize him. The guy's dying. It's bad news. Simon is going to do a healing. He's not very good at this, but he does have a d6. The guy is dying. He's an extra, so there's no wound penalties. If he was a wild card, there would be. He's going to roll. He succeeds, so he stabilizes the man. The man is in terrible shape. He's dying, so I don't think he's gonna get up and I'm ready to help you, Simon and Argoston. No, I think he's like lying there dying. But as Simon is doing this, Edbert comes in, and Edbert's sort of looking around, and right away he starts to twitch, and he starts to realize that his ghost that is haunting him
is becoming very agitated, very, very agitated. It's almost like what Edbert sees is the spirit of this person, who we know nothing about yet, but that may become relevant later. The spirit of this person is like swirling around, whispering, chittering in his ear. And Edbert's like, stop it, get out of my head, stop it. Is the ghost responding to the idol? It is somewhat likely, we'll say. 78, yes. So the ghost is whispering and chittering at Edbert. Like it wants, it keeps like screaming and crying and pointing at the idol, and Edbert looks at the idol. And Simon, in the meantime, Simon's, still tending the wound, and then he starts to hear this sound, this hideous wailing, almost like the sound of ultimate sorrow, coming from this skull-headed idol in the alcove. And it begins, does it begin to glow? 35, yes, it's about to cast some horrible spell on them, or some terrible fell necromantic magic is about to come out of this idol. Well, we already know that there is a sleep trap in this place, so I think sleep is associated with this god, like the eternal sleep, the ultimate sleep. This is the final sleep, right? This is what this whole temple is dedicated to, is death. This is yet another kind of sleep spell kind of thing. It's going to do a spirit roll. I think, what is the power level of this idol? Is it equal power to them? I don't know, 50-50. Is it equal power to them? 18, yes, so it is equal power to them, so I'm gonna say that it's a D8. This keening, this wailing starts coming from the idol, and it begins to chant these words. It's not a very effective spell, though, so that means that both Simon and Edbert and the hunter all have to do spirit rolls. Let's do Edbert first. Does he fall asleep? He does. Edbert drops to the ground on the far side of the chasm. Not into the chasm, luckily, but on the far side of the chasm. And Simon, he steels himself as best he can against this keening wail coming from this idol. Does he succeed? He does succeed. He does not fall asleep. Oh, and the dying hunter succeeds as well. So Edbert just kind of drops. But as this keening wail sound starts to echo through the corridors behind, and this hideous the pull to the eternal sleep pulls on Simon, but he's able to shake it off. I think that the thing that has been using the altars is coming, because this hunter is clearly the sacrificial victim who somehow broke free from the thing that is using the altars to cast a spell. And I think this thing is about to find all of our group in this room. Is that the case? Is the thing, whatever it is, bearing down upon them? I'm gonna call it 50-50. Here we go. Is it bearing down upon them? Yes, it is. What is the thing coming for Simon and Edbert and this dying man in this temple? What will happen once it arrives? Is it a lich? No, it's not. We know it's not, but I don't know what it is. But if you tune in next time, we will find out what it is together. Remember to hit like and subscribe, and I will see you next time on Me, Myself, and Die. Hello, and welcome back once again to Me, Myself, and Die. I am your intrepid host, Game Master and player, Trevor Duval. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for continuing to watch. And by all means, if you like the show, don't forget to hit like and subscribe. And if you make a comment and the usual spiel about the Facebooks and the Twitters and all that stuff. Simon and his erstwhile Irish companion, or that's the accent anyway, Edbert, had decided to go back to the necromantic temple for reasons of their own. Simon because he thought that the temple might have something to do with the disappearance of his parents, which is a thread that he's following quite closely. And Edbert wanted to go because he believed that there might be some sort of answers to how he could exorcise his ghost. Inside there was the main temple area right at the beginning, and that's where Simon and Edbert discovered there was a series of necromantic runes around a large altar, but more importantly, that altar was covered in blood, which indicated that there was some ritual currently being enacted right now by some still living or unliving denizen of the temple. Then they made their way to a storage area, which was a large room that was rent in half by some sort of cataclysm, basically causing a giant chasm to separate the two sections of the room. But that chasm had been bridged by a table. But on the inside of that storage area,
They found a bunch of things like priestly supplies, things like this, as well as some gems and jewelry lying about. Ooh, hooray. But they found a dying hunter who we have already established was the hunter who owned the cabin way back in episode 2. Simon ran up, stabilized the hunter's wounds, and at that moment, this statue, we're just using that to represent the statue right now. It was like a large skull in an alcove. Basically, there was a strange keening wail that started to come off the statue. It emitted another spell, like a sleep spell, which caused Edbert here to fall asleep. This is his little ghost. Ooh, his ghost is freaking out. Ooh. At the exact moment that coming from down the corridor was the thing that was responsible for covering all of these various altars in blood and enacting a ritual that was designed to create a magical barrier to keep the order of the purifying flame out of the temple. There are a group of paladins and clerics and such that are coming here to cleanse the temple. Simon knows nothing about these people. But we do. So we begin now with determining what is the thing that is coming for Simon, or specifically, I think, coming for the hunter, because presumably this hunter had escaped this thing as it's trying to enact the ritual. It escaped the thing, and now the thing has tracked the hunter down, tracking his blood, obviously, down this way, and is coming up, or rather coming down this hallway here. We know from last session it's not a lich, but we need to know what this thing is. So I have an idea. He suspects that this temple had something to do with his parents' disappearance. He knows that his parents were taken by a great evil in the woods. This might be the source of that evil. So my question is, the thing that's coming, is it in fact a hideous, mummified, undead version of his mother? Is that a thing? Let's find out. The chaos factor was at 6 last time. I think because we ended it on a cliffhanger and everything is really ramping up out of control, we are gonna boost that chaos factor back up to 7. Is this thing that is coming, that is enacting the ritual, is it in fact Simon's undead mother that, you know, we don't know what happened. Maybe the parents got captured, put in here by some terrible ritual, were turned into undead guardians of the tomb. Ooh, that's horrible. But maybe it's the case. Let's find out. I'm gonna say it's, I'm still gonna say it's unlikely. I don't think it's actually her, but chaos factor 7, unlikely. It's a 55% chance of a yes, and we roll 52. Okay, all right. Well, we know the thing coming down the hallway is Simon's undead mother. She has been taken by the evil in this temple. We still don't know what the source of that evil is. And turned, so she's obviously dead. Oh well, she's been turned into some sort of hideous creature. We're gonna call her we'll call her a mummy. Why not? Yes, living up to her name in a very literal sense. We know that this creature, mummy, is trying to enact this ritual. So I guess my next question is, does she still retain any of her intelligence? I'd probably say because she's a mummy, she's been turned into this horrible creature. I think it's probably very unlikely she has intelligence left. Does she have intelligence 84? No, she does not. So she is basically an undead automaton. That's kind of sad because I was hoping there might be an opportunity for Simon to be able to talk to her. But whatever happened to her, her living brain and personality is obviously completely subsumed by this undead thing. Nonetheless, Simon's undead mother, tasked with performing sacrifices to enact this ritual, protect the temple. So that means that the evil of this temple is what was responsible for turning Simon's mother into this. And also, where's the father? We don't know, maybe the father's around here too. But it also means that the power that is responsible for this could still be somewhere in this temple. That's something to keep in mind. Oh, also the ritual here that Simon's mother is trying to enact is stronger. It's going to be stronger because of the killing of the sleeping hobgoblins in the kitchens. So that means that if the Order of Purifying Flame actually does show up at some point during this, it's going to be much harder for them to break the magical barrier, but we'll deal with that if it comes up. It might not. They might not show up until long after Simon is dead, killed by his own mother. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Let's get a mini for her. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's a Scottish mummy. Look at that. Well, no, his mother is not going to have that accent. His mother is, in fact, going to have the accent because she's a mindless automaton. So we're going to start the thing there. Simon hears this coming down. He turns, and in the dim luminescence of this corridor, again, the smell of rotten decay, very, very powerful here. He turns and he sees all the way down the corridor here, he sees his mother, or something that was once his mother. Ooh, but she is
desiccated and she's covered in these rags. Her eyes are all like completely black, but there's this hideous sense of evil magic radiating off of her. I think the first thing that's going to happen here is Simon, who turns to see her and sees, and Mother? He's going to make a spirit roll, man. He's got to make the equivalent of a guts check in Savage Worlds. And if he fails this, I think he's going to be pretty staggered by this. He's got to get 4 more on this one. He does. Oh boy, he's freaking out, but he realizes the immediate danger now. First of all, before we go any further with this, because this is going to be some sort of a conflict, which I'm going to guess because she's a mindless automaton, it's going to be a violent one, as opposed to a nice conversation. Well, he might get a chance to talk to his daddy if he finds him in here. We'll see. I'm going to be using this right here. This is the Fantasy Companion for Savage Worlds. This is also designed for the Explorers Edition, so this is an older version, for an older version of the game, but it's all the same, basically. So this is a Guardian Mummy, which makes sense because she's an automaton. Where are we at right now? We've got the Hunter, who's going to act on Simon's initiative, and we've also got Edbert. He's also going to be on Simon's initiative, but right now he's asleep, so he's going to have to be woken up by a large sound, so Simon's probably gonna have to deal with that. So, we'll give a quick shuffle, because I don't know if we did this before. Simon's gotta fight his own mother. Oh boy. And Mom, if you're watching, this is no reflection on you. I don't see you as an undead monstrosity. I don't. For I love you, you see. All right, here we go. So Simon is on 6. He's quick, which means that he redraws cards of 5 or lower, but so this is essentially the worst card Simon could pull. We're off to a great start. All right, and the mummy is on 7. Well, that's very close. So the mummy is principally going after the hunter, but sees a new victim here. There's this ghost right there, which presumably the mummy can see. Simon can't see the ghost. The mummy is going to run. So the mummy's going to move 6, but it's going to run, which means that's its action. So it's going to roll a d4 because it's got a shuffling gait. Plus 2, it's going to roll 8. Each of these little squares here are 1 inch. So we'll start her right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gets right up to Edbert, but can no longer act because she's used her action. So Simon on 6. So he quickly turns around and he looks anywhere he can to see if there is anything of use. Does he see anything? Well, first of all, we have to see if there is anything of use. There's 4 levels of treasure, trove, rich, worthwhile, and meager. Simply because we did roll gems and jewelry as part of the discoveries from the Perilous Wilds book, I'm going to say this is a worthwhile treasure, which means that we already know that there's going to be money, but money is not important right now. He needs to know if there's basically a magic item, if there's something of use. There is a 25% chance, according to this, that there is a, oh my God, 26. Somebody wrote in the comments, hashtag Simon sucks. I am going to make a shirt or a mug or something called Simon sucks because clearly he does. Okay, well, there's nothing of use. Was that his action? It was a quick perception check, so I think yes. I think to do like a full scan of the room, that was his action. So we are going to go back to initiative. Here we have Simon. Boom. Oh my God, he's back. Hashtag Simon sucks. And the mummy lord is... Mumsy is on the Joker. Well, Simon did yell in the previous round, Edbert, wake up! I'm gonna give him a roll to see if he can. I'm gonna do a vigor check for Simon to see if he can bellow at the top of his lungs. This was the previous round. To see if he can wake up Edbert so that Edbert can actually do something. We're looking for 4s, looking for 4s. Of course. First Benny of the game is spent. Boom. He's got to re-roll that because this is pretty important. Vigor check. Come on, buddy. There we go. Okay, so he does succeed. Edbert, get up! And Edbert rouses himself. At the end of the round, he would have acted on Simon's initiative too, so I'm going to say that he sort of got up right as this mummy was coming up. Now his ghost is freaking out as well. Nonetheless, the mummy goes first. So here's my question. Does the mummy see Simon across the way? Does it recognize her son? There's still a chance. I'm gonna say, there's no way that this thing recognizes her son, but there's a chance. Here we go. Chaos Vector 7, no, it does not. Oh, here's a question. Does the mummy
see the ghost? Is the mummy registering the fact that there's another ghost around this thing, and does that have an effect? That would make sense to me. 55. Yes, so it does see. Oh, but look at that. Look what I just did. I rolled 55, which is under our chaos factor. So we know that the mummy is going to definitely see the ghost and recognize this. That may have an effect on what it does. But before we get to that, we have our very first random event of the game. Woo! First of all, we do the event focus, which is 63, which is PC negative, naturally. Something bad happens to Simon. PC negative. 23. Judge. 57. Tactics. Judgment of tactics. That means to me that Simon has made a crucial error. And I think the error he has made is turning his back on that statue. Something is about to happen. With that statue, something bad. It comes to life. Now, this is not this statue here. I've made it look like it's a big four-arm skeleton just because that's the only mini I have. Anyone who wants to send me more minis to put in the show, just let me know. There's this sound of rupturing stone and bits of masonry and dust begin to crumble from around the statue, and the head bursts forward out of the alcove, followed by an attached body with four-arm, well, yeah, sure, we'll call it forearms. I'm gonna be nice to myself and say that it does not attack on the Joker, that its whole round basically bursts forward, coming to life. We're gonna come up with stats for this thing in a second. So the mummy has seen the ghost. I wonder if that has any effect. Does that mean that the thing is going to bypass Edbert? Remember, this thing is mindless. It's an automaton. It's just going through the motion, so it's not going to have any critical reasoning faculties. It's not going to say, no, wait a minute. I believe this ghost with this man means something. It's not going to do that. It's going to... I think there's a very good chance that it's going to just ignore Edbert and go right for the hunter here. The hunter is stabilized, but as I said last episode, really not able to fight because it's he's in bad shape. The question is, does Mummy ignore Edbert and the ghost and try and go right to the hunter? 85 is yes. As it moves past Edbert who's on his feet as of last round, he turns and he will get an attack of opportunity on this thing. Okay, Edbert, back on his feet, wham, hits with his longsword. He's rolling a fighting. He is not a wild card. By the way, some of you in the comments had asked if Edbert is a wild card, and I said he's an extra, and that's true, he is an extra, but I'll tell you what, because everyone seems to like this character so much already, if he survives this, well, we'll promote him to a wild card, which could frankly save Simon's bacon. Okay, so he is going to do his attack against 6. He'll miss. The thing gets up to the hunter. It needs to grab the hunter and move it back to, or move him rather, back to the altar. So its purpose here, Mummy's purpose here isn't to kill the hunter, it's to grab the hunter. So what we're gonna do is we're going to do a unarmed attack, basically. This thing is gonna roll a d8, and it's gonna grab the hunter, no problem, I think. So the mummy bursts in over the table, comes up over here, immediately goes and grabs the hunter, and then turns around as if to take the hunter away. Simon sees this, he's got his longsword out, he moves up, and he slashes at the retreating mummy, at his retreating mummy. I can't believe that. So bizarre. So he is going to roll his fighting, and his fighting, as we know, sucks. He swings his sword, and he will miss because the parry is 6. Edbert, on the other hand, Edbert's going to leap across, go running across here, and interpose himself here to try and attack, and he will miss because the parry is 6. The ghost as well. Does the ghost have any interest in Edbert's self-preservation? Again, we don't know anything about the nature of this haunting. It is possible that the ghost actually wants to keep Edbert alive so that Edbert can atone. Let's find out. Luckily, we have the fate chart to answer these questions. I don't really know. I'm going to call it 50-50, and the answer is 60. So yes, the ghost has a vested interest in keeping Edbert alive. Basically, this is like a poltergeist, so all it can do is huck things. So his ghost basically goes over here, grabs an item from these chests, some sort of maybe a giant like metal chalice or something, and hucks this chalice at the retreating mummy. Now check this stuff out. The ghost attacks on a D12. Wow! And the mummy is going to unfortunately miss. So this chalice sails by Simon's head, smashing into the wall there. So now we go back to initiative. Simon is on king and the baddies are on jack. Simon, He's made a bad judgment of tactics, so I don't even necessarily think he's entirely aware. I'm gonna give him a quick perception. He does not. So Simon is unaware of this thing coming up behind him. Edbert, however, sees it, but Edbert's pretty intent on blocking the area from the mummy. So Edbert is going to attack with his sword. He will miss. He's unable to penetrate the mummy's defenses. Basically, he's trying not to hit the hunter because the mummy has got the hunter slung over her shoulder. Simon, who does not see the four-armed statue behind him, also is going to attack. His fighting is a d6. He's basically got to explode. He will miss, unfortunately, and the ghost, once again, picks up another object and hurls it at the mummy and will hit. Yes. Now, the ghost does a d6 and a d4 damage. Now, here's the thing. This mummy has unbelievable toughness. 10. The damage is 8, but that will explode because it's a 4. 8 plus 2 is 10. So the ghost picks up some object and hurls it at the back of the mummy's head, which clunks it on the head, dislodging its desiccated undead brain for a second. It causes it to be shaken. Now, here's the thing. I want to know what exactly, as we take a little pause in this combat here, what exactly did the mummy throw? Well, we can find out. So we are going to go to Book of Random Tables 3, and we're going to go to items in a chest. 79, which means, that doesn't make any sense, a feather. So sometimes when you're doing things completely randomly, you have to re-roll because certain results just do not make any sense. So instead, books. That's kind of cool. So the poltergeist goes over, it picks up this big tome and hucks it at the back of the mummy's head, conk, which stuns it, shakes it for 1 second. Shaken is, of course, a spirit roll, and it'll roll D10. Okay. D10 plus 2. I can't see any way that this would fail. Oh! 1 plus 2 is 3. The mummy remains shaken. A little bit of good luck for Simon and friends for a change. Who knew? Meanwhile, this crazy animated statue over here, it is going to move up to Simon, its first obvious target. So even though Simon did fail his perception, as this thing is moving towards him, basically, I think that Edbert would see it and he would just call out, "Simon, behind you!" which just gives him a chance to avoid getting the drop on him, because otherwise that'd be a +4 to hit and damage, and it just makes sense tactically here that would happen. So it fights on a d6, and it will, of course, it'll explode. So it'll roll 10. He's gonna hit Simon with a raise. Pow. This is the damage it does on Simon. Simon's toughness is 6, and it does 4 against toughness 6. It does not shake Simon. Simon's able to interpose his sword just at the last second and catch a piece of the blow. Clank! Now we go back to initiative, Simon and friends. Simon is quick, so he's gonna roll again. Simon's quick, so he draws again. 7. Yeah, that kind of sucks. And the baddies are on 8. First of all, the mummy is going to do the shaken test. A D10 plus 2 to resist. Plus 8 is a success with a raise, which means it can immediately move. It is an automaton, which means it's going to blow past the two of them. But as it does so, these two are going to get a free attack on it as it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's actually going to technically run. Actually, before we do this, it does break shake. It does break shake, baby. But the question is, does it immediately just keep moving towards its objective, which is bringing the sacrificial victim back to the altar somewhere, or does it turn and attack? I think it's way too intently focused on its prey, 43. So no, it does not. It moves past the two of them. It's gonna run, gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But as it does so, it draws free attacks from. Now, as it's moving, they do get their gang up bonus. I may have forgotten that before. Each of them should be +1 fighting. First of all, Edbert at +1 is going to roll 4, which he will miss. Simon, D6 fighting plus his wild die. These are both a +1, potentially 4, 5. Also missed because the parry is a 6. This statue is going to attack Simon as well, versus parry 5. So he will hit Simon, boom. So it clocks Simon again for 7. His toughness is 6, so he will be shaken as the thing smashes him in the side of the head with its big stone clawed hands. And Simon is briefly knocked insensate, which brings us to our guys. So Simon, first of all, he's gonna do his spirit roll to see if he can get up from this thing. He succeeds, but not with the raise, so he does get up, but he's unable to do anything this round. So now the question is, does Edbert confront the closest victim, or does Edbert turn and run after the mummy? There's no way that he's gonna turn and run.
08. Oh, he does! So, he says to Simon, I'm gonna go after her! You take care of that statue! And Simon's like, well, fine. Get the number of that truck. Okay, so he turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's gonna have to run, and he's gonna attack as a multi-action penalty. 8, 7 minus 2 is 5. He will not connect. Bang! The ghost makes its way down the hallway going after Edbert because it's connected to him. So Simon and company are on king, the baddie's on 9. Simon is fully able to act. He swings his sword at this thing, trying to smash it. Oh, look at that. Double exploders. Boom. And he's gonna roll 8s on both cases. He rolls his damage. 5 against toughness 7. He will not do anything to that. Bang! Meanwhile, over here, Edbert completely misses. The mummy is going to continue down the hall into the passage. So basically the mummy vanishes off the board for now. Over here, the skeleton rolls its fighting. Will miss this time. Now we go back to Simon on 6 and 4. And he's going to attack with his fighting of D6. And he's going to explode, and he's going to roll a 10. That is a hit with a raise, finally, against toughness 7. And he's going to roll 4, 8, 12, which is 8, 9, 10, 11. That is enough to smash it. He finds the weakness, the seam in the statue, and he drives his longsword into it and kicks it back, and it shatters into pieces. Does Edbert go after the mummy? He does not. So he runs back into the room. What was that thing?
That was my mother. I was right. The evil that took them to this place. I have to stop her. Now just hold on. You're in no position to go running after her. But she took the hunter. We have to go after the hunter as well. Just hold on a minute. We're going to go after that mummy of yours and the hunter. We're going to get that hunter back. But we are here to explore this place to see if there's anything of use. So let's find out if there is. Yes, you're right. Quickly then. They are both going to search the room. Now, Simon did do a cursory examination. I asked if there was anything of immediate use that he could see. The answer was no. But there might be stuff hidden in these chests, hidden among these piles of gems and jewels and coins. But there's not a lot of time. So what they're going to do is they're going to do a notice roll. They're going to search the room. Do they find any other interesting things in here? They do not. So there's just the money. The overall value is going to be 500. So we're just going to add that on. They basically grab the loot, the gems, the jewelry, the coins, and they stuff it in their pockets as they're looking around, but they're unable to find anything of value. Now the race is on to chase down the mummy. They flee the area and go racing back to the kitchens. The altar in the main chamber has already been covered in blood. The altar in the kitchens has already been covered in blood. We've established that there's going to be little altars through pretty much all the rooms. Presumably, the mummy is going back to take the sacrificial victim back to another room with another altar. And I'm going to say, just because 3 is a cool number, that once this mummy gets to the 3rd altar and begins to cut into the hunter's body again to cover the altar in blood, it's going to complete the ritual, which is basically going to make the outside barrier, a magical barrier, impenetrable to the Order of the Purifying Flame, if and when they ever show up. They run back to the kitchens. The mummy is not in the kitchens. The mummy has gone off somewhere else. What do they find as they run into the next area? It is going to be a 5. It's going to be a common area with a discovery. An acolyte cell, an acolyte cell. So they're running down the corridor. Again, the dark, dank, stinking of rot. They come down a long, narrow corridor. On either side are a series of doors. Some of them are open. They clearly lead to a very, very small contained acolyte cell. So like we're talking like one bed, a simple closet, that kind of thing. Most of them totally covered in dust. But there is a discovery here as they're racing through it. 2 discoveries, okay? The first one is 9, a feature. The next one is, oh, look at this, altar dais platform. So, this is good. They run past the acolyte cells and they can see in each cell there is a small little altar. These altars are everywhere. Now these are tiny little rooms, so there's not a lot of room in it. But as they run past the cells, I think this is one of the final altars in one of the acolyte's chambers. So
So I think that they're gonna stumble across the mummy. But before they do, what's the other discovery? 10, a find, and it's going to be coins, gems, jewelry. As they make their way through the hallway, they can notice a couple things. One, there is obvious, there's an open chest in here, and there's some money spilling out, gems, jewelry, coins, that kind of stuff, which is great. But the other thing is they hear the sound of screaming from over here as the mummy here is about to begin the finalization of this ritual, which will permanently seal this place. Permanently, I don't know if it's permanent, but will certainly make it much, much, much harder for the Order of the Purifying Flame to make their way in and maybe effect a rescue of our valiant heroes. Here's the question: has just the power of this place by its own nature basically raised some of these dead priests from their cells to come to the aid of the mummy? That is very likely. And Chaos Vector 7, 25, yes. One of them at the door kind of opens here. One of them emerges there. Another door opens. Shambling out of this room are, clad in old rotting black robes as they come out. So here's the thing. If the mummy gets a chance to finish the job, like cut open, possibly even kill the hunter, probably kill the hunter, on the altar here, then the ritual will be complete. So it is up to Simon and Edbert to try and stop the ritual from happening before that happens. Basically, I'm going to make a roll every round, at the end of every round, to see if the mummy has completed the ritual. If she rolls an extraordinary yes on the fate chart, that means that the hunter has also been slain. And it's gonna get more and more likely as the rounds go. So basically, they have to deal with these skeletons very soon. Here we go. Simon and company on King. Baddies also on King, but in Savage Worlds, we count down reverse alphabetical, so they go first. First of all, Simon, with his drawn sword, he runs up to one of these skeletons just emerging, and he attacks it with his sword, and he's going to attack, and of course he misses. The skeleton comes out and basically dodges to the side. Simon's sword smashes into the old door. A puff of old rotting wood and dust explodes into the chamber. And meanwhile, Edbert, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, moves up and attacks this one. Its ghost comes in as well. Actually, its ghost is going to go in here, grab some treasure, and then come over here and huck it. It can't this round. Meanwhile, Edbert comes in swinging his sword. Swinging your sword, 5 will hit. 2d8 damage, because he is much better in a fight. Bang. 15 exploding. 15 and 7 and 22. So he comes up with 2 hands, brings his sword down on the skeleton and shatters it into pieces. That's more like it. Meanwhile, over here, the enemy, so this one is going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and attack Edbert, and it will miss. This one, coming out of the room, swings its claws at Simon. It rolls a d6 fighting. Simon's parry is 5. God, of course it explodes. With an 11, so that is a hit with a raise. 4, 6, 7, 8. That is going to shake him, but not anything else. Meanwhile, the mummy. So the mummy has thrown this semi-conscious body of this male hunter onto the altar and has produced some sort of hideous sickle, right? With necromantic runes all along the side. It raises up the sickle and it begins to make a long incision in the hunter's chest, right down the middle. Is this enough to complete the ritual? It is impossible that this is enough, which means that there's a 15% chance that it is, because we're at Chaos Factor 7. Here we go. Does it complete the ritual? Oh no! Oh no! And is not an extreme yes. Oh, this is just awful. It is not an extreme yes, but it is a yes, which means the hunter is still alive, but the mummy rakes down his chest with the sickle. His blood runs all the way down his chest into those necromantic symbols carved into the altar, and there is this sound, this deep thrumming sound. A cloud of blackness for just a moment expands through the chamber and then is gone again. Oh, bad news. The hunter is still alive, but the ritual has been completed, and from outside, perhaps, are the purifying flame. Are they there at the precipice right now? I think it's very unlikely, but it's possible that they're 94 extreme. No, Okay, they're nowhere near this temple, okay? Which means Simon and Edbert are basically stuck in here on their own because there is no help coming for them. Anyway, the ritual is completed. The barrier is sealed. Now, does this barrier mean nobody can get out? I don't know. We'll have to find out. The hunter is bleeding out and will eventually die if they don't do something about it. Our guys go on a 2, but Simon's quick. Go on a 6. Bad guys also go on a 6. Diamonds. Spades before diamonds in this case. So the enemies attack first. This skeleton here is going to attack Simon as he's still staggered from that blow and will miss. This skeleton attacks Edbert and will also miss. Meanwhile, the mummy. Does the mummy kill the hunter? Does it take its round to basically perform a coup de grace? I don't really think that's likely. The ritual is complete. It doesn't need to kill him. I think no way. 18. Sorry, pal. The mummy takes its sickle knife, and the hunter, lying on the altar, blood flowing freely from his wounds. He looks up at the mummy, and the mummy looks directly at him with its black undead eyes, and it takes the sickle and draws it neatly, cleanly with one quick swipe across the hunter's throat. Blood gouts from the wound, and the life quickly fades from the hunter's eyes. Hunter's dead. Wow, these dice really want to screw things up, don't they? Oh my god, I so can't believe you just rolled that. And now it's our guys on the 6 of diamonds. Simon does a spirit roll to see if he can get back up. He does not. Edbert slashes at the skeleton in front of him. He will miss. We go into a new round now. Simon and company on 9, enemies on 3. Simon and company first. Simon once again trying to break his shaken status. Get up, Simon. No, he's unable to do it. Edbert swings his sword once again, misses again. The poltergeist grabs a thing and comes back out it's just randomly grabbing items from the treasure to try and huck at the enemies. We go back to the enemies. This one on Simon is gonna roll. It's gonna miss. This one on Edbert is gonna roll. Ooh, 6 and 9. What is Edbert's parry? So it's gonna hit Edbert, and it's going to do D6, D4. 4 will do nothing to Edbert. That was them, and now, unfortunately, the mummy, having just killed the hunter, is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is going to be totally random. 1 to 3, it's going after Simon. It does. And it's going to attack Simon, but it can't because it ran, so it used its action. So it basically shuffles through the hall with its mummified hands coming after Simon. Now, mummies have something called mummy rot, so at any point, if it actually connects with Simon or Edbert, that's potentially very, very bad for them. Imagine that. Things are potentially very, very bad for them. You know, one day I have faith that something's going to go right for our beleaguered party. They just cannot get a break. Okay, new round. Simon and company on 8. Baddies on 4. Simon and company first. Simon, you must get up. You must get up. Oh, he cannot. He cannot break the shake. I'm gonna spend the Benny to just come out of shaken. Boom, just like that. He's out of shaken, which means he can act. And he's going to slash this skeleton right there because he is also in combat with Edbert, which means that he's gonna get a +1 to hit. D6 fighting +1 is gonna be 6, which does hit him, yay! Damage 7 against toughness 7, he will shake. Boom, finally, something done. Edbert is going to attack that mummy. At a +1 to hit, he will hit with an 8. Now this is tough. The mummy has toughness 10. 2d8 against 10. Ugh. We'll see. Here we go, Edbert. Hit this mummy. Nope, nothing done. Blade cannot penetrate the mummy's toughness, which is brutal. However, this thing has, I think this thing has already grabbed something else. Yeah, it came out and grabbed something else, so it's gonna hurls it at the mummy. It will hit the mummy, but probably not do a whole lot of damage to it. Basically, these dice have to explode in order for anything good to happen. Okay, 9. Ooh. Okay, 15. 15. Oh, and 20 damage against 10 is going to be, oh, awesome. 10 shakes it. 14 will destroy. Oh my god, the poltergeist hurls an item at the mummy. Okay, we need to know what this item is. Things found in a chest. Let's see what the killing blow is caused by. It is caused by... Oh, this is awesome! Little does Simon, or Edward, know that the poltergeist goes in. It does not grab something from the chest. In fact, there is a desiccated corpse, one of the old priests, who's lying there. The corpse has been miraculously preserved, except, there's still bits of rotting flesh. The poltergeist rips the head off of the corpse, moves into the chamber, and hucks the decaying head at Simon's mother. She looks up, the head hits Simon's mother's head and knocks her head off the body. Bang! And she goes down. The good thing about this emulator, you never know what's gonna come. Last round, I certainly hope. Queen versus 4. Simon attacks. Right there with a +1. There we go. 6 and 2 is 8, +1 is 9. Parries 5, that's hit with a raise. He does 3d6 damage versus toughness 7. Here we go. That is a 9, 10, 11 versus 7. He smashes that skeleton to pieces. Simon runs into the chamber, and alas, the hunter is dead. The second thing he notices is, of course, the glowing runes on the altar, glowing with sickening black light, pulsing like a heartbeat. He goes back and he sees the body of his mother, her mummified head. And I think in that moment, the head reverts back to its human form. The spell is broken, and the power that had consumed her and killed her and raised her again into this horrible thing now leaves, and for 1 second her face just go from this rictus of pain and rage for 1 second, just sort of relaxes into what almost appears as a peaceful look. Simon, I think, takes a second and breaks down at this.
We have failed to stop this ritual. I have failed to save my mother. I need to continue into this place to see what happened to my father.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Simon. This power has been activated. Who knows what else might now be awakening in this place. You were right, back in the town to try and gain a priest. There's no way we can deal with this on ourselves. For my part too, I don't think that mummy was actually in charge of what was going on in this place. I think that she was compelled to do it by some power. That power is still obviously active here, and I don't think we have the strength to defeat it ourselves. We should take that money in the other room now and run.
I cannot leave this place until I know what happened to my father. I have to know if he is here.
We're not going to survive this place. We barely escaped this. If it wasn't for the help of my unseen friend here, he kind of twitches again. We got off lucky that time, mate. We've got to get out now. Does he convince Simon? I'm going to give him a D4 persuade, Because, hey, I did say that if he survived this, he's going to become a wild card. So I'm going to give him persuade at D4. He does not.
No, if you wish to go, that is fine, but I must continue.
Edbert's a soldier. Edbert's used to following orders, but Edbert is also no idiot. He believes that if they do not leave this place now, they're going to die here. And he can see that Simon is obviously possessed with this burning need to discover what happened to his father. Understandable, his mother was turned into this terrible creature and now beheaded in front of him. So he understands that, but at the same time, he knows that if they don't leave now, that's it for them. He's not gonna let Simon go alone. Does Edbert crack him on the head from behind, knock him out, and drag him out of this place for his own good? I think it's somewhat likely here at Chaos Factor 7. Somewhat likely he does for his own good. Does he? He does. Simon turns.
No, we must continue. I must find my father.
Right. Well, lead the way then. Simon turns. Edbert takes his sword with the pommel and cracks him on the back of the head. Knocking him out, Edbert grabs Simon and moves back down the hall, back to the kitchens after first grabbing the loot. Of course, he grabbed the loot. We're going to figure that out in a second because he's not an idiot. Back to the temple itself, and there, when he sees the doors, they're still standing ajar, these wide, stone, thick granite doors, he can see in the fading light of the afternoon sky that there's a shimmering barrier between him and the outside world. it's almost like translucent. Everything on the other side of the barrier is just like these distorted shapes, and every now and then like a pulse of black light sort of shimmers down like rain from the top of the door to the ground. Does this barrier prevent anyone from leaving, or does it just prevent someone from coming in? But this is a big rule, because if it prevents them from leaving, they're not getting out of this place, at least not by this exit. I don't think the barrier is two-way. I don't think it also prevents you from leaving. So I'm gonna say it's very unlikely that it prevents you from leaving. Does the barrier prevent them from leaving? 60 on 50, no it does not. Eadbert takes Simon's unconscious body, moves through the shimmering barrier to the outside world, escaping the temple. Well, we dealt with the undead master, which turned out to be Simon's mother, who is now destroyed. And the Order of the Flame is far away. The Dying Hunter is now dead. Our threads, the only thing, find out about parents. Well, that thread has been partly answered. We know that Simon's mother was taken and turned into an undead automaton, but we don't know what happened to the father. So we're gonna change that thread. Search for Simon's father, and then in brackets in the temple, because he thinks that's where he is. The chaos factor, I'm gonna bump it up to 8. Money. They did find some money in the Acolyte's cell, so let's just find out what that is. It's probably not gonna be a lot. So there is a chance. Oh, look at this. There is a magic item. Ooh, let's see what it is. It is a 9. A crossbow. The damage bonus is 1, so it has a simple edge to it as well. This crossbow, steady hands. So, as Eadbert is dragging Simon out, he grabs a bunch of stuff from the Acolyte cells. It turns out there's 200 gold worth of stuff, and also this crossbow, really good looking crossbow, but you can tell that it's really, really well made. Maybe Eadbert's going to present the crossbow as a mea culpa from knocking him on the head and having him escape this place. I think this thing should have a name. We don't know if we're going to discover the name right now, but it should have a name. What's a cool name? Actually, I'm gonna put it out to you guys. What's a cool name for this crossbow? What's a cool name for this crossbow? It does more damage a little bit, but it also gives you steady hands so that you can fire on the move or you can fire from an unstable platform. What is the name of this crossbow? I'm gonna put that out there for you guys. If you have any ideas, put them in the comments below, and if I like one of them, I'll put it in the show. So that brings us to the end of this scene and the end of episode 7. Simon is still alive, although he's been cracked on the head. He is not going to be very happy with Eadbert when he wakes up to discover that he's been pulled out of the temple before he could discover what happened to his father. He's going to be very, very, well, we're going to see what happens in the next episode between him and Eadbert. Presumably Eadbert's going to take him back to town, to Hundatora, to regroup and possibly go and find another member of the priesthood who could help them. Maybe they're going to wind up meeting the Order of the Purifying Flame. There is a chance that those guys, girls, people, whoever they are, I don't even know if they're humans, I know nothing about them, but we might meet them in the next episode. I have no idea, but you might. If you tune in next time to Me, Myself, and Die. Don't forget, if you like this episode and all the episodes, hit like and subscribe down in the below part, and we will see you next time for the continuing adventures of Sucky Simon. Hello again, and welcome back to Me, Myself, and Die. I am your intrepid host, game master, and player, Trevor Duval. As always, remember to hit like and subscribe and share on Facebooks and all the various social medias, because it really helps get the show out there. First of all, I want to thank you all for your suggestions for the name of the crossbow, the magic crossbow that was found last episode. There was some really, really killer ones out there. I love them all, and I was so excited to see all of you taking part in that. It just warms the cockle to my heart to see that. But nonetheless, we did have to pick one, and so the one we're going with is in fact Stonebolt. Stonebolt the crossbow. So thanks Kidith for that one. Couple little housekeeping things before we begin this episode, this very special episode, this Halloween episode. Ooh. Couple things. Simon has leveled up. He has basically got himself a new edge, which is fleet-footed, which means that now his basic pace is 8 instead of 6, and he rolls a d10 running die instead of a d6. So that's gonna make him a lot faster, and it's also gonna give him a chance to get the heck out of a fight if he has to, because now he has a much more valuable and reliable wildcard ally. That's right, Eadbert. Eadbert has been graduated to wildcard status. I said that if he survived last time, he would be, and so, in fact, he is. So I've gone and made him a full character now, a full wildcard. Basically, he's got, the skills and and edges and stuff, just like a wild card. But most importantly of all, he now rolls a wild die with everything he does, which is pretty cool. That should make things a lot easier for poor Simon, who was knocked on the head at the end of last session as Edbert was dragging him out of the temple, where they discovered that his mother was an undead creature, an automaton, a mummy of sorts, if you will, that was tasked with completing a ritual that would seal off the temple from the outside. The ritual was completed and the mummy was destroyed, so Simon's undead mother was killed, if you will, by none other than Edbert's ghost, which managed to rip off a mummified head from a dead priest and hurl it at the mummy, knocking its head off. It was pretty cool. But then Simon, totally devastated, he thought that his father might still be in the temple somewhere and he wanted to go explore, but Edbert, being an experienced soldier, knew that there was no way just the two of them could do this. They were going to die if they kept going. So he cracked Simon on the back of the head after failing to persuade him and dragged him out of the temple just as the ritual had gone up and the temple itself was sealed from the outside. So they were able to leave, but they might not be able to get back in. So in the meantime, they are currently on their way back to the town of Hundatora. Now, a couple things. One, chaos factor's at 8, so I'm gonna roll to see if anything is interrupted or altered in the scene. Chances are it will be. 2, because this is Halloween. This is our special Halloween episode. I mean, it might be. I'm assuming it's a special Halloween episode. You never know what the dice are gonna say. But seeing as this is supposedly our Halloween episode, I want to start off, first of all, by finding out some more information about this ghost of Edbert's. Considering that this ghost was instrumental in saving their bacon last time, I think it's important to understand now the nature of Edbert's haunting. So, in order to do that, we are going to go to our handy dandy Une NPC emulator. We take our percentile rolls here and we do our roll and we get a 92, which means despondent. Okay. Ooh, despondent. Ooh, oh, come on. See, my silly little props here to make it spooky. Despondent what? Despondent 42. Oh, Magus. So despondent wizard, basically. Now we find the power level. So slightly stronger than Edbert is. We know one motivations of this ghost already, which is keep Edbert alive so he can atone. But what else? What else do we know about this motivation? So this motivation is 97. Rob. 10. Distress. I feel like this ghost motivation, perhaps in life, to take away distress, so to calm down, to provide healing perhaps, to provide calmness. Rob distress, I need a little more to go on. So another motivation, we've got 45, damage 100, damage spirits. Oh, you know what? Damage spirits makes me think that this mage was in fact some kind of necromancer, someone who specialized in destroying undead. That makes sense considering it actually just wound up doing that. So yeah, so I think in this case to rob distress, to take away distress, is to put the dead to rest. So this is definitely some kind of necromancer, or maybe like an anti-necromancer. Oh, you know what? I wonder if the magic user was actually part of this Order of the Purifying Flame. Let's ask the fate chart. I'm gonna say 50-50 because I don't know. Extreme yes. So, extreme yes. Was the wizard part of the order? The wizard was the leader of the order. Obviously, this ghost had real reason to go in that temple and destroy all those undead, and the ghost would also have real reason to bring down that barrier because the ghost may know that the Order of the Purifying Flame is on the way to destroy this temple. A task we will find infinitely more hard now because the barrier is up. Was this male or female? 1 to 3 male, there we go, 5 female, so yes, the ghost is female. And we're gonna go to female names. There are 3 tables. The ghost's name, this wizardess, who was the leader of the Order of the Purifying Flame, the name was 37. Sherilyn. Great. I think she would have had a title if she was the leader of this Order of the Purifying Flame. Something like Sherilyn Spirit Bane or something like that. Let's call that Sherilyn Spirit Bane. Now what I want to know is, what is the nature of the haunting of Edbert? How did Edbert come across? Well, if this ghost is haunting Edbert, it's a pretty good chance that Edbert killed her, right? It's a near sure thing on Chaos Factor 8. 66 is in fact, yes. So Edbert did kill her. Was it a mistake or did he do it on purpose?
I have no idea. 50-50. Was it a wrongful death? The answer is yes. So, he didn't go out of his way to murder her or anything like that, and I don't think he didn't meet her in battle and slew her or anything like that. Something happened in which Edbert wound up killing this woman. Well, obviously he has some connection to the Order of the Purifying Flame. Was Edbert a member of that? I don't think that's likely. I don't think it's likely. It's possible he may have been working for them at some point, but let's ask the fate chart. Was Edbert in fact a member of Purifying Flame? Purifying Flame, the Purifying Flame! I'm gonna say no way. Chaos factor 8. 75. No, he was not a member. Was he employed by... I think that's very likely. Yeah, I think it's very likely that he was. 47 he was. So he was employed by Sherilyn Spiritbane to go and do some task. He did kill her accidentally, and she is haunting him because of that. So she's keeping him alive until he can atone for the accidental death of herself. Actually, here's an interesting question. Does the Order of the Purifying Flame know that Edbert was responsible for the death of their leader? 50-50. What is that? 07 is an extreme yes. Not only does the Order of the Purifying Flame know that Edbert was responsible, they blame him and they are after him. That certainly complicates things. If they run into the Order, that's going to be a problem. What a twisted web we do spin here on Me, Myself, and Die. Yeah, I think that's all we need to know for now. So because this is our Halloween episode, we are going to go to Mythic Variations right here. What Mythic Variations does is basically give us different types of random encounter tables based on the genre. So we're going to go to Mythic Variations Horror. Ooh, horror. A couple of special rules variations when it comes to horror in Mythic Variations. First of all, the chaos factor, if you're starting, would normally be at 4, but ours is already at 8. And then we have a different horror focus table right here, which, you know, will come up in a second. Also, because our chaos factor is so high, it's 8. If we do roll under it, they're all going to be interrupt scenes. There's not going to be altered scenes. That's just a factor of the Mythic horror theme. Let's do that. As Simon is unconscious and being dragged by Edbert through the forest. It is late afternoon, early evening. They've been traveling now for some time, having just escaped the temple. They are making their way back to Hundatora. Hopefully they're going to get there without incident. However, this is Me, Myself, and Die, and using the Mythic Emulator with a chaos factor of 8, I highly doubt it. So let us determine whether or not the scene is interrupted. Is it interrupted? Yeah, 7 on chaos factor 8 means yes. What is the focus? So if we look over here, we have this horror focus table. Okay, it's slightly different than the normal table that Mythic has. So we're gonna see what we have here. Okay, on the horror focus table, we are rolling. What is the interrupt scene? What is the focus of this event? 27. Remote event. So this is an event that happens somewhere else. And what is it about? The action is 17. Antagonize 84. Status quo, antagonize the status quo. They're on the way to town, so they're gonna have an interrupt scene, but it's a remote event, so it doesn't directly affect them. Something has happened in the town of Hundatora to shake things up. So is it possible that they were attacked? Antagonize the status quo. I don't think that they were attacked. I think that this really is more about, an internal incursion. This is some group on the inside of the town that has basically risen up and like overthrown the government. Oh, well, okay, this is a horror episode after all, so I think there is some cult, perhaps even associated with the necromancers in the old temple, perhaps. There is a cult that has been long hiding in the underbelly of society, and they have seen their opportunity and seized it. They've risen up and they have murdered some of the most influential people in the town. They've killed off several key members of the town, and basically the town is in chaos. How do Edbert and Simon find out about this? Now, I think what they come across is a rider who's galloping as fast as he can, but maybe he's been wounded. He's got like a couple of arrows in his back. He's clinging to life.
He basically rides up to them. He's just on his last legs. Edbert sees him and basically, flags him down. The horse is lathering. The horse reins up in front of him, but he, wounded as he is, this rider, he falls off, right in front of Edbert. The man is on the ground. He's like, there's blood like flecking his lip, from the many wounds that he's taken. He's almost delirious from the pain. Edbert comes up to him. He slumps Simon down like a sack of potatoes, on the ground. What happened, man? Are you coming from town? Are you coming from Undatora? There was terrible uprisings in the street. A cult. Some terrible cult. They began murdering the priests and murdering the town masters. I was on my way to the city to tell the lords there, but they shot me. Is the guy about to die? I don't know. Let's find out. He's been shot. I'm going to say it's somewhat likely. Is he about to die of these wounds? 10. Extreme, yes. So he's there's nothing that Edbert can do for him. This guy is, please, sir, you must get word to the city. I never did know the name of the city. I'm going to presume that the city he's talking about is the one to the north, the one that Simon comes from. We're going to Random Tables 2 here. What is the name of the city that Simon is from? 44. Kyton. The city of Kyton. I like that. Please, I have to get word to Kyton City. I have to get word that we need help dealing with this cult. Hang on, I'll see if I can help you. Simon, get up, we need your help. But by the time he turns back to Simon, this rider is dead. He's succumbed to his wounds. So, Simon, groggy, I think he comes to his senses now. What? Why is my head so sore? We're out to the temple now, Simon. What? But we have to go back in and find my father. You were raving, man. You were about to do something really stupid that dragged me witches. So, I got us out of there. Just as you turned, I think something fell on your head. Egbert, you have taken me away from the one trail that could lead me to answers. How could you do that? I told you before, Simon. If we didn't get out of there, we were dead. I had to do it. You were out of your mind. You just lost your mother. Twice over. You'll thank me for this later, maybe not now. We'll see about that, Edward. We shall see. Wait, who is that? He points to the dead rider on the ground. Some rider out of Undatora. He said he was on his way to Kyton. Kyton? Why? Apparently there's some cult that's risen up from the underbelly of the town and murdered a bunch of influential people. Place is in chaos. I was hoping we might be able to find someone in town to help us with the rest of the exploration of the temple, but I don't know if it's a good idea for us to go back. Well, one thing's for sure, we can't go back to Kyton. Well, why not? I would rather not return there. I am hunted, Edbert. Hunted by an enemy of mine. Manfred of Dovedane. No, I cannot return there. We can't just walk into Undatora. From what this poor chap was saying, it's a madhouse. Well, what do you suggest we do then, Edward? This guy was going to Kyton to try and tell them what's going on, maybe get some help. We could do that. We could search his body, see if he got any sort of official writ on him. Maybe he had some official request for help or something from the town masters. Did he? I don't know. Find out. I think it's very likely that he does have something like that. 78, yes, he does. Edbert quickly searches his belt pouch and he comes out with this rolled up piece of parchment that has a seal on it, the seal of Undatora. See, right here. We could do this man's job for him. We could go back to Kyton City and get help. Did he tell you any details about what's going on there? He made it sound like everything was total chaos there. What do they do? Do they go onto Undatora, knowing that it is suddenly very dangerous because this strange cult that's suddenly come up out of nowhere? Or do they take the missive from the town masters and go back to the city of Kyton to try and get some help? Simon definitely does not want to go back to Kyton. It's too dangerous for him. He already knows that Arn, the bounty hunter, is after him. He knows that Manfred is out to get him. So going back to the Lion's Den is probably not a very good idea. But does Edbert care about Undatora? Does he have any vested interest in helping Undatora? Does Edbert have a vested interest in helping Undatora? 21. Yes, he does. Simon, I think we should help. I think we should carry this to the city leaders, of whom Manfred of Dovedane certainly is one, and see if we can bring help. I do not like this one bit, Edbert. And another thing, we do not even know what the nature of this uprising is. This one man told us there's a cult in the streets, that people have been killed. If we're going to go and ask for help, don't you think that we need to get some more information? It'll be in this missive, everything we need to know. He breaks the seal, opens the missive and reads it. I don't think there's a huge chance that there's a lot of like really explicit details about what's happening. I think it's basically, we're under attack, crazy people in the streets, send help. So, is there enough detail in the missive to explain a lot about what's happening in Hundatora? I don't think so. I think no way. No way is there. 56? The answer is no. The missive is super hastily written, a scrawled hand, like the letters trailing off onto one side kind of thing. Send help, quick. So Simon has a look at this. You see? This tells us nothing. I can tell you this. The first thing that the Masters of Chiton will want to know is what's happening. This missive tells them nothing. If you want to help the folk of Hundatora, we need to know what's going on. We need to go into that town and find out for ourselves. All right, fine, Simon. We'll do it your way. Since you are sort of the principal main character here after all, and I'm just sort of a jumped up NPC. So yes, we'll do it your way. So they make their way back south to the town of Hundatora as night is falling. They will get there after dark. There's a full moon. Actually, let's find out what the weather's doing. The higher the roll, the better it is. Oh, 5. As they make their way towards the town of Hundatora, there's a storm that begins to boil on the horizon. Lightning flashes in the clouds over the ocean off to their right. Thunder begins to roll in off the sea towards the land. And there in front of them, as they come down out of the mountains and out of the foothills, they can see the town of Hundatora right where they left it. But this time, I think there are a number of fires in the town. I think that these cultists have been busy. I think they're sowing the seeds of chaos everywhere they are going. I'm going to say it's likely. 60, yes, it is. So, as they make their way down to the walled town of Hundatora, they can see the flames erupting against the night sky. They can hear the sound of screaming and there's fighting in the streets. There's all kinds of chaos going on down there. As they get to the gate, is the gate closed? I think it's very unlikely. Is the gate closed? In this case, yes, the gate is closed. So they get there. I think the guards at the gate are way too busy dealing with the chaos being sown by the cult on the inside. The guards are clearly trying to quell whatever rioting's going on. It's a bad scene in there. Simon and Edbert come up to the gate. You know, Simon pounds on the gate. Let us in! Let us in! Bang, 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 bang. Is there any guards stationed at the gate that have actually kept their posts? I think no way. There's no way that there have been. 24! The answer is yes, there is a guard. The guard looks over the wall and sees them. Hundatora's in flames, traveler! You should go! It's too dangerous to open the gate now! We can help! Let us in! Actually, let's find out exactly what the initial reaction is of the guard. Okay, so we're gonna use the old Savage Worlds reaction table here. The initial reaction for the guard is going to be 7, which is neutral. Okay, so he's neutral. He clearly doesn't want to open the gate because there's all this chaos going on behind him. Simon's shouting, let us in, man, let us in! The guard shouts down, the gate is closed, traveler! I cannot do it! I think Edbert step up, and he's got intimidation, so he's going to use intimidation. It's one of the skills he has as a wild card. And he shouts up to the gate, now listen, we are here to help you, do you understand? Help! Now don't be a stupid arse! Open this gate now, or I will scale that wall and use your head to bash this gate open myself! Let's see if it works. He's a wild card, so he's rolling it. He's got a D6 intimidate, and he's got a D6 for his wild card. And he's gonna roll a 4, which is a success. So the guard kind of looks, gulps, or he scampers down the wooden rickety stairs on the other side and opens he doesn't open like the main gate, but he basically opens the man gate right beside it. So the single door opens, and Simon and Edbert steal inside, and right away they can see that the bustling, peaceful town of Hundatora is in chaos. There are shops on fire, there are people crisscrossing the roads, running back and forth, there's the sound of screaming, there's the sound of crying children, there's the sound of wailing women, there's the sound of combat. You know, obviously some people are fighting these cultists. It's total chaos. Simon says to the guard, where is the fighting most heavily concentrated? Where did the cultists come from? I don't think this guard has any idea about like what's going on. I think he was on duty and chaos erupted, and that's that. So I think it's very unlikely this guard. Does this guard know anything about where these cultists came from? The answer is 89. He does not. He kind of shrugs at Simon and says, I don't know, I have no idea. I was just on duty and about an hour ago this started up, but I know that they attacked the Lord Mayor's house. Right. They make their way through the streets, going towards the large manor house in the center of the town. It would have a small sort of retaining wall around it. It's set on a simple hill in the center of the town that commands a nice view, not only of the harbor, but of the surrounding countryside as well. They make their way through the streets of Hundatora, trying not to engage any of these strange cultists. Do they engage? Do they come across any cultists that might attack them? Well, I'd say it's somewhat likely. I mean, it's pretty crazy right now. 99 is actually an extreme no. So they do not see any cultists. What they do see is the product of the cultist work. So they see a lot of dead townsfolk. They see a lot of, like, as I said, burning shops, carts overturned, screaming horses attached to burning carts as they trample through the streets, but they don't see any cultists themselves. So they make their way all the way to the manor house in the center of town. I think I need to know something about this cult now. What is this cult all about? I suggested that perhaps it is connected to the necromancers in the temple, but I don't know if that's the case. It might not be. It might be something totally different. This might be a political thing. Who can say? This cult is all about 22. Befriend? 93. Befriend weather. I think that these guys are like, basically they worship the storm itself, and they're calling upon the storm. I think that maybe they are worshiping some dark aspect of Morgus the sea god, or even better, they are worshiping Morgus's opposite in the pantheon. So if Morgus is the god of sailors and the god of weather, I think that these cultists are worshiping a god or goddess that represents the destructive force of nature. That's kind of cool, actually. It is a female, it is a goddess. The goddess of the storm, the destructive power of the sea. And I think these cultists have been secretly worshiping this goddess, hoping to bring her wrath upon this town, and specifically upon the harbor and the ships and the temple of Morgus as well, because Morgus and this goddess are diametric opposites. They're enemies. So what is the name of this goddess? Something cool. Devona. Ah, that's kind of cool, actually. The Sailor's Scourge. Simon and Edbert appear on the very steps of the town master's hall. I think what they see there is the guards in front have been slain. Did the cultists actually originate their attack from the town master's hall? Did they like dig their way through basically from some sea cave on the outskirts of town? That's kind of cool, actually. Yeah, let's call that somewhat likely. Did they do that in fact? 98, they did not. So they didn't do that. So this is in fact not then the center of where they came, but this is certainly a place where they struck. Is there anybody left alive inside? I'm gonna say it's very unlikely that there's anybody left alive inside. 66 is a no, and it is also under our chaos factor, which means we have an interrupt scene. So everybody in that whole town master's manor are dead. They've been slain. Servants, the town masters themselves, their families. It's a brutal slaughterhouse. However, we have an interrupt scene as Simon and Edbert are approaching. Now the interrupt scene on the horror chart, focus. Horror NPC, ooh. This is a special focus event on the horror chart. So this means something horrific happens to one of our NPCs. So we have 7 possibilities here out of all the characters. So I'm gonna roll a D8, a 6. Oh, interesting. They steal their way into this manor house. Dead bodies are everywhere. These people have been butchered. It is a charnel house. It is a gore, charnel? Carnal? I always said carnal, but I think it's charnel. I've got every dummy. Sections of the yard are on fire as they kind of go and they make their way through the burning yard and they get to the double doors that are swinging open in the breeze. It's the night breeze that's blowing in off the sea, whipping up the fires in other parts of the town. Still, the sounds of chaos behind them, but inside the house, total silence. They go inside, they step inside sort of the main foyer area, the main entrance chamber. Large chamber with a double sort of colonnaded staircase going up to a massive landing in front of them. Exits off to the right and left. There, they can see some of the serving staff slumped over settees and chairs and things. Their throats cut, blood everywhere. It's just a scene of total, well, horror. What is the nature of the horror? The nature of the horror is 67. Open. 65. Open intrigues. Oh, that's it. They slowly make their way up these
the two staircases to the balcony overlooking the foyer. And behind them, they can see another chamber that's going off. And they can see, as soon as they get up to that top level, their feet start splashing on water. And they look down and they see that there's like a river of water, like a giant puddle that seems to be flowing from the corridor behind them on the second level. It's flowing out of one particular room, and it's flowing out and over the overhang, dripping, drip, down into the foyer entrance, maybe dripping down onto the head of a dead servant as the water hits the servant's head, mixing with his blood and running down his face. They turn down the hallway, and they slowly make their way down the hallway. Weapons drawn, of course. Actually, at this point, Edbert kind of pulls out the crossbow, stone bolt, and presses it into Simon's hand. Simon, well, what is this? I found this in the temple. I think you might find some use out of it. All right, he loads it up with a bolt. He doesn't have a lot of bolts right now. He hasn't had a chance to buy them, but we'll say he's got a couple. He's got a handful. So loaded crossbow, he begins to move down the corridor. And as they come around the corner of where the water is coming, they look, and there's like a large bathroom. And there's a large stone bath, and in the bath, the water is sloshing out over, and there they can see an arm draped over the side. And they come up, and again, water is spilling over and, pouring down the hallway. And they go up, and they look inside, and the arm attached to a body, and the body underneath the water, drowned, bloated with water. And they can see there is North, the friendly merchant, because that's who I rolled on the target of the NPC horror. North, the friendly merchant, bloated, his carcass lying there, blood pooling in the water. All of his internal organs, they're sort of have been exposed by a large cut. And it's this horrifying thing. And Simon looks, and he kind of has to look away immediately. North has been butchered. He's been sacrificed to Devona. Why is he here? Maybe he had some business with the town masters when the attack happened. That's probably the case. Now, they have sacrificed him and several other influential members of the town to their dark goddess. Here's a question. Did they sacrifice these influential members of town to maybe summon this storm that's even now rolling off the sea? And if that's the case, which I think it is the sacrifice of North sort of like a pivotal moment in the sacrifice to bring the storm crashing down on the town? I'm gonna say it's somewhat likely that it is, somewhat likely. The answer is 0-1, extreme yes. Oh, extreme yes. So, unfortunately, Simon and Edbert have got here too late as they look and they see the body of North floating, his chest cut open and like barn doors exposing all of the internal organs, even now becoming choked and bloated. And they sort of look at each other, and at that moment from outside, there is a massive crash of thunder and the flash of lightning, and they kind of look out a window that looks, as I said, the manor house has a commanding view of the town as well as the harbor, and as they look out the window, they can see the harbor, and there, approaching in the darkness, they hear it first. They hear the rumble. And as they turn and they look and they strain their eyes in the darkness to try and see, over the burning town, they can see it is a huge wave that is coming to engulf the town? Or is it containing monstrosities that are gonna burst out of the town, very H.P. Lovecraft style, the creatures from underneath the sea coming to attack? Is it that? Is it just a regular tidal wave? I think it's unlikely it's just a tidal wave. Is it a tidal wave? The answer is 22. So we have, once again, an event that interrupts this scene. The answer is yes. It is a massive tidal wave. Oh, Simon looks at Edbert. We've got to get out of here. Yeah, I think you're right. As this wave comes crashing in, but before it does, there is an interrupt event. What is the nature of it? We go back to our horror focus table and we roll 88, which is doubles, but that doesn't count for the purpose of this, which is NPC negative. So something bad happens to another NPC. Let's find out who that NPC is. We're gonna roll our D6 to see which NPC it is. 3, 1, 2. Oh, Okay, NPC negative, something bad happens to this person that I just rolled. What is the nature of that thing that happens as this ginormous tidal wave is coming crashing in over the town, potentially about to wipe it out? What is the nature of the bad thing that happens? Divide allies. NPC negative, divide allies. Oh, yeah. So what happens is Simon and Edbert are standing in the window of this bathroom on the second floor of this manor house, looking out. They see this massive tidal wave coming in. They look to each other. We gotta get out of here. You know, yeah, I think you're right. But at that moment, Simon looks down and he sees the inn at the edge of the water. And people are streaming out of it, but he also sees cultists coming in, cultists beginning to set fire to it. There's several staff of the inn that are fighting off these cultists, or trying to. They're getting killed. These cultists, I think, are in some dark blue robes. They've got these long knives, and they're, it's just butchery. But coming out of that inn, he can see Arn, the bounty hunter. But as he does so, divide allies. Edbert points down to him. I know that man. I met him in the inn the other night. Yes, I know that man too, Edbert. And I say we let him drown. We need to get out of here. No, that man. I think that man could be a great help to us. In fact, I was thinking about coming back and trying to find him, actually. I think he could be just the person we need to get in that temple again. What? Arnold's a bounty hunter. He knows nothing at all about the magical barriers or necromantic temples. Believe me, Simon, he said a few things to me in a common room that makes me think that he might in fact be the man to do this job. At this moment, the tidal wave is coming closer and closer. It's getting louder and louder. Simon says, there's no time for this, man. We have to get out of here. I didn't come all this way just to have our best shot at back at that temple be washed away to sea. Now I'm going after him. And he leaps out the window, his invisible ghost following him, and leaps onto the roof slates and skids down into the courtyard, tumbling down through the streets towards Arn to rescue him. Simon's like, Edbert, what are you doing? As this tidal wave is getting closer and closer and closer. And Simon knows that he has just a handful of moments to decide what to do. Does he go after Edbert to try and help him rescue Arn, his nemesis? Or does he turn tail and flee, knowing that this gigantic tidal wave is bearing down on the town, about to destroy it? What does he do? I wish I could tell you, but that will be the subject of the next episode of our show. So, if you like the show, don't forget to hit like and subscribe, and come on back next time when we find out what happens to Simon of Argoston and whether or not he gets washed away like the rest of the town of Undatora. We'll see you next time on Me, Myself, and Die. Hello again, and welcome back to Me, Myself, and Die. I am, as ever, your intrepid host, GM, and player, Trevor DeVal. Thanks so much for tuning in, and remember, if you like the show, please hit like and subscribe, because it really helps the show here. Also, I should point out that we now have merchandise, which is crazy to me. But enough of you had asked me about how to get merchandise like the logo or hashtag Simon Sucks. So we're putting it on t-shirts now and mugs and all that kind of stuff. So you'll be able to check out all that stuff in the show notes. So by all means, if you want to help support the show, that's a great way to do it. And have a cookie little souvenir as well of my ridiculous little experiment here. But I do appreciate you guys showing an interest. It's pretty great. So where last we left off, after having discovered that the town had been completely overrun by these cultists of Devona, the goddess of the sea, who is the opposite to the priesthood of Morgus, which has a temple right here. These cultists who had committed a ritual, all kinds of rituals going on, by killing North the Friendly Merchant in the townsmaster's house. And that ritual had caused this massive tidal wave to come, presumably to come and to swallow the town. The tidal wave is on its way right now. Simon wants to get out of Dodge, of course, and so did Edbert, but at that moment, Edbert looked and saw that outside of the inn was Arn, the bounty hunter, who was engaged with a bunch of cultists. People were screaming, running around, everything like this. He went to help him because Edbert believes that Arn has some knowledge that's going to help them get past the barrier which has sealed the temple. What that knowledge is, I have no idea. Hopefully Arn survives this so we can find out what that is and why he, of all people, has some special knowledge. So, where we last left off, Simon was in the townsmaster house watching Edbert skid down the tiles of the roof and run off to help Arn. Edbert's the closest thing to a friend that Simon has, so of course he's not gonna let him get washed away by the water. So, Simon is still in the townsmaster's house. He's looking out over the town. There's fires erupting everywhere. In the far distance, he can see the massive black shadow of this gargantuan tidal wave that is slowly picking up speed and moving, crashing its way, wave over wave, towards the shore to engulf the town.
He doesn't have a lot of time left, but he races down outside of the townsmaster's house and goes after Edbert to try and help him. So, does anything interrupt or alter that scene? There's a very good chance it does because the chaos factor is 8. So here on chaos factor 8, I'm rolling and I get a 3. It is an altered scene. What's the next logical outcome for this? Well, I think that as Simon is racing towards Edbert through the town, I think that the most logical thing is that he encounters an obstacle. Is it a cultist? Perhaps. I think it's going to be more of an environmental obstacle, though. I think it's going to be something like a beam of a burning masonry comes falling down from a burning house or something, and he's got to deal with that. So yeah, well, let's go with that. So he's racing through the streets, the night sky being lit up by the encroaching fires of the town, smoke everywhere, screaming people everywhere, you know, dead horses, overturned carts. It's just total carnage and chaos. He is racing through the streets when he turns up and he sees this massive beam of fire from a collapsing building arcing down towards him. He's got to get out of the way. So I think that this challenge is going to be basically like a dodge. He's got to roll his agility, which is good because he's pretty good at this. Does he succeed? He does succeed. So he is able to leap out of the way. He doesn't succeed with a raise, but that's okay in this case. The building beside him collapses into flame. Embers go flying up into the sky. Choking smoke billows out, but he is able to bypass that and get to the town square in front of the inn. We've got the sailor's mess right here in the town. We've got a couple of other buildings here. This is Simon now. I've decided to give him a crossbow instead. He's a different mini for now. Over here we have Edbert, who is currently locked in combat with a cultist because he's been here for a while now. His spirit ghost is here, his Sherilyn, who again does have a vested interest in keeping him alive, so she might actually be part of this fight again. And over here, we have Arn, who is hiding behind this large fountain, basically firing at these other cultists coming up. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cultists right here. Arn is right there, Edbert's here, and Simon emerges on the scene right here. So let us go directly to initiatives, okay? So we are going to remember now that Simon is a wild card, Edbert is a wild card, and Arn was a wild card, if you remember way back from episode 2. And then all of the enemies are just extras, okay? So I'm gonna have Simon go on his own because he's got the quick edge, and then I'm gonna have another card which is gonna be for Edbert and Arn, and then another card which is gonna be for the baddies, for the Devonan cultists, okay? Actually, there's something I wanna know before I get into the initiative. Are these all just regular cultists, or do they have a leader with them? I don't know, let's find out. So here we go, Chaos Factor 8. Extreme, yeah, so this guy right here is some kind of priest. Devona's a goddess. Maybe the priests of Devona are all female. Yeah, that's the chart. Are all of the priesthood of Devona, are they all female? Kind of like the drow elves from D&D, for those of you familiar with that. The answer is yes, they are. So this nonetheless is the priestess, okay? All right, so here we go. Simon is going to be on 3, but he's quick. Queen, okay? Both Arn and Edbert are on 10, and the cultists are also on 10, but spades go before clubs. Great, that worked out well for a change. Hooray! Maybe Simon doesn't suck so bad this time. We will see. What we've got here is Simon goes first. He's got his handy-dandy crossbow, and it was loaded. It was loaded the last time, at the end of last episode. What he's seeing right here is Edbert locked in combat, so he doesn't want to fire into that combat, because if he does, he might actually hit Edbert. He sees Arn preparing to pull back and fire at this approaching priestess who's dressed in these dark blue robes. All of these cultists are in dark blue robes. They have basic weapons like cudgels, short swords, nothing fancy. They all basically do d6 damage. So who does he fire at? Well, he does actually have a clear shot at the priestess, and he's got a clear shot at the closer cultist here, but it just makes sense that he would fire at the closest threat. So I'm gonna roll a d6, and 1 to 4, he chooses to shoot at this cultist here. 6, he actually decides to shoot at the priestess. Well, that's actually pretty good. So he lifts that crossbow. Now this crossbow does +1 damage. Simon raises the crossbow. Again, the whole square is dark. It's lit only by fires. You know, some of these buildings here are on fire. So let's put a fire there. Like that building is on fire. That's cool. You know, I really will play just because I'm a grown man who likes to play with toys. Let's just admit it. All right, so Simon is going to shoot at the priestess of Devona with his crossbow. I'm gonna spend my first Benny of the game to re-roll that, because I don't want to start this off with Simon living up to the new t-shirt. Hashtag Simon sucks. I really want to create a new design that says, Simon's not so bad, but we'll see. Okay, here we go. Simon
Okay, well, he will hit with the wild die, thank goodness. So he is going to roll his damage, which in this case is going to be 2d6 plus 1. Here we go. 5 plus 1 is 6. Her toughness, 6. Oh, and the crossbow also has armor piercing. AP 2, so it ignores 2 points of armor. Her toughness is 6 with 1 point of armor. AP 2 reduces that armor, so her toughness is actually 5, so he's rolled a 6, which means it's going to shake her. Thunk! Ah! She screams in frustration. As her terrible plans are about to become unraveled by Simon, who does not in fact suck, but who in fact is the best thing since sliced bread. So let's slice some bread. Let's do Arn right here. Arn sees her go down. He was gonna shoot at her. Does he put an arrow into her anyway? I'm just gonna make it 1 to 3, he does. No, he decides to in fact turn slightly and fire at this approaching cultist. She doesn't go down, she's shaken, so she like, takes a bolt, and she's kind of staggered a bit. She's still on her feet. Anyway, Arn is gonna turn and fire. He is equivalent to Simon, so he's rolling D8, but he has a longbow, and he is going to roll a 4. He is also going to hit. His longbow is gonna go do 2d6 damage, and their toughness 6, 5, so unfortunately the arrow glances off the armor. Edbert, as I said, I've made him a wild card, and I've given him a few things. I've given him a couple of edges. One edge of his is brave. In other words, he gets bonuses on fear tests. That makes sense considering his whole situation. He also has the edges first strike and sweep. First strike basically means that if somebody comes at him, he gets a chance to hit them before they can do anything. That's not going to apply right here. He also has sweep. Sweep is a great edge to have if you're attacking a bunch of enemies because you can basically attack all of them at once. But again, not really applicable here. He does have his longsword, and his fighting is D8. So he's going to roll his D8 and D6, and he is going to roll 4. Under 5, he misses. He's unable to penetrate the cultist defense, which brings us to the cultists themselves. So first of all, the cultist priestess, she is going to do a spirit roll to see if she can break out of the shake, and her spirit is D8. 2, she does not do it, so she's still staggered by this crossbow bolt, which is great for us. Meanwhile, this cultist is going to run up and attack Arn with his, cudgel, basically. He comes in, he rolls a D6, he will roll an exploding 6 against Arn, and he'll roll 8, so he rolls low. Oh, that's great. 3, 4, 5. So the cultist with the cudgel basically comes in. Arn just sidesteps the cudgel, comes down on that statue at the fountain here and kind of shatters a bit of it off. But Arn is left undamaged from that attack, which is great. This cultist here is going to attack Edbert, who he's locked in combat with his D6. 2 will not go after his parry. And I think it's very likely that this cultist here is going to charge at Simon. So 6 inches, a little far, so he's going to have to run. He's going to run and attack, which means he's going to take a multi-action penalty of -2. He runs up and attacks at -2. 3 will miss. Simon is able to sort of dodge out of the way. That's the first round done. So 5 will hit him, so he does 2d8 damage. 12 on 6 is dead. Bang, slays him dead. Now, at the end of the round, how does Arn I think what Arn does is he's got his bow out again. I think he puts his bow up and he slowly, I think Arn takes a few steps around this wagon here as he's silhouetted from Simon's perspective. He's silhouetted from the burning building back here. Get down on the ground, Simon of Argoston. We are both leaving this place, but you will be leaving in manacles. And Simon kind of turns to look at him like incredulously. Meanwhile, Edbert turns as well too. He just came to help rescue you. You can't be serious. You don't actually want to try and take him in now. Look at what's going on around here, man. This place is overrun. There's more important things to deal with. Arn, Edbert is right. There are far bigger concerns here than whether you and I will continue our battle. We have to find a way to stop this. I think Arn is going to be easily persuaded in this case to stand down and actually help them find some way out of this mess, because there's a giant tidal wave on its way that's going to strike the town at any minute. So he's not a complete idiot. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give Simon a persuasion test. Now, as you recall, Simon does not have persuasion, but this is hugely in his favor, so I'm going to give him a +4. So basically he's rolling this at +2, okay? Well, a 2 and a 1. +2, however, is for he succeeds. I will give you a reprieve from justice this one time, Simon. As you are right, there are bigger fish to fry. Or bigger people to drown, as the case may be. So, here's the real question. Simon has a thought. Perhaps, because remember from episode 5, was it, or 6, whatever it was, when they were in the inn, Simon went to the Temple of Morgus, which is right beside the inn.
I think that the priests of Morgus, because remember, they're diametrically opposed to Devona. I think that the priests are barricaded in that temple, and I think that they are trying to call upon their god to counter the effects of this tidal wave. I think that is a near sure thing. That's a near sure thing that they would, because as this is happening, they know what's going on. They recognize these cultists. Are they trying to stop the tidal wave using the power of their god? 88 is a success, and it is also an interrupt because our chaos factor is at 8, or rather a random event. So the answer is yes. The priests are currently in the temple trying to enact a ritual to counter the magic of Devona by stopping that tidal wave. So Simon says, "That is the temple to Morgus. We should go. I think our best bet at trying to stop this tidal wave lies with those priests. Come with me!" And he runs off, and the three of them run off towards the temple as this town square catches fire over here too, and here too. Oh my goodness. They run off to the temple. So, as they get there, however, we have a random event. The event focus is 94. NPC positive. Who is the focus? Which NPC does this involve? 3, 1, 2. Arn! Okay. And what is the meaning? Something positive happens to Arn as they make their way towards the Temple 21. Release. Death. Oh, here's an interesting thing. Sherilyn, the spirit. Edbert knows that Arn knows something about this undead temple. What is that? We don't know. I think that Sherilyn, the spirit, the ghost of Sherilyn Spiritbane, she is basically recognizing the same thing that Edbert does, which is that he has some inherent power or he has some knowledge or something that she is somehow aware of. Simon's moving up. Arn comes up beside him, and as they're hustling towards the temple, Arn says to him, "I am not joking with you, Simon. Our business is not yet concluded. You still have crimes to answer for. Do we really have to talk about this right now?" And at that moment, the ghost, there's sort of a wind that whips around Arn, a wind that does not come off the sea. And Arn sort of stops and looks, and his jaw drops open, his eyes go wide as this spirit manifests itself in front of him. Does she speak to him? She's never actually spoken before, so I think it's unlikely. I think it's very unlikely that she speaks. Does she speak to Arn? 73. She does not speak. Okay, so she points to Simon, and she points to him, to Arn, and she brings her hands together like this. So obviously the intent is clear. She wants the two of them to be working together. And at that moment, I think that she basically gives him something. She gives him she is a mage. Oh, okay. I think she still has some of her powers. So I think what she does is she basically, communicates to him that the two of you are supposed to work together. Arn's like freaking out by this. So if she's recognizing that he has sort of special knowledge, that he is going to have to be kept alive too. So I think what she does is she casts a spell of armor on him. There's this spectral shimmer over Arn as this ghostly armor appears around him. She was pretty awesome, so I'm going to give her a D12. How good was the spell? 7 success. So it's a decent spell. So Arn basically has 2 points of spectral armor around him now for as long as she basically keeps concentrating on it. Simon sees nothing and says, "Well, is this really the time to talk about this now?" As Arn is like, "I think that our friend here is seeing Sherilyn, my erstwhile companion." What? And he looks and he sees nothing, but well, there's no time for any of this. We've got to go to the temple. So they get up and they race to the temple. We know that the priests there at the temple are trying to do some sort of ritual to stop the tidal wave from coming in. Are they being besieged by the cult leader? I think that's likely because the cult leader knows that the only way that this tidal wave is going to be stopped is through the power of the opposite god, which is Morgus. Is the cult of Devona currently trying to assault the temple, or have they even got in? I think that is a sure thing, an absolute sure thing. So yes, they are. So my next question is, have they got in yet? 13. Yes, extreme yes. So not only has the cult of Devona broken into the temple, they have already begun their assault on the priests, and I think that what happens is, as our heroes burst into the main doors of the temple, what they see is the temple, and I'm imagining the temple with like big stone stairs that lead down into the main temple area. If you remember from last time, I said that there was no altar, but there was more like a pool of aquamarine stones. I'm seeing it like the whole temple is sort of a recessed area, and against the far wall is a massive pool, which actually is connected to the ocean. So it's a pool of sea water. That serves as the altar here. So I think our guys come in, and they're at the top of this landing, and they see these stone stairs going down into the temple room proper, and they can see that there is a battle already going on. There are priests fighting cultists. As Simon looks across the room, he can see right by the altar there, by the pool of seawater, which is even now churning with not only the force of the approaching tidal wave, but also I think that the divine magics of both god and goddess are basically competing against each other in this pool. So the water is sloshing and churning and splashing everywhere. But I think that the high priest of Morgus is currently engaged somehow in some sort of magical battle, perhaps with the head priestess of the cult. So, what awaits Simon, Edward, and Arn in the depths of the temple? Will they be able to find a way to stop the tidal wave in time before it destroys the town? I have no idea, but if you tune in next time for another episode, you can find out at the same time as I do. So thanks for watching, and don't forget to hit subscribe and like and share the video, and we will see you next time on Me, Myself, and Die. Hello and welcome back yet again to Me, Myself, and I. I am your intrepid host, GM and player, Trevor Duval. If you like the show today, don't forget to hit subscribe and like. It really helps us out. And don't forget as well that we have an official merchandise shop. So if you want to buy some loot, some gack, official junk from the store, you can find a link for that in the notes below. When last we left Simon of Argoston, he and Edbert had saved Arn Kalapunki from a group of cultists outside the inn that were trying to kill him and burn down the rest of the town as well. They were successful in doing that, and also successful in convincing Arn to put down his hostility towards Simon and actually work with the two of them to try and find a way to stop the tidal wave. Simon thought that the best way to do that was to go to the Temple of Morgus, the sea god right next to the inn, because he had been there before, and he thought that if anyone has an ability to counter the terrible power of Devona, the goddess of the storm, it would be the priests of Morgus. Now, Edbert believes that Arn has some knowledge that could help them in the temple. That is the whole reason why he went to save him. And apparently his ghost, Sherilyn, agrees, because she manifested in front of Arn and basically indicated to Arn that he should really put aside his hostility and work together with Simon and with Edbert. So much so, in fact, that she cast a spell upon him, as she was a mage in life. She cast a spell upon Arn, the spell of armor, to protect him. What does she think that Arn knows? I don't know. Perhaps we'll find out today. But that is a question for a later time, because right now our group has just entered the Temple of Morgus and has seen the priests under assault from the high priestess of the cult of Devona. They have come in, and as I said, there's the big pool of water that is actually churning seawater from the outside. On the other side of this wall right here is actually the ocean. So this water sloshing over and everything like this. The place is chaos as cultists are engaged, fighting with the various priests of the temple. Over here we have the high priest of Morgus, and here is the high priestess of Devona. That's where our characters find themselves when they burst in on the scene. So the question I have right now is, how long is it until the tidal wave hits? Because I think we're on a ticking clock here. I said last time that tidal wave was on its way and it was coming fast and furious. So the question is, how many rounds do we have until that tidal wave hits? I don't think there's a lot left. I think that whatever is gonna happen quick. 5 rounds, okay? 5 rounds to deal with this, plus a D6. So 5 plus D6 rounds. I'm going to be keeping track of that with a separate die as well. So 5 plus 4 is 9 rounds until the tidal wave hits. Okay, first of all, we go. Simon is on 3, but he's quick. Which ace? Ooh, that's good. Allies are on king, the baddies are on 9. Okay, so far so good. Simon is first. He, will say, has loaded his crossbow as they're running up, because that makes sense. He sees this situation, the high priest of Morgus. I think that this priest was in the middle of conducting this ritual to to call upon the power of Morgus to prevent Devona's tidal wave from engulfing the town, and that's when the cultists burst in. So Simon goes first. He's got his crossbow. He sees that right here is the cult leader, and she is preparing some horrible spell. I think he shouts out as well, "Take down the cultist leader!" He levels his crossbow, stone bolt, and he fires his crossbow. He's D8 shooting. His target number is 4. There's no cover or anything like that. He fires, and he will explode with the wild die. 7. Okay, well, 7 is a hit. He does hit the cultist in the base, shoots her in the back. Oh, Simon, you coward. The crossbow bolt flies across the room and will hit her with its 2d6 plus 1 damage because it is magical. Oh, it's magical, isn't it? It's such a magical crossbow. Boom! 5, 6 damage. Her toughness is 7. The bolt buries itself into her back, but is immediately whisked aside from this magical armor. And I think what the nature of her magical armor is, it's a combination of whipping winds and water. Cool. That was Simon. Our allies on King. I want to deal with our main guys first. So I think Arn with his bow fires ka-dunk at D8. With his D6, he is a wild card as well. And he's going, you know what? I have 3 bennies here for our NPCs. This is going to count for Arn, and this is also going to count for Edbert. So I'm going to spend one of those NPC bennies to re-roll, because this is pretty important. Arn shoots, and will roll a 5, which will hit, but not with a raise. So 2d6 damage from the bow on toughness of 7 will be 5, nothing done. Again, the bolt hit, but is swept away by the swirling magical winds. So does the arrow, nothing done there. Which brings us to Edbert. I think he's going to run down the stairs and engage this guy, but he's going to have to run with a d6. As he runs down here, the ghost will follow him. Ooh. So the ghost comes in and is sort of swirling ethereally around Edbert, but he is going to draw and attack, but at -2 because it's a multi-action penalty. He was a wild card. That was an 8. I hope it's okay. So he explodes with the 6. 9 -2 is 7. He will hit the regular cultist. Parry 5. He's going to roll 2d8 damage from his longsword against toughness of 6 because they're wearing some ports of armor. 14 against toughness 6 is enough to slay him. He kills that cultist. Now I'm going to quickly do the battle here. Does this priest do anything? 5. He might. He's going to hit with his, small cudgel or whatever it is, versus toughness 6. 4 will do nothing. Bang. Over here. Does this priest hit? No. And over here. Does this priest hit? No. That's all of our allies, which brings us to the enemy. So this priestess, she has a couple of spells that I more or less determined randomly. One is armor, and I think she has that up already. She also has blast, which is a spell that in this case is like she can call upon her goddess to deliver a massive clap of thunder, which is going to damage people in a wide area. And finally, she has something called barrier. And barrier is she can basically cause a massive wall of water to create a barrier between her and whoever she wants. But I think she's going to try. She's going to do a spirit roll. I'm sorry, she's going to do a faith roll, which is a skill in Savage Worlds that you use to draw upon the power of your god, or goddess in this case. Her faith, and she is a wild card, is D10. Savage Worlds often uses power points. I use an option rule called no power points. So basically, she's going to take a penalty on the roll based on how many power points she should be expending. So she has to make this roll at -3, okay? And again, her target number is 4, like in most cases. 7 -3 is 4. She gets that barrier up. So this will represent the wall of water, okay? So it goes up right there. Whoosh, this churning wall of water. I think what happens too is as she completes the prayer to her dark goddess, Devona, the churning seawater from the large pool here basically shoots out in a big arc and forms itself almost like a giant pseudopod, forms itself into this churning wall of waters. Okay, let's go in order here. Let's deal with the guys that are dealing with the priest. So over here, anything happens? No. Over here, anything happens? Yes. Explode, 12. That's definitely a hit with a raise, so that's going to be 3d6 damage against this priest right here. Oh my god, 13. Oh yeah, so this priest goes down. This cultist with a long knife basically just stabs it right down the collarbone of this priest, who dies. I think he's going to move over here and join this fight, but he won't be able to do that till the next round. Meanwhile, over here, this guy does attack this priest. He will miss. That leaves these two cultists here. One of them is going to run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not run, but move over and attack Edbert. So let's deal with that. 5 against Edbert's parry. Parry is 6, so no, the cultist will not be able to bypass Edbert's defenses. This one goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and will run 7 and will attack at a multi-action penalty against Arn, and he will roll a 3, so he will miss. That was the bad guys of the first round. The first round is over. We go down now to round 8 as the tidal wave gets closer. Okie dokie, here we go. Simon is on 2, but he's quick, so he's on queen. Allies are on 10, baddies are on 8, so Simon is first. Simon, the first of his name. Well, he is going to reload and fire. Now, a crossbow, if you do that, you take a multi-action penalty because it takes 1 action to reload, but he's got to do it. So I think he's going to fire at that. Is the bolt going to do anything? It's possible the bolt destroys that wall. He's going to try. He's going to try. He levels the crossbow and fires at -2. What do we get? Oh, he explodes! So 9 minus 2 is 7, so he will hit the section of wall. And now he's going to do his damage. 2d6 plus 1 against toughness of 10. So he just needs to get 10. It's possible. How much damage does he do? 5. The bolt basically disappears into the swirling water. That was Simon. Our allies. I think that Arn drops his bow, pulls his sword, and attacks at a -2. -2 is 4. He will not be able to hit that dude. Over here, Edbert attacks this new fella. Hey fella, how are ya? Why don't I drive a sword through your guts? Boom! He rolls a 3, and so he completely misses. Over here, the priest on the cultist will miss, and this priest, who is now outnumbered 2 to 1, is going to explode with a 9. That's a hit with a raise, so he's going to do 3d6 damage to this fella right here, and he's going to do 5, 6 against his toughness of 6. He will shake this guy. Boom. Good. And that is all of our, except now the High Priest of Morgus. Well, the High Priest of Morgus has some spells as well too. What's the High Priest of Morgus going to do? Oh, here's a question. Does the Priest of Morgus have the dispel power to be able to try and bring down this wall? Unlikely. Chaos factor 8. 63, he does have the dispel, but does he try desperately to continue this chant to try and stop that tidal wave, or does he deal with this immediate threat right here, or does he try and bring that wall down? I think I'm gonna roll 1d6. 1 to 2, he continues the chant. 3 to 4, he does some sort of attack on the cult priestess. 5 to 6, he does a dispel on the wall. 1, so he turns and tries to regain his focus and begins to invoke the power of Morgus. So here's an interesting thing. I wonder, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give him a faith roll. And if he succeeds, he's going to basically increase the amount of time that we have until that tidal wave. So basically, as he succeeds in his roll, the power of Morgus rises up out in the ocean to basically push that massive tidal wave back. Okay? Does he succeed? He is also a D10. But he's not a wild card. Only the bad guy is. Boom! Oh, well, that is a success. So, it wasn't a success with the raise, so I'm going to increase that from 8 back up to 9. So he did some good, at least. That is it for the allies. We go to the baddies. Let's deal with this priest right here. I think this priest got armor up, has done the barrier. This priestess, I should say, does have the blast power. She'd be using it at -2 because she's basically concentrating on 2 powers right now. She lifts up her arms and she calls out to Devona as the water churns even more over here. Boom! Oh, 10! And 2 is 12, -2 is 10. That is a success with a raise. There is a massive crack of thunder. Boom, right there. So 2d6 damage against this priest's toughness of 6. And it's going to be 8 versus 6. The power of Devona shakes the priest as he sort of slumps against the side of the pool here, trying desperately to maintain his concentration as he's still spitting out the words of prayer to Morgus to try and stop Devona's power from engulfing the town. Okay, that was her. Over here, quickly, this cultist on this priest will miss. This cultist, does he get up? He does not. This cultist attacks his priest. He will also miss. Over here, this cultist attacks Edbert with an exploder, and he will roll in here 11, which is a hit with a raise. So he does 3d6 against Edbert. That is a hell of a hit. And he does 13 damage against him. His toughness is 8, so 8 will shake him. 12 will wound him. Bang! Edbert's gonna take a wound unless he rolls to soak. He is a wild card and he's gonna have to take one of his special NPC bennies to make this soak roll. And the soak roll is in fact a vigor and he's pretty good at this. 8 and a d6, he's taken 1 wound otherwise, and he will roll a failure. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're going into a new round of initiatives. Initiativos. Simon, on ace. Allies on queen. Baddies on 2. Simon is on ace. He, now he's fired at that wall to no effect. To no effect. That's an old Baldur's Gate game reference for those of you who played that game back in the day. Anyway, so he is fired at the wall. It's done nothing. Does he try again? He knows that Edbert's ghost was instrumental in helping them last time. He shouts, "Sherilyn, if that is your name, you must try and bring down that barrier!" As he fires at, we'll say the guy that Edbert is currently engaged with. It's a dangerous game because if he rolls a 1 on the shooting die, it could hit him. He's rolling a -2 ka-tunk, because he's aiming at fire. That's the problem with the crossbow, is that it takes a round to reload, and if you don't take that round, then you fire at -2, and he will miss because it's -2. Ka-tunk, ka-tunk. He is going to move his 6, however, to the edge of the stairs here. Allies. Arn is fighting his guy with his sword. He will miss. Over here, Edbert is fighting his guy with his longsword, and he will also miss. Oh, does he use his last Benny? No, I don't think he does. He just misses. Allies over here. This fellow right here is going to attack the dude. He's going to miss. This guy over here is going to attack this cultist. Ooh, it's looking good. He will hit with a raise. That's great. 3d6 damage on this cultist. That will kill him. Oh, right on. For here, we do our priest to see if he gets back up again. Luckily, he has a high spirit. He is not a wild card, however. Does he break his shake? Of course not. He does not. So that's it for the allies, and now the baddies. Let's start with the baddie over here. Baddie over here is going to see if he can break his shake. He does, but it takes him his entire round to do it. Baddie over here is going to attack Arn, will miss. Baddie over here is going to attack Edbert. Ooh, exploder 6. So he's going to do 2d6 damage. Oh boy, 8, 9, 10 versus 7 will shake Edbert. Over here on this priest, this guy will miss. Now, this priestess, I think she is going to try and call upon Devona to undo the ritual, because that's what this guy was, the high priest here was praying and shouting and chanting into the water to try and harness the power of Morgus to stop Devona's ritual. The whole reason why this cultist is here is to eliminate that. So, yes, by killing the high priest, that would put an end to that. However, actually, you know what? I have to make this random. Does the priestess go up and attack the priest of Morgus? 1 to 3. She does. She does not. So in fact, she turns and begins to chant, and she's going to do the same thing that the high priest did, except in reverse. She's going to do a spirit roll, and if she succeeds, she's going to lessen the amount of time that this happens. She's rolling d10, and she is a wild card because she is a big baddie. Exploding 6. 7 is not a raise. Simple success. So she turns and begins to chant to Devona, and over here, because we are on a new round, we're down to 8, and she now chants and turns us down to 7 rounds left at the end of the round, which is kind of bad news. Out in the ocean, the 2 gods are struggling with this tidal wave. I'm not sure what that looks like, and it doesn't really matter because none of our characters can see it. But as the audience, we see that tidal wave sort of being forced back and forth by these titanic divine struggles going on. Whew, all right, new round. The first thing we do at the top of the round is boom, we go down to 6 now. So we go down to six rounds left, and we do the new initiative. Simon is going to be on 7, allies on 8, baddies on 6. So allies are first. Gonna start over here with the High Priest. Does the High Priest break his shake this time? Please do it, pal. That's a 1, unfortunately. He is unable to, he was hit hard by this thunderclap. He's screaming, it's still ringing in his ears. Allies over here, this priest is gonna attack this cultist, he's gonna miss. This guy's gonna attack the cultist, he's also gonna miss. Arn's gonna attack this cultist, he was gonna totally miss. And Edbert is going to do a spirit roll to get up, but he is wounded. So that means everything he does is at -1. So 4, so he gets up, but not with the raise. That's better than nothing. There's one ally left, and that is the ghost. Simon has yelled to the ghost in the previous round to go and try and break that wall. The ghost knows what's going on. The ghost knows everything we do. The ghost knows that this high priestess is the real target of, and if they don't take that priestess out, if they don't deal with this wall and take that priestess out, that wave is coming because they need to protect this high priest. They need to get him back on his feet so he can enact the ritual and finish. So I think that ghost is going for that wall. What does the ghost do? What does the ghost do? I don't think the ghost can do anything other than huck something. But the ghost is a mage. This ghost has already used her powers on Arn, giving him this shimmering spectral armor. Does she have the dispel power? It is likely, it is only likely. She does have access to the dispel power. Dispelling the opponent's power is an opposed roll of arcane skills. The dispelling character suffers a -2 modifier if the target power is of another type. Yes, so it is another type because this is miracles and her type is magic. As Sherilyn begins in her spectral way to cast the dispel, she is going to roll a d12 and she's going to get 5. Okay. The priestess is aware that something is trying to bring down her unholy wall, so she immediately does an opposed faith. Oh, look at that. But what did we have? We had Sherilyn roll a 5, -2 is 3. She rolls a 3, it's a tie. In a tie, the two foes continue to struggle with no clear victor. So, they're locked in this battle of wills, essentially. And now it's the baddies. The High Priestess knows that there is a more significant threat on the other side of that wall. Does she do something about it? Let's come back to her. This cultist over here is going to attack our priest and is gonna miss. This cultist right here is still going to attack Arn and he will miss. This cultist over here is going to attack the wounded Edbert and he will completely miss. This cultist is going to attack this priest and will completely miss. So that leaves us only with the High Priestess. Here's the thing. She's got 3 things going on right now. 1, she's got a shaken high priest, which is the key to all of this. She's also got this churning battle of the gods going on in the water here. She's also got this new threat on the other side of the wall. So what does she deal with? 1 to 3, trying to end the high priest. That's really bad. I'm sorry, 1 to 2, it's gonna be dealing with the high priest, which is really bad. 3 to 4, she's going to once again focus on the water to try and knock this timer down. 5 to 6, she's gonna do something about the ghost on the other side. What does she do? It is probably the best possible outcome for us. She turns and she's going to do a spirit roll again to see if she can create that tidal wave coming in quicker. If she succeeds, it goes down by 1. If she succeeds with the raise, it goes down by 2. Here we go. And she, oh no, why did I say that? Why did I say that? She rolls an 8, which is a success with the raise, which means the timer goes down by 2, and it is also the end of the round, which means as we go into a new round, this thing drops again to 3. That tidal wave is coming in hard. Let us see what the initiatives are. Simon is quick. He's on 8. Allies on the Joker, that's good. And baddies on 5. All of the allies are suddenly inspired, or rather panicked, by the fact that time is running out and that tidal wave is coming upon them. They can hear it, the roar, the crash of the surf. This pool is going crazy as well. Water splashing everywhere, churning like a maelstrom. Okay, so over here, this guy is going to attack this cultist at a +2. Yes, he explodes with 9, 10, 11. That is a hit with a raise. He's going to do 3d6 damage +2 because the Joker. 2 to everything. The cultists have a toughness of 6, so he's going to roll 10. 13 +2 is 50. He's going to kill that cultist. Boom! Awesome. And then he's going to move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Allies over here. So this guy, this priest attacks this. Oh! This priest attacks the cultist and is 11
13, that is a hit with a raise. He's gonna roll 3d6 with his cudgel against toughness of 6. Oh boy, they're inspired right now. 6 and 5 is 11, 12, 13. 14 kills that cultist dead. Bang! So Arn over here also attacks on +2. He's part of the allies as well. He's gonna hit with a 5. That's a regular hit, so he's gonna do 2d6. A +2 damage. That's gonna be 6 + 2 is 8 against toughness of 6. Will shake this cultist. Bang! Edbert is wounded. He's got this cultist in front of him. He's going to attack at +1 because he's got the +2 from the Joker, but -1 from the wound he's suffering. So +1, he's going to hit with a 5 because the parry's 5. So he's going to do 2d8 damage +2. Bang! 5 + 2 is 7 damage, which is going to shake this guy. Boom! Which is good. Oh, and the ghost. The ghost is going to do a spell check right now. It's competing, so this is going to be -1, unfortunately. 10 - 1 is 9. That is a great roll. -1 for the spell she's upholding, -2 for the differences in magic, but +2 because of the Joker. So in fact, she rolled 9. She's gonna roll her faith and her wild card. Oh no! It's once again. It's a tie. Nothing done. Ugh. Simon, he's going to run down. He drops the crossbow. And he goes up to this wall, pulling his sword as he does, and he attacks the water wall, trying desperately to hack through it and destroy it. He's only gonna get a 2 though, so 3, so he will hit, and not with a raise, so he's doing 2d6 damage against toughness 10. No, his sword just basically gets caught up in the churning waters of this water wall. Now it is the baddies. Oh, hold on. Aha, I forgot about this in the Joker round for our High Priest. Our High Priest has to do a spirit roll to get up, but he's at +2 to do it. 5, he will do it, but he couldn't do anything, so that was the totality of his round. Then Simon did his thing, and now it is the baddie's turn. Let us deal with this baddie first. He does his spirit roll to get up, he will not. He does his spirit roll, he will not. And this baddie, now, we've got 3 rounds left. Very, very, very bad. Once again, does this cultist go after the priest? Does she go after the water? Or does she turn and deal with the ghost? I think right now it's 1 to 3 she's gonna go after the priest because he is clearly turning, he's the greatest threat. 4 to 5 is this and 6 is that. 3. So she goes after the priest. So she is going to once again cast this spell at -2. Because she has 2 spells up, she rolls her faith, and she is a wild card, but these are at -2. She's doing a blast. We explode on the d6. Is 9 -2 is 7. That is a regular success. So he's shaken again. But he's not wounded, which is, it's not terrible. This brings us to the new round. We've got a Joker, so we have to reshuffle the deck. This is tough because as you can see right here, as we go into the new round, it now goes down to 2. It now goes down to 2. This is bad. This is really bad. Because right now, the tidal wave is making its way closer and closer and closer to the shore. If they don't stop this in the next 2 rounds, if they don't deal one way or another in the next 2 rounds, that tidal wave is going to hit Hundatora. What happens when it does? Well, could be game over for everybody. I'm gonna say that this is probably the most dangerous event that Simon has ever had to encounter. Perhaps it would have been wise if he had abandoned his friend. Perhaps they're all going to be ghosts in a few rounds. We shall see what happens. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Boom, Simon is on 7. Allies are on 5. Okay, baddies are on 7, but hearts before clubs. So Simon goes first. He is going to attack that wall again. They have to get through it. He attacks with a 2. Okay, well that's enough because the fairy's only 2 of the wall. He does 2d6 damage. Does he explode? 7 will not do it. That is it for Simon. That brings us to the baddies. This guy over here first. He is going to do a spirit roll to get up. Oh, 7. So he does not succeed with the raise, but he is up and he can't do anything. This guy over here does a spirit roll, also explodes with an 8. So this time he will get up and attack Edbert, who's right in front of him. Boom, he will miss. And other baddies are, there's only the high. So again, I think we're back down to 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6.
1, 2, 5. Oh, so she turns and is going to try and deal with this ghost beyond the churning water wall. So she is going to try and basically create this massive thunderclap that's going to center here, and basically it's going to hit these guys if it goes off, but she's going to be at -2 and another -2 because she's already maintaining 2 spells. Her faith, she is rolling her faith right now. Her faith in Devona, who is just a real bitch. At -4, 2, it does not go off. The allies. Let's deal with the most important thing right now. The ghost is once again going to try and bring down this wall with a dispel at -1. Oh, you know what? The ghost has to do Zabeni because this is so crucial. This is so crucial. -1. Oh, God. It's even worse. And there's no more bennies for the NPCs to use. So the water wall does not get dispelled. That was this. Edbert, he's going to just move. He's going to draw the attack of opportunity because he sees what's going on here. He's going to draw the attack of opportunity from this cultist right here who's going to attack and miss, and he is going to attack this water wall. Come on, Edbert. Come on, Edbert. Give us a hit. He does hit it. 2d8 damage against the water wall. Toughness 10. 9. He's unable to penetrate the water wall. Allies over here, these 2 dudes are coming up and attacking him. Each one of them will hit, which will shake this dude. Pow. Meanwhile, the priest, get up, man. Get up. Make your spirit roll with the raise, He rolled the 8, so he gets up with the raise, which means he can act. So he immediately turns to the water and begins to call upon the power of Morgus again. Please, pal, please succeed at this. And he will fail! He will fail at this! He will fail at this. Okay, Arn over here is gonna still try and take this dude out. A hit with a raise, so he's gonna do 3d6 damage against this fella. 5, 6, 7 will shake him. He cannot put him down. That is it for our round, which means, my friends, my dear friends, we have exactly 1 round left. 1 round left. At the end of this next round, that tidal wave hits Hundatora. See what the initiatives are. Simon, he's quick. Simon's quick. He's on 10, okay. Allies on 3. Baddies on 6. The final round of everyone's life, perhaps. Simon goes first. He is going to... Oh, does he have anything he can do besides swing this stupid sword? Is there anything he can do? Oh, you know what? He does have the magic crossbow, which I did say he dropped. It up here. I have an idea, and I think he's desperate. I think that he knows his sword is doing nothing to this wall of water, this magical wall of water. He has a magic item. Perhaps if he goes up and grabs that item and says a prayer to Morgus and to any god who might be listening, if he throws that crossbow at that water, will the inherent magic of that crossbow help to dispel that section of the wall? I don't know. The fate chart's gonna tell us. Simon's gonna try this. He runs up here, grabs the crossbow, turns, whispers, actually shouts a prayer to Morgus or to any god that might be listening, and he hurls the crossbow at the wall. He doesn't have throwing, which is a skill, so he's gonna be -2, but he only needs to hit 2. So he hurls this. Okay, he hits the wall with the magical crossbow. Does the power of the crossbow, does it hit the wall and basically cancel out the power of this wall, but destroying itself in the process? Very unlikely. We have a 65% chance of a yes. 81. We're all gonna die here. The crossbow hits the wall of water and bounces off, landing on the ground. It didn't work. Which brings us to the baddies. Let's go over here. This baddie tries to get up. Does not. This baddie tries to get up. Does, but cannot act. This baddie is so close right now. Once again, does she deal with the high priest? Does she deal with the water, basically causing this to turn to a 0? Or does she deal... This is all the marbles right here. If we get a 3 or a 4, this bad. A 5. So she turns to try and deal with this ghost again. She is going to be rolling at a -4 to try and use her blast power. So she is going to roll her D10 and her D6, but at -4. -4 is 2. It fails because she's trying to cast a spell past the water. She's also maintaining 2 different spells right now, so she is unable to do that. That is very good. That brings us to the end of her turn. It is all up to the ghost. The ghost is going to do a dispel check, D12. No more bennies. This is for all the marbles. Against her opposed faith. What have we got? 10. Okay, but 10 -2 because it's a different type of magic. So really that is 8. She is rolling this at -2 because of the spells that she has up right now. And she's going to roll 0, which means that this wall is dispelled, or at least this section is. Boom. There is a gap in the wall as the ghost brings some of it down. Okay. Edbert, it is up to you, my Irish friend. It is totally up to you now. So, Edbert rushes in the gap and plunges his sword, wounded as he is, into the High Priestess. Now, she also has magical armor on 2 points of armor, so her toughness is up there. Does he hit? Her parry is 5. Come on, buddy. This is okay. He explodes. He explodes with the wild die, and he gets 11 -1, so he gets a 10. That is a hit with a raise. Hit with a raise. He gets 2d8 damage and the d6 damage. Her toughness, however, is 7. Here we go. Here we go. She is a wild card too, which is not great. 9 and 4 is 13 versus 7, so 7 shakes her. 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 gives her a wound. Bang! Ah! Arn is going to attack the guy who's shaken, because that's what he does. He's going to explode both times. He's going to explode both. He's definitely going to hit with, oh yeah, he just keeps exploding. He's going to hit with a raise. It's going to be 3d6 damage. This guy's already shaken. He kills him. Boom! Congratulations, Arn. At this time, Arn sees this, and he uses his movement to escape. He runs out of the room, because Arn... There's no way Arn is going to stick around for this. He's going to try and get to safety, although I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. These 2 priests are going to rush into the gap, and the High Priest is going to use them as they all focus on trying to stop this from happening, okay? Each one of these is rolling a d8 in faith. Okay, well, one of them doesn't work it, but the other one, 16. 16 and 5 is 21. Oh my God, that's all the raises. So he's gonna add +4. So our High Priest now turns to the water with 1 round remaining, and he calls upon his god with a +4. 9! He rolls 9. 9 plus 4 is 13. That's 4, 8, 12. That's 2 raises. 2 raises is not enough to stop the tidal wave, but it is enough to give us 3 more rounds added to the clock. Boy, talk about close. Talk about close. So way out to sea. Once again, the tidal wave goes back and forth and back and forth, contested by 2 titanic divine powers. Hundatora holds its breath. Okay, he bought us some time. We go back to a new round now. Simon is quick. Simon is quick. Simon is on 10. Allies on 6. Baddies on Jack. Let's deal with the High Priestess first. So she's going to do a spirit roll, but she's at -1 because she's wounded. -1 is 5, so she succeeds. She's wounded. It takes her whole round to come out of shaken. Meanwhile, this guy runs up. He doesn't see the ghost, but he runs up behind Edbert through the gap in the water and tries to attack him. Ah! He will miss. So it's Simon now. Simon comes down, grabs his crossbow, and loads it, and continues his movement, and fires with a multi-action penalty at the High Priestess. Grabs it, cocks it, leaps in front of the gap, and fires at a -2. 6 minus 2 is 4, so he will hit. He's gonna hit 2d6 plus 1. He's gonna roll 7, 8, 14. 17 damage against the cultist. Toughness is 7, and that will cause the final wound. The cultist takes Simon's bolt in the throat as she's turning to the water, trying desperately to finish her prayers. She came so close, but with her death caused by Simon, the high priest, wasting no time, gathers his lesser priests around him and complete their exhortations to Morgus the sea god to intervene on their behalf and stop this tidal wave. And she can see now the churning waters bubbling inside the pool slowly start to calm and recede as far out in the water. In the ocean, the tidal wave bursts apart into a bazillion droplets, ending the tidal wave. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Simon of Argoston just saved the town of Hundatora. He didn't do it alone, but he got the final shot. I swear to God, this whole thing is just the coolest thing. Oh my God. I mean, how often do you have these kind of experiences in a game? I mean, it almost never happens, yet it happens every episode here. Okay, wow. This is totally exhausting. They live. They all live. The town of Hundatora is saved. So we're gonna quickly update our charts. Threads will escape the tidal wave. Yeah, we did it in a way that I didn't expect to happen. Oh, Arn fled. We're gonna put that as a new thread. Arn has fled for his life. You know what? I think that is actually a perfect place to end this total group of scenes. In the aftermath of all this, we're gonna reset everything back to 5. Wow, there it is, guys. Simon of Argoston apparently does not suck so much. That brings us to the end of this episode. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. Feel free to leave a comment if you enjoyed what you saw here today. If you have any ideas about, the world building, all that kind of stuff, some of you have been adding to that in the comment section. I think that's great. Like, subscribe, and tune in next time for the next installment of Me, Myself, and Die. Well, hello, and welcome back once again to Me, Myself, and Die. I am, as always, your intrepid host, player, and games master, Trevor DeVal. Before we get started today, I mentioned a show or two ago that we have official merchandise for sale, so if you want to buy some things like this lovely cup right here, it'll show you, look at that. Ooh, Me, Myself, and Die, look at that. It's lovely. So if you're interested in helping out the show and supporting the show that way, by all means, check that out. When we last saw Simon and friends, they had entered the Temple of Morgus, which itself was under attack by the cultists of Devona, led by the High Priestess of Devona. And they were intent on slaughtering all the priests of Morgus there in order to prevent them from enacting a ritual, a counter-ritual, if you will, that would stop the tidal wave from hitting the town. Simon and friends managed somehow, by some miracle, to stop them and to slay all of the Devonan priestesses and cultists and save the town. Now, interestingly enough, as that happened, right before that happened, Arn thought that the game was up. Arn saw this tidal wave coming in, or heard it, or felt its presence, or whatever. He knew that the tidal wave was coming, and so he decided at the last second to get out of Dodge. So he turned and fled right before Simon and Edbert and the ghost actually saved the day. So I think where we start the scene here is Simon and Edbert coming out of the Temple of Morgus, coming up those stairs and into the sorely damaged town of Hundatora, damaged from all the fires and the fighting in the streets and things like this. I think the population is breathing a collective sigh of relief as they see that massive tidal wave has completely dissipated. However, they still have to deal with the fact that half the town is still on fire and that there's, dead bodies in the streets. And I think that the town guard as well is going around sort of mopping up the remaining cultists and things. But as they come out of the temple, Simon notices that Edbert is wounded. Edbert, your wound, I have to tend to it. Right now? We've got to find Arn. He scarvered off somewhere. Yes, I know, Ed, but Arn can wait, though. That wound cannot. Simon is going to do a little heal roll. But he does have it at D4. And let's see where we're at. Double ones. Critical failure. Well, I'm not going to let that stand. That's crazy. I'm going to be spending my first Benny of the game to re-roll. Now, he is rolling a -1, actually, because in Savage Worlds, you take off the penalty of the patient as well. So it's -1. Here we go. -1. Look at that. There we go. That's a little better. Benny well spent, finally. 5 - 1 is 4, so that is a success. Edbert is no longer wounded, but it does take 10 minutes. The whole reason why they're in this mess in the first place is because Edbert knows that Arn knows something about the temple. What that something is, we have no idea, but they've just risked their lives in order to find out, to save Arn's life, which led them to the temple, and here we are. So I think that's the first thing that happens, is they come out of the temple, and they're looking around. Is there any sign of Arn? That's where we're gonna start. So before we do, I'm going to do our chaos check, so to see if the scene is altered or interrupted. So remember, we're back down to chaos level 5, as things have sort of
come back down and reset themselves. So let us roll our D10 and see if the scene is interrupted. 5, which means that the scene is going to be altered. The scene is they're looking for, or they're about to start looking for Arn. So I think the most logical thing is that they don't find him. That for some reason, he's actually nowhere to be seen. They get up and they begin to explore the town. Now, as I said, the town is still in chaos, so there's still people running around. There's these, people like water brigades basically putting out the fires and things like this. Arn is nowhere to be found. They search for a good 20 minutes around this area.
There's no way Arn could have gotten this far so fast. Where could he be? I don't know.
I think they're gonna have to do like a streetwise roll to see if they can talk to anybody, excuse me, have you seen this man? And giving a description of Arn, things like that. Both of these guys have penalties on their charismas. Simon because he's an outsider, and Edbert because he's bloodthirsty. Well, they're 2 wild cards, so I think I'm gonna give them both a roll, but they're gonna have to split up.
You take the east part of the town, I'll take the west.
And they split up. So Simon for his roll. Now, he does not have streetwise. Of course. Why would he have a useful skill? Why on earth would he have a useful skill? So he's gonna roll. Oh, this is terrible. He's gonna fail because he's rolling -2 because he doesn't have the skill, and a further -2 because of his terrible charisma. No, so he's gonna spend an hour and come up with nothing. Edbert, oh my God, Edbert has the skill. Look at that, who knew? So he's gonna roll a d4. So this is still at -2 instead of -4 because of his penalty. No, so after an hour searching, they meet up back at the Sailor's Mess, the now no longer burning Sailor's Mess, and they come up empty-handed.
What are we supposed to do now? The entire reason why we came back here was to gain allies. The one ally in town that you think would be actually useful to us has disappeared. No, we have to fight him. He's clearly not in town. He must have left town. He must have actually gone into the wilds. Well, Simon, you're a ranger. You can track him, right? Well, I can certainly try. It will be much more difficult at night.
I think that it's like early evening, basically, at this point. I think the cult is probably struck in the early evening. So maybe it's around 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, something like that. So they're pretty exhausted. They have been on the road all day as well, so they're pretty tired. I think that they have no choice, but they clearly Arn is not in the town, at least as far as they can tell. So I think that they have no choice but to try and go into the wilds to try and track him down. So, luckily, Simon is in fact a ranger, and he does actually have tracking. Who knew? Something he's, I think, moderately good at. It was D6. It's not terrible. The gates are still wide open because the guards are way too busy trying to help fight the fires and, as I said before, like mop up the cultists and things like this. So they do slip out of town, and right away Simon goes to work with his tracking. Unfortunately at -2. Does he pick up Arn's tracks? Actually, we don't know if Arn did leave town or not. They think he did because they failed their streetwise roll. Maybe if he succeeds in the tracker roll, he does actually find something, and then maybe we'll go to the fate chart. But for right now, let's ask Savage World, what happens? Does he do the track roll? Oh, Exploder 6. 4 is 10, -2, because it's night, is 8. He will succeed with a raise. So the question now, is there something to find? If there is, he will definitely find it, because Simon is a great tracker, and this is the first time he's ever actually got to use that skill, I think. So this is great. Let's ask the fate chart. Did Arn, in fact, leave town? I'm just gonna call it 50-50, because I really have no idea. 50-50, here we go. On Chaos Factor 5, 42 is a yes. So he did leave town, which means Simon picks up his tracks. So, which way are they headed? Are they headed back to the temple? Or are they headed in a totally different direction? I have no idea. I have no idea why Arn would go to the temple. I have no idea what he knows. So let's call it 50-50. 50-50. Did Arn head towards the temple, at least in that general direction? No, he did not. It's not an extreme no, so he's not heading somewhere totally opposite, but he's not going towards the temple. So right now, these guys are on a coast. It's a western coast. To the north is a series of mountains. To the east is a series of plains, I guess, and forests. I'm not really sure what's to the east. So, I think that's where Arn went. Arn's tracks lead not north, not back to the Temple of Thurzan or beyond, but rather east into unknown lands for us. So, Simon is able to follow the tracks for 1 mile in the dark. It's very hard to do, but he does.
Where is Arn going? This is important now. Where is Arn going? And why did he leave town? Did he flee Simon? Was he fleeing Simon because he was afraid that Simon was going to come after him and with his new friends, his ghostly friends, because don't forget, Arn also knows about the ghost. Arn saw the ghost and he could have been totally freaked out by that as well. Maybe this was just way too much for him. Did Arn flee town because he was afraid that Simon and his friends were going to take vengeance on him for abandoning the fight? You know what? I think that's very unlikely. I don't think that's the reason why he left. 25% chance on this for a yes answer. 66 is a no answer, and it's doubles, but it's over the chaos factor of 5, so it's not a random event. So no, he did not flee for that reason, which means he left town for a different reason. He didn't leave because he was afraid of Simon taking vengeance on him. Remember, he is still technically hunting Simon, so he has an intention of getting Simon and putting him back in chains and leading him, and leading him back to the city to the north, to Manfred of Dovedane. But he did leave for a reason. We've closed off the thread that says Arn wants to test Simon's character from last time. So he did test his character because Simon saved his life. Simon and Edward saved Arn's life. I think that he actually fled the town before he knew that the tidal wave hit. So I don't think Arn has any idea that the tidal wave didn't hit. What is the purpose of him going to the east? 78. Cruelty. 30. Possessions. Cruelty of possessions. I think that he still believes he needs to take Simon in. That he's pretty set on that. I think he's certainly questioned whether or not Simon is guilty, but Arn, you know, he's got his reputation as a bounty hunter at stake. It doesn't matter if the guy's guilty or innocent. He said he was gonna bring him in. He's gonna bring him back alive. Cruelty of possessions. I think that Arn has a secret weapon, a secret stash of something buried off in the woods to the east. And he's going there to get it. Because he knows that Simon has powerful friends, his fighter friend, Edbert. He also knows that Simon has some ghost on his side, apparently. I think he has some artifact, some item, some sort of magic item that's going to basically be able to discorporate the ghost or to deal with the ghost in some way. So, he's got it buried somewhere. That's kind of cool, actually. Is it another cabin in the woods, like in the previous episode? I doubt that, just because that's boring to do the same thing over again, isn't it? So, Chaos Vector 5, I'm gonna say it's very unlikely it's a cabin in the woods. 07, look at that, surprise. In fact, it is another cabin in the woods. I don't think that this cabin is very far outside of town. I think that Arn would have stashed his stuff there to have it easily accessible, so I think it's probably within a mile, which makes perfect sense because that's how far Simon can go with his tracking roll. So, it is night. Simon and Edbert creeping through the woods. And the ghost, creeping through the woods, and they come across this cabin area here. So, what do you make of this? I don't know. These are definitely Arn's tracks, and it goes right to that doorway. What do you suppose he's up to in there? I have no idea, Edbert, but we need to find out. Let me ask you this, Edbert. What did Arn tell you that makes you think that he knows anything at all about how we can get back in the Temple of Thurazan? That's an excellent question. What did Arn tell Edbert in the tavern, or what did Arn say that made Edbert think, oh, wait a minute, this guy knows something about undead or magical barriers or who knows what? I have no idea. Let's ask the old event chart here. What does he know? Change. 85. Technology. Change technology. Okay, so he has an item, and perhaps that item is even here amongst the stash, because remember, Arn is going back for this secret weapon to use against the ghost, right? To neutralize the ghost. So maybe that secret weapon, whatever it is also the thing that can change the technology that can basically be used to bring down the supernatural barrier that has been erected. Yeah. So I think it's the same thing. I think that whatever Arn's up to here, I think that this item can achieve both purposes. It can neutralize Sherilyn, Spirit Bane, and it can also neutralize the barrier that is up around the temple, which means it's a very powerful item that has power directly over the powers of the undead and things like this. It's all connected, you see? It's all connected. I don't know what that item is yet, but we'll find out. So, they begin to sneak their way up. Does Arn know they're coming? Does he have any reason to suspect he's being followed? I think it's likely he would suspect that they would come after him, considering what happened last time. So I'm gonna call it likely. And does he suspect? Yes, he does suspect that people are coming after him. So I think that he's kept some sort of watch or something like that. Maybe even he set a trap, who knows? But let's, yeah, actually, has he set a trap? No, because if I'd rolled an extreme yes, then I'd say yes, he set a trap, but I didn't, I just rolled a yes. So he hasn't set any traps, but he is wary. He's aware that someone might be coming after him. So I think this comes down to stealth rolls. My question is, does Edbert have stealth? He does, he's not great at it, he's got it as a D6. Simon's much better. Simon says to Edbert,
I think you should stay here for now, Edbert. Let me go up and scout the area, see if I can look in the windows. It's very dark. It should be easy for me to be quiet as a mouse. I'll go up and see what I can see. Are you sure that's a good idea, Simon? You know the rule, never split the party. It'll be fine, trust me. If I've learned one thing in these past few days, it's that I do not in fact suck all the time.
No, he doesn't say that. So you can see here that there's like a bluff. This cabin is situated on a like a tiny little cliff face kind of thing. There's a light on in the cabin. Simon does his stealth roll. Simon's pretty good at this. He's got a D8. He is going to try and sneak his way up. So, in Savage Worlds, if you're sneaking up and your opponent is wary, he's actively opposing you, which he is. We've already established that. Arn is expecting someone. Then it's going to be, I believe it's opposed rolls for stealth. Here we go. This is Simon's stealth. He's rolling 5. It's a success. It's okay. Arn is going to make his opposed notice roll. Now, Arn is equal to Simon in pretty much every way, so he has a notice of D4. So this actually helps us in this case, and he's also a wild card. So that was Simon's. He rolled a 5. This is an opposed roll. This is Arn's notice. Does he notice Simon sneaking up to him? 5 is a tie. Nothing happens. Means a struggle of will, so to speak. He's kind of scrabbles a bit on the rock face, and a few pebbles go coming down, and the light suddenly flickers, and Simon drops to the ground with his back against the shale of the rock, you know, trying to make himself as flat as possible as this light flickers. Edbert has Simon's longbow, so he's drawn it, and he's, you know, keeping through the trees. He's sort of keeping a bead on the window because he can see that light flickering around too. Simon is going to try, and he's going to try it again. He waits for a few minutes. The lights in the cabin sort of settle. Maybe a lantern or whatever that Arn had. Actually, that's a question. This item that Arn has stashed away, he's got it hidden in the cabin, but has he buried it under the floorboards? I kind of like that idea. I'm going to call it very likely. Has he buried it in the floor? 66. So 66 is doubles, but it's not our chaos factor, so it's no random event. So, but the answer is yes. So I think Simon can hear the sound of digging and planks, floorboards being ripped up and cast aside. And he hears the sound of as he's digging in the inside. And he's close enough, he can hear this now, the cabin up at the top of that bluff. So Simon prepares to sneak up once again. Here we go, opposed rolls once again. Oh, there we go. He's rolling 10. That's pretty good. Arn's notice is 3. So Simon succeeds with a raise, and Arn fails. So Simon completely wins this contest. Simon creeps up, quiet. And he goes to a window and he kind of pokes in. And the window is, you know, smoky, sooty from years of fires being burned in the hearth on the inside. But he can sort of peer through it, and he can see a lantern on a table. Very, very simple cabin, much like the one that him and Morde stayed in. All those days ago now, weeks ago. But he can see there, he sees a figure by the flickering lamplight. And it's Arn, it's the back of Arn, but he can see Arn. And Arn is, and he's digging. And I think at this moment, Tunk hits something, and he puts the shovel aside, and he digs inside the hole, and he pulls out an item. And this is the thing that he came here to get. The thing whose purpose is to put an end, or at least discombobulate the ghost, because the ghost is an obstacle in Arn's way to bring in Simon, right? What is this thing? Ooh, let's go to our fantasy companion right here. Boop. And let's look at our treasure tables. We're gonna roll a d20 on the magic item table because it is definitely a magic item. 18, a scroll. It is a miracle scroll, so it's a scroll, that makes sense. It's a scroll scribed by a priest. And the purpose of the scroll is to banish anything to do with the undead. Obviously, it's a very powerful scroll because that's what Edbert heard Arn talking about. Just in passing, he had mentioned something about undead, and he happened to be in possession of this special scroll scribed by this high priest of this temple somewhere back in the city. And so that stuck in Edbert's mind, like, wait a minute, that scroll might actually be able to help to bring down the barrier, which is the whole reason why he came. So it is this scroll. But I think the scroll, in terms of the power it's basically a very powerful dispel, but focused solely on undead things. So solely on the powers of necromancy, okay? And it's a powerful scroll, so I think it's going to be a D12. He believes that this scroll is going to be able to banish the ghost. I don't think that this scroll is powerful enough to actually permanently banish the ghost, but it could certainly discorporate the ghost for a long time, which is, interestingly enough, something that Edbert might be interested in doing, because Edbert is trying to get rid of this ghost. So that's an interesting twist right there that might come up. Nonetheless, this scroll is the very reason why Edbert wanted to find Arn, to get this thing, or at least to get him to use it on the barrier. Oh, of course that's why. Of course that's why Edbert would be interested in this. When he heard Arn talking about the scroll that could actually banish undead, he was like, what? Oh, really? What do you mean by that? Did you mean like someone who's, say, haunted by a ghost, you know? Of course he'd be interested in that. And I don't think in the tavern he got a chance to ask him about something before they were forced to part company for whatever reason. That's why he was fresh in his mind. Interesting. Arn pulls up the scroll. Simon, of course, has no idea what this is, but he did ask Edbert before, on the way there, what was it that got your attention? I think he would have told him.
Well, actually, he mentioned something about having some kind of scroll that could dispel the powers of the undead or something like that.
So Simon sees the scroll and there it is. This is clearly the thing. Is Simon going to try and talk to Arn? Any kind of communication that Simon has with Arn is going to suffer the outsider penalty. So that makes it really difficult. He might just want to, he's going to attack him. I think he loads that crossbow and he takes a bead on Arn, and I think he looks over to Edbert and he motions him up. So Edbert now is going to try and stealthily approach. He's got a D6. The cabin as well. 4. So that's a success, but as he gets close, once again up here, I think that Arn, who is inside here, gets his D4 notice check. Edbert succeeded with the 4, so Arn has got to beat the 4, and he will. 7. So at that moment, Arn stands up, turns. Now remember, Simon has got his crossbow at his back. Arn turns, but he can't see Edbert coming up, but he could definitely hear something, because Edbert comes up, and once he kind of scrabbles on the stones as well. Simon sees this, and through the window, I think he sees Arn turn. I think Simon basically smashes open the window with the butt of the crossbow, and he's got Arn dead to rights. Don't even think about it, Arn. Just put the scroll down. And Arn turns. He spins around to see Simon there. What are you doing here, Simon? I thought for sure you would have been far out to sea now, taken by the flood. There was no flood, Arn. Edbert and I prevented it. A fact that you would know if you hadn't turned tail and fled. Why did you leave us at the very height of the battle? My reasons are my own. Nonetheless, if you have saved the town of Undatora, congratulations are in order, I suppose. Again, that would be another thing that he would clock. Okay, Simon has saved the town of Undatora. I know you are not alone out here. I hear your friend. He's slowly making his way across the table where his bow is, and Simon, keep your hands where I can see them. Arn kind of holds his hands up like this, the scroll in one hand. He knows you're here, Edbert. You might as well come up. Don't worry, I've got him covered. Edbert comes up, scrabbles up the slope, opens the door. The ghost behind him, I don't think the ghost is manifesting right now. Edbert sees the scroll in Arn's hand. Is that the scroll you were talking about a few nights back? What? Yes, this is the scroll. He's kind of looking around Edbert, almost like he's waiting for this ghost to manifest, like it did, earlier. Edbert, that is the scroll that we can use to get inside the temple.
Yes, Simon, it is, but, well,
What are you planning on doing with that scroll?
Arn.
Here's the thing. Edbert really wants to exercise his ghost. It's a thread that we have here. Does he think that this scroll could banish this ghost from his person? Now, he knows that he's here to help Simon, right? But his real objective was to banish the ghost. We have an interesting thing here because Edbert wants the ghost gone. Arn wants to use the spell on said ghost in order to neutralize the ghost to take in Simon. Simon needs that scroll to break the barrier on the temple so that he can go in and find what happened to his father.
Your, spectral friend. Is it here? Is it here, he says. It's always here, Arn. It's always here. Surrounding me, plaguing my every thought, preventing me from being able to sleep. Now, answer me a question. That scroll, will it be able to banish this ghost from me?
Two things happen here. One, Simon looks at Edbert.
What are you doing, Edbert? I need that scroll to get in the temple.
Edbert just sort of ignores Simon.
Answer the question, Arn. If you use that scroll on me, will it banish the ghost?
And Arn kind of looks at him, kind of glances over at Simon in the window with a loaded crossbow pointed at him.
It will do just that, Edbert. I could free you of that ghost right now. Don't you dare do it! I will put this crossbow bolt right through your heart. I need the power of that scroll to bring down the barrier at the Temple of Thurzan. Do not use it here. Simon, that scroll. If Arn here could get rid of the ghost, there's no reason for us to go back to the temple. There's no reason for you to go back to the temple. But I still have every reason. Simon, let Arn do this. Let Arn get rid of this ghost for me. I will still go back to the temple with you. And if he does, I will have no way into that temple. I know a thing or two about scrolls, and once he uses the power of that scroll, it will crumble into dust, rendering it useless.
We bit of a Tarantino-esque Mexican standoff here, if you will. But there is sort of a wild card in here, and that is the ghost. The ghost does not want to be banished. The ghost wants to keep Edbert alive. But the ghost does not want Arn to use that scroll on Edbert to banish her. She would much rather that scroll get used to bring down the barrier so they can go in and cleanse that temple. Because don't forget, she was the head of the Order of the Purifying Flame. Her intrinsic goals are to banish undead, even though she is an undead herself. We gotta ask the chart here. Does the ghost act against Arn, preventing him? Because I think Arn sort of looks at Simon, looks back over at Edbert. Don't you do it, Arn! You can see Edbert's like salivating. He's so desperate. He hasn't slept in weeks. He's so desperate for any chance to have this ghost banished. Does he actually ask Arn to use the scroll right now to banish this ghost? He likes Simon. He's fought with Simon. I think it's unlikely he does that. Does he give Arn the go-ahead to use the scroll right now? 96. Ooh, extreme? No. So Arn is looking at Edbert. Edbert kind of, and I think the reason why it's extreme no is because the ghost starts to swirl around Edbert, screaming ethereally, screaming in his, not in his ear, in his soul. He sinks to the ground, clutching his ears. No, no! The ghost is communicating to him that this scroll has to be used to bring down the temple barrier so that she can get in there and finish the job and cleanse this whole place. So he sinks to his knees. Arn sees this. He's desperately looking around. Simon with the loaded crossbow looks. Edbert, are you all right? Is it the ghost? At that, Arn, the ghost. And I think that he begins to read that scroll because Arn's purpose is to banish that ghost. So Simon has to do something now. Simon has no choice. As Edbert begins to unroll the scroll, Simon takes the shot. So does he hit him? He will hit him. The crossbow negates 1 point of armor, so really it's against toughness 5. He's rolling 2d6 versus toughness 5. He rolls 5 plus 1. is 6 versus toughness. He shakes Arn. So basically he shoots Arn, the bolt sinks into Arn's forearm, which causes him to drop the scroll. He's shouting in pain. Meanwhile, the ghost is still swirling around Edbert. Simon desperately goes to reload. We have to go to initiative. All right, here we go. This is Simon first. Simon acts on 7. Edbert acts on 6. And Arn acts on Queen. Arn is shaken. He's got to do his spirit roll to break the shaken status. He does, but it takes his whole round. So he basically snaps off the bolt and pulls it out. And that's all he can do. Meanwhile, we go down to Simon. Simon loads the crossbow and fires again quickly with a -2 action penalty because he's trying to put Arn down so that Arn can't read this damn scroll. So he goes, "No, you don't!" And he fires it again. 5 is going to be so he does hit. He's going to go 2d6 plus 1 versus toughness of 5. Okay, 7 plus 1 is 8. Exploder. 8 and 5 is 13 versus toughness of 5. Oh, 2 wounds. So that crossbow bolt takes Arn right in the collarbone. And he cries out in pain. He's gonna spend one of his special NPC tokens to do a soak roll. And he rolls a success, so he's gonna soak one of the wounds, so he is wounded once, basically. And everything he does is at -1. And then it goes to Edbert. Edbert is, and I think he cries out, all right, we'll use the damn scroll to break down the barrier, just stop. And he's in utter torture, utter mental agony from the ghost who's like shrieking into his very soul. And as soon as Edbert does this, I think his whole round is taken up with dealing with this ghost, but the ghost basically like backs off a bit. Now we go to a new round. Simon is quick, so he ignores 5 or less. He's quick. 7. Edbert is on the Joker, and Arn is on 6. So Edbert goes first. Edbert has now been persuaded by his ghost, completely cowed, bullied, and intimidated by his ghost. You are not using this scroll to get rid of me. So Edbert leaps to the scroll and goes to snatch it up. I'm going to give him a dexterity check to see if he can snatch the scroll. The dexterity. What are we playing, D&D? His agility is D6. If he gets a success, I'm gonna say he grabs it. If he gets a success with the raise, we're gonna say that it's part of his movement and he can act. So it's a success. So he leaps in and grabs the scroll and basically just kind of steps back to the door and says, "That's enough, Arn! That's enough! Now just stand down! Stand down or I'll destroy this thing right now!" The ghost goes, "Ah!" He's like, No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. That is enough, Arn. Don't make me kill you. You are not my enemy, contrary to everything you have done here today. I'm taking that scroll and I'm using it to bring down the barrier. I'm gonna make this an intimidate check, but I'm gonna give Simon a +4. Simon does not have the intimidate skill, but I'm giving him a +4 because considering that Arn is once again outnumbered, wounded, and there's this ghost who's back in the room. I'm gonna give Simon a +4 on this. It's actually a +2 because he doesn't have the skill, so 7, that's a success. Arn, blood pouring down from his wound. He's got this crossbow bolt sticking out of his neck. He looks to Simon. Very well. Take the damned scroll. Just leave me be. Oh, no, I don't think so, Arn. Too long have you dogged my steps through these lands. I am not going to just let you go so that you could come after me again at your own leisure. No, my friend. You are coming with us, and you are going to help us. You are going to help us get in that temple, and you are going to help me find out what happened to my father. And Arn, already being intimidated, kind of looks at him. Very well, Simon. Just get this damned crossbow out of my neck. And that is where we will end the scene. Woo! They tracked Arn to cabin. He has Dispel Scroll versus Undead. He's been coerced, not persuaded, coerced, into going with them to the temple. Just to sort of take care of this quickly, I'm going to have Simon do a heal test. He will explode with the 4, and he explode. He will do very well with this. So basically, he is able to heal Arn of that wound. So when they start the next scene, I think the chaos factor is going to go up to 6. Yeah, so I think that what happens is Edbert is going to insist that they tie Arn up, because he does not trust him, neither does Simon. I think they're going to tie Arn up in the night and then basically lead him to the temple the next day, which is not that far. It's a full day's walk, but they can get there by the end of the night. So we're going to start the next scene by having rested now. They make for the temple with Arn and the scroll. And that is where we're going to pick up the next scene next time on Me, Myself, and I. Once again, if you enjoyed the show today or you enjoy the show at all and want to help support the show, by all means, hit like and subscribe. And if you want to check out the merchandise link in the comment section, that would be great too. Thanks so much for watching, and we will see you next time on Me, Myself, and I. Well, hello and welcome once again back to Me, Myself, and I am, as always, your intrepid game master, host, and player, Trevor DeVal. When last we left Simon of Argoston and friends, he had tracked down Arn from the now saved town of Hundatora and discovered that Arn had been in possession of a scroll, a special scroll that could dispel things with undead powers, such as the barrier around the Temple of Thurzan, or the ghost of Sherilyn Spiritbane, who is currently haunting Edbert, and who Edbert desperately wants to rid himself of. It was a bit of a Mexican standoff, if you will, towards the end of the last episode, where Arn and Edbert and Simon were all sort of poised around this scroll, and Edbert wanted Arn to use it on the ghost, and Arn wanted to do that too, because he was trying to get rid of the ghost to neutralize Simon's allies, but of course, Simon knew that he needed that scroll in order to get into the temple. So the ghost intervened and basically flooded Edbert's mind with all kinds of horrible things, and Simon and Edbert and Sherilyn, the ghost, had managed to convince Arn to intimidate him by shooting him in the throat and then healing the wound, but convinced him to come with them to the Temple of Thurzan to use the scroll and bring down the barrier, allowing Simon to get back in and find, hopefully, what happened to his father. But before we get to the episode proper, there's a couple things I want to just talk about. There was a friend of mine who didn't quite understand how the Benny thing works, so I know those of you who understand Savage Worlds, this will be a no-brainer, but for those of you who don't, just so you know, at the beginning of every session, I give myself 3 bennies. 3 bennies for Simon, 3 bennies for the NPCs, basically. As they use them, that's pretty much it. But the bennies get replenished at the beginning of every session or at the beginning of every episode. So that's the reason why at the beginning of every episode, Simon always has 3 bennies again. So, Andy, that one's for you. The other thing here is that we did manage to level up. Yay! Yes, we leveled up our characters, which includes Simon, Edbert, and the ghost as well. She does get an advance as well. So very briefly, just so you know, just so you're not going, wait a minute, Simon doesn't roll those dice. So for his advance, he upped his survival and his tracking. So both those skills are now a D8 instead of D6. Edbert also had his advance. He took the Brawny Edge, which gives him +1 to his toughness and also increases his carrying capacity. So he's going to be much harder to wound now because he's a little tougher. And for the ghost, Sherilyn Spiritbane, she took what I thought was an extremely applicable advance. She took the Puppet Power, which is a power in Savage Worlds that allows you, it's like a spell, but it allows you to take over someone else's body and inhabit them. And I thought that was a perfect thing for a ghost to have. So I'm not calling it puppet, I'm calling it possession, because again, that makes sense that a ghost would have the possession power. So that is how we leveled up everybody. One more thing too before we begin that I want to go over just to kind of keep you guys in the loop and sort of share where I'm at in terms of my chicken scratch organization here. As you can see, I make rather copious and rather illegible notes during the course of the game, just so I can keep up with what's going on. So just to let you know, we do have a list of characters on our character list here, and these things, of course, do come up every now and then. They've come up in the past. I just want to read off who we have, just to kind of refresh you of the cast of characters that do exist so far. So one, and these are in no particular order, there's Dench, the Orc Chieftain. There's Morde, Simon's orc friend. There's Arn, the Bounty Hunter, who is a wild card himself. There's Manfred of Dovedane, Simon's enemy from back in the city of Chiton. There's the Order of the Purifying Flame, who may be making an appearance today. We shall see. There is Sherilyn Spiritbane, the ghost that is currently haunting Edbert, and there are the priests of Morgus, the sea god. There were the cultists of Devona as well, but they've been neutralized for the moment. So, they still exist out in the world, but for the moment, they're basically scratched off the list because they're all dead. We also have a number of threads that we're following, so just to recap these. And again, these are in no particular order. The most pressing thread, I think, is get past the temple barrier and search for Simon's father. And this is what they're going to be trying to do today, hopefully, to use that scroll to see if they can bring down that barrier to get back in the Temple of Thurzan. There's also the thread of the minor miracle from Simon's background. That's never come up. Another thread is Arn is hunting Simon for Manfred. Remember, he's still got a job to do. He's still trying to bring Simon back to Chiton to deliver him to Manfred for crimes that Manfred believes Simon is responsible for, even though Arn himself is not so sure that Simon is guilty anymore because of what's happened over the past few episodes. Exorcise Edbert's ghost. That's something that Edbert wants to do, but at the same time, Sherilyn Spiritbane, the ghost, wants Edbert to atone for the crime of, killing her. And so she's trying to keep him alive. So those are our active threads. Never know which ones are going to come up or become important or applicable during the session. Our chaos factor is at 6, so it's gone up a bit. So we are going to begin the scene, which is scene 2 of Act 2, if you want to call it. Our characters are rested. They've rested in the woodsman's cabin that night. Simon had healed the wound to Arn's throat, so he's fine. Everybody's fine. We're all just fine here. And they are making their way back to the Temple of Thurzan with Arn, his hands tied, because neither Simon nor Edbert actually trust him. But they're bringing him sort of as their prisoner to the Temple of Thurzan so that he or someone can use that scroll to try and bring down the barrier. The first question I have is, do they make it to the temple? Does anything befall them or interrupt them or alter them? So our chaos factor is at 6, so I'm going to roll the d10, and if we get 6 or less, then something changes. 4. Okay, so we do have interrupt scene. Something interrupts them. Of course it does. They can't ever just get to where they're going without any incident. What fun would that be? So they are on their way to the Temple of Thurzan. What interrupts them? We already know it's going to take them a full day to get there. This is a random event, so the first thing we're going to do is roll our event focus. 55. Close a thread. I'm glad I actually listed the threads. That makes sense. Close a thread means that this random event is so important, it actually closes an open thread. There's multiple threads, so we're going to randomly determine which thread gets closed. So whatever happens here, a thread is going to be resolved because of it and closed, ended. Ooh, well, this sounds epic. Let's determine which thread gets closed. 3. Arn is hunting Simon for Manfred. That is the thread that gets closed. How does it get closed? Event meeting. 70. Extravagance. Subject. 56. Wishes. The thread gets closed. Arn is hunting Simon for Manfred. Now that he's seen enough evidence of Simon's character, he's going to, for some reason, extravagance of wishes, he's going to basically give up his contract on Simon. He's going to decide he's not going to continue hunting Simon for Manfred. What Manfred wants is the extravagance of wishes. He wants Simon to come in for these crimes that Arn does not believe that Simon is responsible for. So I think that as they're moving towards the temple, as they're traveling through the forest, Arn tied up. Let's determine what the weather's doing. Just the higher the better on a d24. It's pouring rain. It's pouring rain, trudging through the wet, muddy, sopping wet ground of the forest, tripping a bit on the underbrush, that kind of stuff as they're going through the woods, and they're going up the slopes of the mountains to get back to the Temple of Thurzan. They take a rest. This is around noon, so they've been on the road all morning. And Simon, he pulls out his rations, he begins to eat, and I think without even thinking about it, he just pulls off a fairly significant portion of rations and hands it to Arn. And Arn looks at him and says, "I will have difficulty eating that like this." "Nice try. We're not going to be untying you, not for any reason." I think Simon actually intervenes here, and he says, "No, Edbert, I do not believe that there is any reason to keep Arn bound any further. He has given us his word that he will help, and I, for one, am willing to accept that."
I must admit, Simon, this is unusual behavior. I thought for sure that I would be bound all the way up until you were ready to discard me for whatever nefarious purpose you have. My mother has already fallen to evil powers. I want to ensure that if the same has happened to my father, that I am able to put him at rest. So you see, Arn, my purposes are not nefarious. I am not the monster that Manfred of Dovedane has made me out to be. And I hope that after everything we have been through, that you can now see that. Now I know you have to do whatever you have to do to try and bring me in, and I will resist you, of course. But I want you to know, man to man, right now, I am not guilty.
As Simon cuts his bonds, or sort of rubs his wrists.
Do you know, Simon, if you had said this to me even 1 day ago, I would not have believed you. But over the past few weeks, I have seen much evidence that you, in fact, are not the criminal that Manfred wants me to believe you are. The creature, the orc, Morde, spoke highly of you. He said you saved his life when you did not have to. I did what I can for someone who shared my purpose. There was nothing particularly noble about it. And then, you saved my life. In the town, when it was under attack.
That was more my doing, actually.
Yes, I know. But it was Simon here who came when he could have left me to die. And then, to top it all off, when Hundatora was facing its darkest moment. When the great tidal wave as Devona was about to engulf the town, instead of fleeing, which I chose to do to save my own skin. You did not. You turned, and you fled towards the danger. You saved the town and did not even stick around for the accolades. Again, Arn, you do me too much honor in this. I left the town looking for you, Arn, because you were of use to me. Do not bestow too much nobility on me. I am, like you, merely pursuing my own agenda. Yes, but your agenda has consistently, from the beginning, been focused on helping others instead of helping yourself. And although those others did wind up helping you, it was your generosity of spirit, and your compassion, and your sense of duty that shows to me that Manfred of Dovedane must be entirely mistaken. I have come to a decision. I will renounce the contract that Manfred has taken out on you. I will not continue to try and bring you back to him. I renounce the contract, and I renounce Manfred's accusations of you.
Does he go one further? Does he actually decide to go with Simon voluntarily? Well, let's see. Maybe. I'm gonna say it's likely, because he's made a good case here. 28. That is a yes.
And what's more, if your purpose is to put your father's spirit to rest, then I will help you and do what I can in that endeavor. Well, this is an unexpected turn.
Indeed it is, Simon. Quite unexpected. One might say that randomly determined.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Ed, but nonetheless, Arn, I accept your pledge, and I accept your help. Together, then, we go forward. Together. Together.
Well, that thread has been closed. Oh, that's kind of huge, actually. Arn is no longer hunting Simon. Wow, interesting. Okay, that's what happens when you roll close a thread. Boop, it just resolved like that. And the chaos factor is going to go back down to 5 because, our guys were pretty much in control that whole time. Well, we go on to the new scene now, and the setup is the same as before. They finished their lunch, they're in the woods, and they're proceeding towards the Temple of Thurzan. At the top of the scene, once again, we determine whether it gets interrupted or altered. Chaos factor is now 5, though, at the top of scene 3. 1! So 1 means it does get altered. I'm thinking, is it environmental? Does something environmental happen where it's raining, it is pouring rain, we know that. So is there a landslide? Or a flash flood? Oh, this is from my friend Ian. Flash flood, baby.
Yeah, it's gotta be a flash flood. So they are making their way through the mud-soaked, rain-sodden, rocky undergrowth of this forest that's clinging to the side of this slate-gray mountain. Rain pouring down, and all of a sudden there's this rumbling sound as a bunch of rocks begin to come down towards them. Who's in front? It's probably going to be Simon in front. He kind of looks up and he sees a cascade of rocks coming down towards him when out of nowhere, in a roaring deluge, a massive gout of water appears at the top of the ridge and begins to tumble and cascade its way down towards them. Simon looks up and he points and he turns back to his comrades behind him and he shouts, "Get out of the way! Flash flood!" The water roars down the slope towards them. Simon tries to dive out of the way. Everybody tries to dive out of the way. They're covered in mud. They're kind of halfway up this slope. It's quite steep, and they have got to try and get out of the way of this flash flood. Immediately, Simon looks at the closest thing beside him, which is going to be like a tree, right? Is there enough cover around them? Is there enough foliage around them, like a big thick tree trunk or something they can wrap around it and try and keep themselves braced against the oncoming deluge? I'm going to roll once for each of these guys. They are in a forest, right? It's a thick forest. They're they're on the side of a rocky slope though, so you don't tend to get a lot of really thick trees growing up the side of a rocky slope, so I'm gonna say it's probably unlikely that there is something decent for them to grab onto. This only gives a 35% chance of a yes answer. Unlikely. There's Simon. No, there's nothing for Simon to grab onto. Just put these guys in some sort of marching order. Let's say Edbert is next with the ghost. Ghost isn't gonna have to worry about a flash flood. The ghost will be fine. And finally, Arn behind you. So Simon is desperately looking around for something to grab onto, but the only trees thick enough to secure an anchor point to are, off the slope a little bit. He's gonna have to make a very difficult roll to try and get to it. What about Edbert behind him? Is there anything near Edbert with a 35? Oh, bang, right on the money. There is something for Edbert to be able to grab. So he grabs onto a massive thick tree that happens to be sort of growing sort of crookedly out of the side of the rock face, and he wraps his arms around it, holding on for dear life. Meanwhile, Arn, what happens with Arn back here? 58, there's nothing for Arn either, so the only sort of significant tree is right beside Edbert there. Edbert grabs onto it. Meanwhile, over here, the only, trees available for Simon is sort of a little further off here, and same thing for Arn, sort of like further off here. As this is, you sort of imagine this as kind of like a slope that goes up, right? Edbert is actually gonna be okay. He's gonna grab onto that tree, and as the water begins to cascade and flood its way down, oh, bad flash floods, man, they're terrible. Simon is gonna have to he's gotta get to this tree over here. Oh boy, how's he gonna do that? Well, he's gonna have to make a roll, obviously. This is a climbing roll. Now, I believe in the new edition, they've sort of merged climbing and swimming into one athletic skill, which is a really good idea. I'm doing pretty much bog standard Savage Worlds Deluxe Edition, so, that means that, yes, you get to re-roll criticals with a Benny. I mean, believe me, Simon's life was hard enough without implementing that rule. Climbing is still a skill in this version of the game, and he's gonna roll it. Now, luckily, Simon does have it. He's only a D4, because who puts points into climbing? Who indeed? As he tries to scramble his way up this rocky slope to get to this tree before the flash flood hits him. And 5, he will succeed. So he managed to launches himself over here and latches on to the tree as the water's coming down here. And Arn, now Arn, again, as we've said, is pretty much Simon's equal, so we're gonna also give him a D4 climbing. I haven't statted him up with a proper sheet yet, because it hasn't really been necessary, but now that he's pledged his cause to Simon's, I'm gonna have to do that, but that'll have to wait until probably next episode. So, he's gonna remember though, he has a climbing of D4. Does he do it? Oh no, he does not do it. Oh no. So I think he's gonna have to spend a Benny. He's gonna have to spend one of our NPC Bennies to try and re-roll this, because this is kind of important. Here we go. 4. Okay, so he manages to climb his way very quickly, leaping from rock to rock over to that tree as well, and grab onto it as the water comes cascading down, buffeting them, enveloping them, threatening to tear them off the tree. And if they hadn't got to those trees, they would have been swept away down the side of the mountain. But they did make it. Cost Arn a Benny to do it, but they did make it, and the flash flood eventually recedes, leaving them exhausted, sopping wet, and cold, the whole bit. Just very, very pleasant out here on the little stroll up to the Necromancer's Temple. Okay, well that's that scene. But they survived. Survival is good. We like survival. Survival's good. We like survival. No character list changed, no thread changes, but the chaos factor does go back up to 6 because this was, whoa, out of their control. So we move on to scene 4 now. Same setup. They're trying to get to the damn temple. And chaos factor 6. We're rolling our D10 here. 6 or less, something happens. 8, finally. So nothing interrupts them. Whew. It is nightfall when they arrive to the Temple of Thurzan. They are still kind of wet because it's still pouring rain, and having survived this flash flood in the mountains, they're really exhausted. They're super tired. In fact, I'm automatically going to give them a level of fatigue, and a level of fatigue means that they're -1 to everything they do. When they finally get to the Temple of Thurzan, there it is. It's still the way it was left, I think. Well, maybe it's not. We'll find out. This massive sort of rectangular building built into the side of the mountain, I think was the description of it. I don't remember. Nonetheless, here's my first question. We determined a few episodes ago that the Order of the Purifying Flame was nowhere near the temple, but that was a few days ago. We know that they're on their way. I guess my question is right now, are they here? Because they were so far away, I believe it was an extreme no we rolled when I asked that back, way back in that older episode. Actually, I'm going to say it's very unlikely. It's very unlikely that the Order of the Purifying Flame is here, which gives us a 45% chance of a yes. And the answer is 89. They are not here. So when Simon and his friends show up, exhausted, completely drenched, fatigued, they can still see this sort of like dark shimmer that's shimmering over the main double door exit or entry of the temple. At this point, Simon sort of, he sort of collapses on the ground, catching his breath a little bit. So I'm going to say that they need to rest because they've been on the road all day. They've had a harrowing couple of days as well. They've survived a flash flood, and they're here now, alone, in front of the temple. But they're too exhausted to go in, and I think that Simon says, "We cannot go in this condition. I think we should set a camp here and rest and try in the morning until this damnable rain passes at least." So they set camp outside the temple. Does anything happen in the night to interrupt their rest? Outside this temple. It's possible. I have no idea what. I'm just going to go back to the old fate chart. I mean, there's a number of ways I could do this. I could look at random encounter tables for various environments from various supplements. I could do that, but I'm just going to keep it simple right now. Just use the fate chart. Are they interrupted with an encounter in the night? I'm going to call it 50-50 in this case. Actually, you know what? This is an undead temple. We know nothing's coming out of the temple because the powers inside have sealed it. So I don't think that there's going to be any danger of like wandering monsters from the temple coming out to, butcher them in their sleep. But it's possible that there is something from the outside that comes in, like some kind of creature or baddie kind of blunders along. But again, I think any animals would be staying away from this place. They'd be too spooked by this thing. I think anything with intelligence would be staying away from this place, unless, of course, it's the Order of the Purifying Flame. I'm going to call it very unlikely that something disturbs them in their rest. This is a 45% chance, and of course it does. So something does, in fact, it's not an extreme yes, but it is a yes. Something disturbs them in their rest. Is it a combat encounter? I'm not necessarily sure. I'm just gonna roll the event meaning what disturbs them. What is it that disturbs them in the night? 64, spy. Ooh, I like this already, don't I? 01, spy of goals. Oh my God. This is great. So something is spying on them in the night, and whoever's on watch has a chance to catch them. Something, spy goals. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm wrong. I think some power in the temple is aware of their presence, and I think that it's sent out some kind of spy. That might not necessarily be a physical being, like they send out a skeleton to look at them or something, but it could be some sort of like magic wizard eye or something that's being cast on them. Who knows? But the point is, something is spying on them before they can get inside this temple. Who notices it? Who is on watch when this happens? I'm just gonna call it equal. On a D6, 1 to 2, it's gonna be Arn, 3 to 4 is gonna be Simon, and 5 to 6 is gonna be Edbert. In fact, it is Edbert who is on watch at this time, at their camp outside the temple doors. Does Edbert notice it, whatever it is? Well, Edbert has a funny little skill called notice. It's not great. Does he notice the spy from the temple? Let's find out. Ooh, he explodes with an 11. That is the success with a raise, my friends. He definitely notices the spy from the temple. Well, here's a question. Is it a corporeal being? I really don't think so. I don't think that they're gonna send an actual member of their undead beings, of their little undead army. Undead army! I don't think they're gonna send a being, a person, so to speak, out there. So I think there's no way. There's no way they send an actual being. And 41 is an answer, is a no. So it is not, which means it is in fact some sort of magical scrying ability. So the power that is in control of the temple has cast some sort of like wizard eye kind of spell or something, some sort of power that allows them to see, some sort of oracular device. That's the second time this concept of oracular device has come up with relation to the temple. I think there might be something there. I'm just gonna make a little note of that. Actually, what the hell, let's just call it that. An oracular device inside the temple is being used by the temple's leader, we'll just call it. What form does this scrying device take? Is it some sort of like withered, undead, magical floating eye? That's pretty cool. Let's call it somewhat likely. 0-0, extreme no. It is, okay, I roll a lot of 100s in this show. It's bizarre. My dice are never that punishing in real life. It is definitely not an eye. So that tells me that it's the oracular device that this intelligence is using is not sight-based. Oh, it's soul-based. It's basically searching for living souls. That's cool. What would that look like? I think it's gonna take the form of like a shimmering, like a darkly shimmering humanoid, almost like a ghost, right? So because this is Edbert's watch, Sherilyn is up. She doesn't sleep, she's a ghost. But she is gonna notice as well, because so did Edbert, this sort of shimmer. Oh, actually, you know what? Because it's not an eye, and because it's not visible, I'm also gonna interpret that 100, that extreme no, to mean that it is totally invisible. So Edbert is aware of something, but he just sort of gets this shivering in his soul kind of thing. But he can't see anything because there's nothing to say. There's nothing to see. It's totally invisible. But I think that as Edbert gets this kind of shivering, he sort of assumes it's Sherilyn, because this is the same kind of thing that happens to him all the time with Sherilyn. And he kind of looks around and he says, curse you, ghost. Would you please just leave me in peace for once? I really, really could use some sleep before we go into that temple. And Sherilyn, the ghost, sort of appears before him. I think Edbert is always aware of the ghost. He doesn't necessarily always see her, perhaps, but he is always aware of her presence. But she does sort of appear to him, and she sort of looks, and she shakes her head, and she points at the forest, the blackness of the forest beyond, illuminated only by the dim flicker of campfire that he's been tending on his watch. And he looks and he sees and she says, what are you pointing at, ghost? I don't see a thing. And Sherilyn is seeing, she can see this she can sense this spectral force, which is tracking their souls, basically. What's interesting now, Sherilyn is a ghost. She is like a pure soul. She's an uprooted soul. She's an unanchored soul, if you will. So this power is very much aware of her, as well as the rest of the 3 living men around the campfire. But this force is just spying, remember. It's not here to attack, it's just spying. But it sees the sleeping Simon. It senses, I should say. It doesn't see. It senses the sleeping Simon. It senses the sleeping Arn, and it also senses the awake Edbert, who is now sort of looking around frantically in its general direction. And it definitely senses Sherilyn as well. Now, here's a question. Sherilyn was responsible for putting down the mummy, which was, of course, Simon's mummy, his mother. This intelligence, does it recognize Sherilyn for what she is? Not only the being that ended the mummy, which was a very powerful creature in that temple, but does it recognize Sherilyn as the ex-leader of the Order of the Purifying Flame? I'm gonna say 50-50 on chaos factor 6. On a 39, it does recognize. And at that moment, I think the leader of the temple knows that it's in trouble, because remember, it put up that barrier to protect itself from the oncoming Order of the Purifying Flame. Sherilyn, her soul, her whole purpose was to lead that order, and this is a soul scrying device, so it sees exactly what is in your soul, and her soul is pure. Her soul is purely about ending this undead scourge, so I think that this thing is now on high alert, because it sees that Sherilyn is there and that she is the greatest threat to this thing. Does it sense the scroll in Arn's possession? I think it's a little off-put by Sherilyn's presence. I don't think it's necessarily going to be able to detect that scroll, but it's possible. I'm going to call it unlikely. It's possible. Does it recognize? It does not. So it is unaware of the scroll, but it is still very, very focused on Sherilyn. Does it launch any kind of attack on her? Now, I know it was here to spy, but now it's seen Sherilyn and recognized her for what she is and the threat that she represents. Does it launch some sort of spectral attack on Sherilyn to try and get rid of her somehow? I think that's likely. I think it absolutely does. 58 is a yes. It launches a spectral attack on Sherilyn. I don't know what this looks like. In fact, it doesn't look like anything because the only one that can see anything at all is Edbert, and he's sort of like looking at the woods. To him, there's nothing going on. He sees his ghost sort of like pointing, and he's looking. He draws his weapons, and I think maybe he moves carefully over to the edge of the woods to see if there's anything there. Here's a question: Does Edbert, is he even aware of this sort of supernatural attack on Sherilyn? I think it's probably very unlikely. 67, no. So basically Sherilyn vanishes from view, and he's like, well, where'd you go? Where'd you go? What's going on? But she's still there as she gets assaulted by this spectral attack. What form does that take? Well, the undead leader in the temple obviously has the ability to control undead. So here's what we're gonna do. I think that basically the attack is going to be the same kind of possession that Sherilyn has now got by leveling up, so to speak. So this is going to be a puppet spell. A puppet spell. Opposed roll of the character's arcane skill versus the target's spirit must score success and beat the target's roll to gain complete control. Her spirit is, it's a 10, it's a D10. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to determine the overall power level of the leader of the temple as opposed to Sherilyn, okay? So we're going to go to Une. So here we go. What is the 87, which means slightly stronger? Okay, so that means that the overall power level of the leader of the temple is gonna be D12, okay, versus her spirit of D10. So this spectral attack comes in, this attempt to possess Sherilyn herself and to take control of her. The attack comes in with a D12, 7. She must resist using her spirit of a D10. Now remember, this 7 is a success, so it's definitely going to succeed. The spell is going to succeed, but it has to beat her roll in order to possess her. She rolls a 6, which means that the leader of the temple takes control of Sherilyn. The victim will attack friends and even commit suicide, though such acts allow the victim another opposed spirit roll to break the spell. Sherilyn has been possessed by the undead intelligence that is leading the temple. She is utterly in its control for a few rounds. What is she going to do? Is the leader of the temple going to use her to attack her living friends? I think that's probably a yes. But you know what? Let's save that till next time and leave it on a good old-fashioned cliffhanger. If you like the show, don't forget to please subscribe and share and talk about the show. There's lots of changes coming to YouTube in the next few weeks, actually. And it really, really, really is crucial that we get the word out about the show to get as many subscribers and likes and shares and views as possible to let YouTube know that this is actually a viable concern and it's a going concern. And it's a show that you guys want to keep watching because they could theoretically decide, oh, you know what, it's no longer financially viable, whatever that means, and that'd be the end of the show. So let's make sure that doesn't happen. Hit like and subscribe and share and leave a comment if you like the show. And thanks so much for watching, and we will see you again next time on the next episode of Me, Myself, and Die. Hey everyone, welcome back to Me, Myself, and Die. I am, as always, your intrepid game master, host, and player, Trevor DeVal. Thanks so much for watching, and as always, don't forget to hit like and subscribe and share the video around if you can. We're almost up to 1,000 subscribers at this point, and that is pretty cool, so thanks so much for continuing to come back and watch the wacky adventures of Simon and friends. And speaking of Simon, when last we left him, he and his friends had arrived at the Temple of Thor's End, which was still under the protective barrier that was enacted by the undead ritual of several episodes ago. Arn is now working with them. Arn has sworn his bow to the service of Simon as of last episode and has abandoned the contract on Simon, having come to realize that perhaps Simon is not the monster that Manfred of Dovedane back in the city of Chiton thinks he is. And so Simon has turned an enemy into an ally, which is a very useful thing. When they arrived at the temple, having survived a flash flood that came out of nowhere, they discovered, or rather Edbert discovered, or rather Sherilyn the ghost discovered, that they were being spied upon by a presence, an intelligence from inside the temple. This is the leader of the temple. We still don't know anything about the leader of the temple. We still don't know who or what is behind this. We know nothing about that, but we do know that this intelligence had manifested in front of them invisibly. Sherilyn could see this thing. And this thing I'm just representing right here as sort of like this shadow demon thing, but it's invisible to everybody except for Sherilyn. It was spying upon the group, and it immediately noticed that Sherilyn was, of course, the one that destroyed the mummy, which was Simon's mother back in the temple some episodes ago. It did not, however, sense the presence of Arn's scroll, the scroll that can possibly dispel the barrier and bring down the magical wall and allow Simon and company to enter the temple. So when last we left off, the presence, having recognized Sherilyn as the big threat here, had actually engaged into a magical battle of wills with her and beat her, and has briefly possessed her, but only for a few moments, because Sherilyn has the opportunity to try and break out of it. And it's very difficult for this intelligence to continue manifesting that spell across the barrier, like through the magical barrier that is separating them right now. So, as it stands right now, Arn and Simon are both still asleep. Edbert had moved over to the edge where he was looking out at the forest, having sensed this presence in the woods. Sherilyn immediately noticed what was going on, came over here, gotten involved in a battle of wills, and was possessed. So right now, Sherilyn is currently possessed by the power that controls this temple. My question is, what does this intelligence want? See, if the intelligence knew about the scroll, then it would want to destroy that scroll, but it has not sensed the scroll. We discovered that last time. We should go through the motions here and actually see if this scene, this opening scene, which is Sherilyn is possessed and is possibly about to attack her friends, whether that scene is altered or interrupted with something. So let's find out. We roll a d10, chaos factor 6 or less. If it's 6 or less, the scene changes. 5, okay, so what we have here, an altered scene. Well, I think what that means is Sherilyn was about to attack Edbert because she's possessed by this leader of the temple. To alter the scene, she doesn't attack Edbert outright, and I think the reason why is because the leader of the temple doesn't want to give away his cards just yet. I'm not even, again, I have no idea what this leader of the temple is. So the leader of the temple does not want to give away its cards, but it only has a few moments to act. So I think that the ghost of Sherilyn goes over here and begins to just sort of search the campground for any threats to its existence, right? And I think as well that the reason why the leader of the temple was unable to sense the scroll that Arn has is because its range of perception was limited because it's working past this magical barrier. But now that it's in possession of Sherilyn's senses, I think there's a good chance that it might actually be able to reach out with her senses and sense that scroll. So much so that I am going to make that a likely outcome. Does she, the leader of the temple through Sherilyn, does she sense the scroll? I think that is likely. This gives us an 85% chance of success. Here we go. 48. So she does, in fact, I should keep saying she. The leader of the temple, does in fact sense the scroll on Arn. So it goes over here. The question now is, Edbert, who is always aware of the ghost, he's always aware of Sherilyn. My question is, does Edbert sense the change in Sherilyn? Because he's pretty connected to her, even though he doesn't want to be. Does he sense that something is off? Somewhat likely. Chaos factor 6, 25, that is a yes answer. Edbert suddenly kind of stops, and for a second, this guy who's been haunted and tormented by this ghost for weeks, months, we're not even sure, he hasn't slept in a very, very long time. For just a second, I think Edbert has just a hint of relief. Just a hint of relief as the ghost's influence over him is just for a moment gone. And that tips him off something is wrong. And he kind of looks around and, Sherilyn, where are you? Because remember, he can't see her, he can sense her. He moves over. Sherilyn, I think that is gonna wake these two up. Does Edbert's vocalizations does that wake Arn up and Simon up before the ghost can act? I don't know. I'm gonna call that 50-50. Does Edbert wake them up before the ghost can act? 92, he does not. So he's whispering. Sherilyn, are you there?
Why can't I feel you? What's wrong? What's going on?
At that moment, Sherilyn, or rather the evil intelligence of the temple, begins to do a notice roll. We'll say a notice roll. What is the notice roll of the thing? We'll call it a D8. If this temple presence rolls a success here, which is 4 or more, it will sense the presence of that scroll. Here we go. It does! It comes over here, and I think at that moment, because this thing, which is in fact the real presence, in possession of Sherilyn, realizes the danger. I think Sherilyn manifests physically, and of course Edbert can see her now, and he knows something is odd with her, so maybe she looks different to him. Maybe she's got like weird streaks of like black veins running down her face, you know, like some sort of weird visual evidence of spiritual possession. That's kind of cool, actually. So he sees this. Sherilyn! And Sherilyn's ghost goes over to Arn and begins to grab for that scroll. Edbert sees this, and I think he just yelled, "Arn, wake up!" Bang. Obviously, everyone's good. They snap awake to this. Arn looks up. Ah! He sees this ghost who he has seen before, but this time she, as I said, she's got these black veins of like spiritual possession in her, and she's manifesting in front of him. And I think at this point, the creature that's in possession of her basically uses her fear power on Arn, and the ghost, it's kind of like Raiders of the Lost Ark, right, where the spirits of the Ark appear, and they kind of look, you know, she looks up at him and kind of turns into a skull face kind of thing. Ah! And so he now has got to do a fear check against her. This is a spirit roll for him, and I have statted up Arn now as a proper wild card. His spirit roll is 6, so he is a wild card. He's going to roll 2 of them. He is at -2 though, because Sherilyn's fear power is at -2. So he rolls 5 minus 2 is 3. That is a failure, which means because this is terror, he is going to roll a 1d20 plus 2, because that's the penalty from her fear on this little chart here. Here we go. 1d20 plus 2 is 18. Major phobia. He gains the major phobia hindrance. So Arn looks up. Ah! He's startled awake by this screeching skull-faced version of Sherilyn at that exact moment as she screams at him. And he looks up and he's completely terrified by this, like paralyzed with fear. His hair turns completely white in that moment. Cool. I think now we have to go to initiative, just to see who acts first, because the ghost, its intention is to grab that scroll. Simon is on King. Allies are on 7, and the baddie is on 2. This is good. So Simon is going to go first. He is up. He jumps up with his move. He grabs his crossbow, which of course he keeps loaded because he's in a very dangerous thing. And I think he sees this. He's very confused, but does he shoot at Sherilyn? He does see the ghost. He sees Arn screaming. Yeah, I think Edbert, shouts at him. It's not her! It's something else! Simon, shoot her! Now, Simon does have a magical crossbow, so this crossbow can actually damage her if he hits. Here we go. Stone bolts. Boom. He will miss. The bolt flies past her. Is he gonna re-roll that? You know what? Benny time. First to 3, Simon Bennies. We're gonna re-roll that. Here we go. 8. That's an exploder. +1 is 9. That is a hit with a raise. Okay, this is a magic item, so this is the only thing they have that can actually damage the ghost. So he's gonna roll 3d6 +1. +1 because of the magic damage. He could theoretically kill Sherilyn here, like kill, she's already dead. But this magical weapon could discorporate her for good. We don't want that. We don't want to get rid of Sherilyn. Okay, 9 +1 is 10. 3 is 13. Oh my God. Her toughness is 5, which means 5 shakes her. 9 wounds her, and she is not a wild card, which means she is incapacitated. But here's the thing, incapacitated does not mean dead necessarily. But I think what that does mean is that just as the ghost is reaching down for the scroll, the bolt penetrates her back, goes right through her, but her physical form sort of ruptures into a cloud of silvery, almost ethereal dust in a way, and she discorporates. Not necessarily permanently, but what that also means is that this thing that is in control of her no longer has control because there's nothing left to possess. Edbert, in this moment, that sense of relief he had from the brief separation, I think it becomes overwhelming at this moment as he's like, and he looks at Simon and he says, Simon, what did you do? You freed me. I just think that he's overwhelmed by the sudden freedom from torment. I'm gonna call it a 50-50 chance that he's overwhelmed that he can't do anything this round. 63 on 65 is a yes, so he basically, he's shaken, essentially, okay? Arn gets to his feet. He's seen the ghost going for the scroll, so he knows that something bad is about to happen. I think at this moment, Arn grabs the scroll. He shouts to Simon, Simon, we're under attack. It's now or never. And Simon, desperately trying to load his crossbow, shouts, do it now, Arn, do it! So Arn grabs the scroll, breaks the seal, unravels it, and begins to read these strange clerical words, because remember the scroll is a priest scroll. As this spiritual manifestation of the intelligence within the temple is definitely going to go after him physically now, and maybe even try to possess him. But Arn acts first. Arn pulls the scroll and casts the spell. I said before that this is a special item. Normally scrolls in Savage Worlds, in this version of Savage Worlds, you have to have the arcane skill, in this case like miracles or whatever they call it, in order for him to use it. So really only a priest could use it. But I did say that this is a specific scroll that was specifically designed to be used by virtually anybody. Is the scroll weaker or stronger or whatever than the barrier? 96. Oh, this is great. 96 means that it's much stronger than the barrier. So this scroll, this scroll was hugely valuable. This must have been scribed by one of the absolute high priests of some temple. This is a very, very powerful scroll, just a one-shot thing. Which means, translated, it's going to be rolling a d12. In relation to the barrier, it's going to roll a d6. So, Arn casts the spell. He reads the scroll and he rolls a 12. Oh, he should have rolled a wild die with that too. 3. So obviously 12. His total is going to be 17. That's a pretty good roll. The barrier has to beat 17 on a d6. The barrier is not a wild card, so it just gets, unless it rolls a 6, this is it. The barrier is 4, which means the words coming out of his mouth are some sort of, religious language, some religious tongue or something, some temple language. He doesn't really know what it is, but he's sort of pronouncing them phonetically, whatever it is. And I think the writing on the scroll magically kind of glows and vanishes with each word that he says until the scroll basically just crumbles into dust. But as it does so, the shimmering, the sort of black shimmering on the outside of the temple shimmers no more as it dissipates. There is a howl of rage from somewhere in the woods, And now it is the intelligence. Well, does it attack Arn directly? Well, you know what? Actually, let's put that to the chart because it might not. It might attack, or it might immediately retreat to the inner sanctum to prepare its defenses now that these defenses are down. It can no longer sense Sherilyn, right? Sherilyn, and it knew that Sherilyn was the head of the Order of the Purifying Flame. So it doesn't know whether Sherilyn's gone, still here, hiding. It doesn't know that, but it does know that the barrier has been broken. I think it is somewhat likely that it does, in fact, flee back to its inner sanctum to prepare its defenses rather than attacking directly. So that's somewhat likely, which means that at Chaos Factor 6, that's going to be an 80% chance. Does it do it? 47, yes, it does. And flees back to its inner sanctum, and we will deal with that at a later moment. But for the present, Edbert, sort of on the ground, gripping his head. Simon runs up to him. Edbert, are you all right? What's the matter? Simon, I think you did it. I think you freed me from that ghost. Freed you from that ghost? Do you mean with this weapon? Stonebolt? Yeah. I think maybe she's gone for good. Edbert, I hope to all the gods that you are wrong about that. I do not know if we can survive this excursion to the temple without Sherilyn's power. Arn comes up, you know, his hand still covered in the the parchment dust that was once the scroll. Simon, the barrier is down. We can enter at any time. Let's find out what happened to Sherilyn. I highly doubt that she is gone for good from that. She's a pretty powerful ghost, but let's find out. Sherilyn was hit by Stonebolt. Stonebolt is a very powerful magic item, apparently. True, while it only does +1 damage and gives you the steady hand's edge, it also has the ability to apparently puncture a ghost back and take her out. We need to determine whether that bolt, in fact, ended Sherilyn for good. I don't think it's gonna happen. So here's what we're gonna do. Because this is sort of a little spot ruling I'm doing as a GM right now. Normally, her vigor roll, to see what happens. This is an odd situation. These rules weren't really designed for determining what happens to your ghostly allies. She is gonna do a vigor roll, which is only a d6. She's an extra, which means she does not get a wild die. However, because of the very particular nature of this situation, for this roll only, I'm going to give her a wild die, because I just don't think that that crossbow was enough to discorporate her for good. If she fails the vigor roll, she has been destroyed. Here we go. Okay, 6 plus 2 is 8. That is a success with a raise. Edbert looks at Simon again. Tell me you've gotten rid of her for good. Tell me I never have to deal with her again. Tell me you freed me. Simon's like, I don't know the answer. And then, she appears beside him. He clutches his head. He looks directly at her as she does appear physically. Arn especially, who's gained a major phobia of all things supernatural at this point. That is going to screw him up for this temple, I think. He sees her, and he sort of runs back behind the tree, just completely terrified now. And she looks at Edbert, and I think at this moment she does speak, and she says to him in her weirdly ethereal, ghostly voice,
I am not finished with you yet, Edbert. You must atone for my death.
And Edbert cries out in pain, falls to his knees again. No! Looks up at Simon, all hope gone from his eyes. Almost instantly, the bags reappear under his eyes as the fatigue of his situation descends upon him once again. He grabs Simon by the shoulders. You shot her. You made her go away. And then she screams at him again. He lets go. Bad news for Edbert. You remember, a lot of us think that maybe Sherilyn is like part of the big happy family here, but Sherilyn has her own agenda here. Sherilyn is keeping Edbert alive to get him to atone for her own murder. So she's not exactly a friend. So remember that. She is not a friend, not your friend. So the barrier is down. Ooh, the barrier is down. Sherilyn is back. The evil intelligence has fled back to its inner sanctum, and I think it is now time for our friends to go inside the temple, which will lead us to a new scene. Let's end that scene here. So, any characters to add here? Yes, we have the Thurzan intelligence, the leader of this temple. So I put that down as a character. And to update the threads, use the scroll on the temple barrier with Arn. Well, yes, that has been taken care of. And now, search for Simon's father is the only part of that thread left to go. Exorcise Edbert's ghost. Well, almost. We almost completed that thread, but alas, she successfully beat it. Which makes sense, because I don't think that a bolt from Stonebolt would be enough to completely destroy her. Sherilyn wants Edbert to atone is still definitely there. Search for Simon's father is the next thread that they are going to be looking at. Chaos factor, I think, goes up to 7 for the beginning of the new scene. Scene setup, enter the temple. Here we go. Let us see if the scene of entering the temple is altered or interrupted. 8, it is not. So, our gang gathers up their weapons. They know now that the intelligence, the leader of the temple, whatever it is controlling this place, knows that they are here. Sherilyn communicates to Edbert that the intelligence has fled back to its inner sanctum there to bolster its defenses. What do they find on the way? Well, so basically I'm using the dungeon exploration rules from the Perilous Wilds here. I have a list of area types and contents, a list of themes, all kinds of stuff that you can find in the Perilous Wilds. They enter the temple. Now, they know that ahead of them is the kitchens. Past that was the storage area where there was the rift in the earth, basically, that led to the storage area. So they don't want to go back there. They also know that if they go left, if they go up to the kitchens and then exit the western hallway, they will come to the acolyte cells where they had the confrontation with the mummy. So they know what's there, but they don't know what's anywhere else. So from the main temple area, there were branches going off to the east and to the west. I think that they are going to take the eastern branch. Let's roll a d12 and see what they encounter as they make their way down the corridor. 12, unique and a discovery. So we go to our unique area, and it is a themed area, which the next theme is rot and decay. So what I'm gonna do here, I have a list of unique areas, but what I'm gonna do, just because I think it's cool, I'm going to go to the GM's Miscellany Dungeon Dressing, if you can see that there. What do they find? They find, that makes sense, a crypt. Rot and decay. This is where the high priests of the temple would have been buried. So I think what happens is they're walking down the corridor and they come to a set of stairs going down. And as soon as they start to descend into the bowels of the earth, this smell of rotting flesh seems to be pervading the air. As they're coming down as well, they can see that the blocks of stone in the corridor are all decaying. They're in a state of disrepair, almost like the very stones themselves are rotting away. Such is the influence of the god of death on this very temple. They make their way down to a crypt. Ooh, that's kind of cool. And they find not a danger, mind you, but a discovery. Once again, the old D12 in this case. What is the discovery they find? A feature. And the feature is alcoves and niches. They come down to a crypt, and I think the high priests were buried standing up. So as they come into this irregularly shaped room, this chamber, again, the smell of rot, very, very thick in their nose. They can see a number of alcoves. There's 3, 4, 5 of them. Standing upright in each alcove is a sarcophagus, like a coffin, a stone coffin, with graven images, representations of the high priest that is interred within. There is a discovery to be made that is more than just the alcoves. There is something of interest to our guys here. Remember that Simon is here looking for his father. He's searching for his father. He's searching for any kind of answer to what happened to his father. Is there a clue to the whereabouts or condition of Simon's father in this chamber? I was gonna make it unlikely, but because they have specifically rolled a discovery with no danger, I'm gonna make it somewhat likely. 7, somewhat likely, chaos factor 7. Is there a clue to the whereabouts and or condition of Simon's father in this chamber? The answer is yes. What is the clue? That's an excellent question. I have no idea. Let's ask the fate chart. Event meeting. 15. Gratify. And gratify 53. Gratify home. I'm not sure what this looks like yet, but he discovers a clue that shows his father was here. Gratify home. But he managed to escape and to go back towards home, back towards the city of Chiton, back towards the area where Simon himself grew up. Okay, so what is the clue that Simon finds in this crypt to the high priest of this Church of the Undead that shows that his father was here but escaped and went back home? His father was taken here with his mother. His mother was turned into a creature, turned into a mummy. His father was also in the process of being turned into a mummy, turned into an undead servant. But he was able to escape. How did he escape? Is there a way out of this crypt, or is it a dead end? I have no idea. 50-50 chance. Is there a way out, an obvious way out of this crypt? Chaos factor 7. 65 is yes. So there is another exit from this crypt, and I think that exit is a secret door. It's a secret door behind one of the alcoves, or rather in one of the alcoves behind one of the sarcophagi. That sarcophagus has been prized open. And that's the first thing that Simon sees. He goes up to it and he can see that one of the sarcophagi one of the lids is standing open, standing ajar like this. Obviously, they're on high alert. Arn, more so than anybody, because he's super paranoid now. He's got this massive phobia about all things undead. Simon goes up to this open crypt, and he pulls it open, and he sees in the sarcophagus, there's a hole cut in. In fact, this sarcophagus was a false front. It was a false sarcophagus. Behind it is a passageway that goes down and then up. I think ultimately leads to the surface. This was one of the escape routes of the high priest. If they ever needed a quick way out, this was it. His father found it. How does he know that it was his father that found it? Because there's something there of his father's. A bit of his tunic that got snagged. A personal item that got left behind, perhaps by accident. What is the personal item that got left behind? Something that Simon would immediately recognize as, this is my father's. 74. Divide. 91. Weapons. Divide weapons. Oh, this is great. He finds his father's sword. His father was taken, had his blade, during the escape managed to grab his blade, perhaps fought his way out of here, made his way down to the crypt after his wife had already been consumed by the evil power. And on the way out, had to ditch his sword. Maybe he was wounded, maybe it got stuck on something, whatever the case is, or maybe it's a piece of his father's sword. It's his father's broken sword. That's great, that's great. So there at the base of the sarcophagus, there Simon hunkers down and he picks up his father's sword. What's that doing there? This is the blade of my father. I recognize the hilt. This is definitely his weapon. He was here, and I think he escaped through this tunnel. So, your father is not in fact here. So we can go, right? That would be the best thing for us to do, is to get out of here as soon as possible. I agree with Arn. If your father isn't here, then there's no reason for us to be. Sherilyn, however, I think has different ideas on this. Because she is here to destroy this power once and for all. So she begins, again, ethereally screaming in Bert's head. He clutches his head again. I believe that my father must have escaped this place. I think he's got to make a track roll to confirm this. We'll call it -1. 5 minus 1 is 4, success. He sees evidence of his father's footprints in the dust. Yes, I was right. He came this way. Arn kind of hunkers down too. Yeah, I concur. These are definitely boot tracks. He must have escaped this place, out this tunnel. How long ago did Simon's father escape this place? We know that the father had escaped towards home. So if that's the case, yeah, we don't have to roll this. If that's the case, this is very recent. He very recently escaped. Like possibly in the last few weeks kind of thing. Arn hunkers down. Yeah, Simon, you are right. These tracks, they are only a few weeks old, I think. That means that he's still out there alive. We have to go after him. Yeah, that is a great idea. We should go now. Simon, I don't think Sherilyn wants to go. I think she wants to go and find this master of this temple and put him down once and for all. Damn you, Edbert, you have to get your ghostly friend under control. Here is the first evidence I have found that my father is alive. We cannot stay. We have to go. We can't. We have to go and finish this job, or she will never let me sleep again. I know it. Simon is going to try and persuade the ghost. He's going to try and persuade the ghost to put her agenda aside. I think that's going to be very difficult. This is the second time they've been to this temple. She knows her ghostly blood is up, so to speak. She wants to put this thing down. She's the ex-head of the Order of the Purifying Flame. She's got this creature on the run. She knows she can track him down and end him once and for all. It's going to be tough, but Simon makes a plea to her. I beseech you, Sherilyn, let Edward go. If you wish to remain here and purge this place, then by all means do so, but I need him by my side. My father is out there somewhere. I must look to the living now, not to the dead. I'm going to make this a -2 persuade. I'm not going to apply Simon's outsider penalty because really he's kind of dealing with an outsider in a way here because she's a ghost. Oh God, he doesn't even have it. He still doesn't have persuasion? Oh, Simon, you still suck. Yay, that's comforting. Simon still sucks, in a way. He's gonna try it. D4 -2, -4. This speech, does it convince her? If he doesn't explode, it does not happen. 5 minus 4 is 1, which means he fails. He fails. Sherilyn swirls around Edbert. I don't think she's going for it, Simon. So be it. On, Edbert. My father has been lost to me for many years, but never before has he been so close. I have his sword, I can see his footprints, and I know that he is out there now. But my father has survived on his own this long. Another few hours will not be the difference between his life and death, I do not think. Sherilyn, we will not turn aside from this place now. Lead the way. Take us to this evil intelligence that rules over this place. I will help you destroy it once and for all, but then you will release your hold on Edbert, at least enough so that he may rest. And then come with us and help me find my father. Sherilyn swirls around Edbert, manifests in front of all of them. Again, Arn freaking out, because anytime he sees the ghost now, he's going to be freaking out, because he's gained this phobia. And she looks at Simon, and she nods. And she points the way back up the stairs into the main temple area. They turn aside from the secret exit behind the sarcophagus, and they begin to move back up the stairway into the depths and the bowels of the temple, looking for the inner sanctum to put down this creature who leads this temple once and for all. And Simon casts one last glance back at the exit, knowing he has never been this close to finding his lost father. But he must turn aside and go with Sherilyn into the temple to destroy the leader once and for all. But that will be a story for the next episode. Thanks so much for watching. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe, and we will see you next time on Me, Myself, and Die. Well, hello and welcome back once again to Me, Myself, and I. This is episode 14. 14? Yes, I think it's 14 already. Oh my god. I am, as always, your intrepid game master, player, and host, Trevor Devell. Thanks so much for tuning in. And as always, if you like what you see here today, please do hit like and subscribe and share the video in all of the various places, because the word getting out is good for the show. When last we left Simon of Argoston and Edbert, the haunted mercenary, and their newfound friend, enemy-turned-friend, Arn Kalapunki, they had just got back to the temple, where the evil intelligence of the temple had possessed Sherilyn. Arn was able to read the scroll first and bring down the barrier, which was super cool. However, Edbert, freaking out, told Simon to shoot Sherilyn, because she wasn't herself, and she was possessed at the moment. So Simon did, shot her with the magic crossbow stonebolt, and ended her. Now, luckily, she recovered, but I do think that at that moment, Edbert clocked the fact that that crossbow actually damaged Sherilyn. So that could come into play later on. Now, during this whole situation, Sherilyn had basically caused fear in Arn, and his hair went totally white, and he now has a phobia. Originally, it was gonna be a phobia against ghosts, but that's stupid. Everybody has a phobia against ghosts, and if you don't, you're crazy. I thought it would be fun to have a phobia against something a little more mundane, that way, because what it means in Savage Worlds is that if you have a phobia, a major phobia, which this is, you have a -4 to basically everything you do, so you're like paralyzed with fright. I think it'd be interesting if Arn's phobia actually wasn't about ghosts, but was in fact about long-haired human women. That is what Sherilyn sort of looked like to him anytime he has seen her, and he has seen her a couple of times. So I think his major phobia, anytime he's around long-haired human women, he's gonna be irrationally afraid of them, which I think is great. Anyway, so they went inside, they discovered a crypt, and in the crypt they found evidence that Simon's father had been there and had escaped the crypt and was probably not very far away, maybe a couple of days or a week ahead of them, out in the wilderness somewhere, possibly wounded, possibly injured, but he had fought his way out, they surmised, because Simon had found his father's broken sword there. So Simon tried to convince Sherilyn to release Edbert because he knew he needed Edbert and Arn to go after his father, but Sherilyn wouldn't do it. Sherilyn was hell-bent on destroying the evil of this temple once and for all, and Simon knew he couldn't
go on without his allies. That is where we are now. So before we move on to things, a couple of little things. Once again, our party has leveled up. Yay! Simon, he has taken marksman. Marksman means that if he does not move, he can shoot as though he aimed, which gives him a +2. Now remember, he's using this crossbow and he tends to fire every round, which incurs a multi-action penalty of -2. So now, as long as he doesn't move, if he just stands there and fires, he will basically attack at no penalty or no bonus. Edbert took the block edge, which basically increases his parry by 1. And finally, Arn. Again, Arn is a fully fledged wild card, statted up character right now. He basically increased some skills. He increased investigate and climb. Anyway, the point is they are back in the temple and they're on their way to find this inner sanctum where they know the leader of this temple, again, whoever this thing is, we don't know anything about this person yet, but the leader of this temple has fled back to its inner sanctum to bolster its defenses. What do we know about the inner sanctum and this evil intelligence so far? We know a couple things. One, it's not a lich. It's not a lich. We know that for sure. It's not a lich. The other thing we know is that this thing was using some sort of oracular device to scry upon the outside area. I think that's that. I think we're ready to dive back into the temple. So once again, we go to our handy dandy Perilous Wild supplement here. They have explored a bunch of it, but there's still a number of areas that they can still go. So they go out of the crypt, back up the stairs towards the main temple area itself, which was the entranceway. Their boots clicking on the old decaying flagstones of the floor every now and then, crunching on the remains of bone as those skeletons had risen up and attacked them when Simon first got in here, if you recall, all those episodes ago. So they move through the temple and they move down the western corridor. What do they find? I'm gonna roll on the GM miscellany dungeon dressing to see what sort of room this is. 20. Oh my God. Well, this is appropriate and grim. They go down the corridor and the scent of rotten decay is overwhelming right now, because as they walk inside, or as they get to the entrance of the room, I think what they find is the room is circular, maybe like 40 feet across. There's no other exits from the room, but the whole room, the door comes out in the middle of the wall. And as they look down, they can see the entire floor of the room is a big bowl. And they're basically, the door enters at the lip of the bowl. And they, Simon leading the way, kind of, whoa! He almost, loses his footing a bit, but he's grabbed by, Edbert behind him. And inside, the reason why it is reeking of rotten decay is because this is a charnel house. This is a charnel house. This is the place where all of those sacrifices that the priests would make to their god of death, or whoever the hell they're worshiping here. This is the place where the bodies and the remains would be tossed to rot in a strange sort of, hideous offering up to the god of death. So, because it's been a long time since this temple was in use, there's not like fresh bodies here, or is there? So let's find out. Let's just call it, I'll say it's unlikely. Oh, and our chaos factor as well. What are we on here? 7. All right, so I'm gonna say it's unlikely that there's fresh bodies in there. 94, there's not. Oh, 94 is an extreme no, actually. To my mind, extreme no means there's no remains whatsoever. Yeah, there should be the remains of all kinds of skeletons and bones and everything down here. But there isn't. There's nothing but old blood stains and like bits of gear, bits of evidence that there were living beings, or the corpses of beings thrown into this pit. Now the question is, does Simon or anybody here, do they ascertain that the function of this room and then be able to ascertain, wait a minute, if this is where they threw the bodies, where are the bodies? Simon wouldn't have any knowledge of this. Edbert did know about the runes on the altar when they first came in, so it's possible. I'm gonna give Edbert a common knowledge roll to see, this is just a straight up smarts roll. I think his smarts is D6. Oh no, Edbert's smarts is only D4. I guess you can't have the brawn and the brains, ha ha ha! All right, does he know anything about this? 5, he actually does. So he pulls, he puts a hand on Simon's shoulder and he says, this is where they would have thrown the remains of the victims, the sacrificial victims, but there's nothing here. Well, what do you suppose that means? I don't know for certain, but since them skeletons in the first temple rose up against you when you first came in, it is possible
that they might be lying in wait somewhere else. In fact, it is possible that the reason why, with this extreme no, that there are no skeletal remains is because, as I said, the leader of the temple was bolstering his defenses. I think he summoned up the remains of those skeletons and had them come to him in the inner sanctum. So we know that when they get to the inner sanctum, not only will they have to deal with the evil intelligence, but the remains of those victims who are now animated skeletons. There's no other exits from this room, obviously, so they double back and they make their way north, where they then take the eastern passage out of the kitchens. As far as they know, this is the only unexplored area left to them. What do they find as they go down the eastern passage? Ooh, it's a themed area. Discovery and danger. So they come to an intersection. So there is a passageway going to the right, the left, and ahead of them as well. It is a themed area, which means that again, the sense of rot and decay is all pervasive here. Not to get too much in the weeds about how the Perilous Wilds dungeon exploration works, but basically, you can only roll so many themed areas before the dungeon is fully explored. So I've just rolled the last themed area. But what that means is there are no more themed areas. And in this system, once you explore all the themed areas, the dungeon is fully explored. But we know it's not because we know there's an inner sanctum, which means necessarily the inner sanctum is hidden. Secret door, secret passageway, who knows, magically, who could say, but the inner sanctum is hidden, which again, kind of makes sense. Why would it be obvious to anybody who just blunders into the temple? So we'll deal with that in a second, but what do they find in this intersection? First of all, what is the discovery? Well, the discovery is a find, and it is trinkets. So we are going to go to Random Tables 2, this book right here by Matt Davids. Again, the link is down in the notes below. There are 4 tables for dungeon rooms to see what's sort of in it. How many trinkets are there? What kind of things are there in there? 4. All right, well, let's go 1 on each table. Why not? The first trinket they find is a 30, which is an adventurer's notebook. The next thing they find, an orc fang. Okay, why not? 1d12 copper pieces. Oh my goodness, what a huge find. A tiny silver dragon statue. Interesting. For me, the most interesting thing here is this adventurer's notebook, but we're gonna come back to that because we need to know what the danger is. 4, it is a trap. An element trap. What kind of element is it? A water trap. Is it another pressure plate? We know that this particular architect has an affinity for pressure plates because there was a pressure plates in the kitchen. I'm gonna say 50-50 because I don't know. 37, it is, yet again, another pressure plate. So, do our guys see it? I think the pressure plate's in the middle of the room because it's a intersection like that. Which means that as you go into the room, if someone steps on a flagstone on the center of the intersection, the walls seal off, the ceiling opens, and water from some river somewhere begins to pour into the room. Does Simon notice it? Here's what I'm gonna do. Simon is gonna be searching. They know there's traps here, so you know their eyes are open for it, but because Simon is first, we'll give a little marching order here. Edbert is second and Arn is bringing up the rear like this, okay? So as they go in, Simon's gonna get a notice roll. His notice is only a D4, but luckily he has his wild die, and does he see it? Exploding 6, 7, so not with the raise, but he does succeed. So as they're walking in, he immediately puts his hand up. Edbert, do you see in the center of the room that discolored stone? We should be very careful to avoid that. We already know this place is laden with traps. Well, we don't know if it's laden with traps, but you would think that. They carefully step around it and a trap successfully avoided. But there's stuff. Is this stuff in a chest? I don't think so. It's all kind of weirdly random. An adventurer's notebook, an orc fang, 6 copper scattered around, a tiny silver dragon statue. I think it's just kind of like refuse in the room. Here's a thing. The adventurer's notebook. Is it in good condition? I'm gonna say that's very unlikely it's in good condition. 77 is a doubles at our chaos factor of 7, so we have a random event. But the answer is no, it is not in good condition. As Simon picks up this adventurer's notebook, he can see that it's written in common. And he very carefully starts to leaf through the pages, but some of the pages begin to fall out because it's water. Of course it's waterlogged because there was a water trap in here. And maybe that's what happened to the owner of the book. So yeah, it's kind of waterlogged. A lot of the writing is kind of smudged and stuff like this. But as he's looking at this, we have a random event. Let's look at the event focus. 46, move away from a thread. Gonna roll a D5, 3. The minor miracle. Okay, this is a thing that came up in character creation that we know nothing about. So a move away from a thread. This random event will make it harder to solve an open thread. Event meaning 56, usurp elements. Right away I think of the water trap. Usurp elements, move away from a thread. It has something to do with the water. It has something to do with the water. Way back in character generation, we discovered that Simon had witnessed a minor miracle, and this was from the Xanathar's Guide to Everything book. But we didn't know the details of the miracle. What was the nature of the minor miracle? 56. Usurp. Twice in a row. 19. New ideas. We've already determined many times in this world that the gods have actual power. Priests can summon their power and do all kinds of kooky things. I think that in Simon's small village outside the city of Chiton, there was a madman that came into town. And the madman was spouting all kinds of things. He was spouting new ideas, if you will. And the new ideas he was spouting was that there are, in fact, no gods. What he was spouting was the powers that priests use and manifest are, in fact, nothing more than arcane powers channeled in a slightly different way. And that, in fact, all of the clergy of all of the religions of the world were all deluded. Because when in fact they thought they were intoning the will of their gods, and when they were performing their rituals to enact the power of their gods, what they were in fact doing is, unbeknownst to them, merely drawing upon the same magical weave that arcane users use. So in fact this man, madman? Or is he on to something? But as he was in the village square, I think what happened was the power of the gods manifested and silenced him. Gurk! Simon sat there to listen because this actually intrigued him. He was thinking, what if this guy's right? Well, what if in fact he's onto something? He was talking directly to Simon. At that moment, the gods struck somehow. So how did the god strike him down? I want to kind of connect it back to this thing that just happened with the usurp of elements to do with the water. I think maybe because we're moving away from this thread. A little bit of world building right smack dab in the middle of our adventure to get to the inner sanctum. Okay, yeah, so he knew about Hundatora to the south, and he knew that they worshiped this water god. He knew that Morgus was a widely worshipped god along the coasts of this world. So he was preaching against Morgus. He was saying, the priests of Morgus just draw upon arcane power, blah, 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 blah. And at that moment, he kind of stopped and he was looking to Simon and he started to choke as water began to bubble out of his mouth, and and Simon went up to him and tried to help him, but the man suddenly started to drown right in front of Simon, and there was nothing he could do when the man died. He drowned. Water, seawater, immediately bubbling up from and so that was the nature of the miracle that Simon saw. Simon directly witnessed the power of Morgus blot out this heretic. So now, here in the Temple of Thurzan, many years later, to move away from that thread, I think would reinstigate the idea that in fact, maybe this guy was right. Maybe the priests are all delusional. Maybe there are no gods. Much against the evidence that Simon himself saw. And it is the adventurer's notebook. In that notebook, which is very hard to read, he looks and he can see, wait a minute, he recognizes some of these passages because he remembers these were the same things that guy who died all those years ago, who drowned in town square. That's what this guy was saying. Is it his notebook? Is it somebody else's? We don't know. And I'm not gonna roll for it right now because it's not that important, but it is something for the future. So he's found a notebook that would seem to support the notion that maybe this crazy guy who was saying that the gods don't really exist, maybe other people also were believing that. So in light of that, we do have to move away from the thread. I think Simon, pious guy that he is, slams the book shut and throws it in the corner. Arn says, "What was that all about? Is it of any use to us?" "No, it is of no use at all. The ramblings of a madman. We should move on." Arn kind of looks at Edbert. Edbert looks at Arn. They kind of roll their eyes, and undeterred, they continue down a passage. Which passage do they take? I think they're going to take the northern passage. Now remember, we know that the inner sanctum is hidden. So as they go down each passageway, the north one, the east one, and the south one, because they came from the west, It ends in a wall. Just ends in a wall. And they're like, what? So they explore the north. Ends in a wall. They come back. They explore the east. Ends in a wall. They come back. They explore the south. Ends in a wall. Well, obviously we missed something. Is it possible that there was a secret passage we do not know? Well, we already know that there was a secret passage in the crypt that leads out. Perhaps we should take the way out. Out is good. I like out. Out, can we go out? There must be another way to the inner sanctum. We've got to search. Perhaps there was something in the main temple area that we missed. They go back to the main temple area, and if you recall, there was that altar at the very end with the strange glowing runes in it. The runes are no longer glowing because the spell has been enacted and disrupted. But Simon wants to check to see if, in fact, that altar moves, if there's any kind of way to move it, because perhaps he suspects there is a secret passage down there. So, does he find anything with his search roll, with his notice roll? He will succeed. Now the question is there anything to find? Chaos Vector 7. 24. Yes, the answer is yes. Simon has found it. They go, they search the main area for maybe a good 15 minutes until Simon goes to the altar and he sees it and he says, Edbert, come over here, help me with this. And they come over and they, sure enough, are able to kind of slide the altar aside, and there they can see the stone stairway going down into blackness. They light a torch, and they begin to make their way down. This will lead to the inner sanctum, because that's the only place left they have to explore, and they know that the evil intelligence is awaiting them there. But we know nothing about this evil intelligence. We don't know what it wants. We don't know what it is. We know nothing. We are going to find out about that when they get there. No, not next time. This time, we're not going to leave it on that cliffhanger. Are you out of your mind? So before we actually get to the inner sanctum, what I want to know is a couple of details. For example, what is this thing? What is this evil intelligence that's the leader of the temple? We know it's not a lich. I keep saying that's not a lich. So is it something unique? It's got some weird powers already. I'm going to say it's likely that this thing is unique, because it just feels like it would be. And 74, yes, it is a unique creature. Let's find out this thing's name, okay? We're gonna go to our old dungeon dressing guide here. Zir, oh, I like that. Zirator, that's cool. What is it? We know it has the power to project itself sort of ethereally, spiritually, through this scrying device in the temple. But what is its physical manifestation? Is it the remains of the necromancer himself? So this is the temple. We've never actually did figure this out, you know. This is the temple of Thurzan. Is Thurzan the god? I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say, yeah, Thurzan's the god. So Zirator is the necromantic leader of this temple. Zirator, not a lich, but I think Zirator was the necromancer that had been given unlife, a sort of horrific unlife. Does he have a physical body? I'm gonna call it 50-50. Does he have a physical body? 04, he absolutely does. That's an extreme yes. I think that body is extremely well preserved. In fact, if you looked at him, he looks absolutely normal. Because he's very much tied to his body, I think that he's vulnerable. I have this image of him being like tied to a crypt or something, where his physical body is not something, like he doesn't get up and move around. I think that his power is entirely magical. What sort of magic powers does he have? We'll randomly determine what he has as we go, to keep it totally up in the air, because I don't know, and I don't really want to know until Simon knows. Before we get to the crypt, there is one other question I have, and this has always sort of been on my mind. Why was Zirator interested in Simon's parents? Why did he abduct Simon's parents? Why did he turn Simon's mother into a mummy? Why was he trying to transform Simon's father? Were Simon's parents somehow special? Did Zirator, did he somehow sense their special nature and realize he could harness that nature for his own nefarious purposes? 50-50. Were Simon's parents in possession of any kind of special trait that was of interest to Zirator? Yes! Okay, this is interesting. I'm going to add that as a thread right now. Simon's parents were special. Discover why Zirator was interested in them. That's another thread. Our team descends down the stairs. The smell of rot and decay, very, very, very prevalent, as it is through most places of this temple. When they get down to the temple, what they see is a large steel door. You can't really see look, I painted that. Yeah, I used my paint jobs and I painted the door. They are in front of this door, and I think beyond the door they can hear some sort of sound, like the sound of, not chanting, but I think they hear the sound of something pulsating. And I think that that's coming from this oracular device. They open the door. There is a large temple area with steps rising up past this thing, which we'll get to in a second. There is a crypt at the back. There's all kinds of stuff. There's like shelves with books and crates and barrels and a couple of other sarcophagi over here. There's like a pedestal, almost like a little altar kind of thing of the type that they've seen a million times in this place before. Right there in the center. And there's a couple of skeletons standing there beside this thing. This thing is pulsating with sort of a black gold light. This thing is the oracular device that Zerator was using to channel his powers to be able to spy and to see what's going on the outside of the temple. So when they open the door, they see this room, and this is the crypt where Zerator's body is, but it looks like it's open just because that's what the miniature is, but in fact it's sealed. And I think that in order to get to his body, not only are they going to have to get to the skeleton, so not only are they going to have to get past whatever powers he has, they're going to have to actually break into that crypt to do damage to his body itself. Right away, we're going to have to go to initiative. First one is Simon, and he is quick. Boom, he's on 8. His allies are going to be on Jack, which is good. And the enemies are going to be on Queen, so the enemies go first. Let's deal with the skeletons. I think that there was an undead call to arms from Zerator in the sarcophagus in the crypt. He's a wild card too, of course. Of course he's a wild card, he's a big bad. The skeletons are going to turn. Okay, well they're all going to run, and they're all going to run the same amount. They're going to run, they're going to run 13. Edbert has first strike, so he's going to hit the skeleton as it comes in. We're going to remember that in a second. This guy's going to go after Edbert as well. And that one is not going to run. That one's just going to move his pace of 7. Skeleton, the bones clattering as it draws an arrow and fires. So before we do anything else, though, Edbert is going to do his first strike, and he's going to roll. Come on. Oh, look at that. He rolls an 8, which is an exploder. He's going to roll 10, which is a hit with a raise. Bow! And he's going to roll, oh my God, 13 of his 21 damage. Completely destroys that skeleton immediately. Burn! Edbert smashes the skeleton as it comes running up to him. The other one will get a chance to hit him. This one will get a chance to hit him. And this one will also fire. This one's going to fire at Simon. Simon's the obvious target, so it fires. Got to hit a roll 4 or more. Ooh, it's going to explode, and it's going to roll 9, which is a hit with a raise. 3d6 against Simon's toughness. This is bad. 6, it has no AP, so does not get through his armor. 6 and a 9 versus his toughness of 6 is going to shake Simon. Okay, that could have been a lot worse. Oh, as the arrow flies in, at the same time as this spearman man, the spear skeleton comes in to attack Simon at the exact same moment, but he will miss. Okay, meanwhile, over here, Zerator, he's going to cast an armor spell on his crypt. That's the first thing he's going to do. First of all, does he have the armor spell? I don't know. I think it's probably likely. 85% chance. Yes, he does. Okay, so he's going to roll to see if that goes off. So his arcane skill is D12, so he is powerful. Half the part, so he's rolling a -1. So he, with armor, is going to roll a 4. -1 is 3. It does not go off. So I guess he was so consumed with commanding the skeletons, he does not get the armor off. Okay, but he does have the armor spell. We'll come back to him next round. It is our allies, which of course is Arn right here. Arn has his longbow out. He pulls it and he fires. He's going to shoot with a D10. He has also been leveling up. He is a wild card. Does he hit? He explodes with a 6. He rolls an 8. That is a hit with the raise. And against this skeleton, oh yeah, I think it's fair to say that he completely destroys that skeleton. Immediately it falls into pieces. That was Arn. Edbert is now, he's used his first strike, but he is going to attack. Normally, he fights at a D8. D8 with his wild die of D6 is going to be 2. He will miss, unfortunately, and the ghost. Sherilyn can't use fear against fellow undead, but she can use her powers. I think that because Simon agreed to sort of go with her, she is now going to sort of return the favor and put an armor on him. So she is going to roll her arcane skill. She's also a D12, but she is not a wild die. Does it go off? Is it -1? 5 -1 is 4. So Simon now has an extra 2 points of armor. So his toughness is now actually 8.
Simon, he is going to do a spirit roll to see if he can break his shake. 2d6, he's got to get 4 or more, and he does not. He's got to get out of this. Spend his first penny of the game to roll 5. He will, but it's going to take his whole round, and that is the end of that round. We're going to go to a new round. Simon is on 10. Allies on 2. Baddies on Jack. Oh my god. Terrible. This skeleton is going to shoot at Simon again. This thing is going to attack Edbert. The skeleton shoots at Simon, and he will hit Simon with 2d6 damage against Simon's now magical armored toughness of 8. He's going to, oh god, 10. 14 against 8. 8, ooh, you know what? That's bad. That's really bad. 8's gonna shake him. 12's gonna cause him a wound. Simon's gonna have to spend a Benny to try and soak this wound. Soak is a vigor roll. Come on, Simon. He will succeed, which means that he succeeded once, so he's not wounded, but he is still shaken. Oh, if the character soaks all of the wounds from an attack, he removes his shaken condition too. So he's not shaken because he's spent his Benny, which actually makes sense. He spent a valuable resource like that. He gets hit, but it does not wound him because he made the Benny check. Over here, Skeleton Edinburgh is going to completely miss. That brings us to Zirator. Zirator is going to try that armor spell again. Okay, so he is a wild card. He's looking for 4 more. He will get a 10. That's a success with a raise, which means that this thing now has 4 points of armor. Basically, there's this horrible necromantic glow that envelops this sarcophagus over here as the armor spell is now in play. So that's what he did on his round. It is now Simon's turn. Simon was not shaken because he succeeded at his soak roll. So he's going to fire at him. He's already loaded. He hasn't moved, which means he's going to be firing at +2 because of his new marksman edge. His shooting is D8 plus a D6 wild die. And what do we have? Oh my god, a critical failure. A critical failure. So the critical failure is basically I'm going to rule that something awful is the skeleton gets a free attack on him as he opens himself up to vulnerability. So the skeleton turns and will miss. Which brings us to a new round. Simon. Simon is quick, 5 or less. 5 or less. Simon is 5 or less. Simon's on 10. Allies are on 4, bad guys are on 9. Simon again is going to load and fire because multi-action penalty, but his marksman means he fires normally. D8 and a D6 at this skeleton right here. He will hit normally with his stone bolt, so it's going to do 2d6 plus 1 magical damage against that. Ooh, 7, 8 plus 9 versus their toughness of 7 is going to shake that skeleton. Just like that. That was him. We go down to the bad guys. This guy is going to do his spirit roll to see if he can get up. Probably not. No. So he's really shaken by that magical crossbow bolt. Meanwhile, this guy over here is going to continue to attack Edbert. Wham! He's unable to break Edbert's defenses. That was the enemies. Over here, we still have Zirator in the coffin. Zirator is going to do something cool. He's running out of allies here quickly. I think he's going to, now Zirator is going to try the puppet spell. He is going to do that at a -1 because he's already maintaining his armor spell. So highest is 7 -1 is a success with a 6. However, she gets an opposed spirit roll. Oh, she doesn't beat 6. You know what? Oh boy, does she spend a Benny? Yeah, we're gonna spend an NPC Benny for her. She's gonna re-roll that. 5! Oh, so she still gets taken over. Oh my god. Sherilyn is once again dominated by Zirator, the leader of this necromantic temple. In order to make her actually do something, it's gonna be his action to do that, okay? So his action this round was to cast that spell. He can't do anything else because that's his action. So that's the end for him, which brings us down to the allies. Let's deal with Edbert here. Edbert swings his blade and he's going to roll a 6. He's going to explode with 6 with an 8 against parry 7. I'm sorry, parry 5. That's a normal hit. So he's going to roll his damage. His toughness of 7, 8. So he will shake the skeleton. Bang. Arn is going to shoot that skeleton at pretty much the exact same time. As I said, he's sort of leveled up. And he will hit with the 4, but just a regular hit, so he's rolling 2d6 damage against that skeleton's toughness of 7. 10, 15 versus 7, that's enough to destroy the skeleton. Arn and Edbert, and Sherilyn can still go, but she's possessed. They don't know that she's possessed at this point. So I think that Arn is gonna move his pace of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think Edbert's going to move his pace of 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's where he's going to end up, actually, right there. Sherilyn does not move.
but I think that Edbert is probably so, he's in combat mode right now. I don't think he notices right away. He will notice next round if she doesn't do anything sort of weird like that, but Sheldon does not go with him. Okay, that was our allies, which means now we go to a new round. Simon is on 7, allies are on king, and baddie's on 2, so allies go first. Well, first of all, Edbert here is gonna put this skeleton down. He rolls his attack, which is going to be a 5, which its parry is 5, so it's a regular hit. He rolls 2d8 damage against this thing. It is already shaken. Oh yeah, 14, that's gonna explode with it. He destroys it completely. Smash. The skeletons are all destroyed, made short work of. How odd. This is almost too easy. Arn, I think, is going to, so he sees this glow around the thing, around the sarcophagus. He knows that can't be good. He's sort of stunned by this thrumming golden obelisk in front of him. He's kind of like, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. He's gonna go up to investigate. Edbert has smashed that dude, and now he's gonna move his 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as well, and get to this obelisk. And I think they're both kind of like moving along, looking at this obelisk, not exactly sure what's going on. Simon moves his 8, because he's fast. He's got fleet-footed. He moves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and basically gets up there. Who has the best chance of understanding that there's something magical and terrible going on in the sarcophagus? I think, again, it is Edbert. I'm gonna give him common knowledge. His smarts is not very good though. Common knowledge, does he recognize this necromantic power like he's been recognizing necromantic power stuff for this whole adventure? He does not. So he looks at that, but the reason why he doesn't notice it is because at this moment he realizes Sherilyn has not moved, and he turns back. Sherilyn, where are you? Where are you? In this moment, he's apart from Sherilyn. This gives him just a moment of clarity, free from her constant spiritual barrage by being in proximity to him. And in this moment of clarity, he thinks back to that moment where Simon shot Sherilyn with the crossbow. Simon's come up. Simon's looking around. There's something going on with that sarcophagus. We should move to investigate. Yeah, I think you're right. Edbert carefully looking at that crossbow, knowing in this moment that crossbow could be used against Sherilyn again and free him. Remember, he is here to exercise his ghost, and he saw Simon pretty much destroy that ghost, at least momentarily. Meanwhile, the baddies, there's only one baddie left because all the skeletons have been dispatched. In here, I think he uses his action on Sherilyn, and she appears with a screech, screeching and howling, and again, her face revealing itself in this hideous skull. They must all make fear checks at -2. So, Simon first, a spirit roll at -2. 2, Simon fails. Edbert at -2, 6. And 5 is 11 minus 2 is a success with a raise. He's perfectly fine. Edbert also had Brave +2 on fear check, so he wildly succeeds that. Arn's not gonna have to roll again. He's jaded from this. He's already seen it. So he's freaked out, but he doesn't actually have to make the fear test. He's just, But Simon did fail, which means Simon is gonna roll on the fright table at +2 because that's the fear level of Sherilyn. 9 + 2 is 11. Panic. He runs immediately right to the very back wall. He's also shaken from that. He runs to the wall, clawing at the wall. I've got to get out of here. I've got to get out of here. We go back to a new round now. Simon is on 9. Allies on 8. Baddie's on 7. So Simon is first. He's going to do a spirit roll to see if he can break out of the shaken, and he's gonna roll a 5. So he does, but it takes his whole round. They know that they can't attack Sherilyn because they have no magic weapon. She is still ethereal. There's nothing they can do against her. She is a ghost. They know the only chance they have is Simon's weapon. Edbert, gonna run up to Simon. He is going to try and grab the crossbow from Simon. It's going to be an opposed fighting roll. Just quick sort of spot call on this. Edbert is going to roll his fighting of D8, and he is going to get 4 versus Simon's fighting. I think he's still at D6. 4 versus 5. So Edbert grabs the crossbow, but Simon kind of looks at him. What are you doing? What are you doing, Edbert? And Edbert's like, we need to kill her for real this time. Meanwhile, the glow from the sarcophagus, the true enemy, is still glowing there. Arn sees it. He knows he can't attack her. He moves up behind the sarcophagus. Now they can see the sarcophagus is glowing with this horrible black glow, like the glow of the armor spell. And I think at this moment, it's a very good chance that Arn, I'm going to give him a smarts roll. Does Arn figure out that maybe the source of all of this is actually in here? Arn's smarts is D6. Does he figure that out? Oh, yes, he does with a success. He goes up beside his allies there. He sees the glowing sarcophagus. He turns to Simon and says, I believe
that the enemy we are searching for is in this coffin. We must get it open.
And he goes to push it off. Now, it has 4 points of armor. So as they try and push the sarcophagus, or as he tries to push the sarcophagus lid off, he's gonna be -4 to his strength roll. And his strength is only a D6, but he is a wild die. 6! 9 -4 is 5, which is a success. It takes his whole round, but he pushes it off and it shatters into 1,000, well, into 4 pieces, to tell you the truth. Revealing in front of him this perfectly, he's not even mummified, he's a guy. He's sitting there, arms crossed in a repose, typical kind of, like mummy kind of, position. But at that moment, it's his turn to act. His eyes open and there's this black light emanating from it. He utters a word and there's this miasma of blackness, almost like, or like swirling skulls that magically appear and begin to batter the entire group over here because they're all within close proximity right there. 37. So yes, he does have this spell. He's gonna make this a really bad blast, but it's gonna mean it's gonna be 4 points, which is -2. So he's -3 to this roll because he's also maintaining the puppet spell on Sherilyn. And he's a wild card. Does he blast the area? 5 -3 is 2. So it deviates basically against the wall and it explodes against the wall. So all of these like swirling magical skulls howling around them, but the spell misses. So it blasts against the wall. They kind of explode into this ethereal black mist. So Mains, we go back to a new round. Simon's on 8. Allies on 6. Batty's on Queen. Okay, well that didn't work, so he knows he's in trouble here, old Zirator. He drops the puppet power on Sherilyn, but goes to take over Edbert, because Edbert immediately is the most physically menacing threat, so he's just a straight roll. Does it work? Double ones! He's a wild card. That is a critical failure as he tries to cast his puppet power on Edbert, so something bad happens to him. The failed attempt of the blast spell, as well as his current failed attempt to possess Edbert, causes this obelisk to basically start to thrum out of control. He's no longer able to channel his powers through this obelisk here, which basically shakes him for 1 round. He is in bad shape. It brings to Simon. Simon sees him now. Here's the thing, as soon as Zirator drops the spell on Sherilyn, I think her features go back to normal. Does Simon notice that? D4. He's probably gonna do it anyway because he's like, here we go. Does he notice the difference? He does notice the difference. 7, it's a regular success. He sees that Sherilyn is no longer a threat. He shouts to Edward, Sherilyn's back to normal. And Edward at this moment kind of like, because Edward was hoping that maybe he could grab that crossbow and actually use it to shoot Sherilyn with a good excuse that she's, been possessed, but nope, it's not gonna happen. Simon grabs his crossbow, loads it, he doesn't move, but he pops it up and fires at this prone creature right in front of him. Pretty hard to miss. He's rolling his D8 shooting, and he gets an 8, and an 8, 16. Well, that's obviously a hit with a raise, so he is going to hit with Stonebolt. Does this thing have any further magical protections on it? I'd call it somewhat likely, actually. Somewhat likely. 68 is a yes. There is further magical protections. We're going to say that as long as this thing is in the sarcophagus, it has an inherent armor bonus, so his toughness is going to be 7. So Simon blasts him with Stonebolt the crossbow and gets 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 versus 7. Oh, that is a wound. This thing has taken a wound from Simon's crossbow. Edbert sees his chance. He pulls a sword and he slashes at this thing whose parry is only 2, and he gets an exploding 8 and an 8. He's definitely gonna hit with the raise. He rolls 2d8 plus a d6. It does have magical armor, so toughness 7. We're going to roll a 5, 13 plus 5 is 18 versus 7 is another wound. 8, 9, 10, 11 is another wound. That is 3 wounds. 12, 13, 14, 15 versus, that is incapacitated. Edbert grabs his sword and drives it through the necromancer's heart, bursting it as he does. Black ichor pours, explodes out of his heart. There is a roar of power as necromantic energy emanates from his body, filters into the obelisk, blasts up through the ceiling, and explodes up into the night, going back to the bosom of Thurzan, the god of death. The necromancer has been slain. Sherilyn She comes up to the obelisk and she begins to cast a spell. What spell is it? I don't even know what the name of it is. It's basically destroy the complex spell, because that is what she is here to do. That's what she spent her life dedicated to. So she begins to cast this spell and the whole place begins to rumble and shake and begin to come down. Our guys immediately see this. Simon sees this, run! And they hightail it out as Sherilyn continues the spell, and a few minutes later they come blasting through the front doors just as there's a tremendous roar as the entire masonry of the temple collapses in on itself. There is a massive billowing of dust and masonry, powder and stones as the temple collapses completely, ending the threat of the Temple of Thurzan. That thread is done. Find the inner sanctum and destroy the leader. That was definitely done. Before we get to the final moments of this scene, Edbert pulls Simon aside. The entire reason why I came with you was to find a method in that temple to exorcise this ghost from me. I found it, Simon. Don't you see? I found the way I can get rid of Sherilyn for good. It's that thing. It's your weapon. We can use Stonebolt to get rid of her once and for all. He clutches his head, because of course Sherilyn hears him, and screams ethereally. Once again, he collapses on the ground, clutching his head. I'm sorry, I won't, I promise I'll never do it, I promise. Simon sees this, obviously. Arn sees this, Arn with his newly white hair.
I think this could be a problem for us. Edward already tried to grab your crossbow from you. I believe he will try again.
Edward's writhing on the ground, clutching his head.
Yes, Arn. I fear you may be right. We will have to keep our eyes on Edward and ensure that he does not do anything stupid. Now, let's get some rest, and as soon as daylight comes, we go to find my father.
And that brings us to the end of the scene and the end of this episode. Thank you so much for watching, and don't forget to hit like and subscribe, and tune in next time for the further adventures of Simon of Argoston and his many strange friends here on Me, Myself, and Die. Edbert and Sherilyn are crunching through the mountain snow. The sky is slate gray as little bits of snow are beginning to fall around them and fill in their boot prints that they're leaving behind them in the half-a-foot snow. They're way up there. They're way up. The wind is sort of whipping around them, and they are on some kind of mission for the Order.
Vengeance. Vengeance of trials.
They're tracking down a criminal. They are going after someone who was put on trial for some sort of heresy, probably necromancy. The necromancer's name? Yggdrasil. So this person was on trial for necromancy, but they escaped into the mountains. The rest of the Order, they went off on some other mission, but Sherilyn was still there when the prisoner escaped. This was in a small little mountain village. She was alone. She realized that she had to go after this person, and so she basically rounded up the first group of people she could find, which was Edward and probably a few other mercenaries as well, as they chased down this necromancer into the mountains. The necromancer, who was very powerful, was calling upon various powers, and one by one those other mercenaries were picked off until there was only Edbert and Sherilyn left.
Break plans.
Edbert and Sherilyn had tracked down the necromancer to a small cave in the mountains. For days they had been following. They saw a small fire in a cave up there, and Sherilyn turned to Edbert and said, Yggdrasil has proven himself to be an extraordinarily dangerous enemy. You and I will approach with the utmost of caution. I will take the right flank, you the left. Go as quietly as you can. Right, of course, Sherilyn. Whatever you say. So they begin to make their way up the side of the mountain. The sun has already set, so they're moving in sort of the eerie mountain darkness, which always has a bit of a glow as the light of the moon and the stars bounces off the white snow and gives everything sort of this weird luminescence. But they're crunching up the snow-covered side of the mountains, picking their way from bald black rock to bald black rock to gain purchase and not slip on the icy snowy surfaces. Sherilyn is getting out in front of him. He is slipping a bit. He can't find purchase. His gloves cannot find purchase on the rock. But she has already gone up past him. As he's climbing up this rocky face, his boot gets stuck in one of the crevices of the rock, and he's trying to pull it out, but he's trying to do it quietly because he can't give away his position. But he knows that she's moving up quicker and quicker and quicker, and he's trying to wave at her, but she's so intent. And I think he sees something that she doesn't, which causes him to break the plan of stealthy ambush. He sees from around the corner of the cave, up sort of behind where Sherilyn is, so she can't see it, but he can because of his lower vantage point. He sees one of the dead mercenaries that fell on the way, one of their ex-comrades, who is now a shambling undead monstrosity, is slowly shuffling its way, dead eyes glowing with this hideous red glow, and it sees Sherilyn there, and it pulls its wicked-looking iron blade, and it begins to move up closer to her where it can stab her in the back. He has no choice. He shouts out a warning, "Sherilyn, behind you!" And she turns, and with a gout of flame from her hand, boom! The undead thing erupts into flame and goes careening down the cliff face. But now the necromancer in the cave knows that she is there.
Harm of home.
Home in this case is actually the cave where the necromancer is. That's the home base. And harm means something happens to it. The necromancer comes out of the cave and immediately gets locked into a magical battle with Sherilyn. Edbert, desperate to help, finally he's able to pull his boot out of the rock and scramble up, but he cannot get closer because he happens to be on an area where there's like a sheer surface of ice right in front of him, and he can see that the necromancer is beginning to best her. He looks up and he can see that there's an overhang. Basically, there's a cave, and there's an overhang over this ledge where Sherilyn and Yigsal are currently having their magical battle, and that overhang is covered with snow. Like there's a huge, like a 30-foot snowdrift there with a whole bunch of like half-buried boulders and rubble and things like this. He pulls his boot out of the rock and scrambles up the side of the icy surface. Very hard to do, and it's taking him a long time to do it. In fact, so long that Sherilyn is beginning to be beaten back by this necromancer. She's beaten back right towards the ledge, the edge of that ledge, where she's sort of, looking back over her shoulder at the precipice. She calls out, "Edbert, what are you doing?" And he's trying desperately to scrabble up the slope, but he can't get there in time. And just as he gets up to the edge and pulls himself over, he shouts at the top of his lungs, "Sherilyn, hold on!" But that cry of his echoes through the valley and causes an avalanche over the ledge. He looks up at the last second as rocks and snow come tumbling down, hitting the necromancer and squashing him like a bug. But at the same time, he sees Sherilyn looking up, and she looks at him directly, eyes wide, and a snow-covered boulder comes careening down and carrying her off, spinning away into the precipice to her death. Edbert himself is also taken by the snow and goes collapsing down the side of the slope. He lands on a ledge below, relatively unscathed. The rumble of the avalanche is still going on, but gradually it begins to ease off a bit. He bursts out of the snow. He pulls himself desperately to the edge of that ledge, and he looks down and he sees her way at the bottom of that snow-covered gorge. He can see her broken and battered body, her head twisted at a sickening angle, her dead eyes staring directly at him. And he looks at her and he kind of shudders. No, Sherilyn, no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah! As Edbert wakes with a start at the camp that Simon and Arn share with him. He is no longer in the mountains. He is here, in the woods outside the ruined temple. Edbert, are you all right? I'm fine, Simon. Just bad memories. Well, try and get some more rest if you can. At first light, we try and pick up my father's trail. Yeah, Simon, fine. Are you sure you're all right?
I was just trying to save her life. I was just trying to help her.
Get some rest. Yeah. And he pulls his threadbare blanket up over him again. Puts his head on his pack. Turns over on his side and stares off into the darkness of the forest, waiting for sleep that he knows will never come. But eventually, exhaustion takes over, and his eyes close. Edbert and Sherilyn are crunching through the mountain snow. The sky is slate gray as little bits of snow are beginning to fall around them and fill in their boot prints that they're leaving behind them in the, Hello and welcome back once again to Me, Myself, and I. I am, as always, your host, player, and game master, Trevor DeVal. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe, and if you want to buy something on our merchandise page to help support the show, it is listed down here in the comments. When last we left Simon and company, they had successfully slew Zirator, the necromancer in charge of the Temple of Thurzan. But unfortunately, before Simon could find out what interest Zirator had in his parents, because his parents had something special about them that Zirator was interested in, before that could happen, Sherilyn brought down the temple in her zeal to destroy it. And so any evidence that might show anything about why Zirator was interested in Simon's parents is buried under several hundred tons of rubble. However, they do have the trail leading north, and that is what Simon is going to try and pick up as the dawn breaks on the new day. However, a few things I should point out. Simon is concerned about Edbert. His haunting is getting worse. He's getting less and less rest, and he tried to grab the crossbow from him in the fight because Edbert had it in his mind that the crossbow could actually destroy Sherilyn, which is true because we saw Simon do that. So Simon's a little concerned that Edbert might be growing more unstable, and he's going to have to keep his eye on him because who knows what Edbert's going to do in his desperation to rid himself of this troublesome ghost. The ghost, who we have now determined holds him accountable for her accidental death in the mountains because of an avalanche that Edbert inadvertently caused while trying to save her life. She wants to keep him alive so that he can atone for her death, but how does one atone for that? So some of you in the comments had suggested that Edbert's slaying of the necromancer, or his giving the necromancer the death blow, so to speak, would soften Sherilyn, would allow her to say, hey, you know what, man, you did good. I'm gonna count that towards your atonement. No, absolutely not. Sherilyn does not care about that. Sherilyn cares about the fact that she was killed by Edbert, and she will not rest, and neither will he, until he does atone. And I think that atonement is going to have to look like this. He is going to have to answer for her death in front of the Order of the Purifying Flame. Who thinks that he killed her on purpose? They are after him. They are hunting him. And if they find him, they're going to shoot first and ask questions later. So he's not in any big hurry to go and find them. But I think the only way that he can atone is by doing that, is basically submitting himself voluntarily in front of them for a trial of sorts to clear his name. So that's something that might happen. And there is someone else who wants to clear their name too, and that is Simon. As they are going north back towards the city of Chiton, he might get his opportunity now that Arn has decided to join his cause. Simon might get his opportunity to go and confront Manfred of Dovedane, possibly, and clear his name for the crimes of which he is suspected. But before we get anywhere near Chiton, we are still in the forest as the day breaks the morning after the destruction of the temple. So before we begin, we're going to check to see if the scene is altered or interrupted. 6, so no, our chaos factor is 5. First of all, let's just determine the weather. I like to do a little D20 check to see what the weather's like. The higher the better. Oh, it is a beautiful summer's day. Summer? I think we're in summer. I should really write these things down. So, as the sun rises, they break their camp, they move into the woods, and Simon hunkers down, trying to look for any signs of his father's passing. And he is going to roll a 6, so that is a success. So he picks up his father's trail. But the tracks are more than 1 day old, so that's a -2 actually, but he rolled a 6, so 6 minus 2 is 4, which is still a success. So Simon picks up the trail. It looks like it's about a week old. He follows the trail through the woods. It is in fact heading north back into the high mountains. He follows it and follows it and follows it. I guess the question is, if the father is a week ahead, is there any chance that Simon finds him in this first day? I'm gonna call that impossible. No way. 60, no, he does not find him today. So he follows the trail all the way through the woods, going higher up into the mountains. It's a beautiful day, but eventually day turns into evening and they have to make camp for the night. Quick survival roll to see the quality of that camp. Simon's pretty good at this too. Oh, Simon's pretty good at things. I guess he doesn't suck at everything. Gonna have to change the logo. Look at that, Exploder 8. 8-2 is 10. Success with a raise. They find a great camping spot. It's fully defensible. It's dry. They can build a small smokeless fire, the whole bit. And in fact, I think that it's so defensible with a success with a raise, there's no chance of them being accosted in the night. So the night passes uneventfully, except of course for Edbert, who is constantly reliving these dreams brought on by the ghost of Sherilyn, who is incessantly tormenting him. However, the next day comes and they are going to follow the trail again. So I guess my question now for the fate chart is, does Simon find his father before he comes out of the mountains? Once we know the answer to this, we can start asking questions about like what his father's condition is, how he left, where he's going, all that kind of pertinent, all those kind of pertinent details. But for now, let's ask the fate chart. Does Simon, successfully following the track as he has been doing, does he find his father before he exits the northern side of the mountains, which will take several days? I'm gonna call that unlikely, okay? So there's a 35% chance of a yes here. 85 is not an extreme no, just a no. The days go on. The weather, a little cooler up in the mountains. It's a little overcast, but it doesn't rain. It doesn't wash away the tracks. Simon is able to continue following the trail. Oh, that's a good question. Was Simon's father trying to hide his trail at all? Was he, I don't know, 50-50? He was actually. So Simon's father was trying to hide his trail behind him. So obviously Simon's father was concerned about being followed. I guess it would make sense that he was concerned about being followed, considering he escaped that temple and was probably worried about undead beasties coming out after him. Little does he know that is no longer a threat because the temple is destroyed. The days go by. It takes them 4 days to leave the mountains. The trail is clear to Simon, but it is obvious that his father was trying to cover it up. The trail avoids any settlements. It avoids any sort of well-trod paths, things like this. But eventually it exits down, and I think maybe that the father was following a river that ultimately leads up to the city of Chiton. We're gonna say Chiton is like 3 days away. Did the father get to his destination? Or was he waylaid? 50-50. Did he? He did, and it's doubles. Okay, so that means we have an interrupt scene for Simon here as he comes out of the mountains. But we know that the father did make it to his destination. We're not exactly sure what his destination was. So as they're coming down out of the mountains, what is the focus of the interrupt scene? 66, a PC negative. Well, now technically we have 3 PCs. So which PC is it? 1 to 2 is going to be Simon, 3 to 4 is Edbert, 5 to 6 is Arn. It's Simon. Okay, what's the bad thing that happens to Simon? Let's see here. 57 is create. 01. Create goals. PC negative, create goals, creation of goals. Something occurs that grabs his attention and takes it off of the following of the trail. I mean, this is a big deal, following his father. What would be so significant that would seize his attention to temporarily abandon the track? I'm gonna roll again, get more detail. Gratify. 08. Enemies. I think that Manfred of Dovedane has sent another kill team after Simon. I think that Arn is not reported in for so long. I think Manfred back in the city has basically given up on Arn, has decided, well, he must be dead. Because it's been a while now since Arn reported back to the city. So I think Manfred of Dovedane has sent a kill team, so to speak. This isn't Warhammer 40k, but you know, a group of mercenaries, a group of bounty hunters, something to go after Simon and company. Okay, so that means that they are going to be ambushed in the woods by this particular kill team. So they've come out of the mountains, they're beside a river now. And I think there's gonna be copses of trees everywhere. And out of those trees, bang, the attack is sprung. First of all, is this a stronger force or a weaker force? I'm gonna go to Une. What is the relative power factor of these enemies? Oh my God, 95. Okay, so that's a good thing, good thing. 96 would have been much stronger. This is in fact slightly stronger. So that means that these enemies are going to be fairly tough, tougher than them. So that means at least the leader is gonna be a wild card. And I think they're definitely gonna be outnumbered. I'm gonna roll a D10 stealth with a wild die to see how well they are hidden and waiting in ambush. So this is their stealth roll to see how well they're hidden. Ooh, 10. 13 is the number. So that's a success with a couple of raises, but 13 is the number. How perceptive are our guys? Simon leading the way, of course. Arn's probably up there. Edbert bringing up the rear. How perceptive are our guys? RR. How perceptive RR. Well, let's see. Simon's gonna roll first. And I've done it this way before, that if he fails, I'm gonna give the next in line, which is Arn, a perception -2. And if he fails, I'm gonna give Edbert a perception -4. So it's possible that one of them sees the ambush, but it gets progressively more difficult as we go down the line. So Simon's notice, ooh, yeah. Ooh, I knew he was very good. Is a D4, he's looking to beat 13. He does not see it, which means Arn has a possible notice roll, but this is going to be at -2. Oh, he's really good. He's alert. That's an edge he has. So he's alert, which is +2, so that cancels out that penalty. So he's just going to do a regular notice. Still not great, though. D4 and D6. He's basically got to explode here. Does he explode? He does not! Okay. Okay. Boy, if Edbert doesn't notice this, then the enemy gets the drop on them, and that's gonna be really bad, because that means, well, you'll see if Edbert fails this. Do your notice, you're only D4, oh my God, Edbert, you all suck. None of you can see anything. You're blundering through the, la. Okay, buddy. Okay, we have an exploder here, D4, let's see. 6 -4 is 2. They do not see this ambush coming, which means the ambush takes them entirely unawares. Who are these ambushers? Let's do that right now. Let's find out who they are. I keep calling them a kill team, but I don't think that their goal is to kill Simon. Their goal is certainly to kill anybody who's with them, but they still want to bring Simon back. The leader, what are you? You are 61. You're a lethargic. 84, a lethargic brute. So that means he leads from behind. He lets his minions do all the work for him. I'm gonna say there's 3 other bounty hunters. So let's figure out a name for the bad guy leader. Maybe it is a lady bounty hunter. 1 to 3 is a male. Oh, look at that, it's a lady bounty hunter. Spanish, because that's cool, because that's an accent I haven't done yet. Her name, this lethargic brute who leads from behind. Isabel. Ooh, I like that. Isabel. So she's a lethargic brute, so she's big and muscular and powerful. They have successfully ambushed Simon. Nobody in his party has noticed this. Nobody has seen them. We are by a river. Out of the copse of trees comes the attack. What does that attack look like? We're gonna have to find out next time, because that is the end of this episode. Thanks so much for watching, and be sure to tune in next time to see what happens with Simon and his friends. Will they survive this attack? Now that he's so close to finding his father, will they actually survive this attack so they can go on and we can put an end to this thread once and for all? Not that I'm in any hurry to end this story, but you know, we are driving close to a conclusion here. Simon's big thing was about finding what happened to his parents. We already know what happened to his mummy. But he is so close now to finally finding his father and understanding the nature of his parents and why all of this happened in the first place. But if they don't survive this ambush, none of that's gonna happen. So tune in next time to Me, Myself, and I. And thank you so much for watching, and don't forget to hit like and subscribe, and to check out the merchandise page. Some of you are buying stuff, which is great. Keep those comments coming. I do love them. I find them very valuable. And we will see you next time on Me, Myself, and I. Well, hello and welcome back to Me, Myself, and I. I am, as always, your intrepid Game Master, host, and player, Trevor Duval. Thanks so much for watching, and thanks so much for subscribing. We are closing in very quickly, and as of right now, on 1,000 subscribers. Thanks for commenting as well. It's good to know that you guys are actually, paying attention to some things and engaging with the show that way. Keep them coming. I do love that. Also, another quick reminder, we do have merchandise for sale for the show. That link is in the show notes below. So, when last we left our team, they had just left the mountains following hot on the heels of Simon's father, tracking him back presumably to the town of, or the village of Argoston, where Simon is from, just outside the city of Chiton. The city of Chiton, where Manfred of Dubdane still has a bounty out on Simon's head for his perceived crimes. They left the mountains and were following a river through the woods when they were ambushed by a group of bounty hunters that were sent by Manfred, led by a bounty huntress, a lethargic brute, as Une informs us, called Isabel. And now, we know that this group of bounty hunters is slightly more powerful than Simon and gang, so I've statted them up using Savage Worlds, as you can see here. They're all extras except for Isabel the Huntress. She is a wild card, so she is going to be, you know, quite formidable. She's big, she's brawny, she's tough. She's also level-headed, which means for initiative purposes, she draws 2 cards and takes the best. We also have Command Presence, which basically means anytime her bounty hunters are within 10 inches of her on the tabletop, where 1 inch is 2 yards, they get a +1 to their spirit rolls to come out of shaking. That's her. Then we have Stratton. Stratton is another bounty hunter. He is an extra, but he uses 2 swords. He has a Florentine style, which basically means that he's really hard to hit, and it's harder to gang up on him. He's also 2-fisted, which means that he will attack twice. When he attacks with a rapier and a dagger, but the dagger will be with a -2 to hit, basically. Then we have Alandar the Archer, who is just your bog standard sort of regular up D6 extra with the longbow. And we have Fane Rosada. Fane Rosada is an Earthbinder which is, I've determined, a wizard that is like a druid, but isn't in harmony with nature, rather seizes the power of nature for himself to bend it to his will. So that's him. He is in possession of a few spells which make him extremely valuable to capture missions. One is Entangle, which you'll see what that's going to be like. Another one is Deflection, which makes him harder to be hit. Other than that, he's kind of like an apprentice wizard, so he doesn't have a lot of things he can do. He's pretty limited, but he's extremely effective for this particular situation. So that is our group of mercenaries and bounty hunters that are about to launch their successful ambush against our team because our guys failed their notice rolls. So because they've just been ambushed, I'm going to move the chaos factor from 5 to 6. It's bad news. I'm not going to lie. It's bad news for our team. But here they are. So Simon and company are walking out of the mountains along the river through the woods. Across from them is a large tower. They do not see the enemies, one of which is here. Fane Rosada here. The leader Isabel is there. This is Alandar the Archer, and hiding in the trees way over here is Stratton. These names, by the way, were all generated. The old random table supplement right here that I've referenced many times in the show. Matt Davids, the link is down in the doobly-doo, as the man says. So this is an ambush for sure. When this happens, the side that started the fight is not dealt cards, but begins the fight on hold. So technically speaking, I know I said last time that they had the drop on Simon and company. I don't think that's actually the case here. The drop is a brutal thing. It basically gives the attackers +4 to hit and damage in the first round, so it's just awful. I think that Fane Rosada, the Earthbinder, will have the drop on them because he's going to use a spell. And I think the Archer is going to have the drop on them as well. But in terms of either Isabel or Stratton, I don't think they will because they don't have any missile weapons, and it's not like they're hiding behind a tree right next to them where they can leap out and get. If they were, they would definitely get the drop. I think that's what I'm going to rule, that in fact only sort of the ranged attackers have the drop. That's still really bad for our guys, as you're about to find out. This is Savage Worlds, and of course we have our initiative deck, so that's what we're going to do. Simon and company do not get an initiative card because they are surprised. Isabel, she shouts out, "Attack them!" She bursts out of the cover of the ruined tower, leaping over these stones. She gets to the end of the ford. That was her. Let's do with Stratton. He is way over here, hiding in the woods there. So he basically is going to run through the woods and wind up about there. But he's going to stay behind the cover of the trees just in case someone decides to shoot at him because he's no idiot. Meanwhile, let's start with the Archer up here. Alandar the Archer. He is going to shoot at all these targets. Going to benefit from cover. So he's going to be shooting at a -1 for light cover through the woods. I think he's going to take the most obvious target, which in this case from him is going to be Arn. He's just a regular guy. D6 -1. 1 will miss. So the arrow flies through the trees, and now we have Fane Rosada the Earthbinder. He is going to cast Entangle. Because of the nature of his magic, he's going to cast this spell, and snaking vines and branches are going to erupt from the fallen trees and logs like prehensile tendrils, basically trying to wrap themselves around each and every member of our party. What that means, because it's 4 power points and I'm using the optional no power points rule, which means he's going to be rolling on a -2, and under this template here, I don't know if you can really see this here, but here's a Savage Worlds template, and there's 3 different sections. There's small, medium, and large. So he's going to center it on Edbert, basically, which means that, you know what? Simon is going to be outside the range of this thing. which is kind of a help. He bursts free of the trees. He begins to cast the spell, chanting his language, his magical language, coaxing the vines and leaves and twigs and logs themselves to rise up under his control and wrap themselves and entangle, at the very least, Edbert and Arn. So his spell roll is a D8. Now he's got to get 4 to even succeed. He's -2 because of the no PowerPoints thing. Oh, and he explodes naturally. 14 -2 is 12. That is success with 2 raises. What counts here is that becomes the number that they have to beat with their agility roll. So I'm going to put a 12 up here just so we remember. Needless to say, the spell goes off, and now Arn and Edbert have to do agility rolls, and they have to beat 12. So Edbert is going to roll his D6 agility with the dice, and he's going to roll a 5. So Edbert is restrained, and Arn's agility is a D8. He's a little better. He rolls his, he's got to be 12. Nope, and he fails as well. So they are both restrained as these vines completely entangle them. So that's going to last as long as Fane concentrates, which of course he's going to do. That was the end of the enemy's turn, which means now we go to a new turn. No longer surprised. Simon is going to roll, and he is quick, so he roll 5 or less, he redraws, 5 or less, he redraws, 5 or less, he redraws, 7. His friends are on 2, the baddies are on 10, and once again, Isabelle takes the best of 2 cards, either 4 or 10. She is going to take 10. Let's deal with Fane Rosada right now. He is going to cast a deflection on himself because Simon with his crossbow is not restrained. So does he do it? His casting is D8, and he is doing this at -2. He does not, and he rolls a 1. 1 means that he does a backlash on himself. So when you're using the optional rule of no power points in Savage Worlds, a 1 on the spell die is a really bad thing. So failure, oh, this is even worse. Failure means all currently maintained powers are canceled and the caster is shaken. So right away, Fane Rosada, young wizard that he is, perhaps a young arrogant wizard, casts this spell, he gets off the entangle and right away decides I'm going to begin to protect myself, but he screws up and he allows not only the spell of the entanglement to drop, but he, I think maybe in shock, he becomes shaken, and he rolled a 1, which is backlash. If a caster rolls a 1 on the arcane skill die, the power automatically fails and he suffers 2d6 damage. Okay, well this is very good for our guys. He suffers, so he's definitely shaken. He's already shaken from this, and he's gonna suffer 2d6 damage. He's gonna suffer 6 damage against a toughness of 4 is going to shake him again. He's shaken because he failed the roll. He took damage, which would shake him again, which as an extra would knock him out of the combat. But because this is happening at the same time, I don't think it's fair to apply the shaken result twice for the same action. So I am going to rule that he is shaken, but he didn't take himself out. So what does that look like? He basically, the powers go hideously awry, and all of the vines that were entangling our guys over here suddenly just fall limply back to the ground. That's very, very good. Okay, Alandar the Archer sees this over here and decides, he's gonna take another shot at Arn. Remember, they haven't even moved. They've been slowly walking through the woods, and all of a sudden they got entangled. What? They're looking around. Everything happens in seconds. Arrows go flying. Let's see if the second one hits him. He's still firing at -1 because of the cover. 2, again, Alandar will miss. Arrow flies through the trees, missing its target. Stratton over here, Stratton of the dual blades. So he runs up. Now this is gonna he runs up and he gets up to Simon. This is gonna screw up Simon, because Simon cannot fire the crossbow at somebody if they're engaged in hand-to-hand, as per the Savage Worlds rules. So basically, Stratton, even though he can't attack, he just kind of neutralized Simon's ability to do any damage right away. That was him. However, here comes Isabelle the Huntress. Now, she comes charging in here with her big maul. With a big maul there. She comes charging in with a maul. She comes charging in. Well, her goal is to take down Simon. She was kind of hoping that entangle thing would work so that she wouldn't have to do anything. So I think as she's charging up to Simon, she hears this from across the river. As Fane goes down, she kind of looks over and she sees the magical trap of these vines suddenly drop limply in front of her. She's like, And she's really frustrated by this, but nonetheless, she comes charging in and swings her mighty maul right at Simon. She fights on a D10. And she's a wild card, so she gets a D6 as well. Simon's parry is 5. She comes charging in. Oh, she'll miss! Amazing! She comes in, the maul comes crashing down, but Simon immediately sidesteps. The maul comes crashing down onto some rocks here, smashing them into tiny pieces. Simon's eyes go wide as this massive maul shatters the stones in front of him, and he's thinking, that could have been my head! Okay, so it is Simon's go on 7. He's going to withdraw backwards, back to here, behind this log, but as he does so, he's gonna draw free attacks from both of them. However, as he is withdrawing, he's gonna take the defend option, which is gonna give him a +2 to his parry. As he moves back, Isabel recovers her maul. She comes back and goes to smash him. His parry is now 7. She rolls double ones! She's a wild card, so something awful happens. What happens? My first instinct is that the maul gets destroyed. Yeah, I'm gonna ask the faith chart. Yeah, does the maul get shattered as she hits another rock as part of her critical failure? This really couldn't go better for our allies so far. I'm gonna say it's probably unlikely, okay? As chaos factor 6, this is a 50% chance of this being yes. It does not. Okay, so basically I think what happens is she overextends and she is going to lose her next round. Meanwhile, Stratton does get a free hit with his rapier. His fighting is a D8. He's not a wild card. He's got a hit. Parry 7, so probably not. No, he will miss Simon as well. Whew, okay, that was Simon on 7. He's done because he took the defend option, which leads us down to our allies here. Well, the first thing that happens is Arn sees this. Arn moves for free back behind this log here and fires his bow. 1 to 4, he's gonna fire at Isabel, and no, he actually shoots at Stratton. He shoots at Stratton. Oh yeah, he will hit because it's a 4 as a hit. So he moves back behind the log, fires that arrow. It wham smashes into Stratton. 2d6 against Stratton's toughness of 6. What do we get? 4. So the arrow basically impacts on Stratton's leather armor and nothing is done there. That was his attack. Edward, on the other hand, pulls his blade and goes charging to combat. He did pull his blade, which is an action, so this is going to be a multi-action penalty. He comes in, his fighting is still only a D8. He's really going to improve that, I think, when he gets the chance. She is completely overextended and kind of caught off guard by this, so she sees Edbert leaping over the stones, swinging his longsword at her. He will roll a 6, and her parry is 6, which means he hits her. Bang! 2d8 damage against her toughness, on the other hand. 8, 9. It's actually, her toughness is 9. So this is the tough. She's really hard to wound. And he will not wound her. She just basically shrugs off the attack. Wham! Ah! Edbert's, his sword ringing in his hand a little bit as it bounces off her steely hide. She is a brute, after all. That was Edbert, which means we go back to a new round. Isabel will not take part in this round because she'd made a critical failure. Simon, eyes on the Joker, baby! He's on the Joker right there. Allies are on King. Baddies are on 3, and she is out this round. Great. This really couldn't be any better. This is amazing. For a change. So, Simon with the Joker means he gets +2 to everything he does. He is definitely going to shoot. If he shoots into combat here, Edbert is engaged with both of them. If he misses, if he rolls a 1 on that shooting dice, he's going to hit Edbert. Is it worth it? I think he's got a really good shooting. He's got to do it. He's got to try and hit Isabel. He can see that she is this big, massive, brutish warrior coming in. He needs to shoot at her, so that is what he's going to do. He rolls a d8 and his d6. He is +2 to hit, and he gets, okay. Well, +2 is 6, so this is 2d6 +3 all in, and this is toughness 9. Okay! Well, 12 + 3 is 15 plus 16, 17, 18. Also, the crossbow has 2 points of armor piercing, so it'll nullify her leather armor, so her toughness is 8. So she gets shaken and takes 2 wounds. I haven't been giving enemy wild cards bennies to spend, even though in Savage Worlds that is a rule. I think in this case I'm gonna give her, just because it's too much for me to keep track of. Believe me, there's enough for me to keep track of, so I do this game as it is. But I think in the interest of fairness, I'm gonna give her 1 benny, and her 1 benny is gonna be used to soak this thing or to try. Her vigor is very good. It's D10 and a D6. She has to get a number of raises here. She totally fails. So she takes 2 wounds and is shaken. What a hit! Her eyes go wide with pain and I think surprise. as surprised as I am, and as indeed some of you must be, at how well this battle's going. Oh, you know what I just realized? He moved back on his withdrawal action. He should have actually got an additional +2 from his marksman edge. Oh, he would have got it. Yeah, he would have hit with a raise. So you know what? He would have hit with a raise. So I'm going to add an extra d6. This may count. So our running total is 18. 24 is what damage she's taken. His marksman skill in this case, because he fired without moving, he had moved the previous round, incapacitates her. She is shaken at -3, incapacitated. That arrow basically hits her right in the abdomen, goes right through those corded ab muscles of hers, and sinks deep into her bowels. She falls to the ground, screaming in agony. Wow, Simon, you don't suck at all, do you? Do you? Unbelievable. So she's down. She is down. Isabel the Huntress, who I thought was going to be this huge threat, is down. Okay, that was him. Allies, Edbert turns turns back to Simon. He shouts over his shoulder, "Nice shot, friend!" And he swings his sword now at Stratton, who puts his rapier and dagger up, desperately trying to parry. He's rolling d8 and a d6 because he is the wild card, and he's going to roll. He's going to roll 10. It's not a hit with a raise. It is a regular hit because his parry is 8. In we go, and he's 6 versus 6 is going to shake him. Pow! Sherilyn at this point, she would interfere to save Edbert's life so that he could go on to atone by facing trial at the Order, but it seems like they've got this well in hand, so I think that her chances of interfering are no way. I think it's no way. No way. Does she interfere with this? 99 extreme no. She will take no role in this combat. She's just like, nah, clearly these guys have it. They don't need my help. Okay, that was on them, which we now go to the enemies. So let's deal with Stratton over here. Normally they'd get a +1 to their recover from shaken rolls, but Isabella's down. Her command radius means nothing anymore. So Stratton is going to do a spirit roll of d6 to try and break his shake. Does he do it? He does, but it takes his entire action to do it. Meanwhile, over here with Fane Rosada, he's going to do a spirit roll of d6 to break his shake. He does not. He is still shaken. Over here, we have Alandar the Archer. Well, Alandar has just seen their Earthbinder wizard completely screw himself. He's seen his big burly boss rush into the fight and immediately get shot and taken down. He's seen Stratton battling for his life. I think there's an excellent chance that Alandar is going to hightail it and get the hell out of here. But let's find out. He's going to do a spirit roll. He's going to do a spirit roll. If he fails, he breaks and he runs. He does not. In fact, he succeeds with a raise, so he is not going to break. He's got pretty good cover here. I think he's going to take a shot at Simon. Simon here is kind of in behind some pretty serious cover here. So I think there's going to be -2 to this shot. He fires at -2. He completely misses. We did draw the Joker, which means it's time to reshuffle the deck. Well, I got to tell you, I don't think this has been, what, 17 episodes now? 16 episodes, something like that. I don't think I've ever seen a battle go this right for Simon and his friends. I'm gonna have to come out with new merchandise, I guess. Simon sucks no more. Simon used to suck. Why don't you give me your thoughts in the comments below on what you think the new slogan should be. And for those of you who've already bought the t-shirts that say Simon sucks, well, it's still true. If you keep watching up to episode 15, it's still true. But for those of you who are now watching this and beyond, maybe you buy the new t-shirt, which says, what? You tell me. Simon is quick. He is on 10. Allies are on Jack. Enemies are on King. Once again, Fane is going to try and break his shake. Spirit roll of d6. 1, absolutely not. He is I think he's reeling from the discharge of magics. This poor bastard. He just goes in there. Ha-ha! I cast the spell. It fries him. What a cluster beep. He is up and can attack. I have to do a spirit roll for Stratton too. Does he get to hell out of dodge? I'm gonna give him a spirit roll, but I'm gonna get a +1 because he's a little more loyal, I think, to Isabel. Oh yeah, definitely. 6 with 2 that's a success with the race. So he is not gonna run. In fact, he stands right by Isabel's side and he enraged now. He attacks twice because He does have the two weapons, the two-fisted edge. The black one is going to be his right hand. The white one's going to be his offhand, which is going to be at -2 because of the offhand penalty. He is rolling, and he's going to get 6. Edbert easily, with his longsword, just blocks the attacks of both the rapier and the dagger. Alandar, who's going to fire again. He's going to fire this time, I think. He's going to sort of move over here a little bit. Move over to the edge. And he's going to fire over yonder at Edbert. And he rolls 5 -1 because light cover 4. That is a hit. Toughness 9. Does he do any damage to him? 8. Nope. The arrowhead gets tangled up in Edbert's chainmail armor. Does no damage to him at all, which is great. That's the end for them, which brings us down to Edbert and Arn. Edbert, easily fending off the previous attacks of Stratton, now swings his own blade at him, trying to hit him. He's got a really good parry, though, and he will miss because Stratton's parry is 8. So it's a flurry of blows, but neither of them are able to penetrate the other's defenses. Arn, however, is going to shoot. If he rolls a 1 on this shooting die, he will hit Edbert, of course, which is a... Oh, and of course he does. So not only does he fail, he hits Edbert. Sunk! Whoops. 2d6 versus 9, nothing done. So Edbert kind of like, kank, and he kind of briefly turns his head. Hey, watch it back there! Which brings us down to Simon. He is going to reload. Actually, yeah, he turns and he fires at the wizard who is just sitting there slumped against the tree, sort of like green smoke coming out of his eyes and his ears as he's struggling from this magical backlash. He needs 4 more. 6, he will hit normally. Pow! He rolls 2d6 plus 1 against Fane's toughness of 4. Oh my god, 8 plus 1 is 9. 10 versus 4 is 2. As Fane is sitting there against the tree, he looks up at the last second and Simon quickly loads a crossbow, levels it like a pro. The bolt sails across the river, catches Fane in the throat, ending him. That was him, and now Simon is going to be on ace. Allies are on 4. Baddies are on jack. So Simon on the ace, he's going to shoot, but let's see if he's in range of this old fella right here. He is still in short range, actually he's just out, well yeah, he's just on the edge of short range. So -1 from the cover, so he's just rolling a -1 straight up. So d8 and a d6, and he gets a 4, which will hit. Whoop! 2d6 plus 1 against Alandar the... Oh my god! What is going on today? Simon is a killer! This is... I don't even know who this guy is anymore. The bolt catches Alandar, who's drawing another arrow in the eye. Oh! Instantly dead. The enemy, at this point, he's seen Simon take out 3 of the bounty hunters. And remember, they show up, and Simon puts down 3 out of the 4 with that crossbow of his. Ka-tonk, ka-tonk, ka-tonk. What are the odds? I think it's a near sure thing that he chooses to surrender. 76 is a yes. Stratton on his roll throws down both his rapier and his dagger, gets to his knees, puts his hands up. Please, please, my lord, I surrender. I surrender. We need to know a little something about Stratton now that he's, has to talk. So let's find out. Let's go to Une. What's a motivation for him? 69. 69, dude. Report affluence. He was sent as insurance to make sure, not so much insurance on Simon, because Manfred figured that Isabel would be able to take care of it, no problem. How wrong he was. But I think he was insurance to make sure Isabel was on the up and up. She's a bounty hunter, so who knows? Maybe Simon would have, tried to bribe her, offer her more money, that kind of thing. So I think Stratton was insurance for that. So that's what he knows. So he's on his knees right now, and he says, please, my lord, I assure you, I was only here to keep an eye on Isabel. Was it Manfred of Dovedane that hired you? Manfred paid for us to bring you in alive. I can see now that mission is going to be impossible to achieve. I ask for mercy. I ask to be granted leave to go. I will not plague you again. What do you think, Edbert? I think I should run my sword through him now. Guarantee he'll never bother us again. And you, Arn? You worked for Manfred. You're a bounty hunter. Do you know him? Does he? 50-50. KS rank 6. He does not, actually. So he doesn't know Stratton. Does he know Isabel? He does. I do not know this one on his knees now, Simon. But that one, the woman, Isabel,
She is a bounty hunter of great renown and skill, although today's performance would certainly bring that skill into question. She still lives, Simon.
What should we do with her?
And this one. He kind of gives Stratton a boot. Stratton, please, my lord. I give you my word. Let me go, and I will not trouble you again. Frankly, this mission is not worth dying over.
What is your name, man?
Stratton, my lord.
The last time I let a bounty hunter go in the wild, it came back to bite me. I am not certain that I would make that mistake twice.
I say we take his tongue. Yeah, he's bloodthirsty, don't forget.
No, I will not kill you, Stratton. But I will not take you with us either. I cannot afford to be slowed down. Edbert, get some rope from your pack. Tie him and this Isabel to the tree. Secure their bond strong enough so that they can eventually break free, long after we have gone.
I think this is a mistake, Simon. We don't want to have them coming back on us. I think we should just...
Leaving them here tied up. They might survive, or they might not. More importantly, they might come looking for revenge afterwards. I would not often agree with Edbert on this, but I believe he may have the right of it. We should execute them. This Stratton has thrown down his weapons. I will not execute him. And as for her, she has taken a wound in combat. That is the price she pays for attacking us. I will not kill her, but I will not help her either. Very well, Simon. We will do as you ask.
Nah, I still think we should take something from them. Tongue, an ear, something, a finger, something.
Just the rope, Edbert. I'll tie them up.
And they do. This scene is over. Whew, what a combat that was. The chaos factor goes back down to 5 because our guys were unbelievably in control. They didn't get hit once. Simon was like a god. Pow, pow, pow. So for the opening of the next scene, we need to roll in our chaos factor to see if anything happens. We are not. So our chaos factor went back down to 5, so 6 means that there is no interrupt or altered scene. Simon and company make their way back down the river towards the north, towards Simon's ancestral home of Argoston, leaving Isabel and Stratton tied up behind them. Simon, in 3 days' time, is able to follow the tracks, follow the signs of his father's passage to wherever he's going. Now, we're assuming that it's back to Argoston, but it might not be. We don't know. So, here's the question. The original event implied that he was going home. This is a sure thing. Is Simon's father going back to Argoston? 60, yes. 3 days go by. Simon continues following the trail. Simon's father is continuing as well to cover up that trail, so it's difficult at times, and perhaps so much so that Simon even has to take an extra day. So I think maybe it takes 4 days. Off in the distance to their left, they can see the mighty city, the walled city of Chiton, sitting in the plains, where the river runs to, actually. Chiton would be built in a river, that makes sense. But that is not their destination. Their destination is the tiny village of Argoston, to the northeast of Chiton. And they make the way across the farmland plains, past cotters, huts, farmers' houses, through the fields of herders, sheep, horses, this kind of thing. A type of civilization that Simon has not seen in some time, since he was driven out of the city of Chiton. Now he knows that he is still a wanted man here. He is an outcast after all. So it is very possible that if he sees anybody that recognizes him, that's going to cause a lot of trouble. So I think that Simon and company is making sure that they are laying low and they are being as inconspicuous as possible. His cloak up over his head at all times, even though it's a beautiful summer day most of the time. But eventually, Simon arrives back home in the tiny, tiny, tiny village of Argoston. I don't even think this is a proper village. It's not like there's not going to be an inn, nothing like that. This is a group of foresters who live on the edge of a massive forest. So they have some contact with the, merchants of the city of Chiton, but mostly their business is self-sustained. They're out here, trapping, getting furs, dealing in lumber, this kind of stuff. As he comes into town, first of all, is it day or night? 1 to 3 is day. It is day. The morning of the 4th day, they emerge into the tiny village of Argoston. Simon is going to go immediately to the family household. Now, if I recall from way back in the very first episode, he was raised by his grandparents. This presumably is where the father is headed for some reason.
He picks his way among the twisting roots of the massive pine trees and spruce trees and things, along the little forest path. And there, through the trees, they can see the small hunter's cabin, basically, that Simon grew up in. Are his grandparents still alive? I'm not sure we ever actually asked that question. I think it's probably very unlikely that they are. No, they are not. Simon grew up in the cabin. His parents got taken. He was raised by his grandparents. His grandparents died. He was alone in the cabin, I think. Yeah, he basically was an adult in this cabin until he got driven out by Manfred of Dovedane for his supposed crimes in the city of Kyton. Whatever that is, we'll probably find out soon. So as he goes up, he sees that there is in fact a light on in the cabin. Which shouldn't be, because the cabin should have been abandoned all this time, right? But he sees the light. The trail is definitely leading right to the doorstep. Well, my first thought is the father was afraid he was being followed. Is the father here now? I'm gonna call that likely. 0-1, extreme yes. So he is definitely the one that started that fire. He is definitely in that cabin, and he's been here for a week. So he's had a chance to sort of set up shop, doing whatever he's doing. Let's find out what it is he's doing. Why did the father escape from the temple and immediately go back to Argoston? 55, disrupt tension. Disrupt the tension. Oh, Occam's razor, right? The simplest explanation is very often accurate. As far as he knows, his son and parents, Simon's grandparents, are still there. So of course he'd go back to Argoston. It's the simplest thing in the world. He escaped the temple after seeing his wife go down. He had to go home to check on his son. But when he gets there a week ago, his son is gone. I think maybe he finds the graves of his parents, because Simon probably buried them out back, and no sign of his son. So I think that when the father got back to this cabin, there was no explanation for Simon's absence. He was just gone. So he's been there for a week. He would have gone after his son. He would have tried to ask around. What happened to Simon? Have you seen Simon? What's going on? And I think by this time, news would have got back to the villagers here that Simon was accused of a crime, a terrible crime in the city, and fled the city. He's probably tracked down a lot of details in terms of what the nature of the crime was and who was accusing him of it. Does Simon's father know about Manfred of Dovedane's accusations of Simon? Somewhat likely. 10. Extreme yes. Simon's father has spent the past week trying to find out what happened to his son, and he has found out. He's found out that Manfred of Dovedane not only accused Simon of these heinous crimes, these terrible, terrible crimes against some underprivileged group in the city. I remember that from the first episode. But whatever the case was, if he is ever to return to the city, he is to be immediately apprehended and brought to him, if not killed outright, dead or alive. He's discovered this about his own son. But he has not gone into the city to find out more information. Why? Because he took a wound. He was wounded in that temple and he barely was able to get back here. In fact, that's probably the nature of the trail that Simon was following. Every now and then, flecks of old dried blood. That's the reason why he's been here for a week. That's the reason why he's still here now, because he is suffering from a wound. I don't think he's mortally wounded, but it was bad enough. And that also helps to explain the reason why Simon's father was trying to cover his tracks, because he knew that he was bleeding and leaving a trail behind him for those undead beasties. So he's wounded in the cabin. He still thinks he's being chased. So I think that he has basically barricaded himself in that cabin, afraid that he's going to be discovered by the undead who he assumes are coming after him. He's the kind of guy that shoots first and asks questions later. He sees 3 individuals coming up, although it is, you know what, it's first thing in the morning. So I think that Simon's father is able to sort of pull the curtains back from the smoke-encrusted windows. Does he recognize his son? That's the question. It's been a while. It's been several years. Simon's grown into a man, but it's still his son. Simon's been on the road a while, though. I call it unlikely. Does he recognize his son? In fact, he does recognize his son. So he sees his boy, his grown boy, now his man, his boy grown into a man, coming up towards him, up the garden path towards the door of the cabin, which he's got sort of barricaded, right? And he's got his longbow beside the door as well. He's got a woodsman's axe beside the door. He is ready to fight if he needs to, but he's wounded. He's trying to recover from this wound. He sees Simon come up, and I think his eyes go wide. and he opens the door. Simon sees his father opening the door, and he stops. Simon recognizes his father at once. Father. And he looks at him, tears welling up in the father's eyes. He puts his arms up, and Simon races up, and for a moment he's like a little kid again. And all he can think is embracing his lost father, who he has not seen in so many years. And as he does so, he embraces his father. Is this the moment where we learn something about the nature of the parents' special circumstances that cause them to be noticed by the necromancer in the temple? I don't know. I want to find out. I mean, something interesting might happen here. Let's call it 50-50. Guess Victor. 10. Extreme yes. So, as he embraces his father, he realizes something is amiss. Now, what is the nature of Simon's father's particular situation that got him noticed by the necromancer? Find out. 28. Separate. 61. Death. Separate death. What got the necromancer interested in Simon's parents? Separate death. Simon goes to hug his father, and as he does so, he realizes that he can't quite get a grip on him because Simon's father's physical form is flickering in and out of existence. And he kind of, he steps back, and the father looks at him with tears in his eyes.
What is it, my boy? Why do you recoil?
And Simon looks at him, and he goes to put his hands on his father's shoulders, and his hands go through his father's shoulders, and he steps back, stunned, and manifesting beside him, Sherilyn points towards Simon's father, and she looks at Simon.
He's one of us.
And that is where we end this scene. Hit like and subscribe if you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to check out the merchandise link below, and keep commenting, keep coming back, keep subscribing, keep doing all the stuff. Thanks for watching, and tune in next time to Me, Myself, and Die. Hello and welcome back once again to Me, Myself, and Die. I am, as always, your intrepid host, GM, and player, Trevor Duval. And as always, if you enjoy the content here, please do hit like and subscribe if you haven't already, and help promote the show that way. Before we get into the usual recap of things, I should point out that Simon and company have leveled up, so just a few quick little things here. Nothing huge, no edges or anything like that, it's just basically skills. So Simon improved his fight and his persuade. In other words, he has the persuade skill now, imagine that. But his fighting goes up to D8, his persuade is a whopping D4, which is better than the whopping D0 that it was. Edbert, he increased his fighting to D10. So, ooh, that's pretty good. And Arn increased his fighting to D8 and his climb to D6. The other little bit of housekeeping I want to do, last time we encountered Simon's father. Before we go on with anything else, I think it's important that we find out what his name was, because I don't want to keep saying Simon's dad, Simon's father, Simon's dad. So let's find out. Once again, the old Xanathar's Guide to Everything here. We're going to the English name table because Simon's name is English, so his father would have an English name too. I'm just going to assume. 83. Roland. Oh, that's cool. Last time, Simon and company were ambushed, but they completely wiped the floor with these would-be assassins, would-be kidnappers, bounty hunters, led by Isabel, who was in the employ of Manfred of Dovedane. They didn't even take a scratch. They just wiped the floor with it. It was a nice change up. It was a nice surprise, actually. Simon decided to leave Isabel and Stratton alive, tied to a tree in such a way that they could escape eventually, because he did not want to execute them for their crimes, because Stratton did surrender and throw down his arms. So those enemies may be around later, who knows, or they may not be enemies anymore. Who can say? I can't, but the dice will later. So, the point is they won that battle quite handily and then continued to track Simon's father all the way to the village of Argoston, which is just to the northeast of the city of Chiton. By the way, very soon I will have a map
composed by my friend and ally, Walross, who is also a watcher of the show. He's done a really, really cool map on Wonder Draft, I think is the name of the program. It's a map-making software, fairly inexpensive to buy. Anyway, he's a bit of a master with this thing, so I said, hey, how about a little map of Simon's adventures? And he is obliging me. So hopefully over the next, I don't know, week or two, we should have some sort of visual representation that I will obviously share with you because it's really cool. So they did track Simon's father back to Argoston, but when they got there, we learned a little bit more about Roland, about Simon's father. We learned that he had been in town for about a week and that he had discovered that Simon was in trouble with Manfred of Dovedane in the nearby city of Kyton. He had discovered that his son had basically a warrant out for his immediate arrest and possibly execution if he ever returned to these lands, the city of Kyton and the land surrounding Kyton. Oh, he had also taken a wound that Simon had been following, a trail of blood. Now this becomes very interesting because we immediately then discovered that in fact, the thing that made Simon's parents, Roland and Simon's mother, who we don't have a name for yet, but she's dead. The thing that made Roland and Mummy particularly interested to Zirator the Necromancer was the fact, dun dun dun, that they were already dead. That in fact, they were some sort of unique type of ghost, a ghost that was in and out of corporeality. Corporeality, is that the word? They sort of were phasing in and out of substance and not substance. And it was very clear with the events of last session that Roland did not know he was dead. We're going to find out a little bit more about Roland and the nature of his death and the death of his wife as well in the forest, which originally got Zirator's attention. We're going to find all that out in just a second, but just to do a little bit of bookkeeping, our chaos factor is going back up to 6 because the very end of last episode was a real shock to Simon, so chaos factor back up to 6. Also, we can close the thread, track down Simon's father. We have done that. This thread here discovers Zirator's interest in Simon's parents. Well, that's what we're about to basically get to the bottom of too. So I think we will probably wind up closing that too, but let's see. So, as Simon has just backed away from the semi-ghost of his father, and as Sherilyn had manifested and said, he is one of us, Simon, backed away completely horrified. The father clearly had no idea what was wrong. I don't think the father knows he's dead. I also think that the father's spirit, because he is a spirit, he is dead. He is a ghost. He's just a very unique kind of ghost. A ghost that, as I said, does not know he's dead and is also sort of phasing in and out of corporeality. That's the reason why Simon was initially able to embrace him, but then his hands went through his shoulders. So I think that Roland does not know he's dead, and I think that Roland also has no sense of time. So when Roland is looking at Simon, I think two things happen.
Simon, how have you grown so large in such a short period of time? And who is that woman beside you? I do not know her.
And Simon looks back to where Sherilyn has manifested, and she is fully visible now. Arn, of course, he's taking a step away. But Roland sees Sherilyn as just a woman. Because to his eyes, that's what she would appear as, just a woman.
Father, do you not know how long it has been? No, I'm not sure how long it's been, Simon, but at least a week. A week? Father, do you not remember? I have difficulty remembering anything.
Let's find out what he remembers. Let's find out what happened. So first of all, I think Roland and his wife, they're both hunters, they're both foresters. So they would have gone out together to hunt and to trap and do all that kind of stuff. So I think Roland and his wife, many, many years ago, left the cabin on an extended hunting trip into the Black Oak Forest. But something happened. I think some calamity befell them that got them killed. I think it was mundane, though. I don't think there was anything special about the nature of their death. I think it was a quick thing, but I do think that whatever the nature of their death was, it was such that they were trying to keep each other alive. So I'm sort of picturing like they fell down a crevasse, or they were crossing a crevasse by a rope bridge, and the rope bridge snapped. Maybe the wife was going first, the rope bridge fell down, hit the side of the wall. She was hanging on for dear life, and he was trying everything to try and climb down to her to help her up, but the rope bridge broke and they both fell to their death, kind of thing. Something like that. So was it that? I don't know. I'm gonna call it somewhat likely on chaos factor 6. 22. Well, doubles don't count for this because we're determining a backstory thing here. So that is what happened. So they did basically fall to a mundane death. I think the twist is
I had this idea earlier before the show, and I kind of think it's interesting because there has to be some explanation as to why Simon's parents actually became these unique style of ghosts. Like, it's not just a matter of them dying and then their spirits come back to haunt the site or whatever the case is. Something caused them to become these unique creatures, which is what got Zerator's attention. Remember, that's where this is all coming from. He noticed them for a reason, and I think the reason is when they fell to the bottom of that ravine after the rope bridge broke. At the moment of their death, they fell onto like a field of plants or flowers, kind of like Athelis or Kingsfoil in Lord of the Rings, which is a plant that Aragorn uses to try and heal Frodo's wound in that story. So I think it's something like that. I think there's some sort of herb or plant, like a patch of it at the bottom of this ravine that has some medicinal properties that basically, it's like a life preserver. And I think when Roland and his wife fell to their death, they landed at the bottom of that ravine, and somehow that plant, maybe it was pollen that got puffed up, who knows, but somehow that, at that exact moment, interacted with the moment of their death and caused them to basically cause their spirits to become unmoored from their bodies. It has to be unique, so I kind of like that. Let's ask if that's the case. I do like that, so I'm gonna call it very likely.
Such is the power of the GM using the chart. I decide the likelihood.
Very likely that is what happened, and 56, yes, that is in fact what happened. So now we know the reason why they became these unique undead, and we also know the reason why Zerator took an interest in them, because I think that Zerator, using his oracular device in the temple, would have immediately been aware of anything of interest to him, something that he could use. Because if he finds some sort of unique undead that he could then harness and maybe take their supernatural power and embed them into a flesh construct, maybe that's what happened to Simon's mother, that would just be another tool in his arsenal. So that explains the reason why Zerator was interested. It also explains the unique nature of Simon's parents' particular situation. Okay, great, thread closed. Now that Simon is aware that his father is in fact some sort of ghost, that his father is dead. I mean, this is bad news. I think that this is overwhelming for Simon. He stumbles back even further as his father is basically coming towards him, totally confused. He has because he doesn't know he's dead. He doesn't know what's wrong. He just knows that he can't remember. In his mind, he's been gone a week. He went hunting, there was some sort of accident. Next thing he knows, he's in this temple. His wife gets turned into this horrible creature. He has to escape, and his instinct tells him to go back home to check on his son. All of that is true, except also he's dead. There's a number of things that immediately leap to mind here. And that is, what do all these characters want? Because this could become very important very shortly. Simon, obviously, now that he knows his father is dead, and once he recovers from the initial shock, obviously he's going to be reeling from this for some time, but I do think that once he recovers from the initial shock, he's going to want to find a way to put his father to rest. What is that going to entail? I don't know. The dice will decide. So that's what he wants. Arn wants to help Simon find his father, which he's done. I do think ultimately Arn's wishes are to help Simon clear his name in the city of Chiton, and we are very close to Chiton right now, so I think that's gonna be a thing for him. Edbert wants to get rid of Sherilyn. We still know that, and he's still got his eye on that crossbow, and I think that any opportunity that Edbert gets to grab that crossbow and take a shot at the now visible Sherilyn, he might take it, so that could come into it. Sherilyn, now this is the really interesting thing. Sherilyn is a ghost. She immediately recognizes Roland for what he is, which is a ghost, but I think that she also recognizes that he's something different. Her entire purpose is to obliterate the undead. So my question is, how does Sherilyn respond to Simon's father? She has just said, he is one of us. Does that mean that she is going to want to find a way to help Simon, to lay him to rest, to put him at peace? Or, I mean, we've seen what kind of person Sherilyn is, at least in her unlife. Does she attack Roland? I don't think it's likely. I think that she would understand that Roland is not an immediate threat to them in this. I think that she would want to find another way, but let's find out. I'm gonna call it very unlikely that she just attacks. Okay, well, she does. And we've rolled a doubles. As Roland is walking down the garden path here towards his son, and the rest of them are kind of freaking out a little bit. Sherilyn begins to sort of, manifest even further and sort of rise up and begin to launch some sort of attack. Now, a couple things happen in this moment. We have a random event. We're to see what that is, but I also think because Simon is reeling from the shock of this, he's just like, his eyes, he doesn't know what to do. I think Edbert might seize his opportunity and try and grab that crossbow to shoot Sherilyn. That is possible. Let's decide that first. Does Edbert seize upon this opportunity to grab the crossbow off of the stunned Simon and take a shot at Sherilyn? Very likely. Chaos factor 6. 22! He does, and there's another random event. Okay, so he's definitely gonna make a play for that. And he sees Sherilyn manifest all of her attention on Roland coming down the garden path. Simon stepping back, staggering back. Edbert grabbing that crossbow off of Simon's back or side or wherever he's carrying it, and kapow! Random events, 2 of them. What's the event focus of the first one? 84. NPC negative. Okay, I wonder who that's gonna be. The Order of the Purifying Flame. This might be translated into Sherilyn because she was the leader of the Order of the Purifying. Well, that's really hard to say fast. The Order themselves, they were on the way to the temple, and that was some time ago, so the likelihood of them being anywhere near here, it's possible. Before we get too far down that road, let's just find out the nature of this first NPC negative event, Order of the Purifying Flame. NPC action is 32. Delay goals. Okay, well that is obvious to me. The NPC is in fact Sherilyn as the head of the order. Delay of goals, of course it is. Her goal is to try and destroy Roland. And how does it get delayed? By Edbert grabbing the crossbow and taking a shot. Now the second event is 83. Ambiguous event. Excitement. Subject 50. Excitement travel. It's a catch-all category for anything that does not directly impact characters or NPCs. It's not necessarily bad or good. This is a random event that doesn't have earth-shattering importance. So this is just sort of like an event of interest, basically. It's not. Excitement of travel. Actually, the first thing that jumps to mind, and this is really loosely interpreted, of course, as is my right to interpret how I want. Excitement of travel. I think the excitement of this commotion on here, out here, as well as Simon coming back through the village, has caused the other villagers to take an interest in what's going on. So if you imagine that sort of all around here, there's a couple of other cottages. I think the other foresters, the other huntsmen are coming out of their cottages, sort of excited to see what's going on. They're traveling. Simon has traveled here and they are traveling out of their house. So that's what's happening here. So basically a crowd has been drawn as this happens. So, okay. I didn't think this was gonna be a battle. I just thought I just put the stuff here for visual interest. Okay, Sherilyn, she is going to attack Roland. Roland, totally unsuspecting. Remember, he doesn't see her as a ghost, she's just some woman. And he's like, hey, who's your friend? She opens up the floodgates of her power. Does she just basically leap on him and draw like a knife that like a dagger that she would have had? Because I'm sort of imagining that when you die in this world, if you do come back as some sort of ghost, you have the ethereal versions of all the stuff you had. So I think it's a good bet that she had some, knife with her. She doesn't have access to her full powers, otherwise she'd blast him, right? Well, actually, let's find out. Does she have some sort of power, some sort of magic spell she can access right now that could directly affect him? I'm gonna call it unlikely. Unlikely. 74, she does not. So in fact, she screeches towards Roland, drawing her dagger. To Roland, this dagger is absolutely real. There's nothing ghostly about it. It's a knife. His eyes go wide as she comes in. Now here's my question, and it's a simple one, but it's an important one. Who acts first? Does Sherilyn stab Roland before Edbert grabs that crossbow and fires? Now, normally I would put this down to an initiative card situation. Who goes first? However, because we had a random event generated that was clearly an NPC negative, which is delay of goals, and it was Sherilyn, as the head of the order, I think that automatically means that Edbert goes first. So Edbert grabs the crossbow from Simon, a stunned Simon. Simon's like, what, Edbert? Edbert grabs Simon's crossbow off of him, spins, blasts a bolt towards Sherilyn's back, shouting, it wasn't my fault! It was an accident! Kadunk! His shooting is D6, and he's got to get 4 more He gets a 5, so he will hit Sherilyn right in the back as she's coming, screeching towards Roland to end this supernatural aberration once and for all. The magic of the crossbow will mean that the bolt does embed in her back and hurts her. Now her toughness is 5. 5, okay. She's about to plunge this dagger into Roland when her eyes go wide with pain as this crossbow bolt appears between her shoulder blades. Okay, now we have to go to initiative. This is gonna be a little weird because who's the enemy and who's the ally? All right, so what do we got here for Simon? We've got Jack. This is gonna be Arn and Roland, Arn 4. Edbert is on his own card of 5, and Sherilyn is on ace. Okay, she's got to break free of this shake. Does she do it? Probably her spirit's a D10, but she's not a wild card. Does she break free of this shake? She does, but it's not a raise, so it takes her whole round. So basically, the crossbow bolt that embeds itself into her back, she cries out in ethereal pain, but then her eyes sort of go black. She rises up, the crossbow bolt crumbles into this fine black dust and disappears. And she is back in action, but it does take her whole round, which brings us to Simon. Well, here's the thing. Normally, Simon would want to stop Edbert from attacking Sherilyn because Sherilyn has been a net benefit for them over this whole thing. And Simon's not the kind of guy to just attack an ally, but she just attacked his dad. Does Simon stop Edbert or does he help Edbert? This was his dad. Sherilyn is attacking his dad. She also almost got them all killed in the temple when she brought the ceiling down on them. I think Simon may have had it with Sherilyn. Let's find out. Does he stop Edbert from attacking further? I think it's very unlikely. 90. Extreme no. The crossbow bolt hits her in the back. He sees his father like sitting there, has no idea what's going on. Simon turns to Edbert. Give me that crossbow. No, she's got to die. She's got to die, Simon. I've had enough. Give me that crossbow, Edbert. I shoot better than you do. And he hands it over, and he grabs it, loads it, spins around, and fires. Now, loading the crossbow is -2, but he is marksman, which is +2, which means he turns and fires normally at Sherilyn. Okay, he's rolling his D8, and he's shooting a 4, so that's a hit. It's a regular hit. Ka-dunk! Regular hit, 2d6 +1, 8, 9... 13 damage on toughness 5 is enough to completely dispel her. But remember, this happened once before. She got shot by this thing, but it was not enough to destroy her. But it is enough to cause her to be completely discorporated for a time. I think that they have to find another way to truly end the threat of the haunting. What that is, I'm not sure. But Simon hits hard with that magic crossbow. She screams in anger and vanishes in a puff of ethereal mist. Edbert collapses to his knees, again able to breathe now that he's free of this haunting, at least temporarily. You did it, Simon. You did it. She's gone. I can feel it. I can feel she's gone. Calm down, Edbert. I don't think she's gone for good. Remember what happened last time. Now, I think we must find a more permanent solution for your haunting, but yes, for the moment, she is gone. Simon's father comes down to him, sort of in and out of corporality. What was that all about? Why did you shoot that woman? And where did she go? He's just looking so confused. Calm down, father. Calm down. I will try and explain everything. Just calm down. Arn notices the onlookers who are sort of looking outside of their windows and their doors. There's not a lot of them. It's a very, very small village, and everybody knows everybody, but I do think that they're all sort of looking, and they're sort of whispering to each other. This is going to cause quite a stir, I think, in the village, and that news may get back to somebody. Arn comes up to Simon. He kind of glances around at all the people looking. Simon, I fear you have made an enemy of Sherilyn this day, and when she returns again, as she will,
She will not be so friendly as she has been.
You mean as friendly as she was when she attacked my father for no reason?
Your father is not your father anymore, Simon. If you want to help him, we must find a way to put him to rest.
Put him to rest? I've been searching for him for years. And I have just found him, and now you want me to give him up?
You know what I'm saying is right. Your father is in a state of suffering. We must find a way to alleviate that suffering.
Edbert's still on the ground, on his knees, but I think he's laughing maniacally. I did it! She's gone! She's gone! I can sleep tonight. I can sleep for the first time, and I don't remember how long. Roland, again, so confused.
Simon, what does this white-haired man mean? I do not need rest. I feel hale and vigorous. I do not need any more sleep. Come, Father. Come inside.
Simon now notices that, the onlookers are sort of talking behind their hands and stuff.
Let me deal with this looky-loos, Simon. You go inside.
Yes, of course. So Arn goes off and he's talking to the villagers, trying to convince them that, nothing to see here, that kind of stuff. But as he's talking to the villagers, they all knew Roland. And they didn't know what was going on with him, but they did suspect something was off. They had to have. He's been here for a week. He's gone around to the villages and he's talked to them because he wanted to know what happened to his son in those moments of clarity that he had, which he obviously had. So they would have noticed something was off about him. So a few minutes later, Arn comes back and joins the rest of them in the cabin. They sit down around the table.
I do not believe that Sherilyn will be gone for long. The last time we discorporated her with a crossbow, she emerged very soon after. I do not know how long it will be until she emerges again, but we must act before that happens. Simon, I do not understand what you are saying to me. Why don't you grab that bow and come hunting with me like we did last week? No, Father, not now. Just sit back. Try to relax if you can. But I am relaxed, Simon.
And he gets up and he goes into the bedroom.
I cannot imagine what this must be like for you, Simon. I am sorry.
I appreciate that, Arn, but there is no time. As much as I would like to, I do not think there is anything we can do about Sherilyn right now. Unless you can think of something, Edbert. Think of something? You mean, think of something like to make it permanent, like?
Every time there's been something weird or necromantic, Edbert has had the answer. So there's a chance that maybe he does this time. In his experience, has Edbert ever found anything that could give him an answer as to how to permanently end the haunting? I don't think so. If he knew, he would have had no reason to go to the temple in the first place with Simon to find a reason. So I'm going to say it's impossible. It's impossible, which in this case gives it a 10% chance. It's impossible that Edbert knows anything about how to put 17. So close, but no, he does not know.
I suppose the answer might be just keep that crossbow loaded so when she comes back we can put another one in her.
I don't think that's going to be a permanent solution.
We will eventually run out of boats, Edbert. What about you, Arn? Do you know of anything that might help us in this case?
Does Arn know a permanent solution to deal with Sherilyn? The answer is 53, so no, he does not.
I'm sorry, Simon. I do not know how to deal with this.
Well then, we need to know how to deal with my father. In every ghost story I've ever heard, a spirit becomes unmoored from its body and it needs its physical remains to be buried. Perhaps that is the case here.
Is it the case? I think that's likely. That makes sense. It's all about trying to put the physical remains to rest. So maybe interring them or burying them or burning them and saying a few words of respect or prayers or something like that. I'm going to say it's likely. 89. It is not in this case. No, it's going to take something a little more. I think it is that, but I think there's something else that has to be done too. That's how I'm interpreting this no answer. What is it that they have to do? I'm just going to randomly determine here in order to properly put Simon's father, Roland, to rest. 39, bestow. 07, bestow allies. Oh, okay. I think because Roland doesn't know that he's dead, the first thing that has to happen is he needs to be convinced that he's dead. And the only way that's going to happen is if they bring him to his body. But it can't just be them. It has to be the people who knew him in life. In other words, it has to be the people of this village that go with Roland to the body and convince him that he's dead. Okay, so that we have a two-part task here. One, Simon has to find the place where his father died. He's gonna have to ask him about that. So he's gonna have to find where his father died, and he's gonna have to convince the other people to come. Now the other people are gonna be freaked out because they just saw some weird spectral thing going on out here. So that's gonna be a difficult thing. So we have 3 new threads here. Convince villagers to come with them, find Roland's remains, and find a permanent solution to the ghost problem, to Sherilyn's situation. Okay, so I think Simon goes into the other room where his father is sort of like standing confused. He's sort of phasing in and out of solidity, right? Father, when you went hunting last week with Mother, do you remember where you went? Does he? I think it's a good bet he does. I think it's a very good... I don't know if he remembers the exact weight there. 50-50. 99! It's not a random event because it's over the chaos factor, but it is an extreme no. His memories are completely twisted up. He only remembers certain things very vividly. It's really a nightmare. They gotta find rest for this poor guy.
What do you mean, hunting with your mother? I don't remember doing that. Did we go hunting? We normally do. Why don't you ask her? Is she here?
Father, I need you to just rest here for a moment. I'll be right back. He goes back in the other room. My father does not seem to recall anything at all about his life or his death. I confess I don't know what I'm looking for, but presumably we're looking for a body somewhere. I don't know what it could be. We will need all of our tracking skills. I will obviously be able to help you with that, Simon. You should know that the people of Argoston here, while they were noticeably upset at the supernatural events happening just outside the store, they also expressed a real desire to be able to help Roland. They had great respect for him. It might behoove us to enlist their aid in this as well. The last time I traveled my father's forest hunting grounds, I was a small child. Perhaps the other hunters know the region better than I would. Perhaps we should go and persuade one of them to come, to guide us, if they are willing to help, if they care about my father like you seem to suspect. I think that is a good idea, Simon. They go out. They leave Edbert there, who's still kind of like sitting in the... Oh yeah, they leave Edbert there because when they turn to him to ask him to come, he's slumped in the chair, snoring, asleep. A dreamless sleep for the first time forever. Arn and Simon go from house to house asking if anyone can guide them along his father's hunting path. Simon is going to roll his brand spanking new persuasion skill. Good thing I took it. And he is going to see if he can convince someone to come. That is a success with 1 raise, 10. So it's a success with a raise. So not only does he convince someone to come, that someone he convinces was actually one of Roland's great friends, which is perfect because that's exactly what they need to put Roland to rest, although they don't know it. Let's find out about this guy. 69, Morde. His name is Morde, and he's going to have a French accent because why not? What do we know about Morde? Let's go to our Une. We know that he was definitely a friend to Roland, and that he's going to help them find Roland. An addicted sniper. Okay, that means he's great with his bow, but he has an addiction. He's a lone alcoholic who lost his family years ago. I don't know, a bear mauled them or something. But he's lived alone for as long as Simon can remember, and that's the reason why him and Roland were so friendly, is because Morde had no family, so he was kind of a sad state, but Roland was able to sort of help him a number of times over his life. So Morde feels very, very loyal to Roland for that, I think. They go to his hut and they ask him about the hunting grounds and such, and Morde says, "Yes, Simon, I know very well where your father used to hunt. But I want to ask you, what happened outside of his house just a little while ago? There was some sort of commotion that looked unnatural to me." What you have seen, Morde, is unnatural indeed. That is not father. It is his spirit that is still tied to the earth somehow. I believe we need to find his body and bury it with honors, and perhaps this will put him to rest.
He is a ghost?
Yes, I'm afraid so, Morde. Unfortunately, the supernatural seems to follow me like storm clouds. Will you help us?
It's a bit early for me.
It's almost noon.
Yes, but I was up all night with some brandy. I will come with you.
Give me a moment to prepare. And he does, and they go back, they wake Edward up, who is very difficult to wake up. He's in a very deep sleep for the first time ever. And they go back to Roland, and Simon basically says to him, Father, I would like to go hunting with you one last time. Would you enjoy that?
Yes, of course, Simon. Let me just get my bow.
Thank you, Father. It has been too long. We're gonna end that scene there. That was crazy stuff with Sherilyn. I'm gonna increase the chaos factor to 7. We've added Simon's father, Roland, we've added Morley the Forester, and with that, the 5 of them leave Argoston having only just arrived, but knowing the time is of the essence because Sherilyn could reappear at any moment. But when will that happen? We will have to find out next time as our characters move into the Black Oak Forest, being led by Morley the Forester, looking for the body of Roland. Will they find Simon's father before Sherilyn shows up again? Will they be able to put him to rest? And in so doing, give Simon some measure of peace that he has never known? Once again, you'll have to tune in next time to find out, along with me. Thanks so much for watching. If you like the show, please hit like and subscribe, and we will see you next time and find out what lies in store for Simon and company here on Me, Myself, and Die. Well, hello and welcome back once again to Me, Myself, and I. I am, as always, your intrepid host, player, and game master, Trevor DeVal. As always, if you enjoy what you see here today, please don't forget to hit like and subscribe. When last we left Simon of Argoston and friends, they had arrived at Argoston only to discover that Simon's father, Roland, was dead, was a ghost who did not know he was dead. Sherilyn manifested and tried to attack him, as that is her wont, being the ex-head of the Order of the Purifying Flame, whose job it is to destroy undead. Ironically, I know, herself being a ghost. She tried to attack Simon's father, but Simon shot her in the back and discorporated her entirely, not destroying her forever, however. We know that Sherilyn can survive an attack from Stonebolt. She will be back, but when? That is the question that we will probably find an answer out today. Simon realized that the only way to put his father's soul at rest was to bring him to the body, which presumably is somewhere in the Black Oak Forest, and convince him that he's dead and that he needs to sort of go bye-bye now. In order to do that, he enlisted the help of his father's old friend Morley, who is this drunken forester who used to be a good friend of Roland's. So, we begin in the Black Oak Forest shortly after Simon and company have left Argoston behind. Now, there's a couple of threads here I just want to put in our minds to keep in order here. One, Simon, because of the crazy nature of what happened in the village with the battle, such as it was with Sherilyn, and the fact that all of the residents of Argoston had seen it. So because of that, Simon may have been spotted by Manfred of Dovedane's agents. It's possible. Or at the very least, talk of this supernatural event and it being associated with Simon might get back to the city of Kyton, which is not very far away, and might get back to Manfred. Is it likely? No, but it's possible, so that's why it's a threat. Find Roland's remains and put him to rest is what we just discussed. Find a permanent solution to Sherilyn. As I said, Sherilyn cannot be destroyed permanently by Stonebolt. Edbert wants to find a more permanent solution. Now, Sherilyn wants Edbert to atone by standing trial in front of the Order for her death, which she blames him for. That is another thread here as well. Edbert does not want to do that because the Order of the Purifying Flame thinks that Edbert killed her on purpose, and they have basically issued a warrant for his, death. So they will shoot on sight if they see him. So Edbert's in kind of a pickle here. He does not want to ever see those people again, frankly. He wants to find an alternate solution to end the haunting of Sherilyn on him. Will he or will he not? Who can say? He is certainly relieved for the moment, and he has actually slept. He slept a full hour without being plagued by recurring nightmares of the incident in the mountains. Clear Simon's name to Manfred, that's Simon's personal goal, as well as Arn is interested in helping now, because I think Arn feels that Simon had been maligned by Manfred. We don't know anything about the crime that he's accused of. We know it has something to do with a group of beggars in the city, but we don't know what that was. I have some ideas of what it might be, but as always, the dice will determine. Sherilyn will return, angered. Yes, she will. She always does.
She's like a bad cold. She keeps coming back and
giving you mucus? No, that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, we find ourselves in the Black Oak Forest. It is several hours after our team has left our team, like it's Mission Impossible. After Simon and his gang have left and gone into the forest, led by Morde, the forester, who is, as I said, he's sort of a loner alcoholic type, so he's always kind of sipping from the flask. I think my first question is, we know that they're going along Roland's old hunting trails that Morde knows. It's very likely that the bodies are somewhere deeper in the woods. They're not going to be right here. So I'm not even going to ask the chart if they find them right away, because that doesn't make any sense. My question is, the first date, does anything happen to them? Well, we're going to go by the old Mythic rules here and determine if that is the case. Our chaos factor is currently at 7. So the scene setup is they are following Roland's old hunting trail to try and track down his remains. Is the scene altered or interrupted? 6. Well, yes, the scene is interrupted. So they are making their way through the forest. They've been going for several hours. Remember that Roland here is a spirit, although he looks like a man. He sort of phases in and out of corporeality every now and then. It's pretty off-putting to, I think, most of the group. Simon especially, this is his father, after all. But as they are making their way, what's the general weather? I love to do this. D20. Whoa, it's a 1. Okay. We are in summer, so I think a 1 means it's the worst possible weather it can be. There's a terrific thunderstorm going on. Rain is pouring down. The winds are howling. It is a dreadful day. I think this storm probably came on only a little while ago. There's no way Morde would have let them go into the woods under these conditions. So I think this storm came in out of nowhere, fast and furious. Lightning scorched the sky, thunder rolls across the treetops. Now they are protected from the majority of the ferocity of the storm because they're in the middle of this thick wood. However, they're going to be soaked, and the whole place is horribly muddy. Dangers of flash floods. Oh no, not again. We'll see. So let's see what happens. They are interrupted by something. The event focus on our table here is going to be 58. A PC negative. Okay, which PC? 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6. Simon, of course. Why not? Why wouldn't it happen to Simon? A PC negative happening to Simon. What happens to start us off? 88. Control. 75. Military. So it's negative, so he loses control of something military. Oh, I think then this has something to do with his weapons or armor. The first thing that comes to my mind is they are going through this really, really thick oak forest, lots of underbrush, lots of running mud from overflowing rivers, overflowing streams in the forest. It's the worst possible conditions for travel. So it's super slow going, super hazardous. So as they're going along, I think that basically there is not exactly a flash flood, but there is a mudslide that happens as they're ascending a long root-ridden slope, and I think that the hillside, the heavily forested hillside, gives away for a second, and the whole lot of them begin to scrabble for purchase on this horribly muddy hillside. Simon is in danger of losing Stonebolt here. I'm going to give him an agility roll. If he succeeds with a raise, he's able to grab the crossbow and grab the side of the hill and secure himself against this mudslide. If he just has a regular success, he will save the crossbow, but he will go tumbling down the forested hill, getting battered and bruised on the way, possibly worse. If he fails, he loses the crossbow, it gets washed away into the woods, and also gets knocked down. So let's see what happens here. Here we go. Does he succeed? He succeeds, but not with the race. So he gets washed away down the side of the mountain, but his hand clutches that crossbow. He goes tumbling past his companions. He's gonna take, I don't think he's gonna take a wound, but he's definitely gonna be battered and bruised. I guess my question is, does he take an actual wound from this? I'm gonna say it's very unlikely that he takes a wound. 70, so no, he does not. But he is battered and bruised, which gives him a level of fatigue. For the rest of this day, he's gonna be basically at -1 to everything he does. Let's hope that they actually don't encounter anything worse. So this is a setback, and it takes a while for everybody to sort of gather up bits of gear that they've lost in this quick little mudslide, get back on their feet, and navigate this treacherous terrain. I think, in fact, Morley shouts out over the deluge, "This hill is too dangerous! We will have to take another way around! It will slow us down! I hope you're not in a hurry!" You know, and they all just kind of like nod at each other. I mean, what are they gonna do? So this is a setback, and they do not make a lot more progress that day. They make camp that night. I think maybe Arn is out on watch, let's say. Edbert's kind of sleeping, so is Morley. Has the weather improved? I think it's somewhat likely the weather's improved. That was a terrible storm that came out of nowhere. They don't tend to last forever. Has the weather improved? 0-2. Oh, look at that. Extreme yes. So not only has the weather improved, the storm came out of nowhere, drenched the forest, and moved on. So by the time they get to their camp that night, the area is still saturated with water, still very muddy and unpleasant, but it's not actually raining or storming anymore. So the moon has come out, which they can barely see through the treetops. Again, Black Oak Forest, very, very thick forest. And they're a full day in it now. Nonetheless, Morley, after having polished off another few shots of whatever rotgut he's drinking, is now snoring contentedly away, as is Edbert, snoring contentedly away. And I think Simon looks at this and he's actually, he's never seen this before. He's never seen Edbert get a full night's sleep. In fact, I think Simon is basically like, he motions Arn over. Arn, when it comes to taking the next watch, I will take a double shift. But the next watch is Edbert's shift. Yes, I know. But look at him. And he's like, he's completely out. He's completely out, snoring away. Perhaps you're right. We should let him get his first sleep in however long it's been. My thoughts exactly. Now at that moment, as Arn goes back out to patrol around, I think Simon's father, Roland, who's sitting staring at the fire, fully corporeal at this moment, I think his father has a moment of clarity. I mentioned that last episode about every now and then he must have moments of clarity because we determined that he was able to find out what happened to Simon in the current time. He's able to understand what happened to Simon. He was able to discover that Simon is wanted in the city of Chiton by Manfred of Dovedane. Simon's father has these moments of clarity, and I think he has one right now. Let's find out. I'm gonna say it's very likely he does. And he does. He's sitting around the fire, staring into the fire. Simon is basically poking the fire with the stick. He's huddled in his blankets, but he's kind of poking the fire a little bit to try and keep it going. And Simon's father, staring directly into the fire, suddenly looks up at Simon.
Son, what did you do to gain the ire of this Manfred of Dovedane?
Wait, you know about that?
Yes, all the villagers were talking about it.
So you know where you are, you know your circumstances.
I know that you are accused of some crime, and I'm certain you didn't do it. But what was the crime?
Father, we can talk of my crimes later. What I want to know is, do you remember anything of the Temple of Thurzan?
I remember escaping that place. I remember that foul necromancer doing terrible experiments on your mother. He encased her spirit into a creature in order to force her to do his bidding.
Father, I should tell you what happened to Mother in the temple after you escaped. Mother was in fact encased in a terrible undead body of sorts, wrapped in ancient linens and commanded as some sort of automaton by Zirator. Our intercession, however, destroyed that body, and I can only hope that Mother's spirit has finally been able to ascend and find rest.
Oh, that is very good news, Simon.
I was able to track you following your wound. You were bleeding. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
I would ask you how it's possible that you were bleeding.
I bleed because I am still here, Simon. I am still here and whole, at least some of the time. But quickly, son, please, tell me what happened to you in the city of Chiton. Why is this Manfred after you? And is there anything I can do to help?
Well, let's find out what happened specifically to Simon in the city of Chiton. Why is it that Manfred is after him? So we know that Manfred is a lord, a local lord. My idea on this is that we know it had something to do with beggars in the city. My initial idea is that the beggars were all being killed and Simon got fingered for it. Maybe the guy who was, like there was a serial killer or something in the city killing beggars for whatever reason. And someone mistakenly fingered Simon for it. Let's do that. Let's see if that's the case. And if that's not the case, then we'll randomly determine what the crime is. But I think that's probably what happened. That's like the first thing that comes to my head. Well, we'll just call it 50-50. Was Simon mistaken for a serial killer that was out killing the beggars of the city that were under Manfred's charge? Like basically it would be, if Manfred's a local lord in the city, then maybe his particular district or something was afflicted with this serial killer, and everyone believed that it was Simon that did it for whatever reason. Is that the case? 50-50. 10. Extreme yes.
Well, Father, I was in the city of Kyton about a year ago. I was doing little more than passing through, truth be told. There were murders happening in the city of beggars. The beggars were killed in a rather horrible way.
Were they? Was it some sort of weird ritualistic killing? I kind of want to get away from cult stuff, so maybe I'm going to say that's unlikely. 87, no. It definitely was not a ritual. It's definitely not some sort of cult that was killing these beggars. They were killed for another reason. But it was a serial killer, for sure. Someone was out there killing beggars for whatever reason, and Simon got blamed for it. I think it's simple. I think that he discovered the bodies like in an alley outside a tavern, and I think as fate would have it right at that moment, basically a couple of town guards walked by, saw him, and basically said, "You, stop!" Is that what happened? I think it's likely. That's what happened. 75, yes. So that is what happened.
I was coming out of a tavern one night and going into a back alley, and I noticed the bodies of several dead beggars. When I stopped to investigate, a few town guard appeared and immediately suspected me of the crime. I tried to explain to them that I had nothing to do with their deaths, but these guards were clearly very frustrated with being unable to apprehend the true killer. When the guards tried to apprehend me, I fought back. In the struggle, I got the distinct sense that the guards were looking for any old scapegoat to take the fall. Since they could not find the real killer, they blamed me. They only wanted to appease their lord, Manfred of Dovedane, and said that they had finally caught the killer.
And did he kill one of the guards accidentally? Did he make things worse for himself? Probably. We'll call it likely. Yeah, 17, it's, oh, extreme yes! So he killed one of the guards, and it was not good. He didn't want to, he didn't intend to kill him, it was an accident, but blades were drawn, one of the guards was dead, and Simon fled at that moment.
So this Manfred now thinks that not only are you responsible for the death of these beggars for whatever reason, but you have now also assaulted and killed a member of the town guard.
Yes, Father.
So, they put a warrant out for my arrest, and I have not been to Kyton since. Although, and he sort of motions over to where Arn is patrolling the edge of the camp, Manfred put a bounty out on me. Arn there is not the first bounty hunter to try and come after me. Manfred sent another group shortly before I came to Argoston. We bested them, but I fear there may be more. Then I think that you should find a way to clear your name. Would that I could, Father. Would that I could. But the only way to do that is to go back to Kyton and confront Manfred directly. Well, you have this Arn fellow. Surely he will vouch for you now that he is your friend. I believe he will, but I do not know if the word of one ex-bounty hunter is going to be enough to sway Manfred. Well, in that case, it is clear what you must do.
Is it? Is it?
You must find the killer yourself. Find evidence that it was he and not you that killed these beggars. Bring him to justice. I do not want to go anywhere near the city of Kyton again, Father. As you just said, there was another group of bounty hunters that came after you. If Manfred sent one group only a few days ago, he will send others. You will never be free of this. To be free of this burden. Aye, that I can understand. Can you understand why I want you to be free of your burden?
Does he maintain his moment of clarity here, or does he slip back into his sort of almost ghostly dementia? I think it's very unlikely that he maintains his clarity. 08! Oh, he does. Great.
I know what is happening to me, Simon. I can see it when I look at my hand. I know what I am,
I do not know why my spirit was not allowed to ascend to the heavens to be with the gods after your mother and I fell. But I want to be free of all of this. Son, I want to join her if I can. What must I do?
Morde is trying to take us to the location of your earthly remains. If we can find your body, will you be able to ascend?
I don't know. I feel perhaps that is true.
It is the only chance we have. Can you remember the way? It was an extreme yes in his remaining corporeal, so I think yes, he does remember.
Yes, Simon. We are on the right track. I recognize that twisted oak tree on the far side of the campsite. We go northeast for half a day and then turn right at the great black stone. We should come to a gorge in the earth where there was a rope bridge. It is the rope bridge that broke and caused your mother and I to fall to our fates. At the bottom of that gorge, that is where we will find our bodies. Then tomorrow we will make for that gorge with great haste. Perhaps in the morning you can help Morde. Yes, I will remember. I will lead the way.
And with that, Simon goes to sleep. In the morning, does Roland maintain a connection with the physical world no matter how tenuous? I think it's going to get harder and harder for him to do that, so I'm going to call this no way. Does he maintain a connection? 83, he does not. So unfortunately, in the morning, Roland is once again sort of phasing in and out of corporeality. And when he wakes, Simon says to him, Father, are you ready to show us the way?
The way to what, my son?
To your remains, Father, like we spoke of last night.
My remains? I don't understand. Where are we?
We're on a hunt, Father. Come, let us get back to it. And they do. So, that ends that scene. I think Simon was actually sort of largely in control of that scene. He learned a lot of very information, so I'm going to call that, we're going back down to Chaos Factor 6. Find Roland's remains to put him to rest. Well, we now know we've got very solid directions on how to do it. So I think in the morning, they're going to follow Roland's directions. So at the beginning of the new scene, do we have an interrupt or a altered scene? Chaos Factor, 7. So Chaos Factor's just got down to 6, so no. So at the end of the day, following Roland's directions, Morde doesn't have to roll, Simon Arnold doesn't even have to roll. They have Simon's father's own directions to his own body, and they make their way through the woods. They find this large black stone set in the side of a hill that his father was talking about. They turn right, they continue down, and eventually towards the end of the day, they come to a gorge. The only difference here is that there's no water at the bottom. It's just a dry gorge. The gorge is obviously deep enough to kill someone if they fall into it. So is it 50 feet? I'll call it likely. Is it 50 feet? 64. Yes, it is. So it's a 50-foot gorge thereabouts. It's completely overgrown at the bottom. Lots of fallen wood, trees, logs, debris. I think it's quite overgrown down there. Lots of rocks and stones. I mean, it's a dry riverbed essentially that's had many, many years of overgrowth obscuring it. So I don't think when they look to it, and it's towards the end of the day, but I don't think it's sunset quite yet. So there is still some afternoon light filtering in. As they get to this bridge, Simon's father again still out of it. I think we determined that Roland and his wife fell to their deaths on a patch of life-giving herbs. So I think maybe he can see some of those flowers sticking out from the that have grown up from underneath the underbrush.
Son, this place is familiar to me.
They are going to have to climb down because there's no other way down. Do they have enough rope to safely get everybody down? I think there's a good chance that they do. They're pretty well kitted out, and they have Morde with them. And Morde knew that they were going into the woods. He knew this track, so he would have known about this gorge. I gotta say, it's somewhat likely on Chaos Factor 6 that they have enough supplies to safely get down, rope and things like this. 59, they do. They have all the time in the world. The question is, do they get interrupted by anything? I really have no idea, so I'm gonna roll 50-50 on this. Do they get interrupted on the way down by anything sort of bad? Yes, they do. What is the nature of the thing that interrupts them? 91. Pursue. 49. Pursuit of failure. Ha, okay. I think what happens is, as they're making their way down the gorge, they're using mostly Morelle's supplies. He would have said to them, yes, I will make sure we have everything we need, the rope and climbing supplies, everything. But I think maybe, due to the nature of who Morelle is, I think maybe that he hasn't really tended the rope particularly well. And I think that as they are climbing down, that ill-tended rope breaks. It fails, if you will. They are climbing down this 50-foot gorge, down towards this patch. Something interrupts them, and it's a hazard. The rope breaks. Who is on the rope when it happens? Let's say, let's determine the order of who's going down first. I think Simon's gonna go down first. I think Arn will go after him. Who is it that is on the rope when it breaks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Arn. So Simon has already gotten down. He doesn't have to make a climbing roll, he's got all the time in the world. But as Arn is coming down, there's this creak. And right where the rope is sort of going over the edge of the gorge, it begins to rub back and forth on a bit of jagged stone, and the rope begins to fray. Which means that as Arn is climbing down the side of this gorge, the rope breaks and he goes tumbling down. Does he get a chance to grab himself in time? I am gonna give him a climbing roll at -2. Because I'm a bastard. Ooh. But it's a -2 because it takes him totally by surprise. Snap, wow! Does he get a chance to grab some part of the rock before he goes spinning down the gorge, perhaps to meet the same fate as Roland and his wife? 6, thank goodness. 1, 7, it's not a raise, but it is a success. So he does not land like a cat on his feet. The rope breaks, he goes spinning down, but he's able to just, shred his leather gloves on the jagged sides of the rock wall, but able to slow his descent as he goes down to the bottom. Gah! Lands basically at Simon's feet. Arn, are you all right? He rushes over to him. Yeah, Simon pulls himself up from the ground. I am all right, but now there is no safe way down the gorge. Edbert puts his head over the gorge. Hey, you two all right down there? Yes, Edbert. We don't have enough rope for the rest of us to come down. You're on your own there. Well, they search around for those herbs that are growing up from the underbrush. Gonna give them notice rolls. I think the remains are totally covered up, so I'm gonna give it a -1. If he succeeds with a raise, they find it immediately. If he succeeds normally, they find it, but they might be interrupted. And if he fails, they still find it, but they are definitely interrupted by something bad. Simon rolls a 4, a success. So they do find the body, but they possibly are interrupted. We'll come back to them in a second. Simon and Arn are searching around when Simon sees those flowers of this life-giving herb. He runs over and he begins to clear away the bracken and debris. Arn, come over here, help me move this log. They move a fallen log aside. And there, overgrown with moss, shoots of plants growing through the rib cage there, he can see 2 skeletons. The remains of his parents. Shoots of vines and plants growing up through the socket of one of the skulls. And Simon sees this, collapses to his knees, because he's seeing the remains of his parents. And he looks up, and Roland is looking down. And Roland is still out of it, as we determined. Whose remains are those? He looks at Arn. Oh, and I think in order for this to work, we need to get both my father and Morale down here. Yeah, but how? The rope is broken. Morale, can you climb? Can I climb? I don't know, I will have to ask the fetch out. Yes, he can. Yes, I can climb. You wish me to go down there with no rope? He's been drinking too all day a little bit, so I think he's a little out of it. What good can I do down there? Morale, it is important that you come down here with my father. Father, you and Morale have to come down here. There's something you need to see. I'm not much of a climber anymore, son. I'm far too old for all of that sort of nonsense. I'll just wait here. Father, you must come down. He's gonna try and persuade his pa. Come down here. Which he has, persuasion, a D4. Persuade his father to come down to fail. Can Arn try. He does have persuasion as well. I'm gonna give him -1 because Simon just failed, so it makes sense.
Roland! Simon is right. There are things down here that only you can help us with. We need your expertise.
He's also got a D4. 5 -1 is 4. That's a success.
Very well. I will come down with Morde.
They have to climb down now with no rope or anything. Before we get to that, we know that Simon is possibly interrupted by something. So as Roland and Morde are coming down, is Simon and Arn, are they interrupted by anything? 50-50, chaos factor 6. Are they interrupted by anything sort of baddish? 68 on 65. They are not. I kind of thought something bad was going to happen here. They're not interrupted by anything down here. But does Morde and the father get down safely? Again, they're not in a big rush because nothing's interrupting Simon and Arn. I think that they're going to just go very slow. And what happens to a ghost if he falls anyway? It's not like he can die. I'm going to call it. Do they get down without incident? Somewhat likely. 66 is a success. However, we do have a random event. So they will get down successfully as they're climbing down. We have a random event. The event focus is 83. Ambiguous event. Okay, this is one event that doesn't necessarily directly affect our characters in any bad or good way. It's just sort of a thing that happens, almost an atmospheric event. And we have 14. Abandon. 100. Abandon information. I think that just means that once Roland gets down to the bottom of the gorge and goes up to the body, there is nothing left on that body that would help him immediately twig, oh yeah, that's me, right? Like there's no, like I was thinking originally, maybe there's like the remains of, like the little rotted remains of like a leather vest with certain stitching on it that he would recognize as, oh, that was mine, or something like that. But no, it's a random event, ambiguous, abandoned information. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in the bodies. So basically this is not gonna help. This is not gonna help them to try and convince Roland that this is him. It's not gonna hurt either, because it's an ambiguous event, it's not a negative event, but it's not gonna help them. So Roland comes down and he looks at these bodies. Edbert, alone, up top, sort of looking around. They sort of gather around the skeleton.
Father, do you know who that is? The skeletons of some unfortunate individuals. They probably fell from up top, by the look of it, several years ago.
Father, these remains are yours.
What are you talking about, son?
Father, try and remember. Please. You remembered last night. You remembered about me in the present. You remembered what happened to you and Mother in the Temple of Thurzan. You must recognize what this is.
I do not know what you're referring to, but you are scaring me, son.
Morde, please.
Roland, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you are dead, my friend.
Dead?
No, that's impossible. I'm right here. I'm in front of you.
Father, you died over 10 years ago. You fell from the top of this bridge. You and Mother both. You have to remember. The only way you can find rest is by admitting that you understand that this skeleton is you. How is this gonna work? I think that Simon and Morde have to convince Roland that he's dead. We know that. We know that's the objective. Morde is gonna do a persuade roll. If he succeeds, that's gonna help Simon. For every success and raise he gets, he's gonna help Simon. So how well does it work? It doesn't work at all.
Roland, please, you must listen to me. Your spirit is wandering the world when it should be away from this place. It should be in the heavens. You must admit this is you.
Morde, you're talking madness. I will not hear any more of this.
Father, please.
Morde is telling the truth. You must admit the truth. Simon has to persuade him. He has to persuade him. Even a simple success will do. But I think Morde tried, it failed, so he's not gonna help him, he's not gonna hinder him either. Yeah, persuasion roll. 5 is a success. Father, he takes his hand, phasing in and out of reality. hunkers down to the body. And he takes his hand and he goes to put it on the skeleton. Roland flinches back, but Simon, please, Father, please trust me. And Roland allows Simon to put his hand on the skeleton. And as soon as that happens, as soon as his hand touches the bones, his own bones, everything comes flooding back to him. The hunting trip, the rope bridge snapping, the wife clinging onto the side, him desperately trying to bring her back up, the two of them going tumbling down and breaking their bodies on this rocky patch of life-giving herbs. The puff of pollen as it comes up and interferes with their death right on that moment, unmooring their spirits from their bodies, but preventing the spirits from ascending. Everything comes back to him. The memory of the Temple of Thurzan, the memory of his wife being experimented on and trapped inside that mummy body. And he looks at Simon.
I know now. I know what happened here.
Yes, Father. He removes his hand from the skeleton. He stands up with Simon. He embraces his son, looks him directly in the eye.
For me, the hunt is over. Thank you for freeing me.
His body even now beginning to turn into ethereal, soft strands that begin to waft up on the breeze.
You have helped me, my son, relieve my soul. Now let me help you. Go to Guyton. Clear your name. Do not allow yourself to be haunted by this accusation any longer.
And he vanishes. And that brings that thread to an end. Meanwhile, up top, I have a question about Edbert as he's watching this whole thing and sort of keeping an eye out to make sure that nothing untoward happens. Is this the moment where Sherilyn makes her return? He is separated from the group. If Sherilyn is at all around, she would see him vulnerable, alone. Is this the moment where Sherilyn returns angered? 50-50. Chaos Factor 6. 96 extreme. No, she does not. She is not coming back for a while. A couple of days later, Simon and his friends arrive back in Argoston. They sit around the table, eating a simple broth. Simon sits at the table, silent, contemplating, toying with a sample of the life-giving herb that he had clipped from the patch of ground at the bottom of the gorge.
Well, Simon, you have done it. You have put your father to rest. How does it feel? I am saddened, but glad as well. And I am glad that you were there to do it with me. Both of you. Arn, Edbert. Truly, I could not have done this without you. I have fulfilled my vow to you, Simon. But there is the matter of my own honor. I hunted you under false pretenses because I believed that Manfred of Dovedane knew the truth. He did not. And you will not be able to go anywhere in these lands, your own homelands, without always being hunted and pursued by Manfred's bounty hunters. Take your father's advice. Find evidence of this killer, this real killer, and bring it to Manfred. And what of you, Edbert? Will you join us?
Sherilyn's coming back eventually, Simon. And when she does, I'm gonna need your help to be able to deal with her.
We will find a way to purge you once and for all of this haunting.
Aye, I'll come with you.
It will be dangerous, Simon. Manfred of Dovedane is a powerful noble with many friends and contacts and a great deal of money. We can assume that to be true because the amount of bounty hunters he's paid to go after Simon. Very well. Get some rest. Pack your gear. For in the morning we go to Guyton. And one way or another, I will find a way to clear my name. Thanks so much for watching, and as always, if you enjoy the show, please do hit like and subscribe, and we will see you next time on the next episode of Me, Myself, and Die.
Hello and welcome back once again to Me, Myself, and I. I am, as always, your intrepid Game Master, host, and player, Trevor DeVal. Big shout out and thanks to my friend Walross for creating that map that you saw in the introduction. He did that with a little program called Wonder Draft. It's a really cool little cartography program you can check out for yourself at the link below in the notes. Before we get on with today's session, a couple things. One, as always, if you enjoy the show, please do hit like and subscribe and keep that bell rung for notifications, because there will not be a new episode next week if you're watching this in real time, because I have to go out of town for work. I am a professional voice actor after all, and I have to go to many different places to, pay the bills. So, with that in mind, I don't think we need to do a major recap, but basically, Simon was able to put his father, Roland Spirit, to rest, and before Roland Spirit left, he recommended to Simon that he tried to go back to Kyton and clear his name. If you recall, Manfred of Dovedane was one of the lords of Kyton who believed that Simon was the serial killer that was killing a bunch of beggars in the poor quarters of the city. That was about a year ago that Simon fled, and the warrant for his arrest is still out and fresh, because he accidentally killed a guard in his escape as well, so he has that to contend with as well. Arn and Edbert are going with him. Edbert is still free of Cheryl and will be for a while because of the nature of that extraordinary role that we had at the end of last session. The three of them are on their way to Kyton, and they will begin the scene in the city, disguised, trying to begin their search to find evidence to track down the true killer of Kyton. However, before we get there, I want to know a few things about Kyton, and the first thing I want to know is, what does it look like? Well, boop, this is what it looks like. This is the city of Kyton. Now, I did not actually make this map. This map was made by a person named Watabu. You guys can check out his site at the link below. He has an incredible array of random generators. Go check out his site. He's got a Patreon as well, so if you like his stuff, you should go support him on that. We have the fortress on the east, and we have the neighborhood of Six Cliffs, which is a wealthy neighborhood around the fortress. How do I know all this? I'm just making this up as I go along. It seems appropriate to me that there would be wealthy quarters outside the fortress. We have the Hooks and Merk Tower, the Hooks in the north, Merk Tower in the west, which are both poor quarters. Ravenstair is sort of the bulk of the city, so that's where you're going to have most of the residences, as well as some of the markets and things like this. Store Market in the south, of course, is a real merchant quarter, so that's where you would find that kind of thing. In terms of its government and who rules here, the only thing we know about this so far is that Manfred of Dovedane is, in fact, a lord of Kyton. What does that mean? Well, I think that Kyton is probably like a lot of medieval cities were. It's a free town. In other words, it has a charter to operate independently from the king. We don't even know who the king is at this point. We haven't figured out whether it's a kingdom or an empire or anything like that, but that's okay. We can find that out later, because I think what matters for our purposes today is, what is the government of Kyton? I think it is a council of lords, like a city council, if you will, except it's not made up of people that get voted in. It's made up of local lords that have a vested interest in the well-being of the city. Which would explain the reason why Manfred of Dovedane is so intent on capturing Simon, because he believes that Simon was guilty of killing all of these people, presumably in his district. The first question is in fact Kyton ruled by a council of lords? I'm gonna ask our fate chart, because that's what we do. Our chaos factor, by the way, has gone back down to 5. We are starting sort of fresh. I think it's a sure thing that the city of Kyton is ruled by a council of lords, and 47 is a yes, so yes. I think that there are 7 lords on the council. 6 of them represent each district, and one of them is sort of the Lord Mayor, so to speak. You'll notice I didn't roll for anything on that. That's just because I'm using general logic to assign these qualities to the city based on what feels right to me in the moment. But we do know that Manfred is the lord of one of these districts. I think he is the lord of the Hooks, because the Hooks is a poor quarter, and it's the largest poor quarter. It's bigger than Merk Tower. Near sure thing. Yes, he is. Simon committed this crime a year ago, give or take. But recently, Manfred sent a bounty hunter team to come after him. So he is still very much interested in capturing Simon. That means one of two things as far as I can tell. One, he's under some pressure from the Lord Mayor, I guess, from the other lords, that's possible. Or two, it's personal. Someone in the comments last time suggested it would be really cool if Manfred's son was actually the real serial killer, and that he was basically trying to fob it off on Simon. That's a really cool idea. Thanks for that. The reason why I'm not going to use it is because at this point, I don't want to know who the killer is. I want to discover the killer with Simon. Really cool idea. And if I was running a sort of traditional game with people around a table, I would definitely steal that. So thanks for that. Keep those comments coming. They're really cool. So I think it's personal. I think the reason why Manfred is interested in capturing Simon is because the serial killer killed a member of his family, like his son. Maybe his son was a member of the Watch, or maybe his son just happened to be in the hooks at a certain time for whatever reason and got killed by the serial killer. That would explain the reason why Manfred is so intent on capturing Simon, who's been gone over a year now, right? So I think that's what it's gonna be. Let's find out though, because you never know. I'm gonna call that very likely 0-1 critical. So yes, absolutely. Manfred's son was killed by the serial killer, and he absolutely believes that Simon of Argoston was to blame. Manfred's son, let's give him a name right now. Haven of Dovedane. So, scene setup. Simon, Edbert, and Arn have secreted their way into the city of Kite. Now, they are in disguise as best they can be. Simon with his cowl up all the time because he knows that the town watch is on the lookout for him. It's a year later, so I don't think that it's a going concern right at the moment, but there's a very good chance that if somebody sees him, especially a town guard, they might recognize him, so there's that. I'm imagining them going around to various taverns, beginning their investigation, trying to track down evidence of the serial killer. Now, here's a big question I have. Clearly, the serial killer is no longer killing. Clearly, he hasn't been killing for a year. How do I know that? Because Simon has been gone for a year, and Manfred is still sending out bounty hunters for him. If the killings were still going on after Simon had left, Manfred would know that Simon was innocent, so he wouldn't be going after him. Therefore, we know that the serial killer has not been active for a year. That's bad for Simon, but it's the only thing that makes sense in this case. So it is very possible that the serial killer could resurface again and begin his spree of terror among the poor quarter of the city of Chiton. Time will tell. That's a question. Were the killings confined to the hooks? No idea. 50-50 on Chaos Factor 5. 0-6. So the serial killer was operating solely in the hooks. Up till now, he is not attacked anywhere else. So our guys are, I think what they would do is they would find a place to stay, an inn in the poor quarter, because that's where they would start their investigation. And I think that they would split up, going around to the various taverns and businesses, asking around, has there been any killings lately, all that kind of stuff. But before we get there, let's determine if our scene setup is altered or modified. Our chaos factor is at 5, so if I roll 5 or less, it is in fact modified. 6, so no. Let's find out the name of the inn in the poor quarter where our guys are staying. Here we go, GM's Miscellany Urban Dressing, a System Neutral Edition, The Creeping Pixie. I don't think they're at this inn, I think that's where they're staying. I think that we begin the actual episode with Simon, Arn, and Edbert having split up to investigate the various taverns, brothels, these kind of places. You know what? It's too dangerous for Simon to go do this. He can't do this part of the investigation. It's too risky. If someone sees who he is and recognizes him, he's in big trouble. Arn probably has the best chance of doing this, so we're gonna roll him first. Now, Arn is ugly. If we recall this, so ugly, in fact, that his charisma penalty is -2. I'm gonna make a streetwise roll to see if he discovers anything at all that could be of help. He does not, unfortunately. Edbert, oh, this is interesting. He has the haunted hindrance, but he's not currently haunted. So I don't think he has that penalty. He does have the bloodthirsty penalty, but that only applies if people know his reputation, which here they do not. So he has no penalties. Does he succeed? Oh, he explodes with the 6. 9, that is a success with the raise. So while Arn is out canvassing the taverns, Edbert is canvassing the brothel, the local brothel. What does Edbert discover? The serial killer. We know the serial killer went after beggars, went after the poorest of the poor. He didn't go after prostitutes, he didn't go after shopkeepers, he went after beggars. Is it possible that Edbert speaks to a prostitute who knew one of the beggars who found some coin and came in for a little comfort that night? Is that the case? 97, extreme no. So it was not one of her clients, which if it's not one of her clients, then I think it's going to be someone she was related to. Her father was killed. It's an extreme no. It was not her client, so hopefully the opposite of a prostitute's client is her father. Hopefully. So we're going to go with that. She lost her father. So as Edbert is talking to this woman who has a name, 09, Aletta. So he discovers that Aletta lost her father to the serial killer. How did he kill his victims? Event, meaning, action, and subject. How did he kill his victims? Fight benefits. Oh, I know. Lord Manfred had set up various things to help the poor of the hooks. He had set up soup kitchens, he had set up, that kind of stuff. Maybe he's not particularly happy about being in charge of a poor district, but we don't know anything about Manfred. Maybe he is. But I think he set up like soup kitchens, these kind of things. Perhaps there was a temple to like a healing goddess or something there that helped dole out food to the various unfortunates of the hooks. The serial killer targeted people who were partaking in that. The killer was taking out beggars as they were leaving places like the soup kitchens, which meant that the beggars themselves began to stay away from those places. That's no good for Manfred, because now the people that are supposedly under his protection are not getting food. There's a whole host of problems that come up with that as well. So Aletta's father was leaving one of these soup kitchens one night, and he was killed. Did the serial killer have any particular signature? No, he did not. So he killed, not indiscriminately, but the methods which he employed were all over the place. Sometimes he strangled people, sometimes he stabbed them, sometimes he, drowned them, clubbed them over the head. People died in all different kinds of ways. So there wasn't, again, we know that this is not a ritualistic killing. We know that this killer is not part of a cult, because we determined that a couple of episodes ago. So we'll just say that her father was clubbed to death.
Aletta, that's your name, right, Aletta?
Yes, it is.
You say that your father was clubbed to death here in the hooks. Is there anything else you can tell me about the nature of his death?
All I know is that he was coming away from the soup kitchen one night when he was attacked in an alley.
An alley? Do you remember exactly where he was killed?
Does she? I think so. I think she would. We have alley names. He's 36. Gorgon Alley.
He was clubbed to death as he was leaving the soup kitchens. Apparently he took a turn down Gorgon Alley, and that's where they found his body the next day. Gorgon Alley. Right. Thank you.
Flips her a coin.
Are you sure you have to go so soon? You look like you could use some company. That's a kind offer, but I'd rather not have you two pull our show, so I think we're good.
He goes back to the Creeping Pixie. I think Arn has already returned, and informs Simon and Arn of what he's discovered. They put up their hoods again and stalk off into the darkness of the hooks, of the poor quarter of the hooks, looking for Gorgon Alley. I don't think it takes that long to find. They can ask various locals and things like this, but they do find Gorgon Alley. I'm just gonna have them do a notice roll as they carefully look around for any kind of clue. I think Arn is gonna roll first because he's alert, so he's got +2 to his notice, which is pretty great, even though it's only a D4. Do they find anything? 7, so Arn succeeded. Let's check the other guys. 6, so Edward succeeded. We're looking for raises here, basically. Notice this is Simon with 5. So they all have successes, but no raises. So they do find something of use. If they had got a raise, it would have been something really great, but it's not. So they do find something of use to them. What clue do they discover? It's an excellent question. 07, violate. 46, food. Violate food. What kind of clue could they discover in Gorgon Alley? Violate food. Well, we know that the father was coming out of a soup kitchen. Does it have something to do with that? This is a year ago, remember. I think that in Gorgon Alley, there was actually a back entrance to said soup kitchen, run by Lord Manfred's people. And I think it was that doorway where the father was coming out that he got attacked. So he was attacked right outside the exit to the soup kitchen. I think as they're walking down this alley hunting for clues, Simon looks up and he sees light coming from behind this one door, and he goes over to it and he checks the door. I think that they find that there's a lot of vantage points on either side of the door, like, old crates and barrels all stacked up. A lot of places for an ambusher to strike from. And it immediately is apparent to them that if in fact the father was killed in Gorgon Alley, that this would be the best place to attack somebody from behind, is from this area. And as they look and they kind of put it together, all being experienced fighting men, they realize that, wait a minute, the best angle of attack is if someone attacked him right as he was sort of coming out and around, which means someone had to have been waiting for him. I think it's enough for them to want to investigate further the soup kitchen themselves. And it does make sense because they knew that the beggars were all being killed outside soup kitchens, so of course they're going to want to talk to the people there. So as they go around to the front, they sort of knock on the door, and a harsh guttural voice comes from the other side of the door.
We're closed tonight. There's no more food for you. Come back in the morning.
We're not here for the food, friend. We want to talk to you about the murdered beggars last year. Do you know anything about that? Does he? I mean, probably. We'll call it very likely. Does he know anything about that? 88 is a no. So this guy doesn't. It's doubles, but it's over a case factor, so no random event.
The murders? No, I don't know anything about that. I started working here long after that was all done. If you want to have any answers about that, you'll have to talk to Lord Manfred's man. He's the one in charge of the soup kitchen.
And what is this man's name?
His name is Huxley. He'll be back tomorrow. You can see him then.
Very well, thank you. They trundle off into the dark night and head back to the Creeping Pixie. When they get back to their rooms, Simon is obviously not too excited about wanting to speak to Manfred's employee, basically, because there's a very good chance that, you know, there might be a connection there and that they might know who Simon is. He can't reveal his face. Arn says, I do not think it is wise for you to speak to this Huxley, Simon. He may recognize you. Yes, that is good advice, Arn, but my instinct tells me that if we're going to discover who this serial killer was, our next answers are connected to that soup kitchen somehow. I must go. If you insist, just make sure you keep your hood up. We don't want anyone to see your face. I think that night they go to bed, they get some sleep, they get some rest, and in the morning they go back to the soup kitchen. So that'll be our next scene. Okay, characters. We've added the character of Huxley. I think they were actually largely in control there, so I'm gonna lower the chaos down to 4. The next morning they get up, have a meager breakfast at the Creeping Pixie, which is composed largely of thin gruel, no doubt, and they head down back to the soup house to try and speak to Huxley to see what they can discover. So, is the scene altered or interrupted? It is! It is an altered scene. So as they are going to the soup kitchen, I think the best way to alter this scene is there is the chance that a town guard recognizes Simon. Arn tried to warn Simon about not going, and he chose to. Anyway, they are making their way through the ramshackle, Byzantine maze-like streets of the Hooks. Large wooden tenement buildings looming over the streets, almost threatening to come in and collapse, creating this real maze-like feel to it. They pass by merchants and urchins and all kinds of merchants and urchins. Could be the next D&D game, merchants and urchins. They pass by all the kinds of things that you would expect in the poor quarter of town, in the shanty town that is the Hooks, going back to the soup kitchen, to the main entrance this time. But before they get there, as they're walking across a dilapidated sort of market stall, a guard looks across and sees just for a second as Simon basically, he's got his cowl up, but as he's walking along, he turns and he looks behind him, and for just a second, the guard gets a glimpse of his face. Here's a question. Is this the guard that tried to apprehend him a year ago and had his partner killed? I doubt that very, very, very much. I think it's impossible. Is that the case? 93. Extreme no. Okay, this guy has nothing to do with that guard whatsoever. I think this guard is new. I think he's a young guard, and I don't think he was even around a year ago. What are the odds that this young guard actually knows enough details about the description of Simon that he's able to recognize him based on that? I just don't think it's likely. Oh, 32. No is the answer. Interesting, because if the chaos factor was 5 instead of 4, that would have been a yes. So no, the guard does not recognize him. He sees Simon's face. I think Simon briefly makes eye contact with him. The guard just kind of looks a bit like this. Simon tenses, his hand goes to his crossbow underneath his cloak, but the guard looks at him and then his attention is taken by some passing street urchin. So they are able to continue unscathed towards the soup kitchen. When they get there, let's talk about Huxley. Huxley is Manfred's guy who is there specifically to oversee the soup kitchen. So I don't think he's gonna be a soldier or anything like that. He's more of a low-level bureaucrat stuck with this job, which he probably hates, but we don't really know. Let's find out. Tell us about Huxley. Huxley is 23, a logical polymath. A logical polymath. Interesting. A polymath, incidentally, is someone who knows a lot about a bunch of different subjects, so he's he knows his stuff for sure. I need to know a little bit more about old Huxley here. He's a logical polymath. His motivation, 40. Relate, 74. Modesty, abuse, 66. Abuse wrath. I think that Huxley is an extremely smart character who is not prone to displays of pride or anything like this, but he has a hair-trigger temper. So I have a feeling that the rest of the employees here at the soup kitchen are terrified of Huxley. So when they get to the soup kitchen, I think the doors are already open and there's a long line of beggars sort of filtering in one by one, going up to the tables, having a thin gruel soup ladled into a simple pottery bowl as they take it to a long trestle table. And I think there's a bunch of them. There's a whole bunch of beggars here. Simon and company come in, they look around. Do they see Huxley? Is he in the room? I'm gonna guess that he's probably not the kind of guy that actually, doles out the soup. He's more of a bureaucrat, he's more of an administrator than that. I'm gonna say it's unlikely that he's actually in the room. 89, he is not in the room. In fact, it's an extreme no, he is currently unavailable for some reason. So they speak to the local soup workers there. I'm afraid Lord Huxley is indisposed at the moment. You'll have to come back later. But might I inquire as to what this is about? Please, my good man, it is very important that we speak to him. Persuasion roll. An audience, so to speak. 2, 2, 2, 2, fail. I am terribly sorry, but when Lord Huxley is indisposed, he is not to be disturbed under any circumstances. And, I think that Simon can see the fear in this guy's eyes, and he gets a sense right away. I think this Huxley is a serious character not to be screwed with. Please, as my good friend here says, it is very important we speak with this Huxley. He basically has to explode on this roll. He does not. As I said, Lord Huxley is unavailable. You will have to come back later. It was an extreme no I rolled, so I don't think he's here at all. I think he's off doing some work with Manfred himself right now. Is that the case? I'm gonna call that likely. Is it the case? Yes, it is. Lord Huxley is currently at Lord Manfred's manor. He will not be back today. You will have to try again tomorrow. And the worker goes back to doling out the soup, and I think the three of them sort of pull back a little bit. Perhaps there is something here of interest to us. On, Edward. Have a walk around the room. See what you can find. The three of them move off amongst the beggars. I think that Arn is actually looking for any kind of clues, anything of interest in the common room itself. Is there something about the table or the walls or the kitchen or the little window area where the soup is doled from, where he can see the kitchens behind? Is there anything of interest at all? While he does that, I think that both Edward and Simon are going around talking to the beggars to see if they know anything. Arn is going to do a notice roll. He's really good, but I'm going to give him a penalty because I don't think there's much to find here in the room. So I'm gonna give him a penalty 2, which cancels his +2 alertness. So this is a straight up notice roll for him. Does he notice anything of interest? Oh, and he's only rolling a D4. Anything of interest? Does Arn find anything? Oop, maybe. 7. So he finds something of interest. What is it that Arn finds in the room of interest to their investigation? 7711 is deceive emotions. Interesting. I think the room is a large rectangular room with a bunch of long trestle tables where these beggars are now sitting eating their thin gruel for breakfast, basically. But they are being served by, there's a number of windows on the back wall, and those windows lead to the kitchen, and there's a couple of workers that are on the other side of the windows doling out the soup to people as they go up. Arn can see that, he can see the workers, he can also see past the workers into the kitchen. Arn notices that the worker they just spoke to is moving back towards the kitchen area, but as he does so, he looks back over his shoulder at Simon, and he's got a look of severe consternation on his face, like something's really bothering him. This is a problem, of course. Arn clocks that guy. Let's find out if Simon and Edbert come up with anything by talking to these people. This is a streetwise roll. Again, Edbert is not going to be afflicted by his haunted hindrance. I'm going to give Simon the penalty to his outsider hindrance here just because he's trying to be very careful. He's got his cloak up. He looks a little sketchy. Yeah, I'm going to give him the penalty for sure. Nope, fail. Edbert does have streetwise, but only at 4. He's not going to have his penalty. Oh, exploding 4. 6, so that is a success. I think it's very likely that some of these beggars knew some of the people that got killed. The question is, in talking to these beggars, is Edbert able to detect any pattern at all, any pattern in their stories, any patterns in the killings, anything at all that would provide some other clue. It wasn't a success with a raise, so I was going to call it likely, but I think it's just going to be somewhat likely now. Does he detect a pattern in the beggar's stories? 20 is a success. He does detect a pattern as he's talking to all of these other beggars. They all tell him basically the same thing, that their friends, the other beggars, were all killed either leaving the soup kitchens or very close to the soup kitchens. They also tell them that the beggars were killed in a multitude of ways. They were clubbed, they were stabbed. There didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to that. The attacks were savage, brutal, and bloody. Really just awful. And the word of these killings spread through the hooks like wildfire. What is the nature of the pattern that he discovers about the killings, based on everything that we know right now? 88, control. 01, control of goals. The killer, while savage and brutal, was always very careful, always very much in control. Always knew exactly when and where to strike beggars. And he always knew when the beggars were going to be alone. So much so that the only way he could have successfully killed all of these people is if he had working knowledge of the kitchen itself. I just had a thought. Did the killer, in fact, work at the soup kitchens? Is that how... I mean, the attacks all happened at the soup kitchens. Is it possible that the killer was one of Manfred's men that was working at the soup kitchens? Unlikely, just because that'd be too easy. Unlikely. Oh my God, extreme yes! Okay, so, extreme yes, we know for a fact the killer worked at the soup kitchens. If he had an understanding of the times that the kitchen was open, the exits and entrances, the surrounding alleyways, all of these things is what Edbert is able to piece together to form this pattern that, yes, absolutely, it's very, very likely that the killer worked in these kitchens. And as Edbert is telling Simon this, Arn is looking over at that worker who even now is looking back at Simon. He goes back in the kitchen and he whispers something to one of the other workers, which Arn can see through the window. And he's very agitated about something. And he looks over, and I think what he's saying to the worker is, these men are up to no good, and we need to call the guards. We need to get these men out of here right now. I think that's what he's saying. Is that what he's saying? Yes, that is what he's saying. So the guy that they were talking to goes up to one of the other employees and whispers something to that employee. That employee sort of looks over at our trio, nods hurriedly, and vanishes through the back door. Arn sees this, and he immediately clocks over at Simon and Edbert, and he motions his head, and he hightails it out the front door to try and run around and catch up with the person in the back before he can go off and do whatever he's going to do. Meanwhile, as this happens, Simon and Edbert sort of stand up, and they see the worker looking at them, glaring at them. They approach the window to try and speak to him as they notice that he's totally glaring at them, but as they come up, he sort of, his eyes go wide, he turns and disappears into the kitchen, vanishing. Edbert says, "Something's wrong with that guy. We should go after him." "Yes, I think you're right." They split up, looking for the entrance to the kitchen. Do they find it? Well, it's not a very big room. I'm gonna say it's very likely that one of them finds it before the guy can vanish entirely. 94, no, they don't. So that doesn't mean they don't find the entrance. It means that by the time they find the entrance to the kitchen and barrel into the kitchens, these other workers like, "Hey, you can't be in here." They look around, but the guy is nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, in the back alley, Arn rushes back to try and catch this dude who is running out the back alley. He doesn't know anything about what's going on with this guy or where he's going or anything like that, but it's obviously not a good thing. Does he catch him in time? 50-50. Does Arn catch the guy and basically stop him from going to grab the guards? He does not. Arn runs around the alley. He looks for the guy, nowhere to be seen. He walks out into one of the maze-like streets, and there he can see the guy has found that other young guardsman from before, and he's pointing back to the soup house, and he's agitated, and he's very, very animatedly, pointing, and I think Arn can overhear him saying, there's men in the soup kitchens, they're up no good. Arn's like, uh-oh. Arn runs back to the soup kitchens. Does he get there in time to warn Simon and Edbert before the guard shows up? I'm gonna make this a competing roll, okay? His agility versus the guard's agility. So let's do the guard's agility first. I'm just gonna make him a bog standard guard. What is his agility roll? 4. So Arn has to beat a 4 or else the guard is able to get to the soup kitchens before he does. Arn rolls a 7. I thought that was something else. So he rolls a 7. He's able to burst into the soup kitchen, run back. He doesn't see Simon or Edbert anywhere, but then he notices him through the window of the soup kitchens. He runs into the kitchens.
We've got to get out of here now. The guards are on their way. They seem to think that we're up to no good.
Oh, blast. Let's go now. And they hightail it out of the soup kitchen. As they hustle through the streets back to the creeping pixie, Arn says to them,
I saw the look on the face of that man we spoke to when we first came in. He knows something, Simon. Somehow I believe that he could be key to all of this. Well then, we're going to have to find a way to get to him. Find out what he knows and what he's hiding.
But that will take us to the end of the scene. New thread as well.
The killer, we've determined, worked at the soup house. The worker, whose name they didn't get, but let's get a description of this guy, because we didn't actually give him a description. A coarse?
So he's literally coarse. He's got like all kinds of stubble. He's really unkempt, a big bald patch, scraggly hair. Cleric. He's also bearing a holy symbol around his neck. I just realized I had mentioned before that it's possible that this soup kitchen was working in conjunction with one of the temples of the goddess of healing. So it's possible that this coarse priest is in fact one of the acolytes of the temple of healing. We don't know what the god or goddess is of healing. 1 to 3, it is a goddess. Oh, it's a god of healing. The god of healing, Elosia, the god of healing. So the holy symbol that they saw around his neck is definitely the symbol of Elosia. So ask at Temple of Elosia about this guy. So that is our new thread, that is our new character, and our chaos factor has gone back up to 5, and that brings us to the end of this episode. Thanks so much for watching, and don't forget to hit like and subscribe if you enjoy the show. Remember that next week as well, I will not have an episode up because I'm out of town working, but do tune in after that when we pick up with Simon and company as they go to the Temple of Elosia to find out any more about this coarse priest who eluded them at the soup kitchens, and perhaps find the next clue which may lead them to the true serial killer, so that Simon can finally clear his name. Thanks again, and we will see you next time on Me, Myself, and Die. Well, hello again, and welcome back once again to Me, Myself, and Die. I am, as always, your intrepid game master, player, and host, Trevor Duval. If you like the show, don't forget to hit like and subscribe and to hit that notification bell button down below. When last we left Simon of Argoston, they had arrived in the city of Chiton in order to investigate the murders of the beggars that had been going on in the vicinity of the Hooks district, which is a district that Manfred of Dovedane is lord of. This serial killer was responsible about a year ago for killing a bunch of people a bunch of beggars in a very, very brutal fashion, in a multitude of fashions, stabbings and beatings and stragglings and drownings and all that kind of stuff. Simon was blamed for it by the guards who found him in the vicinity of some of the bodies, and he accidentally killed one of the guards trying to defend himself and had to flee. When our guys arrived in Chiton, they discovered that the killer had been taking out the beggars outside of soup kitchens, which are run by Lord Manfred, as well as the clergy of Elosia, the god of healing and sickness and all that kind of stuff. They figured out that the killer must have worked in one of the soup kitchens. They got in a bit of a confrontation with one of the workers there, this scraggly looking fellow who bore a holy symbol of Elosia around his neck, but before they could get any further information out of him, he kind of sent one of the other workers to go fetch the guards, and then himself fled into the city. So we're gonna start our scene with our guys going through the streets of Chiton looking for the Temple of Elosia to try and see if they could find out any more information about this coarse priest who fled from them at the soup kitchens. Our chaos factor is back at 5. First of all, is the scene interrupted or altered? Let's find out. 5 or less. 10. So no, the scene begins as normal with our people showing up to the Temple of Elosia. Now, one of our viewers, Alan, had a really interesting idea that I want to test right now to see if if it's true. That idea was that it is perhaps possible that Isabel and Stratton, the two of the 4 bounty hunters that were sent by Manfred to track down Simon and company. The idea was that these bounty hunters escaped their bonds, which Simon, assumed they would, but went back to Kyton to report to Lord Manfred that Simon was about, and possibly to give not only an updated description of Simon, but also descriptions of his accomplices, Arn, Kalapunki, and Edbert. So let's see if that's the case. You know what, I'm just gonna give this a 50-50 chance. On Chaos Factor 5 means it's a 50% chance. 48! Oh, barely. So yes, as our guys are going through the city towards the Temple of Elosia, they turn and they see, posted up on many, many different walls, is a very disturbing sight. Arn sees it first. He puts his hand out on Simon's shoulder and he points to the poster. They sort of go up slowly to the poster, and there they can see, hastily scrawled likenesses of Arn, Edbert, and Simon right there. This is a problem now. Arn kind of looks around and says,
Well, that would explain the reason why the workers in the soup kitchens fled in order to get the guards. They must have recognized either myself or Edbert, as you, of course, had your cowl up the whole time.
Well, this complicates things, Arn. For starters, the two of you best put your hoods up.
Manfred now knows that Simon, with 2 accomplices, including Arn, the bounty hunter he originally sent out after him, are back in this part of the world. They've crossed the mountains, possibly back in Kyton. So they're gonna be very surreptitious. They're gonna make their way through the streets with their cowls up, trying to be as nondescript as possible. They reach the Temple of Elosia, because the scene was not interrupted or altered, so they in fact get there without interruption. I don't think it's a big austere thing with giant gilded columns or anything like that. Because Elosia is the god of healing, it stands to reason that this is also a de facto hospital in a way. So I think that you probably have several wings of the temple that are dedicated specifically to healing the sick. So there's gonna be, it's gonna be a fairly sizable building, but not particularly fancy. Also, by that logic, I think that the priests of Elosia, the priests and priestesses, probably dress very, very simply, sort of homespun kind of garb. And Simon goes up to one of the priests who's walking around.
Excuse me, brother.
We'll call him brother, that's the good title.
Do you have a moment to speak?
Yes, of course, please, come this way. He sort of leads him off to a small fountain area kind of thing.
Tell me, does the Temple of Elosia help Lord Manfred in the running of the soup kitchens and the hooks?
Yes, we send personnel there to assist in the feeding of the poor.
Can you tell me anything about a fellow who works there? Scraggly beard, bald patch, wears a symbol of Elosia quite prominently around his neck.
I think we determined last episode that this guy is in fact an acolyte here, so does this priest know of him? We'll say very likely. Does this priest know of him? 79, yes he does. Yes, I recognize the description. That is brother... Random tables right here.
94.
Waverly.
Yes, that sounds very much like Brother Waverly. Tell me, how long has he worked at the temple?
Has Brother Waverly worked at the soup kitchens for over a year? I think that's very likely. 03. Extreme, yes.
Well, Brother Waverly he was actually one of the first acolytes we sent to the soup kitchens when Lord Manfred decreed that he would be establishing them.
So he has intimate knowledge of the operations of the soup kitchens?
Well, yes, I would imagine he does.
What does Simon learn about Brother Waverly from this? 61. Oppress. 15. The innocent. Oppress the innocent. Oh, God. Okay, what does that mean? So Brother Waverly oppresses the innocent. What's he doing as an acolyte of this temple?
Brother Waverly came to us under rather unfortunate circumstances. He was a captured bandit. Lord Manfred, however, upon realizing his affinity for the healing arts, decided instead of executing him to sentence him to a life of service to help the poor of the district. And so he brought him to us to oversee his rehabilitation. He has served the temple very well,
the entire time he's been here. He was one of the first ones we decided to send to the soup kitchens when Lord Manfred mandated their existence. Tell me, brother, do you know anything about Waverley's past? I mean his criminal past before he came here to work with you. Well, Manfred did not give a great amount of detail, but perhaps he knows something. Does the priest know something about the details of Waverley's past? I'd say it's probably unlikely. No. I'm afraid Lord Manfred kept any details about Waverley's past to himself, and Brother Waverley has never volunteered any information, but it is the standard practice of the Church of Elosia to wipe the slate clean when someone comes to us. Your past is irrelevant. All that we care about is your future. Well, can you tell me where Brother Waverley resides? Does he reside here at the temple? I mean, probably. He's basically been sentenced to service, so I think it's a near sure thing that Waverley's residence is here at the Temple of Elosia 57 is a yes. Brother Waverley does keep his residence here at the temple. Can you take me to the rooms? Now, this is getting a little much. I mean, these three strangers show up and start asking questions about Waverley. I think that this priest is going to have to, be swayed a little bit here, or persuaded, in order to go along further with this. So I'm going to give Simon a persuasion roll. Let's see if this priest is willing to help out. Oh, looking good. 5, success. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be too much trouble. Might I ask your names? Here's the thing. There is a tiny possibility, because we just established that the wanted posters are up with the descriptions. Now, those wanted posters wouldn't have been up very long, right? Like probably a couple days at the most. So I don't think that the general description of our party would be super well known to everybody. There is a chance, however, that the priest does recognize at least one of them. I think it's impossible. It's too unlikely. But there's a chance. 51, no. It's okay. So he does not recognize Simon and Company from the water posters. But he does take Simon up the stairway to the second level to the very meager residences of the acolytes there. They probably sleep in common rooms, I'm picturing. It's almost like a monastery, I'm imagining, like a big common room. Everyone has a single cot with a small chest at the base of the bed. There's almost no privacy here. So this priest leads Simon to Brother Waverley's bed. Now Simon's gonna ask a question that's gonna definitely require a persuasion roll. I know this sounds unusual, brother, but would it be too much to ask if we had a look inside that chest? Oh, that is most unusual. We here at the Church of Elosia do not encourage private possessions, but nonetheless, someone's private things are still theirs. I would feel very uncomfortable giving access to you. Who are you again? We are friends. We only ask because we are trying to rule out Brother Waverley from being a suspect in a crime. Oh my. Still, Also, I haven't been giving the outsider penalty here because we've established that Simon's outsider penalty to his charisma checks, or to his social interaction checks, only count when someone is aware of his pariah status, which this priest is not, because he did not recognize him from the wanted posters. But I am going to give him a -2 to this. Oh, we have an exploding 4. 7 minus 2 is 5. It's a success. A crime, you say? Oh, well, very well. And he leans over and opens up the chest. Now, Brother Waverley, he's an ex-bandit who had some healing skill. Manfred recognized that skill, and apparently Manfred decided instead of executing him, he was going to put him to work with the Church of Elosia to help the poor. Once again, we see Manfred actually looks like a fairly decent guy. I mean, he's set up these soup kitchens for the poor. He's now, instead of executing a bandit, he's decided to use his skills to help that poor. I think Manfred is actually not the villain that perhaps we may have thought he was up to this point. What do they find in the chest? So we are going now to the Book of Random Tables 3. 3, because there's a great little thing here called Items in a Chest. So let's find out. We have 85. We have a mummified badger. 2 bottles of wine. And we have, finally, a short sword covered in dried blood. Simon picks this up, turns to the priest. The priest's eyes go wide. Oh my. Do you mind if we take this, brother? This could be evidence. Yes, he already succeeded in his persuade roll. I had no idea. What are the crimes that you suspect Brother Waverley of? I'd rather not go into that right at the moment, brother. Tell me, when do you normally expect Brother Waverley to return? Well, he would normally return after his shift at the soup kitchen, so I would imagine by dusk. When he returns tonight, try and make sure he doesn't leave. We'd like to come back and speak to him. So, they take this short sword. Do they care about the mummified badger? I don't think they're going to take the mummified badger. I think they're just going to note it. What the hell is that? Well, you know what? Is there anything that might show a connection to the murders because of the mummified badger? I'm going to say no way. It's too bizarre. It's too weird. No, 90. An extreme no. So this thing, I think what this is that Waverley had, when he was on the road with the bandits, he had a pet badger. And the badger got killed and he had it stuffed because he couldn't say goodbye to it. Oh, poor Waverley. But the answer is no, so no. But they do have a short sword covered in dry blood. They take that sword back to the creeping pixie. They're sitting around a table and there's other patrons in here as well, obviously. And I don't think they stay at the table. I think they go upstairs to their room. But they go up there and they look at this sword. Dried blood. That could mean a lot of things. Here's a question. Does any of our guys have the healing skill? Yes, Simon has it. So Simon's the only one that has it. So Simon takes this sword, the short sword, and very carefully begins to examine that blood. He wants to know if he can determine how old the blood is. Anything at all. I don't know what he's going to discover. Healing roll 5, success. So he does determine something about the blood. How old is the blood? 50-50. Is the blood a year old? No, the blood is more than a year old, and it's doubles, which means random event. What is the event focus as they're in the room examining the sword? PC positive. Desert. Prison. Okay, I know what this is. There is a knock on the door. They turn. They brandish weapons, obviously. There's a muffled voice from beyond the door.
Simon of Argoston, I need to speak with you.
Identify yourself. And I think he motions for Edbert to go up, pulling his broadsword and standing by the door, taking a ready position to strike. The voice says,
I'm a friend.
Arnold. Simon, share a look. Simon pulls the crossbow, loads it, keeps it trained on the door. He motions to Arn to go over and slowly open the door, which he does. Standing there in the doorway, hands up in supplication, is Stratton, the bounty hunter. Forgive me. Might I come in? As you can see, I am unarmed, and sure enough, neither of his swords are there. Stratton, I'm surprised to see you. Come in. And he keeps the crossbow trained on him, but Stratton comes in, hands still up. Arn shuts the door behind him. Forgive this intrusion, Simon, if I may call you Simon. You have no doubt noticed all of the wanted posters around town with your likenesses on it? Yes, we most certainly did. After you left us bound to the tree with very loose knots, and I appreciate that, Isabel and I returned to the city. Isabel was very keen on reporting what had happened. I, however, remembered my vow to you that I would no longer pursue you. She went directly to Lord Manfred and gave him all of your descriptions. And what are you doing here now, Stratton? Please don't take this the wrong way, but I have been following you three since you left the Creeping Pixie. Following us? This had better be good, Stratton. I noticed you were inquiring with the workers at the soup kitchens. Very simply, Simon, I want to tell you that I know Brother Waverley from the old days. Before I started working with Isabel, I was a member of his gang of bandits. I know him rather well. Do you? Then you should know that we are investigating him for his connection to the murder of these beggars a year ago. Does Stratton have any reason to believe that Waverley is tied up in these murders? 60. No. I can tell you, Simon, that you're barking up the wrong tree. Waverley was many things, but a cold-blooded killer? No.
He had devoted himself to the healing arts. The only reason why he was with the bandit gang at all was because he had fallen on hard times. If you are thinking that he had anything to do with these murders, I can assure you he did not.
Well, if that is the case, then kindly explain this, and he produces the bloodied short sword. This was found in Waverly's personal possessions at the temple. Does Stratton recognize? Does he know? Does he know the answer? Somewhat likely. 42, he does.
Waverly was no killer, but he did fight with a bandit group for some time. That was his blade. It is no doubt covered with the blood of someone who tried to accost him after he left the bandit group. Yes, he did leave the bandit group, and it was only then that he was apprehended by Lord Manfred. He was not even actively a bandit at the time he was captured. He was just a lonely man on the run, at the wrong place at the wrong time.
And you expect us to just accept your word?
You have no reason not to accept my word. I kept it to you. On the riverbanks. I said I would not come after you, and I have not. In fact, I tried to stop Isabel from doing so. I am here, even now, keeping my word to you.
Can you prove anything of what you say?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I can. That blade that you have in your hand there, I gave him that blade. He was so eager to leave the bandit camp, he was about to do so without any weapons. I knew that that would be suicide, so I gave him that sword. If you look on the hilt, you will see a small marking, etched underneath the crossguard. It is a spreading oak tree, my personal symbol.
Simon takes the blade,
Looks, sure enough, etched underneath the crosspiece, a little oak symbol.
We were going to go to the Temple of Aloja later to question Waverly. I think you should come with us.
Very well, I will do just that.
So I think they wait till after dark, they take Stratton with them, and they go back to the Temple of Aloja, and they find Waverly there, and they question him with Stratton. I'm not going to go into a big thing here, but I'm just going to resolve this with a roll. Is everything Stratton says the truth? Is he telling him the truth? I think it's very likely he is. 54 on 85. Yeah. Waverly's terrified of them when they approach, but he explains to them the reason why he fled is because he recognized their faces from the wanted posters. So Waverly, unkempt, coarse priest that he is telling the truth. The reason why he had the blade is because it was a gift from Stratton in the bandit camp before he left. He, in fact, had nothing to do with the murders. But we know that the murderer worked in one of the soup kitchens. And we know that Waverly was there from the beginning. So Waverly would have known everybody who worked there. Simon apologizes for startling him and gives him back his sword.
Brother Waverly, we are trying to ascertain the true identity of the killer. Lord Manfred, the man that you serve, thinks that I am responsible, but I assure you I am not. I am here merely to clear my name. Will you help me? Only because Stratton is there, this was a PC positive after all, so let's make sure that it is a positive. I think because Stratton is there, Waverly is willing to help Simon in terms of any information he has that might help him. This all comes about as a result of a PC positive random scene, so I'm going to say that it's very likely that Brother Waverly remembers someone suspicious working in the soup kitchens. And this could provide a lead. 08 on 16. Extreme yes.
So Waverly says, I do remember there was someone suspicious. I didn't think much about it at the time, but,
Well, can you describe him?
yes, I can. Let me consult Une. He was
A despondent vagrant.
He was actually from among the ranks of the beggars himself. He came in and he wanted to help his friends on the street as much as he could. Of course, as a good servant of Aloja, I easily accepted his offer.
Please, Brother Waverly, can you give me a physical description of this person? And a name would help too, but let's get the physical description first. This is Random Tables 4 now for NPC physical descriptions.
Yes, he was of average height, muscular,
had long flowing hair.
Arn reacts to this. It's a good thing he was a man, because I have this terrible phobia about women with long flowing hair, if you remember from episodes past. And what was this man's name?
Well, he went by Thornton.
You said that he was suspicious to you. Why?
Well,
Despondent vagrant.
he was always in low spirits. He always seemed to have a profound lack of hope, and yet he always came to the soup kitchens every day, every single day.
What else made you suspicious of him?
Celebrate. 32. Plans.
When Lord Manfred had told us that the soup kitchens were working out very well, he said that he was going to establish a few more in the district. The beggar, Thornton, was extraordinarily happy at this. It was strange because he was normally so morose, so hopeless, but Thornton was almost gleeful, celebratory, if you will. He couldn't be happier of Lord Manfred's plan.
Anything specifically he did, his actions, that made you suspicious?
29. Take 60. Misfortune.
Take misfortune.
I said that he was a despondent sort, a morose sort. He had a particular quirk about him. He would always be fascinated by the circumstances under which someone was reduced to penury. He would spend a great deal of time amongst the rest of the beggars in the soup kitchen, sitting with them, asking them all of the details about how they came to lose their fortunes, or how they came to live a life of utter and abject poverty. It was shortly after this that the first of the beggars started to disappear.
And you don't know where he resides now? Where we could find him?
Well, no, but I'm sure if you asked around with the beggars of the hooks, they might be able to tell you more information.
Very well. I thank you, Brother Waverly, and again, my apologies for startling you.
And they leave and they go back to the creeping pixie. Let's end that scene there. It's a big long one.
Simon, Edbert, and Arn are all wanted.
We update our list. The course priest, his name is Brother Waverly, and we know that he's innocent. So Stratton came here to basically make good on his word. You know, he said that I'm not going to go after you anymore. He saw Isabel gonna undermine the oath that he made, and he tried to warn him as best he could. What happens with Stratton now? I'm not sure if he's going to stick around or not, but we'll find out later. And we add the thread of Ask the Beggars about Thornton. So that's the thread. That's the thread list, the character list, and the chaos factor. I think the chaos factor goes up in this case because we thought we were onto something with this Brother Waverly. We totally thought, oh yeah, this guy, Arn said it himself, I think this guy is key, and well, he might still wind up being key, but not the way that we thought. I'm gonna raise the chaos factor to 6, and now we're gonna go into the next scene, where the next morning our guys are going into the slums of the Hooks among the beggars, trying to investigate anything they could find out about this mysterious Thornton fellow who basically vanished a year ago. Well, we don't know if he vanished a year ago. We know that he stopped working at the soup kitchens a year ago. So, first of all, is the scene altered or interrupted? A chaos factor is 6. 5 means yes, it is in fact altered. The first thing that comes to mind is that some of the beggars they are talking to actually recognize Arn and Edbert from those wanted posters. We'll say it's Edbert. So as Edbert is talking, I think the three of them sort of split up a little bit throughout the slums, and they spend the majority of that morning going amongst the beggars, going amongst the various areas of the Hooks, asking different people anything, describing Thornton, asking him for him by name, anything at all that these people can tell or remember about this guy. But as they're doing this, Edbert gets recognized by one of the beggars he's talking to, whose eyes go wide with fear. And in fact, I think as Edbert is
is talking to this beggar. This beggar's kind of looking at him, and he kind of sees, and if this was a film, we'd rack focus behind Edbert to see the likeness of Edbert on a poster right behind him, and the beggar kind of backs off and runs through the street, and Edbert turns and he sees the poster, realizes what's happening, and he goes after the beggar to try and stop him from informing the watch or whatever the beggar's gonna do. So we're gonna do a simple chase here. It's gonna be competing agility tests, but I'm gonna give the beggar a bonus because in the maze-like streets and alleyways of the slums of the Hooks, this beggar knows the area very well, and there are many, many, many little twists and turns that he could easily lose his pursuer. So I'm gonna give him a +2 to his agility roll. Edbert's gonna have to beat 4. Edbert is chasing after this beggar, leaping over carts, smashing into people, pushing out of the way kind of thing as he's going after this beggar. He's not rolling with anything special, and he rolls a 6, and a 2 is an 8. He succeeds with a raise because the target number was 4, and he grabs the beggar and throws him into a side alley, and gets right up in his face. He says, "Listen, I didn't do anything, all right? You understand? Now, I want to know about this Thornton fella. You tell me everything you know about him." He's clearly going to do an intimidate here. D6 intimidation, 5. So this is an opposed roll against the beggar's spirit. I don't think the beggar's going to have a big spirit. I'm going to give him a D4. So he's basically going to explode. He does not. So the beggar kind of cowers. Please, sir, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. This beggar's going to spill the beans. Anything he knows about Thornton. Does he know anything about this Thornton? I don't know. 50-50. 40. He does know something. What does he know about Thornton? He knows 88 control. He knows 26 control the physical. Well, that makes sense with what we know about him being a big muscular guy.
Please don't hurt me, sir. I know something about the bloke you're saying. Long flowing hair, really big muscles.
Yeah, that's the guy. What do you know about him?
I know all of us in this district, sir, were terrified of him, with the muscles of his, sir. We wondered why he wasn't one of Lord Manfred's guards. He had the muscles for it.
Does he learn anything else? I don't think so. He didn't succeed with a raise. That was the altered scene. Meanwhile, Simon and Arn are basically doing the same kind of thing. They're questioning. They're just going to use their skills to see if they learn anything that can provide a lead to this Thornton. Simon is rolling a persuade roll. He rolls no, so he's unable to determine anything about Thornton or his whereabouts. What about Arn? Has investigated streetwise. Arn's gonna do a streetwise on this to see if they know anything about this Thornton fella. Oh, look at that. Oh. He is ugly, however, so he is going to get the -2. Let us not forget that. However, we have 10 -2 is a success with a raise. It's about damn time. So he's going to learn something of particular importance here. From the criminal element, because he's doing a streetwise, it is 69. Ruin vehicle. That is the site, or very near there is the site of an old ruined docks district that fell into disrepair, fell into disuse. It's small, there's nobody that resides there anymore, but there's like a whole bunch of old granaries there, ruined, as I said, ruined docks, ruined granaries, ruined boathouses, this kind of stuff. Arn discovers that this long-haired, big, muscular fella who called himself Thornton, who was always an odd chap, can apparently be found there in the ruins of one particular ship, like a riverboat, basically. He goes back to the Creeping Pixie to meet back up with Edbert and with Simon. They sit around the table discussing what has happened.
I believe I know where we can find this Thornton.
You discovered his location?
Apparently, he can be found amongst the ruins of an old riverboat at the disused docks to the south of Storm Market. I know that area. It's utterly deserted from what I recall. That is what the beggars told me as well. If he is still there, then I think it's time we paid him a visit.
Simon, every beggar I spoke to today, they all said the same thing. This guy was as strong as an ox. If we're gonna go confront him, we best be careful. He could probably wring our necks like chickens.
Well then, we shall have to approach with caution.
And approach with caution they will, but not till next time. For this is the end of the scene and the end of the episode. Thanks so much for watching, and as always, if you enjoyed the show, please do hit like and subscribe. And join us next time when Simon goes down to the abandoned docks to continue his investigation into the serial killer of Kyton, and hopefully find evidence enough to clear his name once and for all. Thanks so much for joining us here, and we will see you next time on Me, Myself, and Die. Welcome back once again to Me, Myself, and Die. I am, as always, your intrepid GM, host, and player, Trevor Duval. Thanks so much for watching, and as always, if you enjoy the show, please do hit like and subscribe. We are on episode 21 of The Adventures of Simon of Argoston and Company, and when last we left, they had made their way down, or were about to make their way down, to the abandoned docks in the southwestern part of the city of Kyton, because they had discovered that there was a fellow who worked in the soup kitchens who was a fellow beggar by the name of Thornton, who was a large, hulking, long-haired man who really enjoyed listening to people's stories of misery, how they became beggars in the first place, things like this. Very, very odd. But they did discover that he could be found down in a riverboat whose name was, we will go to our GM's miscellany urban dressing here, the Leaky Barrel. The Leaky Barrel is a destroyed riverboat on the docks area. Now, as I said, this area is utterly deserted. There's nobody around. It's completely dilapidated. It's filled with ruined boathouses. There's the remains of old ships and boats kind of like piled up against the moorings. Just after nightfall, our team comes down and are sort of walking along the docks here when they see the remains of the Leaky Barrel here. Our chaos factor is 6, which means we need to know if our scene is interrupted or altered in any way. 8. So no, it is not. So they make their way to the docks as planned. I said at the very beginning of this little mystery thing that I don't want to know anything about Thornton until Simon does. But we are now at a point where I must find out something. Now, I do have a theory. I have a theory about what Thornton is, who Thornton is, the reasons for doing what he does, the whole bit. I don't want to reveal that theory to you right now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll, and if I get a yes, then I'll know what it is, and I'll sort of reveal it as we go to make, because this is the show after all, I gotta make it dramatic. Is my theory about Thornton, is it correct? I mean, if I wanted to, I could say, oh yes, it has to be, it's a sure thing. I'm not gonna do that though. I'm gonna say it's very likely. Chaos factor 6, very likely. Is my theory about Thornton correct? 31, yes it is. So stay tuned to find out what that is. Our gang makes their way along the docks. As they do, Stratton has come with them as well. Some of you had actually suggested that Stratton should come with the party, and I kind of like that idea. It makes sense within the context of the story, so Stratton is going to join them on this particular section of the adventure. We'll see what happens to him after this is all over, if in fact anyone survives. Okay, as they're making their way along the docks, the old dilapidated boards are creaking under the weight of their boots. The cries of gulls are out in the river, but even those are kind of swallowed up by the enveloping mist that creeps along the river and threatens to engulf the docks themselves. They're going by the light of a single torch that Simon carries in his left hand, trying to illuminate the dimness of the docks as they move along. Off to their left, they can see the remains of an old boathouse, possibly an old administrator's office, something like that, but the ceiling is caved in over the weight of time. The walls are buckling, the wood is rotting, there is a terrible, terrible smell. As you can see here, they move along, and the effluent coming from the city's sewers pours openly into the river. It is quite awful, the place. As they get closer to the riverboat itself, I'm just gonna make a few random dressing rolls from this dock section of this book, just to give us a little more flavor. The dock shivers as a large vessel badly steered thuds into its side. Well, obviously there are no active ships here, but I think what that tells us is that the Leaky Barrel, in fact, ran aground up on the side of the docks here. So I think that it's probably more like this, as we see, kind of, it sort of ran aground like that. So its rear end is kind of jutting into the river, maybe even like half sunk, so this whole thing sort of slants down into the water like this. And as they move up, are they making any attempt to be silent? I think they are. Actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna take the lowest stealth roll because when dealing with a group of PCs like this, I find it's easier just to take their lowest stealth roll, and if they succeed, you can assume that everyone else has succeeded too. So that's what I'm gonna do. Who has the lowest stealth? Simon's is D8. So it's actually Edbert who has the lowest, but he is a wild card, so I'm gonna roll the wild die. How does he do? 6 exploded. I think we're gonna be perfectly fine. 6, 12, 16. So that's success with several raises. They are absolutely quiet, even considering the creaky boards as they're moving along the docks, but they do manage to make their way up the gangplank, looking for any signs of this Thornton fella. Now, all they have to go on at this point is a description. Large, hulking man, brutish man with long flowing hair. There's going to be an entrance to the lower decks here. I'm just gonna do a quick notice roll for the gang. Again, gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna roll the lowest notice. If they succeed, then they succeed. Oh, there's an exploder. 4. Well, success with a raise already. Yeah, so success with a raise. Wow, this is going well so far. Good. They do, in fact, find the entrance to the lower decks, and I think it's a hatch over here with like a rope ladder that kind of goes down. Again, the rope ladder all frayed and in danger of snapping at any time, but they very quietly make their way across the rigging like this, stepping over the remains of like fishing gear and big piles of thick, sturdy rope that again is also beginning to rot under the decaying qualities of time. And I think they slowly begin to climb down the ladder. Very quietly, all kinds of raises, no need to roll again. There's like a rope ladder that goes down to a small set of stairs, basically, like a little switchback kind of thing. What do they find inside? Well, it's going to be the hold, and I think the hold of this river barge is filled with crates and barrels. I think there's crates and barrels everywhere in various states of decay and disrepair. There's wooden planks everywhere, and again, through it all, you can hear the creak of the wood as the water of the river laps up against the dilapidated sides of the ship outside. All they have to go on is their flickering torchlight, so there's shadows playing in every corner and on every wall. There is, in fact, something in this boat that I've determined with that first roll I made. My question is, does this something notice them? Oh, 14 is a success with 2 raises. I think they notice each other. As Simon and company, their feet creaking on the boards coming down, Simon leveling his crossbow, I think at the far side of the boat, there is a sound. And emerging from beyond the barrels is a man. A large, hulking, long-haired man. He's dressed in rags, his hair is all matted with dirt and, bits of straw, and he looks a wreck. Simon can clearly see that he has a large wound, a festering wound, a wound that is not healed around the area of his heart. And as Simon sort of takes a closer look in the gloom of the light, he can see that there's a bit of a shaft of wood almost sticking out of it, almost like someone took a sharp stick and drove it into this guy's chest and it broke off or something like that. Thornton, I presume? And this Thornton, for that is in fact who it is, says,
Get away from this place, stranger, before it is too late.
Are you Thornton, the beggar who worked at the soup kitchens a year ago? Answer me now. Does he answer? I don't think he does, but I'm gonna give Simon a persuasion test. 4. I'm gonna make this an opposed check. Oh, 4. Tie, nothing done. So, Thornton does not answer the question, but he also does not totally ignore him. He basically puts his hand up, and I think he warns him again.
I said you must leave this place before it is too late. You know not what you tangle with.
Thornton is huge. He's not tall huge, because we determined before from the previous session that he was of average height, but he has massive muscles, and our guys can see, even now, he's just like rippling with muscles. I'm giving you one chance, Thornton. Come with us and answer some questions. We're gonna put a marker over here to represent Thornton there.
he says one more time.
Strangers, leave this place now. I will not be able to control it much longer.
I think Simon steps into the room, allowing Edbert to come down. And as soon as he does that, Thornton shakes his head and sort of bellows in rage as his eyes begin to glow red. His hulking body becomes even more brutish as we could hear the sound of bones creaking and breaking, long, hideous talons emerging from the ends of his fingers. His eyes, as I said, growing red and a small ridge of horns bursting underneath the long flowing hair, the hair which sort of falls down over his quickly becoming bestial face, almost obscuring it entirely, almost like the girl from The Ring. Ooh, creepy. And we're gonna replace this guy with this guy right there, as he grows, hulking to easily 7 feet tall, the back of his head almost hitting the floorboards of the deck above, and he bellows in rage. Simon's eyes go wide with fear, and we go to initiative. So Simon goes first. He redraws cards of 5 or less because he's quick. Simon is on 9. The allies are on 7, and Thornton is on Queen. Ugh. This hulking demonic monstrosity bats aside the barrels and the crates and comes lurching towards Simon. His eyes wide with fear. Does Thornton just attack him outright, or does he do the thing that I know he can do, which will be revealed to you very shortly? Does he attack Simon outright? In this case, he's just transformed. I think it's going to be unlikely to attack Simon outright. 65 on 50, which means he does not attack Simon outright. He comes right up to Simon like he's about to attack. His glowing red eyes sort of focus and narrow on Simon, and he says to Simon in this hideous, wavering, almost otherworldly voice,
"Give to me your misfortune."
And Simon feels his will to live being immediately drained from him as this thing begins to sap his spirit. This is an opposed spirit roll. Thornton is a wild card. His spirit is D10. This is the target number that Simon has to beat. Oh, lucky 3. Simon's spirit is a D6. He does! So he does not have his spirit drained from him. His will to live is intact. But he shakes, and that brings us to him. He cannot fire the crossbow because he's into hand-to-hand range with Thornton. He is going to get the hell out of dodge. He is going to do a withdraw action and take the defend, which increases his parry by 2. He's going to withdraw all the way back here behind these crates. Now, this thing has a D12 fighting. It gets a free attack with a 7. Simon's parry is 7, which means he'll be hit. Bang! As Simon is withdrawing back, this thing launches forward with its massive meaty claws. Oh, this is bad. It has natural weapons. Its strength plus D4. Its strength is D12 plus 2. So I roll a D12 and a D4, and I add plus 2 to this. Oh my god. 15 damage against Simon's toughness of 6. 6 shakes him, 10 wounds him, 14 wounds him for 2. He is shaken with 2 wounds as he makes his way back this way. He has to do a soak roll. He's gonna spend his white Benny here and make a vigor test. Come on, buddy. Soak, 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 soak. Oh, he exploded. Okay, so 7, so it's not a raise, so he soaks 1. He is shaken and wounded for 1. That was Simon. The allies, well, Arn fires a blast. He fires his bow. Wild card as well, he's looking for 4s. Oh, that is a exploder with a 9. That is a hit with a raise. Arn will roll 3d6 against toughness 10. Very, very, very tough. And he will, oh my god, he will do 3. Oh, nothing.
nothing. The arrow snaps off. Edbert, as this is happening, leaps towards the creature. Oh, you know, he could do something interesting though. He could do a wild attack, which gives him +2 fighting, +2 damage, but he's also -2 parry until his next action. Is he gonna do that? He is bloodthirsty, I think. Yes, I think Edbert's going to do a wild attack. +2 to hit. He will roll a 6 against this thing's parry of 8. Edbert is going to spend a Benny to re-roll that. Spend one of the NPC bennies, because that was a terrible roll. What about now? 6 is still not enough. Oh, he is unable to with his wild attack, and he is at -2 parry right now. Thornton draws his 2 blades, leaps down the stairs, and attacks twice. Did I say Thornton? Anyway, Stratton. Stratton comes in to attack. His fighting is D8. I'm gonna roll 1 of each. He is not a wild card, so the black is going to be the rapier. The rapier +1, the white is gonna be dagger at -1. Oh boy, nothing done. The swords are easily cast aside. We go back to a new round. Simon, who is shaken and wounded, is on 7. Our allies are on King, and Thornton is on Jack. Our allies go first. Okay. Thank goodness. Edbert is no longer at -2 his parry because he's back to a new action, but he's gonna do another wild attack, so he will still be -2 parry. He's really counting on this +2. Oh my God, he's unable to hit again. Okay, Stratton, the black is the rapier at +1. 8 will hit with his rapier, thank goodness, not with the raise, however. D6 and a D4 against toughness 10, not likely. 3, nothing done, cannot puncture the hide of this creature. That was Stratton. Arn fires D10 shooting, and he is gonna roll a 4, which is a hit. Zunk. 6 damage does nothing. The arrow glances off that other shaft of wood sticking out of this thing's wound already. That was allies. Now we go to this thing, Thornton. This thing is definitely going to attack. Thornton, this demonic creature that he is, actually has the improved frenzy trait, which means he makes 2 attacks for every 1 attack at no penalty. So he rolls 2 attacks. He's gonna put 1 in on Edbert, who's at -2 to parry because it's his wild attack, and 1 on Thornton. So he attacks at a D12, and he is a wild card, so he rolls 1 wild die with this attack. The black one is on Edbert. The white one is on Stratton. What does he roll? Okay, well, he will miss Edbert, but he will hit Stratton. Pow! He hits Stratton with 5, 7. Stratton's toughness is 6. Stratton is only shaken by that blow. Whew. Bang! With the frenzied attack not doing anything to Edbert, thank goodness. Simon has to make a spirit roll. I'm not gonna spend one of his bennies to immediately get out of it. I'm gonna try his spirit roll first. Come on, buddy. He is at -1 as well because he is wounded. So everything is -1. 4 is a success, but he can't do anything that round, but he is up, which brings us to a new round. Simon is on 8. Allies are on 5. Patty is on... Oh my God, this is terrible. The black D12 is on Edbert, who is at -2 parry. And the white is on Stratton. 7 will hit Edbert because Edbert's parry is only 5 right now. And 8 will also hit Stratton, whose parry is 8. Okay, Edbert gets hit for... Oh boy. Come on, roll low. 9. 11 on toughness. 9 is going to shake Edbert. And the damage to Stratton. Oh God, 14 on Stratton. He's already shaken, he's an extra, he doesn't suffer wounds, he is incapacitated, not necessarily dead, but he is, bang! His body goes slammed up against the walls of the ship and collapses into unconsciousness, we hope. Because Edward is shaken, it moves with its free movement up to Arn. We go down to Simon. Here's the thing. Simon has already seen this thing sticking out of the thing's chest, this bit of wood. Does he make any inference here that could help him? I'm going to give him a general smarts roll at D8. General smarts roll. Does he think that that is significant in any way? He does not. So he shoots
with his D8 magical crossbow. Here, he's got -1 now because he is wounded as he levels the crossbow. He has not moved, so he's firing to +2 because he has marksman, -1, so he's firing at +1. 8! 4 is 12, plus 1 is 13. That is a hit with a raise. So we have 3d6 damage for the crossbow, +1 because of the +1 damage against toughness 10. 5, 8, 9, 10. Okay. He manages to shake Thornton just by the skin of his teeth, which brings us to our allies. Edbert, get up, buddy. Get up. Your spirit is D4. Do you break shaken? Do you break shaken? You do not break shaken. Arn, what are you gonna do? This guy's right in front of you, staggered against the wall. So he takes a few steps up and fires his bow at D10, hoping to capitalize on Simon's excellently placed shot. So Arn steps back, rolls a 10. Phew, exploder is gonna be 18. That's definitely a hit with a raise. 6, 7, 8. Exploder 6. 14. 14, 19 versus toughness 10. He's already shaken. 14 is a raise. 18 is a raise. He's already shaken, so he suffers 2 wounds. However, Thornton has bennies. He has 2 bennies. He's going to spend 1 to soak those 2 wounds. Thornton's going to roll a vigor of D12 and a D6 is a wild card to soak the 2 wounds. Oh my God. He succeeds. Oh no. He succeeds with a raise. If he soaks all the wounds from an attack, he removes his shaken condition 2, even from a previous source. Soaked and back on his feet. Oh, terrible. He's not wounded and he's not shaken, but it cost him a bendy to do that. That was Arn, which brings us to a new round. Oh boy, oh boy. Stratton is down. Edbert is still shaken. Simon is wounded. This thing, Thornton, is fine. Simon goes on 8. Allies on 9. Thornton on the Joker! Oh my God, oh my God. Thornton does everything at +2. Thornton, he doesn't really have to leap up the stairs. He just moves forward and attacks Arn with a frenzied attack, which means he attacks twice with 2d12s. He's on the Joker at +2. He also gets his wild die, and oh my God, the wild and the fighting explode. So 16. Okay, so the first attack hits him with a raise. The second attack is a normal hit. Brutal. Toughness is 6. Oh boy, and he's +2 to everything he does. That's 17 damage. 6 shakes him, 10 wounds him. 14 is 2 wounds. He's taken 2 wounds from that source and he's shaken. And the second attack, oh my God, +2 as well because of the Joker. 15, 10 is a 3rd wound. 14 is a 4th wound. Arn is incapacitated. Make an immediate vigor roll for Arn. 5 is a success. We roll on the injury table. The injury goes away when all wounds are healed. What is the injury he suffers? The leg. He gains the lame hindrance until he is healed. But now it comes down to allies. Edbert, get up, man. Get up. Roll your spirit. Get up, Edbert. Yes, 6 + 7 is not a raise, but he does break his shake, which brings us to Simon. Simon. Oh my God, this is bad news. Stratton is down, Arn is down, Edbert is staggering from the massive blow he's taken. Simon, I'm gonna give him another smarts roll because I'm gonna give him a break here. 6, yes, success. He notices that this thing is sticking out of the creature's chest is the only visible wound on it whatsoever. He thinks maybe if I target that, it'll somehow help. So he is going to do that. It is a -4 to hit this. So he is rolling at -5 because of his wound penalty. He reloads, fires. He's got to explode. He's got to explode. 6. Okay. 6 + 5 is 11. -4 is 7, which is not a hit with a raise. But it is a hit. The bolt flies through the air and buries itself deep into the exact spot where this thing had taken its only wound from before, from some source before. As the arrow blasts into it, the thing's eyes go wide with fear. Gonna make a damage roll now. +1 for the crossbow, +4 for the called shot, and there is special things that happen with the called shot too, as I've already decided from that very first roll I made. This is important. 10! 10 plus 5. 15 and 4 is 19 versus toughness 10. 10 shakes, 14 wounds, 18 wounds twice. Now here's the thing. I had made a note right here. I don't know if you can read my chicken scratch. Special, can only be killed by targeting the heart at -4. So, all he had to do was wound it. He just had to do a wound. He did 2 wounds as the crossbow bolt from Stonebolt flies true, burying itself into the exact spot where it had been wounded before by, as we flash back to the alley outside of the soup kitchens a year ago, where Aletta's father, Aletta the prostitute that Edbert had spoken to, her father had been killed by Thornton, by the serial killer. Aletta's father was the last person to be killed by Thornton because he was able, by some fluke, wound Thornton in exactly the spot where Thornton needed to be wounded in order to basically reduce his power to effectively nothing until he could heal from it, which took him 1 year, which is the reason why he had not committed any more murders. This exact wound caused by Aletta's father, still festering after all this time, is what Simon has now just put a crossbow bolt through as the creature roars in pain and the body of Thornton transforms once again into a human-sized creature. Simon, wounded as he is, stumbles up to him with Thornton's dying, gasping breaths. He looks at Simon and he says, "What?" I think he gives the explanation for what happens. The explanation that I rolled for at the very, very beginning and told you that I'd tell you what it is. Well, I'm telling you what it is right now. He looks at Simon and says to him, blood pouring out of his mouth, the light quickly fading from his eyes.
All I wanted was to be a member of the Watch. I had the size for it. I wanted to serve the city. I went to speak to Haven of Dovedane, Lord Manfred's son, but he spat in my face. He told me that the Watch was here to keep the streets clean of filth like me. I vowed revenge, and I found a way to summon dark powers, and I sold myself to those powers. I hunted down Haven of Dovedane and slew him. But the powers were not satisfied. They demanded the life force of my brothers and sisters. They demanded that I take into myself their stories of misery, where the creature would feed on their misery and their life's blood. It made me do terrible things. But you have freed me. You have freed me.
And the light fades from his eyes. Edbert gets to his feet. Simon, Arn. And Simon turns and sees Arn slumped, his leg twisted at an unnatural angle, lying there barely conscious. Also, he sees Stratton lying there. We know that Arn is alive. He's at -3 wounds, but he's not gonna die. Let's deal with Arn first. So Simon goes up, he pulls out his healer's kit. He does have healing, thank goodness. To remove the incapacitated state, does he do it? He's at -1 because of his own wounds. 6 explode! 9 -1 is 8 as he does it with a raise. Oh, thank God. So he manages to rouse Arn out of unconsciousness. Arn, his eyes open. Oh, my leg. Okie dokie, Simon's attempt to heal Arn. He's gonna spend a Benny. Gonna spend a Benny on this to re-roll that. Leaves him with 1 Benny. 5 -4, he's unable to heal Arn. So Arn is going to be lame until he is healed. Simon hobbles over to Stratton. We make vigor rolls. for Stratton, who was an extra. If he fails this roll, he was killed. Oh no. Simon goes up to Stratton, and as he goes to sort of rouse him, Stratton's neck falls at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Stratton is dead. Arn says, "We should at least search this place, Simon." They begin to search the area. Arn is too screwed up to search. He's just lying, clutching his leg in pain. But Edbert and Simon search the boat. Does he find anything? No, he does not. Does Edbert see anything? Edbert notices also D4. Does he find anything? Ooh, exploding 4. 5. He does! I think that this thing had taken trophies. Grisly trophies of its victims. Is that the case? 72, yes. So it did take trophies, and that is what Edbert finds. Here's a question. Did the thing keep any trophies of Haven of Dovedane, Manfred's son? I think it's also very likely it did. 54, yes. Edbert finds this heap of trophies buried among the straw and wreckage of the barrels and such, and I think among the trophies he finds a helmet. Obviously a guardsman's helmet. And as he sort of flips it around, he can see along the crest of the helmet, sure enough, there is an insignia, a coat of arms, if you will. He brings this over to Simon. What do you make of this? Simon recognizes the coat of arms immediately. It is the symbol of House Dovedane. We should take this with us. Do you think that this will constitute enough evidence to prove that you had nothing to do with the murders? Is there any other evidence in the boat that could help clear Simon's name? Oh, this thing. So Thornton made a pact with the Dark Powers. Is there any evidence of that here? Is there any like occult text that he was using to summon this creature or anything like that? You know what? I think where else would it be? I think that we're gonna call this likely. Likely, and the answer is 73 on 85 is a yes. So Edbert also finds an occult book. And as he looks in the book, he flips it open, and immediately he can tell, experienced soldier that he is, that the words, the strange arcane words, the spidery looking letters, are written in dried blood, and that the vellum that it's written on is in fact human skin. And as Edbert takes a quick look inside the book, he can see in a strange spidery script certain details that seem to very much implicate Thornton as having entered into some demonic pact with some dark powers. Oof. He slams the book shut. Simon, I think I might have found something. So they have the helmet, and they have the book. They hobble out of the boat. Simon takes the body of Stratton up, with Edbert's help, up to the top deck. They wrap him in whatever sort of like bits of sail they can find. Edbert takes the body and holds it over the edge of the ship, over the water. Simon, religious guy that he is, says a few words over the body, a prayer to send Stratton's soul on his way. And Edbert releases the body that splashes into the water, sinking to the bottom of the bay. They make their way back to the Creeping Pixie, and that ends our scene. Find Thornton and deal with him? Yes, taken care of. The chaos factor goes up to 7. They get back to the Creeping Pixie, wounded, bloodied, bruised. Wanted posters are everywhere. They know that it's only a matter of time before somebody recognizes them and reports them to the Watch. They have no time to lose. They know that they must go directly to Lord Manfred's manor in the citadel of the city, bearing the evidence they have and hope that they can prove Simon's innocence. They make their way through the streets of Kaita, on their way to the eastern part of the city. In the neighborhood of Six Cliffs, to the fortress, they go. Cloaks up, cowls up, but as they get closer to the fortress, cloaked individuals would be somewhat conspicuous. So I think that at that point, Simon would basically throw off the cloak, and, Arn and Edbert would do the same, and they stride down the street. Do they get recognized by anyone who reports them to the Watch before they get to the Six Cliffs neighborhood? Somewhat likely. 34, yes, they do. So, as they're walking through the streets, there's a number of people talking behind their hands, pointing at them and sort of pointing at the wanted posters that are everywhere as well. And sure enough, as they make their way into the Six Cliffs neighborhood, there you can see the huge manor houses of all of the Council of Lords. I imagine like there's a large courtyard, a massive, massive courtyard with a giant statue of perhaps the founder of the city of Chiton. And as they come around, walking into that square, there's a line of guards waiting for them. And as they walk up, the guard spears go down, all in formation. The leader of the guards, I think, steps forward. Simon of Argoston, you are under arrest. Throw down your weapons and come peacefully. I will come peacefully, good soldier, but on one condition. I demand an audience with Lord Manfred of Doveday, he who has sought my head this past year. I am coming now to prove my innocence of the crimes for which I have been accused. Do the guards allow this? This is gonna come down to a persuade roll. Oh, 6. And 6 is 12. 13 is a success with 2 raises. The guard looks at him, motions to some of his men. As they're about to take their stuff, Simon basically puts his hand on his pack and he says, you may search this if you like, but I will require this for my audience with Lord Doveday. Because he succeeded with 2 raises, the guard kind of quickly opens the pack, glances through it, doesn't really see anything like weapons. That's what he's looking for, like daggers or anything like that. Sees no weapons, he sort of nods, motions to the guards, and they are taken off to the guard barracks to await the pleasure of Lord Manfred of Doveday. Sometime later, Arn, Edbert, and Simon are all sitting in separate cells, but they're joined. They're joined by the bar, so they can all freely communicate with each other. And they sit there and they wait. And I think they wait for some time, until finally Edbert says, I hope you know what you're doing, Simon. If Lord Manfred doesn't accept your evidence, well, I don't see any reason why he wouldn't put your head on the chopping block right away. You sure about this? I've never been sure about anything in my life, Edbert. Why start now? I have faith in Simon here. He has demonstrated his honor many times in the past. If he does so now, in Lord Manfred's presence, Manfred will have no choice but to accept the truth. I hope you're right, for all our sakes. I think back on everything we have been through, on all of the trials and tribulations we have suffered together. For a very long time, I thought when I lost my only friend in the world, Vilborg, that I would never again make allies as true as Vilborg was, if this is indeed the end of the road for us. If Manfred does not accept the evidence I intend to lay at his feet, proving my innocence, and if he does, in fact, put my head on the chopping block, I can think of no other men that I would rather spend my last moments with. Thank you for everything. Aye, Simon. And thank you. Edbert speaks for me as well, Simon. And so they wait for Lord Manfred to summon them to the trial that could determine once and for all Simon's innocence or guilt. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, don't forget to hit like and subscribe, and we will see you next time on Me, Myself, and Die. Well, hello and welcome back once again to Me, Myself, and Die. I'm, as always, your intrepid GM, player, and host, Trevor DeVell. Thanks so much for watching, and as always, if you enjoyed the show, please do like, hit, and subscribe. So, here we are. The big day. The trial of Simon of Argoston, to determine his guilt or innocence with regards to the serial killings of the beggars, of the hooks, ruled over by Manfred of Doveday, and also the death of the city guard, the town watch, that Simon killed while trying to escape because they thought that he was the killer. I've given that guard a name, by the way, Liam. That was randomly determined by our handy-dandy random chart. Before we begin, they've leveled up, yay! And at the risk of sounding like I'm metagaming, what everyone has actually taken as their advance is persuasion, because it's gonna be important. So how that worked out is that Simon's persuade actually went up to a D8, although he still has the -2 outsider penalty for all persuasion rolls because, well, he's suspected of being a killer, so they don't want to believe him. Edbert's persuasion went up to 6, so not great. Arn's persuasion went up to 8. He is also ugly, which gives him a -2. The other thing I want to talk about before we begin There's two things. The first is that I made a little mistake last time, kind of a crucial mistake, and it was a Savage World-based mistake, and the error was pointed out by GM Randolfo de Gamer, so normally I would never thank anyone for rules lawyering me and telling me I got something wrong, but in this case, it's kind of important. When Arn went down from the big hit, he had to do a vigor roll to see if he survived. He succeeded, he rolled a 5. He should have actually been at a -3 for that because he had just taken 3 wounds. I factored in the wound penalties on Simon's healing roll to heal him later, but I didn't factor in to that vigor roll there. So what that means is, I can't retcon it, I can't go back in time and have him roll again, but in the interest of serving fairness, I am going to remove a Benny from the NPC pool from today's session, sort of assuming that he would have spent it last time, so there has to be some sort of failure condition, and that's what I've decided to do. I'm going to remove a Benny, which is, believe me, it's not a good thing. They're going to need every single one of these Bennies. And the other thing I'm going to do is, because he took the hit to the leg, I'm going to give it a chance that wound is actually permanent. I'm going to roll that right now. Our chaos factor is 7. Is Arn's leg permanently lame? Which in Savage Worlds terms would mean that he's -2 to his pace and he rolls a d4 running die instead of a d6. I'm going to say it's unlikely, just because I want to give the poor guy a chance. 55, it is permanent. Wow, there was a 55% chance. Arn's leg is permanently maimed from that attack. So no matter what happens, when he heals up, he will always be lame in the leg. I hope you're happy, GM Randolfo. I hope you're happy. No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate the comments. We do want to keep everything above board here. We want to keep everything legal as much as we can. I have a lot to deal with here. There's characters and there's roles and there's background and there's all kinds of stuff and there's 6 cameras going. So I have a lot to deal with, but I try and keep things on track as much as possible. So here's what's going to happen. These are the successes that Simon needs in order to be acquitted of the crimes. When someone presents their case and makes a persuasion roll to the court, okay, if they're arguing in favor of Simon, then any success and raise they get is gonna bump that number up down the scale towards, acquittal. If they fail, it goes the other way. So the more numbers in the positive side of things, the better the outcome of the trial. I will tell you this right now, that if it remains at 0 for whatever reason, Simon of Argoston will be executed. Let's get on with it. Simon and company are led in manacles and leg chains, probably. They are led into the gargantuan court of law that is being overseen by the Council of Lords of Chiton. The Lord Mayor is on the council, but I think the trial itself is being conducted by Lord Manfred of Dovedane, and there will be the other 6 counselors there as well. Now, we need to know a little bit about Manfred. We do know some things about him already. We know that he is very much concerned about the welfare of his own citizens. He established soup kitchens for the poor in his own district. That's a big thing. We need to know a little bit more. So I'm going to go to Une, and we're going to consult Une here, and we're going to see what we get. So, what is his motivation? 87. Compose. And 60. Justice. Compose justice. Well, that actually bodes very well in Simon's favor. That says to me that Manfred of Dovedane is a kind of person who definitely puts the rule of law ahead of his own personal concerns, which is important because his son was killed by the serial killer and he thinks Simon is a serial killer. So the fact that his sort of motivation is compose justice, I think that bodes well for Simon in this case. Okay, what else do we know about him? 6. Interact. 21. The wealthy. Interact with the wealthy. Well, that actually makes sense. He is, he's sitting on the Council of Lords, and I think interact with the wealthy. You know what I think that means? I think also that bodes well for Simon, because he is a guy who believes in justice, but the composure of justice, to ensure that decorum is maintained and that everything goes according to the rule of law. Interact with the wealthy. I think that he is going to absolutely demand from the rest of the Council of Lords that they do not let their personal feelings get in the way either. I think he's very, very hard but fair, I think, which is, again, I think in this case it probably bodes well for Simon. They are led into the courtroom. The charges are read against Simon of Argoston. And the charges go down and they list the names of the beggars who were killed, including Aletta's father. His name is last on the list because, as we determined last episode, he was last to be killed. And of course, the first name on that list is Haven of Dovedane. Manfred's son, who we determined last episode, was the first to die by the hands of Thornton. But it's a long list of names, and I think that with every name that is read, there's a gasp from the crowd, from the gallery, because I'm picturing like all of the nobles are here, the lords and the ladies and the courtiers, they're all here sort of whispering behind their hands, watching the trial of the year unfold kind of thing. Once the charges are read, Lord Manfred looks down at Simon and his friends in the court, and he says, "As you are aware, in the city of Kyton, those who are accused of crimes are considered guilty until such time as they are able to convince the Council of Lords of their innocence. How do you intend to present your defense in the face of these most egregious charges?" Simon looks up at the council. "Lords and ladies of the court, Lord Manfred, I come before you today to proclaim my innocence in all of these matters. I was not responsible for the death of these beggars, but I know who was, and I intend to prove it. But in order to do that, according to the laws of this city, which I know well, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna make it 50-50, because he was from Argoston, which is very close to the city, but he was never really he was not an urban guy, he was a rural guy, so I'm gonna make it 50-50. Does Simon know, enough about the laws of the city to be able to say what he's about to say? 64 and 75 is yes. According to the laws of your city, I, being the accused, have the right to call witnesses. I ask that you give me the time and wherewithal to call those witnesses." I think the lords confer among themselves, and this is the correct application of the law, so they, talk amongst themselves, and Manfred looks down again. "You will be allowed to call your witnesses. Who will you start with?" Simon turns to Edbert. "If you have something to say in my favor, Edbert, now would be the time." Right. Edbert steps up. "Lords and ladies of the court, my name is Edbert. I am a loyal soldier of the realm, and have fought in many of its battles over the years." I have a question. He is a soldier of the realm, and he's fought many of their battles. Is it possible that someone on that council recognizes him as the bloodthirsty butcher of Barker Point, or whatever it was that he is known for being so bloodthirsty? These are the lords of Kyton. He's just a soldier. I'm gonna say it's very unlikely, which gives us a 50% chance that someone does recognize him. 39. One of the other lords looks down. "You there, Edbert. I know you. You are the butcher of Barker Point." Well, why not? "Your reputation is one of a bloodthirsty murderer. Why should we accept your testimony here?" "I am here now not to defend me and my history, but this man who stands accused before you of crimes he did not commit." Well, the lords mumble among themselves, and this means, because now they are made aware of Edbert's bloodthirsty nature, any persuasion rolls he make is going to be at -4. "The man that stands accused of these murders before you today, Simon of Argoston, I have traveled with for many months now, and in every case, he has shown himself to be an honorable man. He put himself in danger in order to save my hide, more times than I care to remember, frankly. This man is incapable of committing the crimes that you accuse him of." He rolls a d6 and a wild die. -4, he has to explode. Okay. 6 and 3 is 9, -4 is 5. That is a success. I'm going to move 1 success forward. He does. His point gets across, and some of the lords sort of nod and stuff. Manfred is obviously unmoved by this, but we do have a success. "The witness's testimony has been entered into the record. Who is your next witness?" "I choose to call my other companion. I believe he is one you know well, Lord Manfred. Arn Kalapunki, the bounty hunter." "Arn Kalapunki, you were sent out to apprehend this man, but now you stand by his side and defend him." "That is correct, Lord Manfred. And I tell you that I have good reason for having
renounced the contract that you put out on Simon of Argoston.
Here's a question. We recall that Arn has a phobia of long-haired women. Is any of the counselors a woman with long hair? Let's find out. I have no idea. 50-50. There's a 75% chance. Is there? No, there is. Oh, yes. The answer is yes, unfortunately. So as Arn's saying this, he looks and his eyes go wide because he sees one of the lords of the city, who is a female, a lady of the city, if you will. She's sitting there looking at him, listening intently as she has been to the rest of the witnesses, but she has this long flowing hair, and as he looks at her, he starts to stumble a bit and sweat because what he sees is Sherilyn's face looking at him, and he's trying to compose himself and look away, which means he'll be at a minus. Oh boy, he's a -6. Oh boy. Luckily, his persuasion's a D8 with a wild card, but he's struggling to regain his composure. He can't take his eyes off of the long-haired woman.
I can tell you, lords and lady of the court, many times on the road, I have encountered those who he has helped without any regard for his own safety. At the town of Hundatora, when it was in its most dire moment of peril, Simon here swept in to save my life, an avowed enemy. And I tell you this now, he has never broken his faith with me.
-6, he has to explode. No, have to spend one of our 2 remaining bennies. Have to explode. Oh, we now go back down to 0.
Do you have any other witnesses besides the ones who stand beside you in chains? I do. I ask now for a runner to be sent to the Temple of Elosia and to bring back Brother Waverley.
There's a, rustle amongst the crowd as well. And they've already given him the wherewithal to do this. That's already successful. So I think there's a short recess, but very soon they're reconvened and Brother Waverley is brought in. He's looking very out of place. He's looking a little, he's trying to slick back his hair with a saliva-ridden hand, and he's, looking very, very out of sorts in front of all these nobles and ladies and lords and such.
Brother Waverley of Elosia, the accused Simon of Argoston tells us that you will speak on his behalf. Is this true?
Is this true? I hope so. I don't think I'm gonna roll for this because Simon already did. I mean, he accused him, he investigated him at the temple, but then he heard the truth thanks to Stratton. He believed him and he gave him the sword back, and Waverley, I think at this point Waverley has sort of been convinced that clearly Simon's not the murderer.
Yes, Lord Manfred. Simon came to me in the soup kitchens, trying to investigate the murders. He came in the company of a dear friend of mine, Stratton, who I understand has recently passed away. But Stratton was a man of honor. And as far as I'm concerned, if he spoke for Simon, then so will I. I believe this is a good man who was honest in his attempt to find the true murderer.
Waverley is an extra. He has a D6 persuade. Okay, explode. This is very good. 9 is success with a raise. 2. Waverley turns, walks past Simon, sort of nods to him. Simon nods back. The next witness that Simon chooses to call is Aletta, the daughter of the slain beggar, the final beggar who was killed at Thornton's hands. Aletta is summoned to the court. She testifies to the gruesome death of her father and the gruesome death of all the beggars. If we recall, these beggars were killed in a multitude of ways, but they were all gruesome, horrible, bones broken, limbs ripped out of joint, like bad. We saw what Thornton was, so he mutilated those bodies. She testifies to this. And I think the crucial element of her testimony is that she says to the court, I look at the accused and I know that there is no way that this man could possibly have done to my father what was done. I mean, look at him. That's true. He's not a very big guy. His strength is only D6. People kind of talk. They talk amongst themselves. Here's a question about this, though. Is Huxley there. Huxley, if you recall, was Lord Manfred's manservant who was running the soup kitchens. Huxley was a polymath. He was someone who knew a whole lot about a lot of different stuff. Is Huxley there? I think it's going to be likely that he is. 34. He is, in fact, there. Logical polymath. Simon. Does he choose to concur with this? Has he seen the bodies? I think he would have. The bodies, the murders took place around the soup kitchens. Logical polymath. I think he has a background in, well, he's got a background in everything. He's a polymath. But I think that, I think he would have seen the bodies, and I think he might be able to concur with Aletta. Let's see if that is the case. I'm gonna call that 50-50. 60 on 75 is it? Yes.
My lords and ladies, I am Huxley, servant of Lord Manfred, and I can tell you that in my younger days, I studied quite faithfully the anatomy of the human body. And I concur with the observations of this young lady that this Simon of Argoston would be physically incapable of doing to those beggars what was done to them. Her testimony, as far as I'm concerned, should be entered into the record as accurate and well presented.
Okay, she's gonna roll, and because of that, because Huxley's there, I am going to give her a +2. Oh, okay. 6 plus 6 is 12. 14 plus 2 is 16. Total of 4 successes. We go to 6. The court is moved by the testimony of this young prostitute who lost her father to this awful monster, who is yet to be described, by the way. We're coming to that. And because Huxley himself, a very well-established and well-thought-of member of Manfred's court, comes forward and concurs with her, this really starts to move the court. Well, perhaps the preponderance of evidence here actually shows that Simon of Argoston does not have the strength to be able to have done what was done. Okay, well, that is the last of the witnesses that Simon can call. I hope I haven't forgotten anybody. I'm sure if I have, you'll tell me in the comments. But as far as I can tell, I think that's it. As it stands, he is at 6 successes right now, which is very good, but we are not over yet, because now it is the time when the court calls its own character witnesses. And the first witness they call is a crown witness by the name of Arnak, the guard who tried to arrest Simon after finding him in the alleyway with the dead bodies, and the friend and colleague of the other guard, Liam, who was killed by Simon in his attempt to escape. He comes forward. Arnak, tell us in great detail the events of the night on which Liam was killed. And he does. And he basically tells a story that we already know, which is that they found Simon in an alleyway, hunkered over these bodies, probably a little blood in his hands because he was examining them. They immediately tried to apprehend him. Simon explained his case. They didn't buy it. A scuffle broke out, and I think that Arnak basically describes it that Simon attacked them. He paints a picture of Simon as being someone desperate to get away and resisting arrest, and of course, having killed a member of the City Watch. He is going to roll a persuade, and every success and raise that he gets counts against Simon's acquittal. Now you've heard it, lords and ladies. This Simon was responsible for striking down Liam in cold blood, resisting arrest, and as far as I'm concerned, was probably the one who was responsible for killing the rest of the beggars too. D6, he's an extra. Okay, 1. He does not. The people are not moved by this. Okay, that's good. But it's not over, because after some deliberation, the Crown calls another witness. And that witness is Isabel, the bounty huntress. She strides in boldly, looking up at, the lords and ladies of the court with a very grim visage. She stares at Simon as she walks past him, daggers in her eyes, and she begins to tell the tale of how Simon of Argoston callously and cold-bloodedly shot down her legally appointed bounty hunters, Thane Rosada and Alandar the Archer. How Simon ruthlessly, mercilessly killed them with one bolt to the neck, to the head, through the eye. Because he did. He murdered those guys pretty good. And then she follows up with the fact that after they were captured, that Simon tied them up and left them to die by the river without any honor whatsoever, like dogs, like animals, she says. We know this is not the case, and if Stratton was alive, he'd be able to counter this. But Stratton is dead. And so Isabel, respected bounty huntress of Lord Manfred, now rolls her persuade, and she is a wild card. She does, but it is not a raise. So she moves the court, and we go back down to 5. As the court is deliberating, Simon is preparing to make his own case, because of course he is allowed to speak, and he has evidence that he is yet to present. He is yet to tell the truth of what really happened. But I do have a question before we go on. Is there a possibility that a representative of the Temple of Morgus from Hundatora that can speak on Simon's behalf for, saving the town of Hundatora? I'm gonna say it's very unlikely. 54 on 50. No, there is not. Simon of Argoston, this court has heard your witnesses. We now instruct you to mount your own defense and present whatever evidence you have. Simon steps up. He pulls his bag out. His bag he was allowed to keep by the guards. Remember, he made the persuade test when he was first arrested. Lord Manfred, lords and ladies of the city of Kite, I, Simon of Argoston, have presented witnesses to you in an attempt to show that I am not responsible, nor am I at all the kind of man that could do such a thing. But I come now to tell you the truth. A man, if you can call him that, named Thornton, a fellow beggar of the Hooks district, was solely responsible, and he wanted nothing more than to serve in the watch. But, Lord Manfred, when he came to speak to your son, Haven, your son rejected him on the basis that he was nothing more than a dirty beggar. In revenge, Thornton sought the help of dark powers, and I think at this moment there's definitely a rustle among the courtiers and the members of the court. In fact, Lord, Manfred has to hit the gavel. Order! There will be order in this court! I know these are ill words to speak, but they are the truth. And I can prove it. We tracked down Thornton to his lair, and there we encountered him and his demonic nature. But what we found in his lair is enough to prove everything that I am saying here. And he pulls out the helmet. My Lord Manfred, I presume you recognize this. And Manfred, of course, immediately does. He looks in. That is the helmet of my son Haven. It is, my lord. We found this in the lair, taken as a grisly trophy. There were trophies of all Thornton's victims there, and this was among them. I think one of the counselors shouts out, "That doesn't prove anything! You could have killed Haven yourself and brought the helmet here to try and convince us otherwise!" A bit of a murmur. Yes, my lord, that is a possibility. But I believe you will find, and he reaches into his bag and pulls out the book, that this will corroborate my story. For here, in this demonic book, with pages of human flesh and words written in human blood, are all the details that prove everything that I am saying. And if you doubt me, I would ask Lord Huxley, who fancies himself a bit of a logical polymath, to have a look. Lord Huxley, have you ever studied the wiles of the infernal? Has he? Well, there's a pretty good chance he's a polymath. 50-50. 75 on 75. And Huxley stands up, goes down to Simon, takes the book. Again, there's murmurs everywhere. He flips the book open, flips through it, his eyes sort of squinting and his face recoiling a little bit in horror. Looks up at Lord Manfred. This man appears to be speaking the truth. Inside this book is a dread ritual that shows how this Thornton, whose name appears on multiple pages, procured the help of the infernal. There's, again, huge. And so you see, Lord Manfred, your own man, Huxley, corroborates what I am telling you. I did not do this. Does he persuade them? Now here's the thing. Because Huxley has stepped forward and corroborated this evidence, Simon will get a bonus of +2 for presenting this evidence. And only because Huxley was just able to corroborate that. 75. This is for all the marbles. 5 plus 2 is 7, which would be a normal success. I am going to spend a Benny to re-roll because he needs more. He needs more than a normal success. Here we go. Plus 2. It's still 7. I'm going to spend a second Benny. You can keep spending Bennies and re-rolling as long as you like. Second Benny. Here we go. Plus 2. Okay, that paid off. I hope. 6 plus. Thank you, Bennies. 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 4 successes puts us up to 9 on the marker.
My lord, I rest my case.
There's a hubbub, commotion among the courtiers. Finally, Lord Manfred, after conferring with the rest of the nobles, hushes them. He bangs the gavel. Everyone quiets.
Simon of Argoston, for a year I have pursued you. For a year I believed that you were responsible for the death of my son. I have seen your evidence and the testimonials of your friends and allies. In the matter of the dead beggars and my murdered son, I find you not guilty. And of the death of Liam of the City Watch, I absolve you of blame, as you were only defending yourself. And since you have rolled 9 bloody successes, you had the courage to come back to the city knowing that I would still be hunting for you. And yet you came anyway, in order to try and find the real killer. A killer who was in our midst for over a year, under our noses. If it was not for you and your investigations, he would still be among us now, planning to kill again with his diabolical powers. I exonerate you, Simon of Argoston, and I name you hero of the city of Kyton. You are free to go.
Simon is like in shock as I am, frankly.
And what of my friends, Edbert and Arn? They are free to go as well. Go now, with honor and the thanks of a grateful council.
And they do, and as they leave, those who were in support of Simon's innocence erupt into applause and cheers as Simon, holding his head high, exits the courtroom. Found not guilty. A free man. Several days later, Simon arrives back at the town of Argoston and the small cottage where he grew up. Simon and his friends go inside and proceed to sit down for a much-needed rest. Arn's leg, still wounded, will always be wounded. Edbert falls into a immediate and deep slumber. And as he lies there sleeping very, very peacefully, Simon looks at him, and he knows that this sleep of Edbert's is temporary, that one day Sherilyn will return, demanding the justice she was denied. But that day is not this day. It doesn't take long for Arn to gather his things and prepare for a long journey. Friend Arn, where are you going? We only just returned to Argoston.
I swore to help you put your father to rest, and in doing so, I realized what manner of man you are, a man of honor. And it was my honor to speak at your trial, and to try to help you clear your name. My vow to you has been fulfilled, Simon. I must return home to the north, for I have a vow that has been long unfulfilled, and it is time for me to go back and deal with it once and for all. Where in the north? My home is a place that you here in the south call the Ironlands.
The Ironlands? They've been cut off from the world for centuries.
There are paths through the barrier for those who know the way. And I must go back. My time here in the south is over.
Well, perhaps Edbert and I could go with you, help you in this vow.
I am afraid not, my friend. The vow I swore is one I must accomplish alone. Perhaps one day, when my vow is fulfilled, I will find a way to return, and we will meet again and raise a glass together.
Until that day then, my friend,
until that day.
And Arn grabs his things and walks off towards the sea. Simon watches him go for a long time until he finally crosses over a hill and disappears from sight. Takes a deep breath of the free forest air around Argoston. Steps inside, takes Stonebolt, goes over to the hearth, and hangs it up. Perhaps one day, he says, looking over at the peacefully sleeping Edbert. Perhaps one day I will need you again, old friend. And he goes over to the hearth, sits down in front of the fire, and stares into it for long moments. And that brings us to the end of the story of Simon of Argoston, and the end of Me, Myself, and I, or at least the first season. Because when we meet again, and it will be in a few weeks, I'll need a break, pretty burnt out, we will follow the adventures of Arn Kalapunki as he returns through the Great Barrier north to the Ironlands, there to fulfill the mysterious vow that he left behind him all those years ago. What will that vow look like? What will his adventures look like? I don't know, but I can tell you this, they will look very different than Simon's adventures because they will be done using the Ironsworn solo RPG rule set. A very different feel than what we've been doing for the past 22 episodes. I hope you will tune in and join us for that when it finally drops. In the meantime, as always, hit like and subscribe, although there won't be a new episode for a while. But thank you all so much for joining me on this crazy adventure. I've so valued your subscriptions, your comments, your support. It's been my pleasure to share the story of Simon and his friends with you. And we will pick it up in the future in the Ironlands with Arn Kalapunki. But for now, the story of Simon of Argoston is done. Thank you so much for joining me. And we will see you next time, whenever that is, on Me, Myself, and Die.